9 people? Han Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. In the process of inquiring, Han Feng also knew the characteristics of several elders of the Lin family, so just at a glance, Han Feng recognized the first elder, the second elder and the sixth elder. But the remaining 5 people, Han Feng, have never heard of it, and they are only about 30 or 40 years old. Interesting, what is the hidden power? It seems that the Lin family is able to dominate in Xuanhuan City for no reason. Unfortunately, I don't even care about the strength of the big elder of the Lin family, Xuanjia 3-star, let alone these people. Han Feng was extremely disdainful. The first elder shouted, Lin Feng, hurry up. Lin Feng's task as a bait has been completed. As the Lin families hope that it is possible to reach a higher level, although the first elder is a little gloomy about his grandson's death, Lin Feng is still alive, but he also takes the overall situation into consideration and will not let Lin Feng have an accident. Lin Feng originally planned to stay, but realized that Han Feng was strong, and the fluctuations of the battle between the two sides were not something that he, a martial artist who had just advanced to the profound level, could easily bear, so he nodded lightly and was about to leave. Han Feng snorted coldly, can you go? Farewell to the old man's grandson. The elders took the first shot. Ice-cold water dragon. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual power quickly condensed, and under the condensation of the water attribute true essence of the elder, a huge water dragon quickly formed. The water dragon roared up to the sky, his fangs opened, and he bit Han Feng in one bite. Ice-cold water dragon, mysterious rank low-rank martial skill. Han Feng's face was indifferent, and the blue jade fire suddenly appeared all over his body. Xuanhuan explosive drill. 81 chains with cyan flames quickly gathered together and crashed down. Xuanhuan chain Han Feng has already cultivated to the realm of great achievement, and is already a top-level low-grade Xian-level martial arts. It was displayed by Han Feng himself in the middle stage of the Xuanjia 2-star, and its power went straight to the late stage of the Xuanjia 4-star, and even peaked. And the ice-cold water dragon cast by the first elder was only 4 stars of the most ordinary profound rank. Rumbling. Like a storm, surging flames and icy cold air swept out, and all nearby buildings were turned into ashes or frozen into ice at this moment, and the radius of nearly a kilometer was greatly affected. Lin Feng, who hadn't escaped yet, immediately used his defensive martial skills, and he was able to withstand it. He took a deep breath, so strong, this person's strength is no worse than Grandpa's. Damn, the estimation is wrong. Fortunately, the distance is far away, so Lin Feng is fine. As for the elders and hunting team captains who were closer, their strength was not bad because they were well prepared. Except for the 4 vice captains who were a little embarrassed, the second and sixth elders and the main hunting team captain were fine. Farther away from here, many warriors discovered the situation here, and they were all shocked. Oh my god, what kind of flame and cold is that? I feel a palpitations at such a distance. If the distance is close, I will be severely injured if I don't die. Xuanjia, it's definitely a battle between Xuanjia powerhouses, and it's the peak of the early Xuanjia or even the middle of the Xuanjia. There was a lot of discussion, but no one dared to approach. There is no mysterious powerhouse here. Faced with the battle between the powerhouses at the peak of the early stage or even the mid-stage powerhouse of the mysterious stage, they are still far away. Far. Only a few profound rank powerhouses in Xuanhuan City noticed the situation and got up and jumped quickly. When the first elder and Han Feng fought, they instantly fell into a disadvantage, and dozens of chains broke the water dragon and chased him away. Not good, second brother, hurry up and help. The first elder did not expect that Han Feng's martial arts would be so powerful. Even an ordinary late-stage martial artist might not be able to possess that powerful martial skill. The first elder did not know that the mysterious flame chain was powerful, but it was only a low-grade Xian rank. The key to being able to burst out with the power of a high-grade martial skill of the ordinary Xian rank was the blue flame. Clear water spear. Dragon elephant destroyed. Earth thunder. Angry Lechi. Earth cracking rock fist. Earth breaking assault. Multiple vortex. The second elder, the sixth elder, and the 5 captains of the hunting team shouted in unison. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and the swallowing attribute of Xuanhuan Yuhua burst out in an instant. The attack of the 7 people was absorbed a lot in an instant, and the power was greatly reduced. Instead, there were dozens of cyan flame chains, and the power skyrocketed. The fiery flame made the air continue to make a screeching sound, and it made the 7 people gasp for a while. Although facing the attack of the 7 people, Xuanhuan Yu was devouring is limited, and this makes the 7 people terrified. Rumbling. The earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire Xuanqing city, and the ground was blasted out of a pit with a radius of nearly 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. Feeling the breath of Xuanjia approaching in the distance, Han Feng frowned slightly. The battle must be over soon. Before I destroy the Lin family, I can't let my appearance be seen. And Lin Feng, this is the culprit who killed the Qingshan family, let it go. Immediately, Han Feng exhaled, and the blue flames were attached like armor. The 4th layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. The 4th level of the Skyfire battle physique, condensation. In an instant, Han Feng was greatly deformed under the terrified eyes of the 8 people, and his cultivation level skyrocketed, directly surpassing the 3-star Xuanjia and approaching the level of 4-star Xuanjia. Skyfire fighting fist. Like a meteor falling, fists with cyan flames descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure made the faces of the 8 people change wildly. From the huge fists, the 8 people smelled a deadly dangerous breath. The 8 people did not need to be urged, they used all their strength to resist. Ice-cold water dragon. Clear water spear. Dragon elephant destroyed. Earth thunder. Angry Lechi. Earth cracking rock fist. Earth breaking assault. Multiple vortex. Han Feng smiled coldly. A mere ordinary low-grade Xuanjia martial art still wants to resist my Skyfire fighting fist, it's just a dream. The 4th level of Skyfire fighting fist was originally a martial skill that was no weaker than the top mid-level profound level martial arts. Although it was only the early stage of the 4th level, it was at least comparable to the middle level and upper level profound level mid-level martial arts. After integrating the Qingyuan Jade Fire, the level is higher. The ordinary high-grade Xian level martial arts are not comparable, and the power is comparable to the upper middle level Xian level martial arts. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation level has skyrocketed to the level of 4 stars of the mysterious rank. The power of this punch is comparable to that of ordinary 6-star powerhouses. This punch was enough to instantly kill the elders of the Lin family, not to mention a group of 1 or 2 stars in the profound rank. Only the first elders were able to resist a few people in the early 3 stars of the profound rank. The huge cyan flame meteorite landed on the ground, and the 8 people were burned to dryness without any resistance. Rumbling. The entire central area of Xuanqing City seemed to have an earthquake of magnitude 4 or 5. Countless residents of Xuanqing City in this area were awakened by the shock. Click. Click. When everything gradually returned to calm, the area of nearly 2,000 meters was completely turned into wasteland, and the central part formed a huge pit with a radius of 300 to 400 meters. The depth was as high as tens of meters. The center of the pit. Han Feng looked at all of this with cold eyes, swiped a few times, and burned 8 characters on the ground with Qingyuan Jade Fire. After 3 days, the Lin family will die. The 8 characters were clearly burned with flames, but they exuded a chilling chill. After Han Feng disappeared, several mysterious powerhouses who arrived one after another were shocked by the 8 words that released endless evil spirits. Golem. One of the profound rank powerhouses swallowed and spit, "This, such a great destructive power. The late profound rank powerhouses are just like that." Another mysterious powerhouse was a little absent-minded. "Is this the power of a late-stage powerhouse, if I have such power?" The last person gloated, "The Lin family has always been arrogant, and now they finally kicked the iron plate, tsk, they will be destroyed in 3 days." Afterwards, many strong people came, and they were all shocked by the 8 words written by Han Feng. At this moment, Han Feng, with a few jumps, grabbed Lin Feng, who had run a short distance away, and loaded him directly into the Xuanhuan Tower. After a few dodges, he disappeared into the area. "I'm sorry, there was a mistake in the previous chapter. The 4th elder has been killed by Han Feng, so the 4th elder that appeared is wrong, and now it has been changed to the 6th elder, and the strength has also been changed to the peak of Xuanjia." In a dilapidated inn, Han Feng sat, cross-legged in one of the rooms. It is estimated that those profound-level powerhouses who were shocked by the 8 characters would never have thought that the place where the profound-level powerhouses who terrified them lived was just a dilapidated inn near the edge of Xuanqing City. Looking up slightly, looking in a certain direction through the window, Han Feng snorted softly. 8 masters of the profound rank died all at once, and the next heir to the head of the family was taken away by me again, and his life and death are unknown. Now the Lin family is going to panic. Right. There are only 3 days left to live, so be afraid of these 3 days. As for escaping? Han Feng flashed a mysterious smile. Inside the Xuanhuan Tower. Soul search space. Lin Feng fled everywhere with a look of horror, but no matter how he escaped, there was only a dark space everywhere, no way forward, no way back, only endless darkness. In this darkness, Lin Feng himself did not know how much time he spent. 1 day? 2 days? 3 days? A month? Still. It's only a day and a half. A playful voice sounded in Lin Feng's ear. It's you. It's you, right? You caught me here. Come out if you have the ability. Lin Feng yelled. Originally, when he was caught, he was uneasy, and then he was locked in this dark space. He couldn't see anything, and he couldn't see anything. This kind of mental devastation made Lin Feng go crazy. Hearing the hysteria in Lin Feng's heart, Han Feng laughed. The worse Lin Feng was, the happier Han Feng was. Touching his chin, Han Feng thought for a while, it's only been closed for a day and a half, what if it's a month and a year? After thinking about it, Han Feng shook his head again. Forget it, let's kill it. To maintain a person's survival in the soul search space requires constant consumption of energy. I am willing to consume it for Qin Shan, but not for Lin Feng. It's worth it. Torture the soul and let it die. Thinking like this, Han Feng appeared in soul search space. Lin Feng saw it, and immediately smiled, give me death. But the next moment, Lin Feng was terrified, the real essence in his body could not function at all, in other words, his martial skills could not be used here at all. Han Feng's nostrils snorted, in this soul search space, he is a god, unless the other party's spiritual level, that is, the soul level is far beyond his, it is impossible to resist. Han Feng doesn't know what his spiritual level has reached, but the deeper his cultivation, the stronger his physical strength and soul strength will be. He is now in the middle stage of the 2nd star of the Xuanjia, and he is practicing the 9 flames and different fire art, which is at the soul level. Even if it can't compare to the 3-star level of the profound rank, at least it exceeds the level of the 2-star profound rank. What about Lin Feng? The cultivation base itself has just advanced to the profound level, and the realm at the early stage of the profound level 1-star has just stabilized. Since the martial arts can't hit, then. Lin Feng jumped up and punched Han Feng. However, the next moment Lin Feng was shocked to find that no matter how he jumped or punched, the distance from Han Feng remained the same. What the hell is going on? Is it an illusion? Lin Feng's face changed greatly, he couldn't believe all this, he pinched his arm fiercely, and Lin Feng gasped in pain. Han Feng looked at Lin Feng's actions as if watching the excitement, and then mocked, "This is all true, you don't need to pinch anymore." Hearing this, Lin Feng fell limply to the ground. With such means, how could it be the Xuanjia, and even the earthly steps could not be done? Could it be heaven? Or beyond the existence of heaven? But with such an existence, how could the Lin family provoke them? Who are you? Where did our Lin family provoke you? What do you want? As long as you let me go. Our Lin family will definitely do it for you. Lin Feng roared for a while, then humbly prayed and begged for mercy. Everything Han Feng showed has exceeded Lin Feng's cognition. Naturally, Lin Feng could not imagine that Han Feng had such a treasure as the Xuanhuan Tower. Based on Lin Feng's knowledge, the best spiritual tool he has ever seen is the top low-grade spiritual tool. It is amazing that he may have seen a low-grade or medium-grade spiritual tool. But no matter whether it is a low-grade spirit tool or a middle-grade spirit tool, it is impossible for it to have the ability of the Xuanhuan pagoda, so Lin Feng has never thought about the treasure, and only thinks that all this is Han Feng's own ability. Did it? Han Feng looked at Lin Feng coldly, and spit out 3 words that made Lin Feng's face change violently, Lin Qingshan. For Lin Feng, he has never been beaten by a woman in his life, except for Lin Qingshan. Lin Feng shivered and said, "Senior, was that woman asking you to take action? Then, what price was paid by that woman? Our Lin family will pay it back double, and I just asked the senior to let the junior go." At this moment, Lin Feng has regarded Han Feng as a senior who surpassed the existence of the heavenly rank, at least the senior of the heavenly rank. Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, knowing that Lin Feng had misunderstood, but he didn't say anything. Looking at Lin Feng's expectant gaze, Han Feng said ruthlessly, "Qingshan is my woman, what else do you have to say now?" Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then despaired. No matter what Lin Feng thought, he never thought that Lin Qingshan's woman would have such a relationship with the senior in front of him. "Since you like raping women so much, if you don't have that thing, I see how you would do that kind of thing." Han Feng's thoughts moved, and there was an extra knife in the soul search space, and Lin Feng also found that his body could not move at this time. Seeing Xiaodao getting closer and closer to him, Lin Feng seemed to know his next fate, showing fear and struggling. Han Feng frowned slightly, "Good guy, I almost struggled. It seems that although my spiritual level is higher than this guy, there is no qualitative difference. At most, it is 1 or 2 points higher. I originally thought that it would be good to pull the enemy in the future, but now it seems to be okay. People may have amazing potential in times of crisis, and their spiritual power will greatly increase. If the spiritual power of the other party surpasses me after the outbreak, they can get out of trouble from here. If the news that I am carrying the Xuanhuan Tower spreads out, with my current strength, not even the scum will be killed." Han Feng pressed his hands together, and Lin Feng was immediately oppressed and lay down, as if Lin Feng was being pressed by something. "No, do not want. I beg you, I know I'm wrong, I'll definitely change it in the future, please forgive me." "Wait. I know my Lin family has a secret. As long as the seniors let me go, I will definitely tell you that secret." There is no sign of Han Feng letting go, so what if there are secrets? There are so many people in the Lin family. There are really secrets. Han Feng believes that the head of the Lin family and the elders must know more than Lin Feng. The knife slid across in an instant, and along with the blood dripping, Lin Feng's shrill scream resounded throughout the soul-searching space. Lin Feng kept howling. This time Han Feng did not use the power of soul search space to oppress Lin Feng, and Lin Feng kept rolling. After a long time, perhaps because of excessive blood loss or too much pain, Lin Feng's struggling voice became weaker and weaker, and in the end it was completely silent. The transparent Lin Feng floated out from the corpse, and Lin Feng was still a little confused. When Lin Feng came back to his senses, he was completely terrified, looking at Han Feng as if he was looking at a demon. He was dead, and the other party didn't even let his soul go. Han Feng sneered, "When those women begged you for mercy, did you ever let them go?" Han Feng remembered that Qing Shan's younger sister was killed by this Lin Feng, and she was killed by. Thinking of this, Han Feng hit a finger, and a few big men appeared in the soul search space. Han Feng said lightly, "You go, and let this Han Feng also taste the taste of being dried, and when the torture is almost done, let Lin Feng's soul fly away." After speaking, Han Feng ignored Lin Feng's terrified cry and left the Xuanhuan Tower in an instant. "There's still a day and a half left, the Lin family. I want to see what you guys are going to do." Closing his eyes, Han Feng continued to practice. Lin. There was silence in the chamber. "Thank you for the big reward from Xingxing Peak, and thanks to 123 for the big flowers. At the end of the month, it is unreasonable not to return the flowers and chapters. Today, the cabbage is working hard to update, and the chapters will be updated as many chapters as possible. Including tomorrow, the flowers and chapters will be added and updated. Lin." There was silence in the chamber. 8 profound steps. With Lin Feng as the next heir, that's 9 profound steps. They are all dead. This was something that everyone in the Lin family could not have imagined in advance. Although Lin Feng is only missing, it has not been confirmed that he has fallen, but can it be good in the hands of the enemy? Probably tortured to death. Patriarch Lin's face was cold, and a trace of grief flashed in his icy eyes. Lin Feng, his most outstanding son, is still the first son, that's all. No matter who you are, I want you to die. Patriarch Lin gritted his teeth and roared with a hideous expression. But soon, Patriarch Lin was discouraged again, with a bitter look on his face. He also went to see that place. Compared with most people, he could clearly see that what caused such destructive power had not yet reached the late stage of the profound rank. Peak look. But even so, this is not something that the Lin family can contend against. Even the Supreme Elder, under the eruption of martial arts, the attack power will at most reach the beginning and middle stage of the ordinary 5-star rank. It is still a long way from the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia. And God knows whether the other party has hidden strength, if hidden. In the council hall, not only the head of the Lin family, but also other senior executives of the Lin family were in a state of panic. 7894 Xuanjia elders looked fortunate. Fortunately, there were no 4 of them who went to ambush. Otherwise, the fate of the elders and others would be a lesson from the past. At the same time of panic, the 4 elders were also secretly delighted. Now the strength of the Lin family has been greatly reduced. Except for the patriarch and the elders, there are only 4 of them left in the profound rank. As long as the Lin family can survive, their status will be greatly different. Maybe one day, they can also become great elders, even great elders. Of course, the premise is to hold on and kill the opponent. Thinking of this, the faces of the 4 elders also became very ugly. It is easy to kill the existence of the great elder and others, and it is even easier to kill the 4 of them. Involuntarily, the eyes of the 4 of them glanced at the head of the house. Although the head of the family is not a 3 or 4-star powerhouse, he is still a 2-star mysterious star. Sensing the gazes of the 4 old men, Patriarch Lin felt a burst of anger. At this time, instead of holding a group against the enemy, he was greedy for his current patriarch's position. No wonder these 4 old men have always been so unpromising. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the Lin family master, and no one saw how this person appeared. Lin Patriarch was awe-inspiring at first, but when he saw this person's appearance, he was overjoyed. Father. This figure is the father of the Lin family head, the previous head of the family. It is also the current supreme elder. Elder Lin Taisheng first waved his hand to stop Patriarch Lin's next words, and then swept his cold eyes around, and some people with strange thoughts in their hearts were all seen pale. Among them are 4 elders. The 7th elder had a look of fear, so strong to kill. Is this the gap between the mid-profound level and the early stage of the profound level? After sweeping everyone and bowing their heads, the elder Taisheng Lin said with a condensed expression, I already know what happened, although I don't know how our Lin family provokes such an enemy, but the matter has come to this point, we can only resist, kill the enemy. But the other party is very likely to be a 6-star powerhouse of the profound rank, how can we resist? Patriarch Lin smiled wryly. Elder Lin Taisheng said lightly, hire a helper. If a lot of spiritual stones are smashed, I don't believe that there will be no strong shot. And the old man was not without friends when I was young. Even if those people have not broken through to the mid-profound rank, at least they are at the peak of the 3-star rank. With their help, our situation is estimated to be much better. The 8th elder was reluctant to say, have we lost so many spiritual stones? Elder Lin Taisheng gave the 8th elder a cold look and said, if you die, what's the use of guarding a large number of spirit stones? Only then did the 8 elders shut up. Patriarch Lin was pleased for a while, and let you old guys always point fingers on the basis of their seniority, but do something practical, but push things back. Just when the head of the Lin family thought everything was over, Elder Lin Taisheng said solemnly, although we can ask for help, we must also consider the worst case. We are the younger generation of the Lin family, especially those who are worthy of training. For a generation, let them leave early. If we fail and are killed, we will leave some incense behind. As for those collateral lines, the blood relationship with our Lin family is already extremely thin, so don't worry about them. And these collateral families are eager for our direct line to have an accident. They all seem to be surnamed Lin, but in fact they are no longer a tribe. The witch Lin Qingshan is an example. If we succeed in killing the enemy, let these people come back. Patriarch Lin hesitated, then, how to divide it? Who should lead the escape? 70-80-94 elders were very active at this time. Elder Taisheng, let us protect the younger generation and leave. Patriarch Lin looked at the 4 with disdain, because he didn't want to fight against the unknown enemy. He said it was a group of cowards. The 4 old guys are very thick-skinned, and they are not embarrassed at all. Elder Lin Taisheng nodded slightly, in this case, let the 4 of you protect you and leave. Later, the owner of the family will make a list for you, divide them into 4 teams according to the names in the list, and bring some spiritual stones to leave as soon as possible. The sooner the better, so that nothing goes wrong. After the 4 old guys and the senior management left, Patriarch Lin asked a question, Father, why did you let the 4 old guys leave like this? With their personalities, they will definitely put most of the spirit stones in their pockets. The elder Taisheng sighed, then what should I do? Do you have a suitable candidate? Without the profound rank, where would you be able to stand even if you escaped? A human-level city? It is estimated that if you stay in a human-level city for a few years, you will completely decline, and you will not be able to expand the Lin family at all. Though the 4 old guys are useless, they are even more greedy. They are also 1-star Shan-level cultivation bases. They are barely enough to protect themselves outside. It is not difficult for the 4 of them to join forces to re-establish the Lin family in other Shan-level cities. Furthermore, what's the use of these 4 old guys staying? In the face of such an enemy, it's just a drag, and at most it is a relatively large cannon fodder. Hearing this, Patriarch Lin also sighed for a while. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that his father was right, and now he can only use it as a waste. Come, follow me, it's time to use that thing. When Patriarch Lin sighed, the elder Taisheng looked complicated, and immediately seemed to have made a decision, and Patriarch Lin followed him to a basement somewhere. Patriarch Lin's expression changed slightly. Father, do you want to use that, but... The elder Taisheng's eyes were slightly cold. There is nothing but, at this point, if you can kill the enemy by paying the old man's life, there is nothing you can't do. There is a stone platform in this underground secret room, and there is nothing. The elder Taisheng came to the stone platform with a solemn expression and slapped his palm down. Click. Click. The stone platform shattered, revealing the square wooden box inside. This wooden box actually wafted out a fragrance, and an addictive spiritual energy suddenly emerged in the originally dry secret room. The elder Taisheng took a deep breath. Only such a spiritual wood can suppress such a bloody treasure. Treasure saber, I have never used you since I got you. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to show off against you. You must have been thirsty for blood for a long time. Opening the wooden box, a blood-red light suddenly illuminated the entire secret room. The strong smell of blood made even a profound rank 2-star powerhouse like the Lin family feel nauseated. Outside Xuanhuan City. The 4 elders hurried in a certain direction with the younger generation of the Lin family. The 4 old guys didn't notice that in the nearby mountains, 2 behemoths looked at them coldly. It looks like this is the direct line that the Lin family escaped from. Well, yes, according to what the boss said, let's make a move. Although the air outside is fresh, it is the first and foremost task to complete the task given by the boss. 2 behemoths suddenly spread their huge wings and descended from the sky. For more 10,000 characters completed. The chrysanthemum is about to be exploded. Everyone who has flowers, please support me. Don't ask for further progress, just protect your chrysanthemum. This is... 70, 80, 90 elders looked at the 2 behemoths in horror. The younger generation of the Lin family, directly behind them, was even more uproar. The 9 elders swallowed hard, Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard. The 10 elders said in a difficult tone, looking at this size and momentum, I'm afraid it's still 9th level. The 7 elders couldn't believe it, impossible. 2 level 9 monsters, or the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard, why would they get along with each other peacefully, and, it looks like they're going to kill us. The 8th elder seemed to have thought of something, and took a deep breath. No. It wouldn't be that the enemy had anticipated our actions and arranged the 2 beasts. The 9 elders immediately roared, this is impossible, how can humans control the demon beasts, or, maybe these 2 demon beasts are just passing by. At the end of the day, the 9 elders' tone immediately softened, obviously knowing that what he said was impossible. These 2 monsters might have been ordered by someone. Humans and monsters are hostile to each other, but some monsters are completely different if they are raised by humans from childhood. Such a situation is rare, but they did not expect to encounter it today. Xuanhuan and Xiaolei grinned, all kinds of flames and thunder and lightning whizzed away, and the animal claws waved again and again. Not long after, the 2 demon beasts spread their wings and disappeared, leaving only a piece of minced meat and scarlet blood. In a blink of an eye, it was the early morning of the 4th day, and 3 days had passed. Han Feng came out of the city early. After listening to the description of the 2 monsters, Han Feng said lightly, are you sure it has been wiped out? Xuanhuan nodded quickly, yes, although the Lin family is divided into 4 groups, in fact, the 4 groups are not separated once they leave the city. I think it's because the 4 old people feel that they are insecure alone, and it just happened that Xiaolei and I were wiped out. Xiaolei smiled, that's right, if the troops are really divided into 4 groups, Yan and I will really have to waste a lot of hands and feet if we want to destroy them all. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction, it's hard for you, go to the tower to rest. With a flick of his sleeves, the 2 demon beasts were put into the Xuanhuan Tower. Han Feng muttered to himself, the younger generation of the direct line was killed by me, and the collateral line was squeezed out by the direct line of the Lin family. In fact, it is no longer the Lin family. Presumably the elders of the Lin family have always thought this way, and this will lead to the Qingshan family. Tragedy. In this way, as long as the middle-aged generation of the Lin family's direct line is killed, the Lin family is almost destroyed. Is it possible that the next generation of the ever-bright Lin family will be born by an old man in his 70s or 80s? Lin. Today's Lin's house seems to be particularly depressed, and the streets near the Lin's house are not passed by. Everyone knows that the mysterious powerhouse is about to kill the Lin family, and with the skills of the mysterious powerhouse, it will inevitably destroy a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers. If it is affected on this street, there is no place to cry. But in a farther place, there are bustling crowds. Most of these crowds are warriors, or warriors with a high level. Among them, there are a few mysterious powerhouses in Xuanhuan City. With their strength, not only can they see clearly from such a distance, but they will not be affected. Hey, the Lin family has provoked such a powerful enemy, and they are finally going to be wiped out. Even if they survive, their vitality will be severely damaged, and they are no longer in line with the title of the strongest family in Xuanhuan City. I really want to see what that mysterious powerhouse looks like, with a cold face? A paralyzed face? A scarred face? Or an old man with white hair? This is a curious young warrior in his 20s. Suddenly, a warrior in the crowd roared, "Look, someone from the Lin family is here." Everyone's eyes lit up. Chi looked. Some powerful eyesight is good, and everyone in the future will see it clearly, and then scolded. It turns out to be a 14 or 15-year-old kid. I don't know if something is going to happen to the Lin family today, but they dare to go. I guess it's a little kid who is curious. At this age, I don't think I have experienced combat. I don't know that the horror of Xuanjie is normal. What should I do? Do you want to bring this kid? Cut, the mysterious senior may appear at any time. I don't want to be killed by the mysterious senior, just because I saved that little kid. Let's see the little kid's own luck. If he is lucky, he may leave by himself later. After a group of people discussed, after all, no one shot. Not long after, under the astonished gazes of this group of people, this 14 or 15-year-old boy actually stepped into the Lin family. Is this kid crazy? Want to observe closely? Looking for death, let's not say that the momentum of the profound battle and the impact of spiritual power fluctuations can kill them. Just talking about the Lin family in anger will also solve it. Suddenly, someone interjected, "This boy, isn't that mysterious powerhouse? I heard that some powerful seniors always have various hobbies, and pretending to be tender is one of them. Maybe this young man is just on the surface, who knows how old he is inside?" Many warriors suddenly fell silent. Inside the Lin family, Han Feng stepped into it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "It's really depressed, don't hide, come out." How could this kind of indiscriminate ambush hurt the mysterious powerhouse? Brush brush. Dozens of figures appeared in front of Han Feng. The person in the lead is already a half-step profound master. This person squinted slightly. "Boy, it's not a good end to watch the fun." Xuanjie? At such a young age, it is said to be Xuanjie who is deceiving? Han Feng smiled, "Watching the fun? No, I'm here to kill." As soon as the voice fell, the powerful aura belonging to the mysterious two-star powerhouse rushed towards the face, and the expressions of all the dozens of people changed, and the oppressed could not stand up. Han Feng walked over with a calm expression, and suddenly his body flashed. The next moment he appeared behind dozens of people, and the dozens of people in the Lin family suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Kill! Kill this kid! With the deaths of dozens of people, more and more Lin family lineages appeared. However, in front of Han Feng, who had the strength of Xuanjie 2 stars, these people were as weak as eggs, and they shattered with a little effort. A high-rise building somewhere in the Lin family. Patriarch Lin, Elder Lin Taisheng and 4 or 5 figures were standing here. Patriarch Lin was a little anxious. "Father, we can't do anything like this?" The elder Taisheng was indifferent. "The young generation worth cultivating has been sent away. These people are no longer valuable, so they should be used as cannon fodder to consume the other party's true energy." Patriarch Lin bowed his head bitterly and stopped talking. In order to eliminate this mysterious enemy, his father paid a huge price. Looking at his skinny appearance, Patriarch Lin sighed in a low voice. Of the 4 or 5 people on the other side, one of them turned out to be black and white. This person smiled in a low voice. "It's really sad that the 2-star Xuanjia has forced your Lin family to such an extent. If it were me, I could kill it with a few moves." Hearing this, Patriarch Lin's face showed a hint of anger, but he quickly said with a smile instead of a smile, "Your Excellency's son is so confident, why don't you fight against that young man?" "Why not? This man surnamed Sun is a strong man hired from outside, with a 3-star behavior of Xuanjia. He is not clear about the killing of several elders of the Lin family 3 days ago, so he really did not take Han Feng into his eyes, and his figure moved. Jump down from high-rise buildings." At this moment, Han Feng had already killed 78 of the Lin family. The direct line of the Lin family should only be left with the patriarch and the elder Taisheng. The direct line of the Lin family has been wiped out by me. Even if the head of the Lin family and the elder Taisheng escape, it is impossible to rebuild the Lin family. One is 40 or 50 years old, and the other is 70 or 80 years old. How many descendants are left? Jia, boy, I heard that you killed several elders of the Lin family, but in my opinion, it is not worthy of the name. Go to hell. Just as Han Feng was contemplating, a cold and disdainful voice came from the sky, and it seemed like it was entering a cold winter. Snow and frost fell from the sky, and at the same time, a fierce cold slap fell from the sky. Han Feng didn't want to hit back with a palm, and at the same time Xuanhuan Yuhua was attached to the palm of his hand. Boom! There was an exclamation from the other party, and the snow and frost in the sky disappeared instantly. 5 is over. Ask for flowers. There is one more update, it should be the 6th one today. Today's 2 is to make up for the normal 2 chapters that were missing a few days ago. Tomorrow will be flowers and chapters. It is estimated that there will be 820,000 words. Different fire, you actually have a strange fire. The man surnamed Sun clutched his aching hand and cried out in pain. The man surnamed Sun looked gloomy and uncertain. It's no wonder that he was able to kill a few elders of the Lin family. Although Ihua looks immature, its power is not small. Even his dignified 3-star mid-level powerhouse said, if he hadn't withdrawn his palm earlier, it is estimated that the entire palm would have been abolished. Boy, don't think that the world is invincible if there is a strange fire. Even if there is a strange fire, it's fine to plot against it, really want to fight. The temperature of the entire space plummeted. Crystal frozen. Countless cold air swarmed out, and the air in the air was condensed into ice crystals and fell, and the corpses on the ground were swept away by the ice air, and instantly became ice crystals. Mysterious flame chain. Dozens of chains burst out, and the flames and ice made a strange friction sound. Suddenly, the cyan flame spread and spread along the chain, and the attack power of the chain increased significantly. Oops! The face of the man surnamed Sun changed greatly, and he finally realized that the chains attacking him were no longer something he could easily resist. Crystal shattering palm. An ice-blue crystal appeared in front of the palm of the man surnamed Sun. With the wave of the palm of the man surnamed Sun, the large crystal suddenly shattered and turned into countless ice-blue ice arrows whizzing away. However, these ice arrows had a tendency to melt before they touched the mysterious flame chains entwined by the cyan flames, and there was no impact at all from the 81 cyan chains that whizzed over. No. The man surnamed Sun was finally scared, and just as he asked for mercy, the chain had already passed through his body. 81 chains, coupled with the blue flame, the body of the man surnamed Sun instantly turned to ashes. On high-rise buildings. A few people watched all of this quietly, and a middle-aged man grinned. So that's it. It's no wonder that someone with the surname Sun was able to kill the elders of the Lin family easily. Unfortunately, after all, it was a surprise. Master Lin, don't forget your promise. If I kill this kid, you will give me half of the linkshare of the Lin family. After saying that, the middle-aged man made a move and jumped to the ground in an instant. After killing the man, surnamed Sun, Han Feng frowned and his face became solemn. Another strong man. The Lin family has recruited so many helpers. Could it be that the entire Lin family's wealth was used up? Han Feng looked at the middle-aged man lightly. The middle-aged man touched his palm behind him, and a long purple-blue knife appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Mid-grade spirit artifact. Han Feng frowned. I hope it's not a high-end spiritual weapon, otherwise it will be a lot of trouble to deal with. A medium-grade, mid-grade spiritual weapon can already greatly increase the attack power of a powerhouse in the early stage of the profound stage, and a high-grade mid-grade spiritual item can greatly increase the attack power of a powerhouse at the mid-stage of the profound stage. Boy, sign up, your strength is enough for me to remember you. Middle-aged men play with taste. In the Xuanhuan city and Xuanhuan city near Xuanhuan city, the king of splitting swords is a powerful man who is feared by everyone. Not only did his cultivation reach the peak of the 3-star profound rank, but he was also considered the top among several profound rank cities nearby, and there was also a heavenly splitting saber that was very likely to evolve into a high-grade mid-grade spiritual weapon. Relying on this heaven-splitting sword, the heaven-splitting sword king has even killed 4-star powerhouses of the profound rank, and even 5-star powerhouses of the profound rank can contend without being defeated. Some of the weaker or careless 5-star Xian rank are more likely to be beheaded by the heavenly splitting sword king. The king of splitting swords is cruel by nature. When he kills people, he has to chop them into several pieces and carry them carelessly on his back. This abnormal behavior makes many warriors terrified, and even some strong people are secretly afraid. According to rumors, the heavenly splitting sword king has eaten raw. There are all kinds of rumors such as the extermination of the family, which have made the heavenly splitting sword king famous. The king of splitting swords waited for Han Feng's fear, but the result? Han Feng was confused. Knife king splitting heaven? Who is that? The king of swords of splitting heaven's face sank, his face grim. Very good, boy, you have succeeded in angering me. In the eyes of king of splitting heavenly swords, this is a humiliation given to him by the other party. To say that it is intentional, it is indeed a bit. Even if you don't know who the heaven-splitting sword king is in advance, you can see the other party's demeanor and know that the heaven-splitting sword king is the other party. But I have seen so many heavenly rank powerhouses and Lei family patriarch, a sanctuary powerhouse. So many powerhouses have not been kings. You are a small early stage of Xuanjia, but you only took a medium-grade spirit tool. It's just a big sword, still dare to be king? It's really arrogant to the limit. I don't know how high the sky is. Therefore, Han Feng has the above-mentioned deliberate expression. Cracked sky flash. Knowing that Han Feng has a strange fire, the king of splitting swords is angry, but he does not underestimate Han Feng, and the first shot is a killer move. The terrifying power of thunder filled the entire sky-splitting knife, and with the splitting of the sky-splitting knife, it seemed as if the thunderous slash that would tear the space roared. Skyfire fighting fist. Han Feng didn't underestimate the other party, even if he felt that the other party was a little arrogant, but being able to self-proclaim the heavenly splitting sword king and still alive to this day is enough to prove that the other party's strength is at the top of several nearby Xian-level cities. Heavenly fire fighting fist merged with Xuanhuan and Jade fire, and the terrifying temperature. Even the elders above the high-rise buildings couldn't help but change their expressions. Immediately, the elder Taishang stood up. Boom! As if destroying the knuckles, this punch suddenly broke the opponent's attack. What? The heavenly splitting sword king obviously did not expect that his attack would be broken so easily. Sky-splitting thunder strikes. If the strength of thunder before was only the thickness of half a teenager's arm, then the strength of thunder now is only comparable to the size of a few adults' arms. The entire Lin family now seems to be bathed in a thunder pool. The wings of the flame dragon. Han Feng spread out huge cyan wings behind him and flew into the air instantly. Large swathes of blue flames landed like meteors. The wings of the fire dragon, cast by Xuanhuan, is already a top-notch low-grade Xuanjia. The Yanlong wing, an upgraded version of the fire dragon wing, was condensed from the Qinghuan jade fire, and its grade reached the top-level Xuanjia high grade. The heavenly splitting sword king is powerful, but the only real killer move is the splitting sky thunder bombing. But Han Feng is not only the Yanlong wing. While the heaven-splitting sword king was struggling to resist the flames slammed by the Yanlong wings, Han Feng made a seal on his hands, heavenly fire seal. The huge fire seal pressed down, immediately pressing all the power of thunder under the Skyfire seal. Skyfire fighting fist. Han Feng threw another punch. Whether it was the heavenly fire fighting fist, the heavenly fire seal, or the wings of the flame dragon, after being displayed by the Qinghuan jade fire, each of them was no weaker than the top-grade martial arts level of the profound rank. The three tricks kept blasting back and forth, and it didn't take long for the heavenly splitting sword king to fall with hatred. It is estimated that the splitting sword king himself does not understand how Han Feng, a small 2-star Shen rank, has cultivated so many powerful martial skills. Han Feng put away the sky-splitting sword and put it in the storage space of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, looking at the body of the sky-splitting sword king and snorted coldly. Fortunately, it is in Xuanqing City. If you dare to call yourself the sky-splitting sword king in Tianlin City, not to mention the powerhouses of the heaven and the earth, it is a group of mid-late and even peak powerhouses of the profound level, and that's enough for you. Beyond the corpse of the King of Swords, Han Feng continued to go deeper. Suddenly, Han Feng's footsteps stagnated, and a strong smell of blood floated into Han Feng's nose. Han Feng frowned and stepped in, with no expression on his face, and no one knew what Han Feng was thinking. I saw the place where I turned the corner. There were corpses everywhere, and the whole ground was red with blood. There was only one wound on each corpse, and looking at the wound, it was obvious that it was stabbed to death by a long sword. What makes Han Feng feel a little creepy is that these corpses seem to have all been sucked by blood, and they are all done by humans. Above the high-rise buildings, several hired warriors did not dare to take action. The heavenly splitting sword king was the most powerful of them all, let alone them. The elder Taishang seemed to know that these hired people were unreliable. He picked up a red long sword in his hand, and a disgusting smell of blood filled the air. The elder Taishang seemed to be stroking his sweetheart, and let out a strange cry, "Jia Jia, blood drink the 9 dragon's sword, it's finally time for you to play. 60 and 15,000 words are finally over. I want to vomit blood, ask for flowers." The elder Taishang's face was like a piece of skin sticking to his face. It didn't look like a normal person's face at all, but a layer of skin on his skull. Jia Jia's strange cry came out, which made the elder Taishang add a bit of creepiness and terror. With a sudden jump, the elder Taishang jumped not far in front of Han Feng. Han Feng looked at the old guy vigilantly, and said in amazement, This is the elder of the Lin family? How did it become like this? Han Feng has also inquired about the appearance of the elders, and it is definitely not like this. Brush brush. Behind the elder Taishang, the Lin family head and a few helpers hired also jumped down one by one. One-on-one, they don't have the slightest confidence to defeat Han Feng, but if they go together, it's another matter. Han Feng's gaze shifted to Elder Lin Taisheng's right hand, and the red-colored and coquettish long knife filled with endless blood. This is... Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and the wounds of the corpses all over the ground completely matched the long knife. Could it be that these Lin family disciples are all? Thinking of this, Han Feng gasped, "This old guy must be too cold-blooded." Elder Lin Taisheng screamed and sneered, shocked. "Actually, it's nothing, but it's just a sideline. If you die, you will die. Before you die, you can contribute your own strength to kill the enemy who commits the crime, and it's not worth their surname Lin." Contribute your strength? Han Feng frowned, not knowing what the old guy in front of him meant. And many more. Han Feng squinted at the red long knife, and then looked at the mummified corpse that was drained of blood. An astonishing guess appeared in Han Feng's mind, and immediately blurted out, "The spiritual tool in your hand can suck blood." Use a tone of overwhelming certainty, not a question. Elder Lin Taisheng laughed again. "Boy, I have to admit that your observation is very keen." To be honest, the old man didn't expect that the one who forced our Lin family to such a degree was actually a mere teenager like you. "No matter how old you are, since I've taken my Lin family to this level, no matter what the price this old man pays, I won't let you go." Perhaps in response to Elder Lin Taisheng's words, the bloody smell of the red long knife became more and more intense, and it kept shaking, giving people a feeling of extreme excitement. "Kid, die. Blood-drinking red dragon broken." The rich bloody aura gathered into a ferocious red blood dragon, and the endless evil spirit spread out like a vortex. With the Lin family as the center, the radius of nearly 1,000 meters was enveloped by a strong evil spirit. A group of warriors outside felt a chill all over. What a strong evil spirit, what happened inside? Since Han Feng had already penetrated into the Lin family, even if these warriors had good eyesight, they could no longer see the specific battle, and could only guess the progress of the battle based on the aura fluctuations. The fall of the breath of the two powerhouses before has allowed many warriors to determine the identity of Han Feng. The few warriors who were disdainful of Han Feng's youth all kept their mouths shut in horror. The guess has been confirmed, this young man is indeed the mysterious powerhouse. Such a strong evil spirit, could it be? Suddenly, an old Xuanhuan martial artist seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed slightly. The warriors around saw that the old man seemed to know something and asked again and again. The old man frowned for a while before sighing, "I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true." According to reports, when the Lin family first took root in Xuanqing City, the strongest martial artist was only a second-star Xuanqing star. At that time, they were severely suppressed by several major families in Xuanqing City. And the head of the Lin family at that time. He took out a cursed long sword and exploded with incomparably powerful power, beheading all the warriors who came. It was a river of blood at that time. At that time, in the first battle, dozens of profound rank powerhouses in Xuanqing City were directly perished, among which there were mid-profound rank powerhouses. It was also the first battle that led to the fact that apart from the elders of the Lin family who broke through to the mid-profound rank, there are no other mid-profound rank experts in our Xuanqing City. Golem. A group of warriors swallowed and spit, and many of them even sighed. The Lin family still has such means, the mysterious senior is in danger. The old man sneered, even if the mysterious man is beheaded, the Lin family will be severely damaged. The old man said before that it is a cursed sword. I heard that to unleash the power of this big sword, it also needs to absorb the owner's blood. The greater the power, the more blood it absorbs, until the owner is sucked dry. After the first head of the Lin family killed the enemy, he was sucked out of human blood and died. It is said that when he died, he was no longer in human form, he was simply a human-shaped skeleton. I don't know who used the cursed sword this time, but there is no doubt that this person is dead. Hissing. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and some warriors who were still somewhat greedy instantly disappeared from their greedy expressions. This kind of precious sword, if you get it, you can't use it. If you use it, you will die. If you don't need it, why grab it? Ping Bai fell into the eye of the tiger. Inside the Lin family, Han Feng's complexion changed greatly. This endless bloody suffocation made Han Feng feel as if he was facing a killing god, and even his movements became much stiffer. Oops, I underestimated the Lin family. This Lin family actually has such a treasure and spirit tool. The fourth level of the Skyfire battle physique, condensation. The fourth layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Skyfire fighting fist. Blue Luan Jade Fire, fusion. Hoo. The Scarlet Blood Dragon let out an astonishing roar, and stalemate with the Fist of Flame. Han Feng's face was grim. Break it for me. The huge flame fist suddenly increased in power, forcibly tearing the red blood dragon into pieces. Elder Lin Taisheng's eyes widened, and it was even more prominent in the face that was already a skeleton. Impossible, this is the old man's killer move, how can it be eliminated so easily? Han Feng is also a little out of breath. In order to smash the red blood dragon, Han Feng can be said to have exerted the fourth level Skyfire fighting fist to the extreme, even exceeding normal, and the consumption is not too big. This knife is already comparable to a high-quality middle-grade spiritual tool, and it is much stronger than the previous heaven-shattering saber. Although the heaven-shattering saber is a medium-grade spiritual tool, it is not among the middle-grade spiritual tools. Lost to the top, let alone compared to the high-quality mid-grade spiritual tools. Unfortunately, your own strength is too poor to exert 100% of its power. What Han Feng said was true. Generally speaking, the superior middle-grade spiritual tools can only exert 100% of their formidable powers. But it does not mean that Elder Lin Taisheng's attack power is not strong. Elder Lin Taisheng is already in the early stage of the 4-star Xuanjia cultivation base, but the blow just now is absolutely comparable to the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia. However, Elder Lin was stronger and Han Feng was stronger. The Heavenly Fire Fighting Body and Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist, which combined Qinghuan Yuhua, were no less than ordinary high-grade Shan-rank martial arts. Although the power of Han Feng's move did not reach the 7 stars of the profound rank, it was extremely close, just above the elder Taisheng Lin. Seeing this scene, Patriarch Lin breathed a sigh of relief. The place where the great elder died that day, Patriarch Lin has already investigated, that is, the level of the mid to late stage of the 6-star Xuanjia. With the strength of his father and the blood-drinking red dragon saber level of the blood-drinking 9 dragon saber, he can definitely achieve this combat power. At that time, adding some helpers will be enough to kill the opponent. Patriarch Lin did not tell the elders this news at first. Patriarch Lin knew his father very well. Once he said that, his father would forcibly upgrade the blood-drinking 9 dragon sword to the level of the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber. Blood-drinking the yellow dragon saber is a top-grade spiritual tool. At that time, the father himself will not only be sucked out of blood, but also unable to control the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber. Instead, he will be counter-controlled by the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber and become a killing machine. Become a killing machine, the first to kill the people close to him, his son bears the brunt. He hasn't lived enough yet. Patriarch Lin said sharply, "Father, let's join forces." Elder Lin Taisheng originally wanted to kill Han Feng by himself, but at this time, he had to unite. Han Feng's strength exceeded his expectations as an old guy. Yesterday, I was dizzy until 2 o'clock in the morning, which caused some problems. The last chapter should be about the blood-drinking 9 dragon sword, not the blood-drinking 9 dragon sword. Corrected now. I fainted, maybe it was because I slept too late last night, and I just woke up late today, and I still have no energy. I don't know if I can complete it, I can only work hard, and the big deal is that I go to bed at 2 in the morning. Want to join forces? Dream. Han Feng had a weird smile on his face, and two monsters appeared behind him. It is Faitian Yensher Xiaoyan and Phantom Thunder Leopard Xiaolei. Haha, boss, I just said that you definitely need our help. Xiaolei giggled. Han Feng rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this Supreme Elder had a strange big sword, he wouldn't have used you at all to exterminate the last members of the Lin family today. Xiaoyan stared at the Elder Taisheng with a serious face. The rich blood and suffocation around him made Xiaoyan a little uneasy, and he always felt that the old man in front of him was extremely terrifying. Magic. Warcraft? Family Master Lin and the others were taken aback. Humans are friendly with monsters, unless they grew up with monsters. But this young man is only 14 or 15 years old. Could it be that this beast has reached the 9th level in just over 10 years? This speed is beyond the reach of most humans. Doesn't it mean that monsters have a long lifespan, but they also grow extremely slowly? Han Feng ordered, "This old man is handed over to me, and the rest are handed over to you. Don't ask to kill them, just hold on." The few hired helpers are at the level of 3-star Xuanjia, and the family leader Lin is only 2-star at the Xuanjia. Xiaoyan and Xiaolei broke through again not long after they left the 9-story pagoda, and now one is in the middle stage of 9th level, and the other is in the late 9th level. It is equivalent to the 2-star and 3-star profound level of human beings. Relying on the strength of the monster's body, Xiaoyan is enough to compete with the ordinary 3-star powerhouses of the profound rank of human beings, and Xiaolei can even compete with several. In the face of the Lin family and a few helpers, the two guys said that it was impossible to destroy the other party, and they didn't have the strength, but if they just held it back, it would not be difficult. Han Feng and Elder Lin Taisheng returned to a one-on-one state. Elder Lin Taisheng's expression was cold, and with the skull-like head, it was even more terrifying. "Humph, the old man admits that your kid's strength is far beyond what the old man expected, so let's die together with the old man today." Elder Lin Taisheng seemed to be going out of his way, and the whole person exuded a heart-pounding evil spirit. Han Feng didn't dare to be careless. Since the other party was going to work hard, his power was definitely stronger than before. But he has tried his best. Han Feng was secretly anxious. What is the origin of the Lin family, and why there are so many difficult cards, such as this evil sword spirit weapon, which is comparable to the upper-grade middle-grade spirit tool. Even some powerful forces with several powerhouses in the late stage of the profound rank and even the peak of the profound rank may not have such a treasured sword. Blood, drink, red, dragon, kill. Elder Lin Taisheng shouted word by word, especially the last word, which made his face even more ferocious. In an instant, a terrifying scene happened. Elder Lin Taisheng's blood vessels surged, and countless blood poured into the long knife in his hand. A bewitching red light illuminated the entire Lin family. The already disgusting bloody aura was even more intense. Han Feng watched helplessly as the old guy in front of him was soaked in blood by the weird big knife, and his bulging eyes were about to fall out. The terrifying blood surged and filled the air. The ferocious red blood dragon, as if to split the entire space in half, came crashing down. Skyfire Fighting Fist. It was unexpected for Han Feng that Elder Lin Taisheng could burst out such a powerful move, but since the matter has come, he can only resist it with all his strength. Rumbling. Terrifying blood energy fluctuations continued to pour out, and the entire Lin family building collapsed at this moment. Like overlapping waves, blood chi constantly fluctuated around. Xiaoyan and Xiaolei's two demon beasts were startled, and immediately flapped their wings and flew into the sky, joking, "This kind of attack is comparable to the 7 stars of the mysterious order." The Lin family master and others suffered. In fact, the blood-drinking red dragon kill was the first time even the Supreme Elder had used it, and he had never expected to have such a big impact. It's a pity that Elder Taisheng's blood was sucked dry, and he has already fallen into a dizzy state. If he sees his own attack hurting his son, it is estimated that even if there is no blood on his body, he will spit out a mouthful of blood. "Break it for me!" Han Feng roared, but this time Elder Lin Taisheng's attack was too powerful. It didn't take long for the red blood dragon to break through Han Feng's attack and hit Han Feng all at once. The red blood dragon instantly turned into a long red sword, slashing at Han Feng continuously. Puff puff. Han Feng vomited blood again and again. Equivalent to the attack of the powerhouse in the late stage of Xuanhuan, it is not something that Han Feng can handle temporarily. The Skyfire armor is full of cracks and scars. In fact, if it wasn't for the Skyfire armor protecting Han Feng would have been chopped into pieces by now. I don't know how long it took to cut. Han Feng fell heavily to the ground, and there was no good place on the Skyfire armor, and it felt like it would shatter if touched. Cough cough. Han Feng spat out a mouthful of blood again, struggling to get up. The green Luan jade fire burned out, and the Skyfire armor slowly repaired. Struggling to walk to the Elder Taisheng, although the Elder Taisheng is standing, he has no breath of life. As soon as Han Feng pushed, the Elder Taisheng collapsed to the ground. Han Feng looked at the red long knife that fell on the ground, with a look of fear. What kind of magic weapon is this? It even absorbs blood when it is urged. Fortunately, this is the case, otherwise it would not be the old guy, but me who died. Han Feng sighed a little, but he didn't expect at first that Elder Taisheng would be such a way to die. Cough cough. In the end, Han Feng was also seriously injured. Before he said a few words, he spat out another mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. At this time, Xuanhuan and Xiaolei in the sky also flew down, and the two guys also had heart palpitations. If they were not born with the ability to fly, now they are not much better than Han Feng. No, even that is heavier. All of a sudden, Han Feng heard a few noises, and looked along the sound. It turned out to be the Lin family head and others. Han Feng was a little surprised for a moment. Not dead? Yes, the target of the attack is me. They are only affected, and they are also mysterious powerhouses, and it is not that simple to die. Lin Patriarch shook his head, raised his head in confusion, and the moment he saw Han Feng, his face changed greatly. Why are you still not dead? My father's blow is comparable to that of a late-stage Xuanjia. Han Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I have to admit that the last attack of that old guy from your father was really powerful. If it wasn't for my excellent defense, which was not inferior to the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia, maybe I would really die. Unfortunately, you are only one step away. At this moment, Clan Master Lin regretted it. He knew that he could not escape death, so he told his father that Han Feng's combat power was likely to reach 6 stars of the Xian rank. If my father really raised the blood-drinking 9 dragon sword to the level of the blood-drinking yellow dragon sword, of course he would die, but this perverted enemy would also die. Since they are all dead, it is not as good as perishing, and everyone will die together. But, fortunately, the younger generation of their Lin family has fled, which can be regarded as a consolation. Han Feng smiled softly. You are thinking of those people who escaped. For the sake of your dying, I will tell you with great mercy. Those people have already been killed by me. The Lin family was also beheaded by your father, and now your Lin family is completely broken. Lin Patriarch stared at Han Feng, didn't take a breath, and completely fainted. Han Feng said lightly, I am injured and should not do anything. You two will kill these people. The Lin family master and the hired people still had a few breaths, and the two guys stepped forward to kill these people in turn. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng took Elder Lin Taisheng's body and the strange long knife into the Tianhua Tower, and then jumped behind Xuanhuan. The two guys spread their wings and flew into the air in an instant, and they turned into two in a short time. The black spot disappeared from the sight of many martial artists from the Lin family. The chaotic footsteps approached quickly, and a group of people poured into the dilapidated Lin house. The rich bloody smell and the corpses all over the place made everyone nauseous. A martial artist sighed, "The Lin family is completely destroyed. In the future, there will be no Lin family in Xuanhuan City." Thinking about it, it is really unbelievable. Yeah, the Lin family that dominated our Xuanhuan City for so many years just disappeared. Before the Lin family was destroyed, these warriors wished that the Lin family would disappear, but when the Lin family was really destroyed, a touch of melancholy rose again in these people's hearts. In the blue sky, a fire flashed across. If there are some martial artists with good eyesight, they can even see that in the firelight, there is a flying lion that has clearly entered the growth stage. On the back of Faitian Yenshi, however, sat a 14-year-old boy. Han Feng sat on Xiaoyan's body, constantly running the 9 flames and different fire art to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and repair the injuries in his body. Gradually, Han Feng opened his eyes with a wry smile on his face. "Sure enough, I'm a little arrogant, and I actually want to fight a Xian-level family with my own strength." 14-year-old Xuanjia, this kind of honor makes Han Feng a little complacent, but today's events have hit Han Feng quite a bit. It also made Han Feng's heart, that was just a little impetuous, to calm down again. Han Feng's cultivation has progressed too fast. From the age of 13 to the present, it took only 7 or 8 months of effort to improve from the ordinary rank to the second star of the mysterious rank. Although it is 2 lives, the previous life is much safer than this life. Even if the parents die, it is only an ordinary person, and the things that he has experienced are ordinary. He had been an ordinary person for more than 20 years in his previous life, but in the first 13 years of this life, he did not have any great power. In just a few months, he had become a level that was barely considered a master in the entire Great Jin Kingdom. The disparity in strength made Han. The mood is a little unstable. Xiaoyan comforted, "Boss, I don't think it's anything. Who would know that there are such strange spiritual tools in the forest? Without such a spiritual tool, the Lin family would never be able to be the boss's opponent, let alone hurt the boss." Han Feng shook his head slightly. "I can't say that. If I calm down a bit, calm down and inquire about it for half a month and a month, I might not have inquired about the strange spirit weapon, and I don't believe that this strange treasure has never appeared. The Lin family came to Xuanhuan City more than 100 years ago, and being able to squeeze in among the several major forces in Xuanhuan City is obviously not a matter of lip service. It must be related to strength. In order to shock and deter the Lin family as soon as possible to establish a foothold in Xuanhuan City, how could they not use that strange spiritual weapon? Boss, since you are so curious, go search for your soul, you will always know what that thing is," Xiaoyan said with a big mouth. Han Feng smiled and said, "The injury has recovered 60 to 70%, and I had this plan for a long time. After half a day, the old guy was seriously injured, and now his soul has been tortured for a long time. It should be too fragile to affect me." Xiaoyan landed in a valley and found a temporary place to live. Han Feng and Xiaoyan entered the Xuanhuan Tower together. In the soul search space, Elder Lin Taisheng was covered in scars and was tortured by the goblins imagined by Han Feng. What Han Feng fantasized about was based on the scale of the 18 layers of hell in the previous life, but I don't know whether the soul search level is currently only 2 or what. For this reason, Elder Lin Taisheng was tortured enough. Han Feng appeared in the soul-searching space and waved his palm out. Elder Lin Taisheng couldn't even resist and was knocked out. Han Feng exhaled. "Sure enough, this old guy's soul power is far lower than that of him. So I'm not afraid of being freed from the soul search and I'll be devoured." Elder Lin Taisheng, as a Xuanjia 4-star cultivation base, has lived for 70 or 80 years, and his mental power is not comparable to Han Feng. Compared with Elder Lin Taisheng, it is still a step behind. Soul search. Realizing that Elder Lin Taisheng had no ability to resist, Han Feng immediately began to search for his soul, and at the same time, Elder Lin Taisheng continued to struggle fiercely. The shrill screams made the listeners cry. It's a pity, thinking that Lin Qingshan's soul is now in a deep sleep. Han Feng's sympathy disappeared immediately. Elder Lin Taisheng has lived for more than 80 years and has experienced a lot. From the experience of Elder Lin Taisheng, Han Feng already knew what he wanted to know, and because of this, Han Feng looked solemn. It's happening. This strange long-sword spirit weapon is actually related to the things guarded by the ancestors of the Lei family. No, I can't use things to say that the ancestor of the Lei family is not so much a guard. It is better to say that he is sealing a peerless powerhouse with some kind of enchantment. As for the level of this powerhouse, Han Feng does not know, and Elder Lin Taisheng has no specific information in his mind. But from the guess of Elder Lin Taisheng, even if it is not at the level of the great perfection of the sanctuary, it is at least a master of the 19th level sanctuary and above at the peak of the sanctuary. The Lin family is not surnamed Lin, or the ancestor of the Lin family is not surnamed Lin, but Tuoba. This Tuoba family is not from Beizhou. Because the whole continent is too large, it is divided into Central Continent, East Continent, South Continent, West Continent and North Continent. The people of the Tuoba clan lived in Central Continent. The Tuoba family is an extremely powerful force in the entire continent. As for how powerful it is, Han Feng does not know. In fact, this power is also known from the memory of the Elder Taisheng. In fact, Han Feng does not know anything at all. Topology. It's also about vision. The Great Jin Kingdom is only a small country in Beizhou, and Han Feng grew up in a small Han family in the middle city of the Great Jin Kingdom since he was a child. Everything he has learned is limited to the Great Jin Kingdom. The powerful forces are naturally not clear at all. Han Feng didn't know, let alone him, even in Beizhou, only a few top forces knew what Tuoba was like. Because Tuoba has a powerful ancestor and hundreds of sanctuary powerhouses, the entire family is a bit domineering and offends many people. But nearly 10,000 years ago, Tuoba's powerful ancestor suddenly disappeared. Now, the life of the Tuoba family is not easy. Without that powerful ancestor, the life of Tuoba is getting harder and harder every year. Under the suppression of many forces, the power of the Tuoba family weakens year by year, until finally Tuoba the family is broken. Only a few direct line geniuses and a small number of distant, collateral lineages escaped. This Lin family was created by a member of this distant lineage. Tens of thousands of years of investigation have also allowed the Tuoba family to find some signs, knowing that their ancestors were missing in Beizhou, and they were likely to be sealed by some powerhouses in Beizhou. For this reason, many collateral children began to look for countries with similar situations. In the end, he found many countries, including Dajin. After investigation, the Great Jin Kingdom is the most likely. However, there is a peak-level master of the Great Sanctuary in the Great Jin State, so some of the surviving direct descendants of the Tuoba family began to build forces in the shadows, preparing to unlock the seal after the guardian of the Great Jin Kingdom passed away. The key to unlocking the seal is Elder Lin Taisheng's blood-drinking 9-dragon knife. The blood-drinking 9-dragon knife was given by the Tuoba lineage in order to make the Lin family stand firm in the Great Jin Kingdom. The blood-drinking Kowloon knife is a superb holy weapon. For the entire continent, weapons of this level are already at the top level. Except for rare artifacts, no one can compare. Holy artifact. It turned out to be a holy artifact. It is still a superb holy artifact. Han Feng's face was unbelievable and fanatical, and he made a fortune. The blood-drinking Kowloon sword is a very evil holy weapon. The blade is sealed by the seal of the 9-dragon seal. If the seal is not unlocked, the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife is an ordinary weapon. No other effect. The 9-dragon seal can also be said to be the 9 seals. Every time a layer of seal is opened, a dragon will break the seal. After unlocking the seal, the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife was called the blood-drinking Qinglong knife, and it was a low-grade spiritual tool. After unlocking the double seal, the bloody 9-dragon saber changed its name to the bloody red dragon saber, and even a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Unlocking the triple seal is a blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, a top-grade spiritual tool. Unlocking the 4 seals is a blood-drinking white dragon knife, a top-quality spiritual tool. Unlocking the 5 seals is a blood-drinking black dragon knife, a low-grade holy artifact. Unlocking the 6 seals is a blood-drinking dragon saber, a middle-grade holy weapon. Unlocking the 7 seals is a blood-drinking flying dragon knife, a top-grade holy weapon. Unlocking the 8 seals is a blood-drinking hidden dragon knife, which is a top-quality holy weapon, but it is not very top among the top-quality holy weapons. Unlocking the 9 seals is the blood-drinking dragon saber, which is also a top-quality holy artifact. Such a top-quality holy artifact is the top of the top among the tops at the same level, and it can be said that it is a semi-artifact. Knives. Demi-artifact. Han Feng took a few breaths. It was just to avenge Lin Qingshan. Han Feng never expected to find out such a big secret, and even got a heaven-defying weapon like the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife. Need for holy artifact, semi-artifact. This is definitely the very top weapon existence in the entire continent. Suddenly, Han Feng was a little panicked. If the news of him drinking the 9-dragon sword with blood is exposed, it is very likely that it will attract such powerhouses as Sanctuary Small Perfection or even Sanctuary Great Perfection to attack. With his current strength, certain death. Not even the Lei family could protect him. In the face of such a strong man, the Lei family is no different from the ants. Han Feng's face was solemn. A family like Tuoba can be called a genius, at least a genius at the level of my mother, or just an ordinary genius. The kind of super genius, there is definitely hope to break through to the level of the great sanctuary. Now that 100 years have passed, those geniuses of the direct line must have stepped into the sanctuary, but I don't know if they have stepped into the great sanctuary. Time is pressing. I must break through to the sanctuary in the shortest time, otherwise once the guardian steps downhill or comes to an end, those people will definitely come. I killed the members of the Lin family, and even got the blood-drinking 9-dragon sword. As long as it is found out that it is me, those people will definitely not let me go. At least you have to reach the sanctuary level, before you can survive. Picking up the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife, this long knife has become a hot lamb, but Han Feng has to admit that even so, the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife is still very attractive to him. When facing the enemy, if there is a blood-drinking 9-dragon knife to help, it is a big killer move. Blood-drinking 9-dragon knife, among the 9 levels, there are 3 major moves. They are blood-drinking 9 dragons breaking, blood-drinking 9 dragons killing, and blood-drinking 9 dragons killing. Bloody 9 dragons is the strongest, followed by bloody 9 dragons, and bloody 9 dragons is the weakest. If it is the blood-drinking Qinglong knife level, then the names of the 3 great tricks should be the blood-drinking Qinglong break, the blood-drinking Qinglong kill, and the blood-drinking Qinglong annihilation. Previously, Elder Lin Taisheng used bloody Qilong pa and bloody Qilong kill. And it is obvious that Elder Lin Taisheng is easy to cast the blood-drinking red dragon potion, but it is not enough to use the blood-drinking red dragon killing. It took a lot of blood to directly lead to death before seeing it. Han Feng was a little scared at this time, but fortunately, the old guy couldn't use the blood-drinking red dragon to destroy it, otherwise, even if he had the Skyfire armor, maybe he would die. Of course, he could hide in the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. However, he hid in the Xuanhuan Tower, and when he came out, he was still in the same place, but if one of the family Master Fan Lin and others left alive and spread the news, it was definitely not a good day for him. After looking at the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife for a long time, Han Feng was worried again. This blood-drinking nine-dragon sword, if you want to unblock it, you must first recognize the master. The previous owner, Elder Lin Taisheng, is dead and has dropped from the blood-drinking red dragon knife level. Now it is just an ordinary blood-drinking green dragon knife level, which is far from your level of the top blood-drinking blue dragon knife. To put it directly, it is an inferior low-grade spiritual weapon. And if you want to recognize the Lord, you must donate a lot of blood. Thinking of the appearance of Elder Lin Taisheng, Han Feng shuddered unconsciously. Hey, is it just that you can only watch and not be able to? Han Feng stared blankly at the blood-drinking Kowloon sword for a long time. And many more. Han Feng suddenly had a thought in his mind, squinted his eyes slightly and said, I remember when I opened the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower to receive inheritance, it seems that the Lingquan in the Lingquan space not only improves qualifications, but also purifies some negative effects. I don't know if it can purify the blood and drink the nine dragons sword. Think of it and do it. Han Feng immediately threw a ball of Xuanhuan jade fire to the bottom of the cauldron of melting all things, and then put the middle grade spirit stone into the ding. After a while, the blue source fluid flowed out, and Han Feng put it into the jade bottle. A strong spiritual power floated out. The Xuanhuan jade fire has been completed, and Han Feng's own cultivation has reached the profound level. After refining these mid-grade spirit stones, the speed is much faster. But in the same way, even if the inferior mid-grade spirit stone can be absorbed 100%, the improvement of Han Feng's strength is extremely slow. The medium-grade spirit stone is turned into the source liquid, and the improvement is limited. If it takes half a year, or even 8 or 9 months for a mid-grade first-class aptitude like Han Feng to absorb a middle-grade spirit stone, then it will take Han Feng 2 or 3 months to upgrade 1 star. Only high-quality mid-grade spirit stones can make Han Feng have a more obvious improvement. It is also limited to the early stage of Xuanjia. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you also need resources. When I return to Lei's house, I will go and take away the spirit stone that belongs to me. Based on the current relationship between my fifth uncle and me, we should be able to get a good middle-grade spirit stone. Han Feng murmured and came to the Lingquan space again, consuming the secondary source fluid, and the Lingquan was filled with a rich blue color. Han Feng put the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife into the spiritual spring, and in an instant, the sound of chi-chi was incessant. A trace of bloody air flowed out of the spiritual spring, and at the same time, the blue color in the spiritual spring was slowly becoming clear. Time passed by, and I don't know how much time passed. Han Feng took out the blood to drink the Kowloon sword. The feeling of drinking the Kowloon sword with blood was obviously different to Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Effective. This spiritual spring really has a purifying effect on the blood-drinking nine dragons knife. The previous blood-drinking nine dragon sword gave Han Feng the feeling that it was very evil, and it had the feeling of a double-edged sword. But now the blood-drinking nine dragon knife, the evil feeling is still there, but it has weakened a lot. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng gritted his teeth. You have to try it once, or you will always feel a little unwilling. Han Feng bit his finger and dropped a drop of blood into the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife. The blood-drinking nine-dragon knives bloomed in 9 colors, and the entire spiritual spring space lit up. The next moment, Han Feng felt that the blood in his body was about to move, but Han Feng found that what the blood-drinking nine-dragon's knife was sucking turned out to be blood essence. This is clearly different from the situation of the elders and others. Could it be that this is the effect after purification? Soon, Han Feng's complexion changed slightly, and the blood-drinking nine-dragon saber sucked a lot of blood. Until now, he has finally reached the limit of the middle stage of the 2-star Shen rank, and it has become unstable, and even has a downward trend. Han Feng smiled bitterly, but fortunately, Han Feng felt that the blood-drinking Jiulong Dao was obviously about to be full, and he did not want to suck people up like the elder Lin Taisheng did, so he gave up and breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't take long for the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife to stop absorbing it, and Han Feng was helpless. It's hard to reach the mid-stage limit of Xuanjia 2-star, and it's only one step away from the later stage. It's good now, although it is still in the mid-2-star realm, it is not the limit. It will take some time to accumulate to the limit. Suddenly, Han Feng was thoughtful. Elder Lin Taishang estimated that his strength was also affected. At the time, he felt that it was a bit inconsistent. Thinking about it now, the strength of that old fellow at that time was obviously no longer comparable to that of the 4-star Xuanjia. 9 times out of 10, it's somewhere between 3-star Xuanjia and 4-star Xuanjia. TSK, my life is really big. The bloody nine-dragon knife has been recognized as the master, and Han Feng also knows the current situation of the bloody nine-dragon knife. The current blood-drinking nine-dragon sword, no, it should be said that it is the blood-drinking Qinglong sword, or the level of the low-grade spiritual weapon. Only by absorbing the blood of more enemies can we continue to unblock and advance. It's true that Lingquan has a purifying effect, but the energy level in Lingquan is not high. At present, it can only be upgraded to a low-grade medium-grade spiritual tool. No matter how much, the blood-drinking Jiolong knife's backlash will affect Han Feng. Only by continuous evolution, the blood-drinking nine-dragon sword can improve to a higher level. Before the 9 flames and different fire techniques were cultivated to the 3rd level, the purification of the spiritual spring would at most make the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife a top-notch mid-grade spiritual weapon. Everything is finally resolved. It's time to return to the Lei family. Before that, you can go back to the Han family to take a look. On the way, we can deal with some robbers and unblock the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife. For more 10,000 characters completed. Alas, I won't say anything about promises in the future. Every time I say it, the pressure on the next day will definitely be great, and it will always be impossible to complete. Cabbage herself feels that something is wrong, and all the officials will be disappointed. In the future, I will not say anything, so that if there are more of them one day, everyone will be surprised instead of disappointed. On a desolate alley. Several men dressed as escorts were protecting the young man in the center and galloping past on horseback. The headed guard looked solemn. Everyone be careful, I heard that there have been some robbers here in recent years, we must not be careless. Yes. The guards replied in unison. But the teenager who was guarded by these guards was careless. Uncle Lu, what are you afraid of? Don't you still have yours? Those turkeys and dogs will still be your opponents, Uncle Lu? The middle-aged man called Uncle Lu sighed secretly. His young master was too naive, and immediately smiled bitterly. Master, this is not our city. In our city, my strength is indeed ranked first, but outside, but nothing. Don't look at me as a 9th human-level star, and the other brothers are also 7 or 8-star human-level stars, but outside, it is not something we can handle if you come to a peak human-level powerhouse with a human-level 9-star or higher. If we encounter a mysterious powerhouse, our entire group will be wiped out. Master, the outside world is very big. After talking, Uncle Lu sighed silently when he saw the boy's apparent disbelief. Suddenly, there was the sound of messy hooves in front, and Uncle Lu's guard changed his face and shouted sharply, Everyone, if there is a situation, hurry up and protect the young master. A group of guards were waiting in full force, but this certain young master craned his neck in great interest, excited, and even looked forward to the appearance of the robber. In this young man's heart, Uncle Lu is powerful and invincible, and if any bullshit robber comes, he will be beheaded by Uncle Lu. The sound of horse hooves is getting closer, and Uncle Lu's guard's face is getting more and more ugly. Listen to this sound, there are at least dozens of them, and there are only a dozen of me here. Damn, if it weren't for the presence of a wind demon in the mountains on the other side of the city of People Tiger King, it is absolutely safe to take the road in the middle of the city. At this point, Uncle Lu's guard can only hope that this group of robbers is not strong. But soon, Uncle Lu's guard discovered that this could only be an extravagant hope. Dozens of robbers dressed in light silver armor appeared in front of Uncle Lu's guard and others. The robber headed was a burly figure, and the light silver armor was stained with blood. Obviously, there were too many people killed, so the blood stains couldn't be washed away, or it was just a fight. Seeing that the blood stains on the light silver armor are not so fresh, it is obviously the former possibility. There was a cry of an eagle in the sky, and an eagle with purple feathers flapped its wings and landed on the arm of the lead robber. The head of the robber had a deep scar on his face from the corner of his eyes to his chin, making this robber head hideous. What shocked Uncle Lu's guard was that he couldn't see the depth of this robber leader. You must know that he is already a peak human level 9-star powerhouse. Even if he is faced with a human level 10-star who cannot know the strength of a human level 10-star, he can judge that the opponent is a human level 10-star based on some signs. That's the benefit of being experienced. In the face of the robber leader, Uncle Lu's guard couldn't sense anything. This situation can only show that the strength of the other party has far surpassed him. The leader of the robber gave a grim smile. "Boys, today's fat sheep are not bad, give it to me." "Ha ha ha, boss, there are just a few guards, you don't need to take action this time." "Boss, just sit back and wait for the benefit." A group of robbers giggled, not paying any attention to the person on the other side. The young master who was guarded in the middle gritted his teeth angrily and roared again and again, "Uncle Lu, these robbers dare to look down on us, and teach this young master a good lesson to them." A group of guards looked at each other and saw each other's determination. Apparently, they all saw how difficult it was for the robbers. In any case, they must protect the young master. Although the young master is a little naive and a little ignorant, he is not a bad person, and he takes good care of these guards on weekdays. "Haha, go to hell." The robbers had already come on horseback, and the two sides fought in an instant. The screams, angry shouts, weapons colliding, and even the sound of spiritual power fluctuations instantly came to mind. The young master looked sluggish. In his impression of the incomparably powerful guards, except for Uncle Lu, the others actually fell behind, and some were even injured. "The worst arm has been cut off." How is it possible?" This naive young master couldn't believe that the invincible guards in his own city, the guards envied by many young masters of the clan, were so unbearable at the moment. "Master, let's go quickly," Uncle Lu roared at this time. At the beginning, the young master was not allowed to leave, because Uncle Lu understood that the young master thought they would win, so it was impossible to leave. But now Uncle Lu believes that the young master's sense of superiority will definitely be broken when he sees the heavy situation at this moment. If he leaves the young master at this time, he will succeed in all likelihood. It's a pity that Uncle Lu ignored his young master's psychological endurance. The young man was stunned and turned a deaf ear to Uncle Lu's words. One of the robbers had already approached the young master and grinned, "I hate you little brats who grew up in a superior environment. Today, this uncle will teach you a lesson. It's not so easy to roam outside. Of course, the reward is you. Life." After saying that, the robber threw a punch in excitement. "Master, Uncle Lu is in a hurry, he is about to split." It's a pity that Uncle Lu was dragged by the bandits who were also at the peak of the 9 stars of human rank, so he couldn't make a move at all. At this moment, a long knife suddenly attacked from a distance, and it split the robber who attacked the boy in half at once. Immediately, the long knife seemed to be sucked by something. He went back and fell into the hands of a 14-15-year-old boy. Everyone was startled by this situation, and subconsciously closed their hands. As for the young master, scarlet blood was poured all over his body, and the smell of blood filled the air. The young man was stunned for a moment, then immediately fell off the horse and vomited. "Boy, who are you?" The leader of the robber snorted and scolded him coldly, but he didn't take action immediately. He also couldn't see the depth of this young man, so he was terrified. Being able to kill an 8-star human-level powerhouse in one fell swoop, even if the human-level 8-star powerhouse was careless, was enough to show how powerful this 14 or 15-year-old boy was. This young man who shot was Han Feng. Uncle Lu stepped back again, and a few still alive guards stood in front of his young master. Uncle Lu cupped his hands. "Brother, thank you for your help, but these robbers are very powerful. Little brother, let's leave quickly." Han Feng said lightly, "I didn't shoot to save you, just happened to need to shoot." Uncle Lu and the others were stunned. Hearing the words, the robber chief said in a cold voice, "So, your kid is here to attack this uncle?" Over the years, there have been many people who have come to crusade, but unfortunately all of them have been buried here. Unless Xuanhuan makes a move, they are not afraid of anyone. It is not far from the city of people, and the nearby cities are only human level, and there is no possibility of a mysterious level powerhouse. And the power of these human level cities, if they want to invite profound level powerhouses to take action, the price they pay is extremely huge, and it is simply not something they can afford. Therefore, the robber chief is not worried that there will be mysterious powerhouses approaching the door. Han Feng didn't nod or shake his head. Just looking at a group of robbers lightly, as if these robbers are ants waiting to be slaughtered, not worth mentioning. The leader of the robber was immediately angry. "You brats, chop this ignorant chaos into minced meat, and today we will have a big meal in the cottage." The eyes of all the robbers lit up, and a lot of them drooled. Uncle Lu looked horrified. "These robbers can eat people. Little brother, let's fight the enemy together." Uncle Lu quickly came to Han Feng's side, but Han Feng said, "No, you can just stay where you are." As soon as the words fell, Han Feng seemed to have turned into a wind and disappeared in front of Uncle Lu in the blink of an eye. "Die boy. Haha, looking at your skin and tender meat, this meat must be very fragrant." When a group of robbers saw Han Feng attack, they were not surprised, but happy, and rushed forward. However, the next moment, blood stained the earth. Under the incredible gaze of all the robbers, they fell heavily, and at the same time, blood flowed out of their bodies involuntarily, and was swallowed by the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife in Han Feng's hands. The original cyan blade of the blood-drinking nine dragons blade gradually turned into a coquettish red color, and a strong bloody smell permeated the air. Everyone watched this scene in horror. Dozens of robbers were drained of human blood in the blink of an eye, and the sight made everyone feel horrified. Han Feng is still 14 or 15 years old, but in the hearts of everyone, no one dares to really treat Han Feng as an ignorant kid. Unlike everyone's panic, Han Feng is quite happy, flying all the way, killing several robber cottages, and finally upgrading the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife from the blood-drinking Qinglong knife level to the blood-drinking red dragon knife level. In these days of refining, the limit that the blood-drinking nine-dragon sword can improve has been raised to the level of a high-grade mid-grade spiritual tool. It is estimated that it will take a few days before it can be upgraded to a top-grade middle-grade spiritual tool. At that time, I can completely evolve the blood-drinking red dragon knife to the limit. As long as it does not evolve to the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, it will not backlash against me and suck my blood. TSK, if you have a top-notch mid-grade spiritual weapon, even some weaker 1- or 2-star powerhouses will be jealous. Han Feng was excited and ecstatic in his heart, but his face remained calm. Although the blood-drinking red dragon knife is strong today, it is still only a mid-grade spiritual weapon, or inferior. Such a mid-grade spirit tool would be of little help to him for the time being. For this reason, the grade of the blood-drinking red dragon knife should be improved. Han Feng is not willing to kill people at will, so he can only kill bad people. Every time he kills a robber in the robber cottage, Han Feng has also done some investigation in advance. After all, some robbers are helplessly turned into robbers, and they are not necessarily evil people in character. Just the day before yesterday, Han Feng also encountered a robber cottage that robbed the rich and helped the poor. Naturally, Han Feng would not attack such a robber. Xian level powerhouse. The robber leader himself is already a half-step Xian rank master. Unlike several guards in the later stages of the human rank, the robber leader has extraordinary eyesight. Han Feng shows his hands and knows Han Feng's cultivation, especially the long sword in Han Feng's hand. It made the robber leader even more afraid. Xuanjia cultivation base, coupled with the spirit tool that is very likely to be a mid-grade spirit tool, the ordinary mysterious rank early stage may not be able to beat this kid. Damn it, what kind of force is it that is not looking for trouble? Invited such a strong man. 14 or 15-year-old Xuanjia has reached such a level of cultivation at such an age. Needless to say, he was definitely from one of the 4 major families of the entire Jin kingdom, or he was a descendant of the royal family. Such a child, who has high eyes and low skills, would pay a price that even ordinary Xian-level forces would not be able to support. The robber chief couldn't figure it out. There were some ordinary human-level cities nearby. Which forces would pay such a price to hire such a strong man? My lord, the little one has eyes and doesn't know Mount Tai. Please spare your life. As long as the adult forgives the little one swears to follow the adults from now on. The robber chief didn't try to escape, and it was a delusion for a mere human-level warrior to escape in front of a Xian-level warrior. Han Feng doesn't even look at the leader of the robber, a follower? With his current strength, even if he wants to accept followers, he will not accept mere ranks of people, even Xian rank. It is unlikely. Han Feng knew that his cultivation speed would progress quickly with the help of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. He had recruited followers of the human rank and profound rank. In a year or two, these followers would be left far behind by him. Time is of no use at all. Furthermore, even if he wanted to gain followers, Han Feng would not choose a robber leader who had eaten people. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a little disgusting. It was probably because of the difference in race. He didn't feel like eating Warcraft Han Feng, but eating people felt wrong. No wonder the relationship between humans and monsters has always been tense. The leader of the robbers saw Han Feng's indifferent eyes, and his heart was cold. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he suddenly punched Han Feng. Since the other party did not intend to let him live, he could only fight to the death. It is a pity that the human rank is the human rank after all, and the mysterious rank is the mysterious rank after all. Not everyone has the ability to compete with the mysterious rank in the 12 stars of the human rank like Han Feng. The red light of the blood-drinking red dragon sword flashed, and Han Feng had instantly appeared behind the robber leader. The robber leader opened his mouth, and finally a mouthful of blood spurted out and fell to the ground with a stunned look. The blood flowed out and was swallowed by the blood-drinking red dragon knife, and the power increased a little. Han Feng put away the blood-drinking red dragon order, and thought to himself, the improvement is too little. It seems that if you want to quickly increase the power of the blood-drinking red dragon saber, you need to hunt and kill Xuanjia. Many, thank you sir. Lu Hui lowered his head in horror. It's enough for Han Feng to kill people, but people can be made to do it, which makes Lu Weiwei have to imagine Han Feng as the descendant of a big devil, so he is extremely worried about the lives of himself and others. You're welcome, you saw it too, I just saved you by the way. Even so, we still have to thank the adults. Lu Hui did not dare to be careless and spoke very cautiously. Han Feng smiled and said lightly, since you want to thank me, let me ask a few questions. Yes. Lu Hui agreed very readily, but in his heart, he wondered what questions Han Feng would ask. They were just ordinary human-level families, and had no secrets to ask. Han Feng said at this time, looking from the direction you came from, it should be through Renshonking. Why did you detour to come here? If you go to Renshonking, you will not encounter these robbers. Lu Hui was stunned. It turned out to be this problem. Immediately, Guard Lu replied quickly, "Sir, I'm afraid you didn't know when you first arrived. In a mountain range near the city of people, there is a magical beast that seems to have some adventure. It broke through to the 10th level in one fell swoop and became a 10th level beast. And I don't know the reason. Although this beast can't speak human words, its wisdom is comparable to that of the powerhouse, so it is called the Wind Demon Tiger King. This Wind Demon Tiger King has a lot of wisdom, and he has subdued several 6th and 7th level beasts as his subordinates. He doesn't know what magical powers he used to make these beasts reach the peak of level 8 in a short period of time. Ordinary 8th and 9th level warcraft can be compared, they are the generals of the Wind Demon Tiger King. In recent days, the Wind Demon Tiger King has been attacking the surrounding cities, including the city of Rinzhong. Many high-ranking people in the city of Rinzhong were injured and died. This is also the reason why we take a long way. If we go to Renchongqing, I'm afraid we can't do without it." Han Feng's face changed greatly, but fortunately, several guards kept their heads down because they were worried that Han Feng was a powerful man of the mysterious rank. Otherwise, if Lu Hui and others saw it, they would definitely guess that Han Feng must have a close relationship with Renchongqing. Big relationship. Worrying about the relatives and friends of the Han family, Han Feng said quickly, "Do you know how many families are in Renchongqing now?" Lu Hui shook his head, "I don't know, all I know is just hearsay, but I don't know the specific situation." Han Feng nodded. Without saying a word, he let the flying flame lion appear, sat on the flying flame lion and left quickly. Although it is hearsay, it also shows that the city of Rinzhong is in a crisis, and Han Feng does not care about finding robbers on the road to devour the blood to enhance the power of the blood-drinking red dragon knife, so he flew directly to the city of people. After Han Feng left, the guards breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, one of the guards exclaimed, "Master, what's the matter with you?" Lu Hui's face changed slightly, and he immediately looked at his young master, only to find that his young master was staring closely at the direction where the mysterious young man was leaving. I just heard the young man muttering to himself in confusion, "Is this the outside world? Mysterious rank at the age of 14 or 15? What does it mean when I reach the human rank and 2 stars at the age of 17? Gradually, the boy's tone became firm, his eyes were clear, and he burst out with unprecedented brilliance, "Uncle Lu, let's go. I will ask Uncle Lu to give good advice in the future." Uncle Lu smiled and thanked the mysterious boy again, and finally let their innocent young master grow up completely. Han Feng didn't know that his actions made a young master of a narrow-minded family burst out with passion for cultivation. At this moment, Han Feng just wanted to return to Renchongqing as soon as possible. Feitian Yanshi may have sensed Han Feng's anxiety, and his speed suddenly accelerated, like a flaming meteor, breaking out of the sky. Finally, when Han Feng was anxious and had no choice, he finally saw the appearance of the city of people. At first glance, Han Feng could see the difference in the city of people. Happy National Day everyone! Oh. Also ask for basic flowers. The history of Renchongqing is only 30 to 40 years old. It is a newly established city. Compared with the city of Tianlin City with a history of more than 1,000 years, although it looks a little fresh, it cannot give people a sense of historical aging. But at the moment, the city wall of the city of people is full of potholes and cracks, and the whole city wall reveals a dilapidated meaning. There is almost no flow at the gate of the city of people, only a few warriors walked out, and no outsiders entered. Han Feng landed nearby. Xiao Yan lowered his head and rubbed Han Feng. "Boss, I feel a strong aura in the west, it should be the 10th level monster, and at least the late 10th level." Han Feng's eyes narrowed. "I left the Han family for just over a month." In just over a month, this Wind Demon Tiger King not only broke through from the 9th level to the 10th level, but also reached the late 10th level and above. Level 11, it seems that this Wind Demon Tiger King got a great adventure. Xuanhuan nodded. The boss is right, but I don't know what adventure it is. It doesn't matter what adventure it is, Xuanhuan, you go back to the space, and I'll go home right away. Although Xuanhuan was a little curious about the boss's family, he didn't object after hearing the boss's order and entered the space directly. Han Feng paused and walked towards Renshongking. At the gate of the city of people, the guard strength has dropped a lot. There were at least 100 guards in the past, all of them with the strength of the middle and late mortal ranks, but now there are only more than 20 people guarding the city gate. Han Feng's heart sank. Knowing that the Wind Demon Tiger King wants to break through the city of people, but the guard strength is still so weak, it can only show one thing: the power consumption of the warriors in the city of people is too large. Han Feng became more and more anxious. The door of Han's house. Several Han family guards are listless, and now no one knows the danger of Renshongking. Before the royal family sends strong men, their Renshongking is in danger of being attacked by the Wind Devil Tiger King at any time. Han Feng is already a profound practitioner, and several guards didn't notice Han Feng's aura at all. Only when Han Feng approached did the guards react. Who? Ah. Young Master Feng. Several of the guards have friends and relatives. In the previous battle, some of them had an accident with their relatives, and some of them had an accident with their friends. It was when they were in a bad mood, so they immediately reprimanded them. But then several guards found out that it was Han Feng, and their expressions suddenly changed. In the battle more than a month ago, Han Feng became famous, especially when the news that he had severely damaged the Xuanjia powerhouse came out, which was even more shocking. These guards are only 1 or 2 stars of the mere human rank. In the face of Han Feng, who can be severely injured, several guards are afraid. Han Feng didn't care. Along the way, the city of people was full of depressions. Just like the expressions of these guards, Han Feng saw a lot. How is the family now? Han Feng was anxious, afraid to hear the news of his relatives and friends. A few guards saw that Han Feng had no intention of blaming him, and their fear was relieved a lot. One of the guards was more courageous and stepped forward. A day and a half ago, several 8th-level monster generals under the King Feng Mohu came to attack the city. Sun, the city owner, the family owner, the elders and others went to meet the enemy, the family owner. The guard picked up important things and said it. The guard knew that Han Feng was only close to so many people in the Han family, so the first thing to talk about was the situation of these people. Speaking of Instructor Lin, the guard hesitated. Han Feng groaned in his heart. What happened to Instructor Lin? The guard smiled bitterly. Instructor Lin fell into the siege of a group of 5th and 6th level monsters in order to resist the group of monsters, and finally fell. Han Feng's face was gloomy and cold, and the killing intent in his heart burst out. Terrifying murder. It is about to form a substantial skyrocketing sky. The entire Han family was shaken. How could such a huge killing intent appear in their Han family? Han Tianqing was the closest and rushed over first. Wind? Han Tianqing was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Han Feng suppressed the killing intent in his heart, apologized to the guards who were so frightened that they fell to the ground, and took out some medicinal pills from the space. Sorry, I couldn't help it just now. As an apology, I will give you this medicine pill, which is enough to raise your star level by 1. Several guards immediately turned their sorrow into joy and quickly thanked them. Han Tianqing asked the guards and knew the whole story. Han Tianqing let out a long sigh. Fenger, Instructor Lin also died heroically. He rescued many children of the Han family. Han Lin and Han Ro were among them. If it wasn't for Instructor Lin, Liner and Rower would only be afraid. If you want to take revenge for Instructor Lin, you can only wait for the arrival of the Empire's powerhouse. According to the time, either today or tomorrow should arrive. Come on, come back, I finally came back, let's meet your father. There were many wounded in the entire Han family, and several elders died. The owner of the house, Han Yu, was also seriously injured. Currently unscathed, it is estimated that only Han Feng's father, Han Tiancheng. The Han family is now the largest family in the City of People, and when the King of Wind, Demon and Tiger is attacking, the Han family will naturally give more strength. Han Feng's mood is complicated, and he doesn't know what to say for a while. Everything has a cause and effect. Without him, the Han family would never have become the largest family in the city, and they would not be in the front line now. Seeing Han Feng's expression, Han Tianqing understood after a little thought, and then said gently, "Fenger, don't blame yourself for everything. Wherever you are, you must have corresponding responsibilities. Our Han family is now the first family in the City of People. If we don't do anything, who else can contribute?" City Lord's son, as the honor of the City Lord, in order to resist the invasion of monsters, he also went down to the battlefield himself and was injured in the end. Our Han family has suffered huge losses, and the City Lord's mansion has suffered even more. Furthermore, if it weren't for you, our Han family would have been destroyed more than a month ago. How could we be honored today? Although we have lost a lot of elites, as long as we survive, our Han family will become the largest family in the city in the future. Honor lives up to the name, not just on the wind. It can be seen that Fenger has great potential. Your father and your grandfather believe that the Lei family will never be your focus. Your stage is in the entire Great Jin Kingdom, even in Beizhou. I'm afraid that in the future, for the sake of cultivation, you will be away from the Han family for a long time. Our Han family can't rely only on your reputation, but if we want to rely on the strength of the Han family, how can we not sacrifice? Han Tiancheng's persuasion finally opened Han Feng's heart a little. Han Feng said coldly, "Fucking Wind Demon Tiger King, I will kill him to avenge Lin Instructor." Han Tiancheng just shook his head slightly, not taking it seriously. A 10th level beast is equivalent to a human being in the mid-profound stage. Han Feng left the Han family and went to the Lei family for just over a month. Han Tiancheng did not think that Han Feng would be promoted to compete with the mid-profound stage or even in such a short period of time. The degree of killing the middle stage of Xuanjia. It is also within a reasonable range to have expectations for Han Feng. Han Feng did not go to see his father, but first went to visit the patriarch's grandfather, Han Yu. The medicinal pills Han Feng brought out from Lei's family are neither high nor low, that is, the level of the 9th and 10th grades. For the middle and late Xian rank powerhouses, the effect of such healing medicinal pills is to restore 1 or 2% of their injuries. But for human beings, it is a life-saving holy pill. Han Yu took the medicine pill, and her injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Yu stroked his beard and smiled, "Fenger, don't worry about my old guy, go see Han Lin and Han Ro." This smile is not only happy that his injury has improved, but also that Han Feng's position in the Lei family is happy. If he didn't have a certain position in the Lei family, how could he just take out so many 9th and 10th grade medicine pills? With the background of the Han family, there are not many medicinal herbs of the 4th and 5th levels. Han Lin, Han Ro, Han Gang, Han Mo, and other younger generations, as well as Han Tianli and other uncles and high-level executives, were almost all injured. Han Feng looked at the situation and gave medicine pills. Those who are seriously injured will be given a higher level of elixir. For those with minor injuries, the level of the medicinal pills given is lower on the spot. After a circle, almost all the warriors in the entire Han family were rescued by Han Feng, and they were all grateful to Han Feng. Han Feng's prestige in the Han family has been raised again. By this time, it was already evening. Han Feng finally went to see Han Tiancheng. The third one. Ask for basic flowers. Okay, I'm relieved to see that you are doing well in Lei's house now. Han Tiancheng clapped his hands happily while listening to Han Feng talking about some things about the Lei family. Han Tiancheng was afraid that his son would be embarrassed because of his father and would be excluded by the Lei family. Now that Han Feng has solved it by himself, and befriended the elders of the Lei family, Han Tiancheng couldn't help himself with excitement. Immediately, under Han Feng's narrow gaze, Han Tiancheng stammered, Fenger, your mother, have you ever talked about being a father? Han Feng smiled and said what his mother Lei Yuanjia said that day. Han Tiancheng opened his mouth wide, looking a little funny. Han Feng joked, Father, are you satisfied now? Mother is also very optimistic about you. Han Tiancheng was distressed, having said that, your mother and I are not a match after all. Hey, what is this? Father, just wait for your son to do this for you. I have done a great job in the Lei family, and my mother is getting closer and closer to the sanctuary. I believe that in a few years, my father will be able to do it for you. Reunited with my mother. Han Tiancheng couldn't help grinning when he heard his son's promise. Han Feng jokingly said, Father, although your mother likes your character, but father, you have to change a little bit, become tougher, and take the initiative. Man, you don't take the initiative and wait for the female to take the initiative? You can't ask your mother to pull your father to you every time you love each other. Go, find a fight. Han Tiancheng gritted his teeth. The father and son enjoyed the warmth of their reunion, but soon, this warmth was broken. Han Tiancheng hurriedly pushed the door and even forgot to knock on the door. Looking at Han Tiancheng's anxious face, something must have happened. Uncle, big brother, what happened? Han Feng and Han Tiancheng shouted at the same time. Han Tiancheng looked anxious. It's the beast that is attacking the city again. Han Tiancheng's voice suddenly rose. It's a monster again. They were just a day ago, how come? Han Feng's eyes flashed. Isn't that Wind Demon Tiger King no less intelligent than Earth-level monsters, and the wisdom of Earth-level monsters is no worse than that of humans, so the wisdom of this Wind Demon Tiger King is certainly not weaker than that of humans. Since this is the case, the Wind Devil Tiger King must have guessed that the Empire's powerhouse is coming, and naturally can't wait to break through the city of people. However, what is the benefit of breaking the city of humans for this Wind Demon Tiger King? Han Tiancheng and Han Tiancheng both shook their heads. They didn't understand what the benefit was. In the end, they could only attribute it to the hatred of beasts against humans. Han Feng felt that this should not be the only reason. In order to understand why, Han Feng immediately stood up. Uncle, I am also a Han family member, so let me do my part. Han Tiancheng laughed. With Fenger's help, we will be able to repel those monsters. The gate of the city of people. City Lord Sun was guarding here with his injuries. Seeing Han Yu and others coming, City Lord Sun was surprised. Patriarch Han, you are seriously injured, why? Here, there are people from other families. Seeing the people from the Han family come with injuries, they all show admiration. If the city and the people is dominated by such a family, it will be a good thing for them, at least it will not be too much pressure. Thinking of what the Xingchong family had done, everyone had a flash of fear. If the Chong family had become the largest family in the city of people, and there was something about the monster attacking the city, they would have already been regarded as cannon fodder. Han Yu chuckled, thanks to Fenger's help, otherwise my old man would definitely still be lying in bed and couldn't get off the ground. Only then did City Lord Sun notice Han Feng in the crowd. He was shocked. With his strength, he didn't notice Han Feng. This Han Feng's ability to hide his breath is really strong. Now that he was seen, Han Feng stood up carelessly. Han Feng has seen City Lord Sunday. Han Feng is already a profound expert, so naturally he just clenched his fists. City Lord Sun and others thought of the Lei family, the descendants of the Lei family. There is no need to give a big gift to City Lord Sun, and there is no need to think about the fact that Han Feng is already a powerhouse of Xuanjia. City Lord Sun chuckled, young Master Feng is young and promising. It is really my luck to have young Master Feng help me this time. Han Feng smiled slightly, and sure enough, different status had different effects. In the past, City Lord's son would not say the words Master Feng. Han Yu stepped forward at this time. City Lord's son, what is the current situation? Hey, this is the first wave. All of them are monsters above the 4th level, and ordinary warriors can't play at all. But the human warriors lost a lot in the last attack, and they were injured more. Now they have the battle strength is not as great as before, and if it goes on like this, I am afraid that the 2nd or 3rd wave will overwhelm the city of people. A look of sadness flashed on Sun Qingzhu's face. A group of warriors all had bitter expressions on their faces. Once the city of people was breached, even if they were able to escape alive, they would have no roots. Han Yu didn't expect things to be so serious. The roar outside the city gradually weakened, and the strong men of the city lord's mansion returned panting. One of them stepped forward and said, Lord City Lord, this first wave of monsters has already appeared in the 6th level, and the next wave is likely to appear in the 7th or 8th level of monsters. What should we do? The whole human city, currently only Han Yu and City Lord's son are the peak human level strength, comparable to the 8th level monster. But there are at least 7 or 8 monsters of the 8th level, and the number is too unequal. City Lord's son had a determined look on his face. Stand up. I believe that the powerhouses of the Empire are coming soon. As long as we persist until the powerhouses of the Empire arrive, we will be able to survive. Expectations rose again on everyone's faces. Now, they can only rely on this expectation to fight, otherwise, they really don't know how to persevere. Hoo-hoo. Roar. Roar. Outside the city, a group of monsters roared one after another. A strong man from the city lord's mansion looked at the high wall, and his legs went weak. Lord City Lord, the monsters are attacking. And all of them are above level 6. Everyone was in an uproar, all the monsters above level 6. This is not something they can contend against at all. The expectations that everyone just raised were suddenly shrouded in despair. Even City Lord's son was trembling all over. Impossible, this is not in line with the habits of monsters, and there is a second wave without even time to rest. In the breath of despair, Han Feng stood up. City Lord's son, let me go out of the city to fight this time. Master Feng, this. City Lord's son dared not let Han Feng go out. If he was injured or died, his entire family would be implicated. Han Feng smiled slightly. So? A powerful aura that far surpassed everyone present swept out, and a trace of disbelief flashed on the face of Sun Qingzhu, and he was overjoyed. I'll ask Master Feng. The city gate opened. Han Feng threw his sleeve robes, kicked the ground with one foot, and intercepted the monsters with a few jumps. At this moment, except for City Lord's son, the rest of the people came back to their senses. Han Yu pointed at the city gate and trembled, unable to speak. City Lord's son congratulated Han Yu. Congratulations to the Han family, young Master Feng has broken through to the Xian rank. Mysterious step. Really mysterious. Although Han Feng's momentum was revealed, everyone had already guessed, but when City Lord's son said this, everyone was still dizzy. My God, it's only been over a month. When Han Feng left, he was not a Xuanjie, but when he came back, he was already a master of Xuanjie. If you think about it seriously, there is not even a year to go from the ordinary level to the profound level. This speed. Everyone no longer has the mind to compare with the Han family. As long as this Han style exists for one day, the Han family will never fall. And everyone in the Han family was shocked by the news that Han Feng was a mysterious powerhouse. Han Yu was already injured, and coupled with his old age, he fainted with excitement and shock. City Lord's son looked at Han Feng outside the city, and suddenly said, It turned out that I didn't rely on my status as a child of the Lei family, but my status as a Xuanjie powerhouse. With my Xuanjie powerhouse status, it is not an exaggeration for me to bow down to Han Feng. The decision I made at the beginning was indeed the right one. For that matter, I finally have to ask Han Feng. I just hope Han Feng is willing to help, otherwise. City Lord Sun sighed faintly. The last few chapters have always felt wordy, but some things have to be written, otherwise it will appear empty. The plot of killing the Wind Demon and Tiger King was originally prepared for 1 or 2 chapters, but it turned out to be a little more detailed, and it was not enough to solve it in 1 or 2 chapters. Well, the 4-digit update has finally been completed. Once again, I wish everyone a happy National Day. Outside the city. A group of 6th or 7th level monsters stepped on the ground. The size of each monster is extremely tall, and many monsters are running together, and the ground is constantly shaking. Mysterious Flame Chain. 81 mysterious flame chains burst out, and each mysterious flame chain would penetrate at least 2 to 3 magical beasts. In a moment, all the beasts fell to the ground and died, and blood was poured out on the ground. These 6 or 7 level monsters are an extremely terrifying group of warriors in Renshongking, but they are not enough for Han Feng, who is a mysterious powerhouse. The 6th level Warcraft is only a mid-level human-level warrior. It is between 4-star human level and 6-star human level, and it is very different from Han Feng. It is the 7th level monsters, maybe it is just the second wave. Most of these 7-level monsters are in the early stage of the 7th level, at least a few of them are in the early level 7. In other words, the most powerful of these monsters is comparable to the human level 8th star. Is this the power of Xuanjie? It's so strong. In the city, a group of warriors looked at Han Feng's power, their eyes widened, and everyone in the Han family was even more happy. City Lord Sun chuckled. When the powerhouses of the Empire arrive and then join forces with young Master Feng, we will be able to kill that Wind Demon Tiger King. Yeah, that's right, young Master Feng is so powerful, maybe young Master Feng alone can kill the Wind Demon Tiger King. A group of warriors nodded again and again, and some people flattered Han Feng as an omnipotent genius. City Lord Sun just smiled and did not speak. No matter how powerful young Master Feng is, it is impossible to kill the Wind Demon Tiger King alone. Outside the city, Han Feng simply sat cross-legged, waiting for the third wave of beasts to strike. I don't know if the Wind Demon Tiger King knows the power of Han Feng, the third wave of beasts, all in the middle and late stages of the 7th level and even the peak, and even the 8th level of beasts. City Lord Sun's face was solemn. The evolution of monsters is much more difficult than that of us humans. How did these monsters evolve so quickly? City Lord Sun can be sure that in the past, there were very few beasts in the mountains near Renshongking, and there were very few monsters at the 6th or 7th level, let alone the 8th level. But now the monsters of the 7th or 8th level are so ordinary, and everything seems so strange. However, thinking that Han Feng is already a master of the Xian rank, City Lord Sun is slightly relieved. No matter how powerful the 8th level beast is, it is only compared with the human rank martial artist, and it is absolutely impossible to compare with the mysterious rank powerhouse. Han Feng, who was outside the city, smiled faintly, but didn't even get up. Dozens of mysterious flame chains burst out again. Along with the screams among the monsters, all the monsters died in the hands of Han Feng. Roar. For a moment, an angry roar came from behind the beast, and the next moment, an aura that was far beyond the 8th level beast approached. The few beasts that were still alive immediately gave way. 9th level Warcraft? Han Feng was slightly surprised and looked towards the opposite side. A huge rhinoceros with a height of 3 or 4 meters stepped on the ground, and every time the huge hoof fell, the ground would tremble, leaving a deep pit. King Kong Rhino? City Lord Sun in the city exclaimed, with an ugly face, damn it, I remember that this King Kong rhinoceros used to be level 7, but it only became level 8 in a short period of time, and now it has become level 9. The fierce pupils of the King Kong rhino stomped towards Han Feng, making no secret of his ruthless killing intent. Han Feng showed an interested smile. The 9th level monster, just use you to improve the grade of my blood-drinking red dragon knife. There is a horn on the nose and head of the King Kong rhinoceros, which is still silver and gold. Suddenly, the two horns are silver and golden, and the speed of the King Kong rhinoceros is suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Han Feng like a cannonball. The King Kong rhino has not yet arrived. A terrifying aura has struck, making people breathless. The faces of a group of warriors in the city changed drastically. City Lord Sun clenched his fists subconsciously, and the blue veins were popping up. He was also at the mysterious level. Can Han Feng easily win? I don't know when. The blood-drinking red dragon knife has appeared in Han Feng's hand. Han Feng raised it high, and the red flames galloped instantly. Boom! Han Feng slashed on the horns of the King Kong rhinoceros, and a dull sound rang out, followed by waves of spiritual power fluctuations. Red and silver gold lights flashed continuously. Boom! With one person and one beast at the center, the ground instantly collapsed. And there is a trend that continues to spread around. Han Feng's eyes moved, and he increased the power of the blood-drinking red dragon knife. This place is very close to the city gate, and the battle of the mysterious rank powerhouse will spread to a huge range. If it continues, the city gate will collapse. Drink! Han Feng shouted, and the red light instantly overwhelmed the silver gold light. It is true that the King Kong rhinoceros is a 9th level monster, but it is only the early stage of the 9th level, comparable to a mysterious 1-star. Even if the physical strength and magical ability of a monster are added, it is only a mid to late competition with the ordinary Xian level 2-star. Han Feng himself is in the middle stage of Xuanhuan 2 stars, and he has the blood-drinking red dragon knife in his hand. With the sharpness of the blood-drinking red dragon knife, it is too easy to kill the diamond rhinoceros. Hoo-hoo! The King Kong rhino let out a few screams, and it stopped abruptly. Han Feng has already split the King Kong rhinoceros in half. A group of warriors in the city were stunned. Although it is shocking to kill a group of 7 or 8 level monsters, after all, Han Feng is a mysterious powerhouse, so it is not uncommon to be able to do this. But the King Kong rhino of the same level was killed, and it was easy to kill, which made a group of warriors unacceptable. In just over a month, breaking through to the profound rank has greatly stimulated their hearts. Could it be that it is not just an ordinary profound rank, but a 2-star profound rank? Or is it Samsung? This speed also makes it impossible for people to live. City Lord Sun stared at the blood-drinking red dragon saber in Han Feng's hand, and exhaled for a long time. It seems that it is the reason for that middle-grade spiritual weapon. However, next time, City Lord Sun was also a little stunned. I saw that Han Feng inserted the blood-drinking red dragon knife into the body of the King Kong rhinoceros. The blood vessels on the surface of the King Kong rhino swelled out, and fresh blood flowed into the blood-drinking red dragon knife. Not long after, the huge King Kong rhino was instantly flattened. What kind of spirit tool is this? Rao is City Lord Sun, who has some insight, but at this moment he was too shocked to speak. Han Feng smiled in his heart. As expected of the blood of a 9th level beast, it is much more than that of humans, and the blood-drinking red dragon knife has been improved a lot at once. Master Feng, the monsters have been eliminated, you can come back. City Lord Sun said loudly. Han Feng waved his hand. There is still the Wind Devil Tiger King that has not been resolved. When I resolve the Wind Devil Tiger King, I will come back. City Lord Sun was taken aback. Master Feng, the Wind Demon Tiger King is a 10th level monster, why not wait until the Empire's powerhouses come to kill them together? Han Feng pouted. The Wind Demon Tiger King can improve so much strength all at once. It is false to say that there is no reason to join forces with the Empire. I guess he won't get anything, he's not that stupid. Ignoring City Lord Sun's suggestion, Han Feng jumped a few times and was out of sight. Inside the city, City Lord Sun smiled wryly. Everyone, young Master Feng has already gone alone to kill the king of Wind Demon Tiger, so let's wait here. A group of people looked at each other in dismay. Han Tianqing was in a hurry. City Lord, that is a 10th level monster, why don't we go together? City Lord Sun shook his head. You are also aware of the gap between the human rank and the profound rank. If we go, there will be no other effect than dragging it down. Master Feng is not a reckless person. I think that even if young Master Feng can't kill the Wind Demon Tiger King, at least he can escape safely. We just need to wait here for a while. The powerhouses of the Empire are coming soon. When the powerhouses in the Empire will help, Master Feng will be fine. Even if City Lord Sun said this, he could not appease the Han family, but the Han family also understood that their strength could only be used as a drag, and they could only wait anxiously. Between the beasts, there is mutual induction. With Xuanhuan's guidance, Han Feng soon approached the place of the Wind Demon Tiger King. At this time, several generals of the Wind Demon Tiger King had successfully broken through to the 9th level and came to block them. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he killed them one by one without hesitation. He devoured the blood of these beasts with the blood-drinking red dragon knife, and he was raised to the level of a high-grade, mid-grade spiritual weapon. Boom! At this moment, a huge tornado swept out, and the whole sky darkened. A terrifying aura rises from the front into the sky. 10. 11th level. Han Feng was shocked. At this time, the Wind Demon Tiger King broke through again and became an 11th level monster. Level 11 Warcraft. That is comparable to the masters of the late stage of Xuanjia. Although it is just broken through now, the realm is unstable. In terms of cultivation, it should be regarded as an unstable state in the early stage of the mysterious 7-star. In terms of the huge size of the monsters and the energy in their bodies far exceeding that of humans, the continuous fighting ability of the monsters in the early stage of the 11th level is far away. Super profound rank 7 stars. Coupled with the rough skin and thick flesh of Warcraft, the real strength is comparable to the middle and late stages of the Xuanjia 7 stars. If the realm is stabilized, the ordinary 8 stars of the mysterious order will also have the power to fight. Although Han Feng guessed that the Wind Demon Tiger King had a great adventure, he didn't expect it to be so big that it directly made the Wind Demon Tiger King soar to the 11th level of monsters comparable to the late Xuanjia in just over a month. The mountains around the city of people, the most powerful in the past, was the peak of the 7th level, and there was almost no 8th level. Han Feng didn't know whether the Wind Demon Tiger King used to be the 7th or 8th level, but whether it was 7th or 8th, it was just over 1. The month has soared to such an extent that this opportunity. After Han Feng was terrified, not only was he not afraid, but his eyes were bright, and he couldn't wait to know what the opportunity of the Wind Demon Tiger King was, and whether he could take advantage of this opportunity to further his strength. Roar! After the tornado dissipated, the Wind Demon Tiger King floated in the sky, his eyes were red, and Sun Han's killing intent spread out. From within the pupils of the Wind Demon Tiger King, Han Feng was stunned to find that he was full of madness, and it didn't look like his intelligence was wide open. The Wind Demon Tiger King is 6 or 7 meters long, and has 2 eagle-like wings on his back. Other parts are not much different from the appearance of an ordinary tiger. With 2 swipes, Han Feng threw his sleeves and robes, and Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei appeared on both sides of Han Feng. Xiaoyan was astonished. Why does this phenomenon look like crazy? Isn't it said that the wisdom of the Wind Demon Tiger King is not inferior to that of the Earth-level Warcraft? Why is it now? Xiao Lei grinned. It seems that this adventure may not be all good. Suddenly there is a crazy trend. It is impossible for no reason. The biggest possibility is that adventure. The Wind Demon Tiger King roared again, and countless wind blades fell like hail, scraping all the nearby rocks and trees into pieces. Xuanhuan and Xiaolei immediately stopped in front of Han Feng, and the flame and lightning merged to form a net of flames and lightning that was more than 10 meters long. The wind blade bombarded the energy net composed of flames and thunder and lightning, and the energy net quickly dented a large piece, but it was successfully blocked in the end. These wind blades are just made by the Wind Demon Tiger King, and their attack power is not high. At most, they are equivalent to the middle stage of the Xian rank. With the strength of Xuanhuan in the middle stage of the 9th rank and Xiaolei in the late 9th stage, it is not a problem to block them together. Difficult. Han Feng was amazed. How can the two of you attack? Not to mention discordant attributes, even if the attributes are the same, if one gets it wrong, it will explode, not only not hurting others, but also hurting yourself. Xiaolei smiled. This is what we discovered recently, maybe it's because of the pagoda of the boss. Han Feng can only think of this reason, frowning slightly. It seems that there are still many secrets of Jiantianhuo Tower that I have not discovered. Xuanhuan and Xiaolei were very excited at the moment. In terms of cultivation base, they are slightly more than Han Feng, but in terms of real combat power, Han Feng surpasses Xiaoyan and Xiaolei by too much. This has made Xuanhuan and Xiaolei dissatisfied for a long time. As Han Feng's little brother, they can't help Han Feng too much. This is the knot of the two beasts for a long time. But now, the energies of the two can be fully integrated. Don't underestimate this fusion. Because of the fusion, the fighting power of the two beasts has been greatly enhanced. It is the powerhouse with 4 or 5 stars of the ordinary mysterious rank, and it may also fall under one carelessness. Hoo. The Wind Demon Tiger King destroyed the neighborhood in one fell swoop, and was about to roar a few times with satisfaction, when he found that Han Feng was 1 person and 2 beasts intact, and immediately became furious and roared again and again. With the roar of the Wind Demon Tiger King, the majestic wind spirit energy condensed around the Wind Demon Tiger King, and the next moment, the wind spirit energy condensed into the form of the Wind Demon Tiger King and roared out. Not to be outdone, Xuanhuan and Xiaolei spat out fireballs and thunderballs respectively. Fireballs and thunderballs merged, and an explosion like aura swept out. Even Han Feng felt heart palpitations at this moment. Han Feng did not dare to be careless. The 4th layer of the Skyfire battle body and the 4th layer of the Skyfire armor condensed out, and a steady stream of power poured into the blood-drinking red dragon sword. Blood-drinking red dragon saber, it's time for you to show your skills. Han Feng stretched out his hand and touched the blade of the blood-drinking red dragon saber, and a surging fighting spirit emerged in his heart. What about the 11th level Warcraft? With the blood-drinking red dragon knife in hand, he still kills. Boom! Wind Demon Tiger King's attack collided with Xuanhuan Xiaolei's attack, and it exploded immediately, and the terrifying aftermath made the ground tremble faintly. Take this opportunity. Han Feng seized the opportunity, and the blood-drinking red dragon knife slammed out. Blood-drinking red dragon broken. The red blood dragon roared out, and the Wind Demon Tiger King felt a moment of panic, but the next moment he roared again and again, angry for the emotions just now. Han Feng used the 4th level of the Heavenly Fire fighting body, and after integrating the Qinghuan Jade Fire, his cultivation base has jumped to the middle stage of the Xuanjia. Holding the blood-drinking red dragon saber that is comparable to a high-grade medium-grade spirit weapon, coupled with the blood-drinking red dragon killing, this blow from Han Feng is comparable to the 7 stars of the mysterious order. The Wind Demon Tiger King rioted with energy all over his body, and a terrifying figure appeared behind him. This figure held a trident in his hand, and the trident burst into a burst of cyan light and shot out instantly. It is the strongest ultimate move of the Wind Demon Tiger King, Sky Funeral. Boom boom boom. The red blood dragon exploded in an instant, but the blue light also dissipated, and only a small part of the blue light fell from the sky. Xiaoyan and Xiaolei immediately used their energy webs to intercept the blue light. Flame dragon wings. Han Feng gave a low voice, spread his huge wings behind his back, and quickly lifted off into the sky. At this moment, the cyan light beams blasted in the sky have been reduced a lot. With the Skyfire armor protecting him, these cyan rays of light will not cause much damage to Han Feng at all. Han Feng was excited. With the Xuanjia 2-star cultivation base, he has the ability to compete with the Xuanjia 7-star, how can Han Feng not like it? Seeing that Han Feng was still alive and kicking, the King of Wind Demon Tiger was furious. The trident in the hand of the terrifying figure behind him burst out again with a terrifying blue light, which contained the wind element compressed to the extreme. The scattered blue light slammed down to the ground, and quickly formed something like a semicircular blue protective shield with a radius of more than 10 meters. If it was hit and fell into the blue semicircle, it would definitely be scraped into pieces. The largest cyan beam of light was about to hit Han Feng. Han Feng was not afraid. Blood-drinking red dragon kill. The red blood dragon reappeared, but this time the red blood dragon was obviously more ferocious than before, and the smell of blood was more intense. Han Feng is not like the original Elder Lin Taishang, who needs to be absorbed by the blood-drinking red dragon knife to kill the blood-drinking red dragon. After purification, the blood-drinking Nine Dragon Knife, as long as the blood-drinking Nine Dragon Knife is not upgraded to the level of the blood-drinking Yellow Dragon Knife, and the tricks that exceed the blood-drinking Red Dragon Knife are not displayed, whether it is the blood-drinking Red Dragon breaking or the blood-drinking Red Dragon killing, in other words, it is blood-drinking Red Dragon annihilation. As long as Han Feng has enough energy, it can be used without any side effects at all. This time, the cyan beam of light and the red blood dragon were strangely fused together, and there was no violent explosion or aftermath. Before long, the two tricks melted into each other and disappeared. Blood-drinking red dragon annihilation. Han Feng didn't care about the huge consumption in his body, so he unleashed his third big move in succession. The nearly 200-meter-long red blood dragon was like a god of destruction, instantly swallowing the Wind Demon Tiger King. Inside the red blood dragon, there were densely packed blades made of blood-colored energy, tearing apart the Wind Demon Tiger King crazily. The shrill screams of the Wind Demon Tiger King rang out for thousands of meters. The second one is delivered. Thanks to all the big brothers for the flowers, because of the strong support of all the big brothers, Chinese cabbage achieved a good third place in September. This month, I believe that with your great support, we can still achieve good results. Fight for the 5th shift today, and I can't let everyone down again. For the 6th shift, it depends on the situation, the possibility of the 6th shift is very small, don't hold your expectations. The shrill screams kept ringing, and the moment the red blood dragon disappeared, the Wind Demon Tiger King fell from the sky and fell to the ground with a bang. The entire body of the Wind Demon Tiger King was embedded directly into the ground, with the Wind Demon Tiger King as the center, and the surrounding area was full of cracks like spider webs. In the sky, Han Feng was gasping for breath, and his eyes were filled with joy that could not be concealed no matter what. Without the blood-drinking Nine Dragon Sword, with Han Feng's current cultivation, the strongest blow is only a little bit beyond the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia, and the distance from the 7-star Xuanjia is huge. At the beginning, the blow of Elder Lin Taishang was only comparable to the 7 stars of the Xuanjia, and Han Feng was severely injured. If it wasn't for the Skyfire armor, it would have already died in the hands of Elder Lin. But now Han Feng has mastered the blood-drinking Nine Dragon Sword, and the explosive power has long surpassed that of Elder Lin Taishang, and the 11th level monster like the Wind Demon Tiger King was severely injured on the spot, his breath was sluggish, and he was extremely close to death. How can Han Feng not like that the comprehensive combat power has improved so much? With such a cultivation base, it is almost considered to be among the first class when one arrives at the Thunder base. On the ground, the Wind Demon Tiger King's body suddenly moved, and immediately the Wind Demon Tiger King's huge pupils slowly opened, and the blood inside completely disappeared, revealing humanized pain and regret. The Wind Demon Tiger King raised his head with difficulty, his eyes full of desire. Han Feng was startled. The Wind Demon Tiger King actually wanted him to kill it. Han Feng slowly descended, and the energy in his body has been consumed very little. The blood-drinking Red Dragon Saber's 3 ultimate moves, especially the last 2 ultimate moves, are comparable to ordinary martial arts, and consume too much energy. With a sigh, Han Feng instructed Xuanhuan and Xiaolei, "You two give them a ride." The 2 beasts nodded. After knowing that the Wind Demon Tiger King had gone insane, the 2 beasts vaguely guessed that the Wind Demon Tiger King attacked Renshongking. "I am afraid there is another secret." Xiaolei's paw ended the life of the Wind Demon Tiger King, and the Wind Demon Tiger King died in relief. Before his death, the Wind Demon Tiger King was caught off guard by Xiaolei, and spit out a light into Xiaolei's head. Xiaolei was startled, backed up again, and sat on the ground. Han Feng immediately came to Xiaolei's side, his face gloomy. "This damn Wind, Devil, and Tiger King, he came up with this trick when he was about to die. Xiaolei, how do you feel?" In the eyes of Xuanhuan and Han Feng, Xiaolei must have been plotted by the Wind Devil Tiger King. Unexpectedly, Xiaolei scratched his head. "Boss, Xuanhuan, this Wind Demon Tiger King did not plot against me, but just passed on some memories to me." Xuanhuan was stunned, but Han Feng was puzzled. Xuanhuan immediately said, "Boss, our magical beasts are different from your human beings. Unless our magical beasts have extremely low bloodlines, they will almost always get the exercises suitable for their own cultivation since they generate spiritual wisdom, so our magical beasts are born with the ability to control inheritance. The inheritance is not only the practice method, but also some memories. This Wind Demon Tiger King must be trying to convey something to us." Han Feng touched his chin and thoughtfully said, "That's it, Xiaolei, hurry up and check it out. If I'm not mistaken, the memory of the Wind Demon Tiger King should have its adventures and why it went crazy." Xiaolei closed his eyes for a long time, carefully feeling some of the memories that the Wind Demon Tiger King passed to him. As a martial artist, patience is the most fundamental. Han Feng and Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, one, and the other was lying down. Neither of them was impatient. Seeing that Xiaolei showed no signs of waking up in a short time, Han Feng simply closed his eyes and rested. More than 10 minutes later, Xiaolei opened his eyes with a complicated look on his face. Han Feng asked, "How?" Xiaolei smiled bitterly, "Boss, it really wasn't intentional for this Wind Demon Tiger King to attack Renshongking." Han Feng was silent for a long time before he said, "The Wind Demon Tiger King killed my instructor Lin. I killed it too. It's a grudge. It doesn't make sense to investigate whether it was intentional now. Tell me, what's going on?" Now Han Feng just wants to know the specific story. The Wind Demon Tiger King is dead, no matter how big the hatred should be dissipated. Xiaolei said slowly, "This Wind Demon Tiger King was just an ordinary Wind Demon Tiger, a 7th-level monster. When the Wind Demon Tiger was still at level 5, a Wind Demon Tiger egg was laid." Hearing this, the corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. The Wind Demon Tiger King is the mother. Between the words, Han Feng's surprise was fully displayed. Even Xuanhuan rubbed his ears, a little unbelievable. Xiaolei nodded helplessly, "It's really the mother's." More than 10 years ago, the Wind Demon Tiger was still level 5, and the little Wind Demon Tiger just grew up, and was killed by a warrior from a certain family in Renshongking. The Wind Demon Tiger was furious at the time, but unfortunately, the Wind Demon Tiger is only level 5, unable to take revenge at all. This hatred has been going on for over a decade. Until more than 2 months ago, the Wind Demon Tiger accidentally broke into a cave, and there was nothing in it, but an Earth-level demon core was suspended. Earth rank magic core. Han Feng was startled. Earth-level magic core, that is the magic core that can only be formed by Earth-level monsters. How many heavenly rank warriors are there in the entire Great Jin Kingdom? Just a few hundred. Earth-level monsters, ordinary forces would not dare to provoke them. In this remote city of people, there are Earth-level demon cores. It is really. Xiaolei was also a little sighed and said, "Boss, this Earth-rank demon core is still at the peak Earth-rank level, which belongs to the level that is only one step away from entering the heaven rank. The most important thing is that this Earth-level magic core is fire attribute." Han Feng's eyes lit up. The fire-attributed Earth-level demon core. He could refine the Earth-level demon core by practicing the 9 Flames different fire technique to the third layer of Kanglan Xuanhuan. A magic core of the peak level of the Earth is still fire attribute, and the energy contained in it can be imagined, and it can definitely make his strength improve. Just when Han Feng was fantasizing about this fire attribute top-level demon core, Xiaolei poured cold water on it. Unfortunately, this top-level demon core should be left by the death of an Earth-level beast. The energy inside is full of skyrocketing. Even if the Earth-level demon core is refined, the character will be greatly affected, and this is the case with this Wind Demon Tiger King. Han Feng's interest suddenly dropped by half. He didn't want to become crazy after absorbing it, but... Hey, I have a spiritual spring, which can purify all negative effects. After I absorb it, I can soak in the spiritual spring. Of course, there are limits to all this. For the negative impact of the demon core at the peak of the Earth rank, at least it needs a spiritual spring refined by the Kanglan profound fire to purify it. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of the last sentence Xiaolei said, and couldn't help but ask, the Wind Demon Tiger King is a wind attribute, and this Earth-level demon core is a fire attribute. Can the Wind Demon Tiger King also absorb it? Xiaoyan interjected at this time, "Boss, our monsters are different from your humans. Our monsters are strong, although it is best to swallow the magic core of the same attribute, but swallowing the magic core of different attributes can also improve the strength. Of course, because of different attributes, the improvement will definitely not be much, and it will also lead to mixed energy, and it is easy to go crazy and die when breaking through. It even makes the bottleneck more difficult and difficult to break through. Therefore, although our magical beasts can swallow the magic cores of different attributes, unless there is a special reason, they generally won't swallow them." Xiaolei grinned. Xiaoyan is right. Feng Mohu was not very intelligent at the time, although he felt dangerous, but he had hatred in his heart. He still gnawed off a small piece of the demon core, which eventually led to a coma for a month. It's already a level 9 monster. The Wind Demon Tiger King, whose intelligence has greatly increased, naturally began a journey of revenge. The ground-level demon core is missing a small piece, and the energy leaks out. It is estimated that the generals of the Wind Demon Tiger King were able to break through because of this. The Wind Demon Tiger King continued to absorb it before breaking through after breaking through the 9th level. In the end, I sucked too much, which led to gradually going crazy. Except for the first attack on Renshunking for revenge, and later it was the vent after the madness of the Wind Demon Tiger King. Not to mention Renshunking, other nearby cities and monsters were also killed by the Wind Demon Tiger King. The great revenge will be avenged, and the Wind Demon Tiger King can't bear the pain of the madman. This is the reason why the Wind Demon Tiger King begged the boss to kill it. Perhaps it was to thank us for ending its pain, and this memory was passed on to me. When Han Feng learned the whole story, Rao was resentful of the Wind Demon Tiger King and sighed endlessly. The third one is complete. Resentment is resentment, but Han Feng is also full of emotion about the experience of the Wind Demon Tiger King. Who said that only humans have kinship, and monsters are not bad? But humans and monsters are different camps. Humans take it for granted to kill monsters, and monsters also take it for granted to kill humans. Han Feng can't say that the Wind Demon Tiger King is right, nor can he say that the Wind Demon Tiger King is wrong. Xiaofeng Devil who was killed, maybe the family members saw the value of Xiaofeng Devilhu, or it was possible that Xiaofeng Devilhu took the initiative to provoke the other party. Just like the one-horned wolf that Han Feng tried to swallow Han Feng for the first time. For Han Feng, if the one-horned wolf wants to eat him, he naturally has to counterattack and kill the opponent, but for the adult one-horned wolf, Han Feng is its murderous enemy, so he chases and kills Han Feng, and wants to kill Han Feng. The wind shreds. In order to avenge his own children, the Wind Demon Tiger King would rather be a madman to absorb the fire attribute Earth-level demon core, which Han Feng really admires, but that's all. Humans and Warcraft are not the same camp after all, because so many people have died in the city of humans because of the Wind Demon Tiger King. It is impossible for Han Feng to sympathize and forgive the Wind Demon Tiger King. Even if he knew the whole story in advance, Han Feng would still kill the Wind Demon Tiger King. If the Wind Demon Tiger King is innocent, aren't those who died tragically because of the Wind Demon Tiger King not innocent? Xiaoyan and Xiaolei didn't say a word. Although the two beasts were magical beasts, they were inseparable from Han Feng because of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. The interests of one person and two beasts were exactly the same. Although the two beasts are magical beasts, the problem is no longer in the position of beasts, but in the position of Han Feng. For the two beasts, whether they are humans or beasts, as long as they want to be detrimental to Han Feng, they are enemies. Han Feng exhaled, so there is such a story. Suddenly, Han Feng's face froze. Wait. The ground-level magic core was bitten by a small bite. Shouldn't it be useless? Xiaolei looked innocent. Maybe. Let's go and see. Han Feng almost vomited blood. According to Xiaolei's memory, one person and two beasts came to the entrance of the cave that was deeply hidden. The cave is not wide, and in the center is a crystal that is 2 to 3 times the size of a fist suspended. It is obvious that a certain part of this crystal is missing. The fiery temperature envelopes this crystal. Approaching slowly, the rich fire spirit power gathers here. These fire spirit powers are not the fire spirit power between heaven and earth, but the fire spirit power exposed by the demon core of the earth, which is essentially different from the fire spirit power between heaven and earth. Han Feng frowned and looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you are also a fire attribute. Can you see the situation of this fire attribute ground-level demon core? Xiaoyan wrinkled his nose and said after a long time, there is a lot of energy that comes out. After all, this has made the Wind Demon Tiger King grow from the 9th level to the 11th level, and even the other 7 or 8 level monsters. There are also many evolutions to the 9th level. Class. Right now, it's probably only equivalent to the ordinary late-stage demon core. If it is exposed, it will fall to the middle-stage demon core in less than 10 days. Hearing this, Han Feng was quite impressed, as expected of the demon core of the Earth rank, but dropping from the peak of the Earth rank to the late Earth rank, the Wind Demon Tiger King has been promoted so much, and by the way, it has also benefited many monsters. Han Feng tried to absorb it, and he really felt the riot in this fire spirit power, which was completely different from the fire spirit power between heaven and earth. If they were both at the peak of the earth rank and absorbed by the fire attribute beasts of the half-step heaven rank, it is estimated that it would not have such a big impact. As for the heavenly fire attribute Warcraft, it is estimated that it is like eating a jelly bean. Put away the ground-level magic core and put it into the 7th floor storage space, and the ground-level magic core stopped leaking instantly. Looking at the rich fire spirit power in the center of the cave, Han Feng felt a little reluctant. It was too wasteful. Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Boss, this fire spirit power leaked out and has become thin, and it has been sucked by so many monsters. Now there is only a little remaining power. Boss, you should be able to absorb it. Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly thought of something, and with a flick of his sleeves, he took the leaked fire spirit power into the Jianshan Fire Tower. On the first floor of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, Han Feng opened the flame cauldron of the fusion of all things, read a formula, and the leaked fire spirit was instantly sucked into it. Han Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, all things can be refined even with the fire energy. After all, the fire spirit power is leaked from the earth-level demon core. Compared with the fire spirit power between heaven and earth, its essence has changed. It can be said that it is similar to the existence of spirit stones. Therefore, the Rongyan Ding can still refine it into the source liquid. With a wave of Han Feng's palm, a cyan green jade fire swept out. When Han Feng used Xuanhuan jade fire to refine the leaked fire spirit power into the source liquid, on the side of Renshongking, the imperial powerhouse finally arrived. I see the original adult. City Lord Sun bent over and clasped his fists excitedly. At this moment, City Lord Sun still doesn't know that the Wind Demon Tiger King has been killed by Han Feng, and he is extremely happy with the arrival of the Empire's powerhouse. A group of warriors, including the Han family, all bowed their heads. This adult surnamed Yuan was under too much pressure, and they did not dare to look up. This pressure is greater than the pressure Han Feng puts on them, and even has a fundamentally different feeling. Only City Lord Sun has a wide vision and guessed a few things. This Lord Yuan, I am afraid that he is an earth-level powerhouse that surpasses the profound level. Yuan Yixing looked at City Lord Sun lightly, and the others ignored it, as if this group of warriors did not exist at all. Without calling City Lord Sun to get up, Yuan Yixing said lightly, "How is the Wind Demon Tiger King now?" There was an ugly look on City Lord Sun's face, and the original excitement also subsided. Even if you are a strong person sent by the Empire, you can't be so arrogant. But the other party is a strong person, so City Lord Sun can only endure it. Sir, the Wind Demon Tiger King only appeared when he attacked Renshongking for the first time, and now I don't know how to go down, but young Master Feng has already gone. Now I'm afraid I've already fought the Wind Demon Tiger King. Who is that? Yuan Yixing frowned, and dared to call him young master in front of him. It was ridiculous. A group of remote and lowly people. If he hadn't accidentally learned of this person's letter for help from Zhongqing, he knew that the king of Wind Demon Tiger had soared from below level 9 to level 10 in just over a month. He is a dignified and powerful person, so he will not grab someone else's task and come to such a backward place. Demonic beasts are not easy to practice, especially since Feng Mohu's bloodline is only medium, and it has reached such a level in a short period of time. It is obviously a great adventure. Thinking that someone had already killed the Wind Demon Tiger King first, and got a fortunate encounter, Yuan Yixing's eyes quickly flashed a murderous intent. City Lord Sun had to briefly introduce Han Feng's identity, which made Yuan Yixing's heart stunned. Lei family? This Han family even has children from the Lei family. This Han Feng is just the son of a female disciple of the Lei family, and he probably won't get much attention in the Lei family. Given my status in the Empire, if this kid doesn't know each other. Yuan Yixing's killing intent did not diminish. Increase. Although in his capacity, even the unpopular direct descendants of the Lei family should be respected by 3 points, but if he really kills the Lei family, at least all those who know it should be killed, otherwise there will always be trouble. After a few glances at City Lord Sun and others, Yuan Yixing's mind flashed a few thoughts. And City Lord Sun didn't know at all that the powerhouses of the Empire in front of him had the idea of killing them. The Wind Demon Tiger King is already a 10th level monster. It's really arrogant to go so abruptly, and he will die sooner or later. Yuan Yixing directly expressed his dislike for Han Feng. Rao was worried about Yuan Yixing's powerful strength, and the Han family and others were also dissatisfied with the freshman, and some of them even appeared directly on the face. Yuan Yixing's eyes narrowed, and he slapped him directly. A simple slap made these Han family disciples faint, with a swollen old gao. Han Yu and the others were shocked and angry, but Yuan Yixing's hand really made them dare not speak any more to provoke each other. The other warriors were trembling when they saw the Han family. At this time, they realized that the strong men sent by the empire were not as kind as they had guessed before. In the eyes of others, their group, the warriors of the early and middle stages, are from the remote city of people, and I am afraid that they are no different from the ant slaves. 232 Mind Rosary. Arts. Realizing what kind of existence he is in the eyes of the other party makes many warriors feel aggrieved. City Lord Sun said embarrassingly, "Master Yuan, is it a bit too much? City Lord Sun, are you dissatisfied with this seat?" Of course, Yuan Yixing knew what City Lord Sun was going to say next, so he choked on City Lord Sun. What else can City Lord Sun say? If he really wants to say it, the other party will definitely kill him in seconds. It is true that his family also has masters of the earth rank, but he can't solve the fire from far away. Besides, this Yuan Yixing is so arrogant, God knows what the background is? Is there a heavenly powerhouse behind it? City Lord Sun stopped talking, let alone other people, no matter how aggrieved, who called the other party a strong man in the empire, or a strong man on the ground. Yuan Yixing also stopped paying attention to City Lord Sun and others, and moved directly to the mountain range where the Wind Demon Tiger King was located. Yuan Yi and Xing Yi left, and a low voice of dissatisfaction followed. Han Yu hurriedly ordered someone to rescue the disciples who had just been slapped. City Lord Sun frowned, strange, such a thing, at most one or two in the middle and late stages of the mysterious order, how can it attract the powerhouses of the Earth Order? Suddenly, City Lord Sun's face froze. Damn it, you're careless. The attack of the beasts kept City Lord Sun tense, and he didn't think much about other things. The arrival of the powerhouse at this time instantly made City Lord Sun realize that the strength of the Wind Demon Tiger King was not easy to progress. Alas, as soon as the Empire's powerhouse comes, even if there is anything, it is impossible to get it. I hope Han Feng will not directly stalemate with the powerhouses of the Empire. Even with the backing of the Lei family, the powerhouses of the Empire are not easy to mess with. City Lord Sun doesn't know what Han Feng has done in Lei's family, nor does he know what Han Feng's status is in Lei's family. 14-year-old Xuanhuan is abnormal, but too many geniuses are too young, and big is not necessarily good. Han Feng's strength is progressing rapidly now, who knows what will happen in the future. City Lord Sun has not only seen a genius who exhausted his potential when he was young, but then became an ordinary person and was caught up by the latecomers. With such an idea, City Lord Sun just regarded Han Feng as a temporarily promising descendant of the Lei family. There are many promising children of the Lei family, but compared with the powerhouses of the Empire, their status is still slightly inferior. The guardian of the Empire is the powerhouse of the Empire. As long as this adult exists for a day, the powerhouses of the Empire are slightly better than the powerhouses of other cities among the powerhouses of the same level. If City Lord Sun knew about Han Feng's status in the Lei family, he would probably not worry about Han Feng anymore, but Yuan Yixing. A certain mountain range outside the city of people. Han Feng is still refining the leaked fire attribute spiritual power, and has entered the end. Not long after, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Finally, it has all been refined into the source liquid, so let's call it the fire spirit source liquid. Put away the fire spirit source liquid. Han Feng disappeared on the first floor of Xuanhuan Tower and appeared outside. Xiaoyan Xiaolei, thank you both. While he was refining the leaked fire spirit power, Xiaoyan and Xiaolei were guarding the entrance of the cave. Xiaoyan smiled and licked his face. Boss, give me some too. Han Feng rubbed Xiaoyan's head with a smile. Don't worry, although the amount of fire spirit power leaked out is a lot less, you and I are only in the early stage of the Xian rank and the middle stage of the 9th rank. It should be enough for the two of us to raise at least 1 star. Class. Xiaolei shouted loudly, Xiaoyan, you are too cunning to covet the boss's things. Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, you got more benefits than me when you were in the 9-story pagoda. Xiao Lei didn't say a word for a while, he just kept shouting, "Oh my god, I finally surpassed you in my cultivation base. Now that's it, you're going to catch up again." Han Feng reluctantly said, "Okay, the few early 9th level monsters killed before have 2 thunder attributes and 1 fire attribute. You two devour these 3 demon cores." Xiao Lei said with grief and indignation, "It's only at the beginning of the 9th level, it can't improve much." Suddenly, Han Feng's face condensed, "You two come back soon." After saying that, without waiting for the reaction of the 2 beasts, he directly took the 2 beasts back to the animal breeding space. At the same time, a huge breath came crashing down. Han Feng's face changed greatly, Earth-level powerhouse. In Lei's house, Han Feng has encountered a lot of powerhouses, and he is very familiar with the pressure of powerhouses. Han Feng can even roughly guess that this powerhouse is still a mid-grade powerhouse. How come the mid-level powerhouses came here? Han Feng kept thinking in his mind, but did not dodge. From the moment the majestic breath came, Han Feng knew that he had been discovered. Since he couldn't escape, why bother? A mean-looking middle-aged man quickly appeared in front of Han Feng from a small black spot in the distance. Yuan Yixing proudly said, "Is your kid Han Feng?" Han Feng squinted slightly, knowing his name. Could it be a powerhouse sent by the Empire? The next moment, Yuan Yixing's words confirmed Han Feng's guess, and Yuan Yixing said lightly, "I am Yuan Yixing, the guardian of the 13th team of the Great Jin Kingdom. Where is the Wind Demon Tiger King?" Han Feng's face was moved. In the Lei family, Han Feng also learned a lot about the situation of the Great Jin Kingdom during the conversation with Lei Deli and others. Xingjin City is the imperial city of the Great Jin Kingdom. The major forces in Xingjin City are complex, and the powerful forces are even more numerous. The 13th Guardian team is one of them. 1 captain and 2 vice-captains of each team can only serve with the consent of the Guardian's adults. The 3 captains, the deputy captain is at least the early stage of the sky, and the captain is at least the middle stage of the sky. 13 teams, 13 captains, and 26 vice-captains, are 39 heavenly powerhouses. These powerhouses belong to Lord Guardian and obey the Emperor of the Empire. Guarding the 13th team is not only the shield of the Empire, but also the blade of the Empire. In addition to the captain, every member of the Guardian 13th team is also above the ground level. Such a force, not to mention an ordinary force, is a member of the royal family, and no one except the Emperor dares to offend easily. Han Feng looked at the arrogant and mean man on the opposite side. He really couldn't think of how such a person was recruited into the 13th Guardian team. Yuan Yixing looked impatient. "Boy, what about you?" Han Feng didn't want to offend the people who guarded the 13th team, so he respectfully said, "The king of Wind Demon Tiger has been beheaded." "What? The Wind Demon Tiger King is dead? Who killed it?" Yuan Yixing had a cold expression on his face. "It was killed by the younger generation," Han Feng said honestly. Yuan Yixing disdained, "It's just you? Boy, it's better to tell me the truth, otherwise." Yuan Yixing Yulu threatened. Han Feng really didn't like this Yuan Yixing in his heart. This person's eyes seemed to be looking at a lowly person. Han Feng said lightly, "Junior did not lie, the Wind Demon Tiger King was indeed beheaded by the junior, and there is nothing the senior can do if he doesn't believe the junior." Yuan Yixing rolled his eyes. "Since the Wind Demon Tiger King was beheaded by you, do you know why the Wind Demon Tiger King's strength increased so quickly?" Having said that, Han Feng finally understood why the dignified mid-level powerhouse came here. In the face of the powerhouse, Han Feng said that he was not worried. Fortunately, the Lei family also gave him some life-saving means, but he did not need to be too afraid. He said, "Junior, I don't know." Yuan Yixing snorted coldly, "You don't know? It's a joke. It seems that you don't intend to tell the truth, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Yuan Yixing's eyes were cold. Han Feng's face changed slightly, and he quickly roared, "Senior, this junior is a member of the Lei family. If the senior takes action against the junior Lei family will not sit idly by." Yuan Yixing said disdainfully, "Not to mention that you are just an ordinary child of the Lei family. What about the direct line of the Lei family? As long as I kill you and those people in Renshongking, who knows that you were killed by me? Even if I knew, it wouldn't help me." The breath of the earth-level powerhouse spread out, and the terrifying aura made Han Feng feel that he was besieged by a ferocious giant snake. The gap is so great that it is extremely difficult for him to even move. Yuan Yixing clapped his hands and was about to take Han Feng out. When Han Feng bit the tip of his tongue, the pain caused Han Feng to recover some movements, and immediately grabbed a thumb-sized green ball from his arms. Yuan Yixing's originally disdainful face froze suddenly, and said incredulously, "Intentional prayer beads." Yuan Yixing's background is indeed strong. Yuan Yixing's brother is the captain of the 9th team of the 13th team. It is because of this relationship that Yuan Yixing can enter the 13th team. Yuan Yixing is a more domineering existence. This is the case even in the 13th Guardian team, let alone in the remote city of people. The members of the Guardian 13 team do have a sense of superiority, but they also have their own missions. There will definitely be arrogance, but like Yuan Yixing, Gao Aoqing regards himself as a high-level race. Such a domineering and arrogant Yuan Yixing, seeing the balls in Han Feng's hands so rude, is enough to show how surprising the balls in Han Feng's hands are. Han Feng saw that Yuan Yixing knew the rosary beads, and said lightly, "It seems that the senior already knows what I have in my hand. Do you still want to continue to do it now? If the senior is dead, the junior will not show mercy." Yuan Yixing's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he sneered immediately, "Imperial prayer beads are such a precious thing. I don't believe that the intention beads in your hand are real." As we all know, the spiritual power of the heavenly rank powerhouse has been able to spread out of the body, but it is only spiritual power and cannot be transformed into a mind clone. Mind avatar is said to be an ability that is only mastered by extremely high-level sanctuary powerhouses. The mind clone is the mind-body separated by the warriors relying on powerful mental power. The control of the mind clone is relatively shallow, and the mind clone can probably have 1/10 to 1/20 of the power of the main body. Those who have deep control over the mind clone have about 1/5 to 1/10 of the power of the main body. In general, it is a relatively tasteless ability for high-level sanctuary powerhouses. But the rosary beads can store the spiritual power of the heavenly rank powerhouse and create a mindfulness clone that only the high-level sanctuary powerhouse can automatically separate. And once it is created, it is 1/10 of the energy of the heavenly rank powerhouse. For the heavenly rank powerhouse, it is a relatively tasteless existence, but for the young children of the family, it is a rare treasure. The children who are valued by the family go out to experience, and if the rosary is there, there will be a lot more. Ashore. Think about it, Han Feng is the early stage of Xuanjie cultivation, but with the rosary beads, even ordinary powerhouses have the power to fight. The one who stored the thoughts for Han Feng, but the elder of the Lei family, the peak cultivation of the 9 stars of the sky. 1/10 of the power, the ordinary heaven rank can't compete in the early stage. Of course, rosary beads also have disadvantages. The mind clone separated from the higher sanctuary has the ability to think, and it is no different from the main body. When the mind clone dies, everything that the mind clone encounters can also be shared with the main body. The mind avatar created by the mind rosary does not have its own thoughts, and is controlled by people like a puppet. After death, it cannot share its own memory with the creator. Even the mind avatar created by the mind rosary has no energy replenishment, and each summon will consume a certain amount of energy, and eventually the strength of the mind avatar is getting weaker and weaker. This is also the reason why Han Feng did not use rosary beads rashly even if he intended. Good steel should be used on the blade, and it would be best to drive Yuan Yixing away without summoning a mind clone. Mind rosary beads have various magical uses, and they are naturally extremely precious. There are not many in the entire Lei family, and they may not be used once in decades. The possession of mind rosary beads shows that this person is highly valued by the Lei family, including the elders and patriarchs. Such a person is hard to come by in a century. Yuan Yixing didn't want to believe that he had met such a character casually. Yuan Yixing said coldly, "You are just the daughter of the Lei family and the son of the little Han family. Stop joking with your status. The Lei family may not even admit it. How could they get the rosary beads?" The status of the Han family and the Lei family were too mismatched. Yuan Yixing knew that big families like the Lei family paid more attention to the existence of face, so how could they admit that the little Han family would have in-laws with them? Han Feng frowned slightly. "It seems that Yuan Yixing is going to fight to the end, then." Han Feng looked cold. "If you don't believe it, let the facts speak." At this point, Han Feng will no longer lower his posture. The true essence in the body is running, and it is quickly injected into the rosary beads. In an instant, a terrifying energy storm was formed centered on the rosary in Han Feng's hand. Under such an energy storm, the surrounding mountains, rocks and forests were all lifted up and turned to ashes. Yuan Yixing's eyes widened. "No. Impossible, it turns out to be true." Yuan Yixing's body gushed out the majestic real essence, and defended his body tightly, which was able to withstand it. This is so. The terrifying coercion also made Yuan Yixing's face twisted and deformed. Only Han Feng was at the center of the energy storm, and nothing happened. The energy storm gradually subsided, and a more illusory figure appeared above the Han Feng rosary. This figure seems to be ordinary, but when you feel it carefully, you will find that the other party is as unfathomable as the sea. Yuan Yixing stammered, "Lei, elder of the Lei family." With Yuan Yixing's background in the empire, it is natural to know the existence that the major families can't provoke the most. The first elder of the Lei family was among them. At the peak of the 9-star cultivation base, the entire Jin kingdom, except for Lord Guardian, is strong enough to rank in the top 10. Even with such a strong background as Yuan Yixing, seeing the first elder of the Lei family had to bow his head arrogantly. Yuan Yixing didn't expect that the rosary beads in Han Feng's hands were real, nor did he expect that it was Elder Lei who injected spiritual power into the rosary beads to create a mind clone. Also with rosary beads, Elder Lei's injection of spiritual power is different from that of ordinary Tianjia 1 or 2-star elders, which shows that the Lei family values Han Feng differently. The ordinary 1 or 2-star elders injected spiritual power, which has already shown that the Lei family valued Han Feng very much. And Elder Lei injected spiritual power. Damn it, what the hell did this kid do? Even such an existence injects spiritual power into him. Could it be that this kid is the illegitimate son of the first elder? No, this kid is indeed a member of the Han family. It can't be the illegitimate child of the first elder. Wait. Han family. Before Yuan Yixing felt that the Han family was familiar, but he didn't think about it deeply. At this moment, thinking back seriously, Yuan Yixing remembered something that happened more than 10 years ago. Yuan Yixing's face was ugly. Could it be the son of that woman Lei Yuanjia? Lei Yuanjia, the most promising existence in the sanctuary at present, turned out to be her son. No wonder. Yuan Yixing had to admit that he really kicked the iron plate. Yuan Yixing's face twisted. Han. Little brother Han, this is all a misunderstanding. When the mind clone moved, Yuan Yixing jumped in shock immediately. 1/10 of the power of the 9 stars in the sky was still enough to kill him in seconds. Yuan Yixing's nervous forehead was sweating. Han Feng pouted. Misunderstanding? I don't think it's a misunderstanding. For your sake as a member of the 13th Guard team, I won't kill you, but I can't help but punish you, as long as you can survive me. This clone can let you go. Yuan Yixing was first overjoyed, and his face became embarrassed when he heard the words behind, but there was always a glimmer of hope for life. Okay. Yuan Yixing gritted his teeth and responded. The mind clone was ordered by Han Feng. The palm suddenly lifted, and the dense heaven and earth spiritual power formed a terrifying vortex, gathered in the hands of the mind clone, and blasted out. Bihai Chaosheng palm. Boom. The palm of the water blew and the palm of heaven and earth collided, like a tsunami, and the aftermath of the vibration rumbled away. The entire mountain range collapsed in half in a moment, and the radius of thousands of meters and nearly 10,000 meters was deeply dented. Puff puff. Like a ruined kite, Yuan Yixing vomited blood again, and was directly blown up to the kilometer, and fell to the ground without knowing his life or death. Han Feng knew that the mind clone had been merciful, and Yuan Yixing was severely injured, but he did not die. For Yuan Yixing, Han Feng didn't want to kill him, but in the end he was scruples guarding the 13th team and didn't kill him. The other party is so arrogant, obviously has an extraordinary identity, spare the other party's life, and with his status in the Lei family, the other party absolutely dare not provoke him again. But after killing the other party, everything becomes complicated. Even if the other party can't help him, there is always a bit of trouble, and there is a weakness of the Han family behind him. I fainted, I slept late yesterday, and today I went to my grandfather's house to eat and drink with relatives, and got a little drunk. After taking a nap in the afternoon, I fell asleep all of a sudden. Oh my God! City of people. A group of people waited anxiously, especially Han Yu and the others. The Empire powerhouse was so reluctant to speak, in case there was a conflict with Han Feng. Just as Han Yu and others were anxiously waiting, Han Feng returned. Grandpa, uncle, I came back safely. Han Feng smiled. Han Yu and others were overjoyed. It's good to come back, it's good to come back. Han Tianqing was relieved. It seems that Han Feng did not have a conflict with the Empire powerhouse. How did Han Tianqing know that the imperial powerhouse Yuan Yixing was still lying in the mountains outside at the moment? City Lord Sun hesitated. As a human level 12-star peak, a half-step profound rank master, City Lord Sun felt the fluctuations in the distance more clearly than anyone present, and that kind of fluctuations were definitely not something that simple ordinary profound rank could produce. In the end, City Lord Sun still asked, Master Feng, how's the original lord? In City Lord Sun's view, Yuan Yixing and the Wind Devil Tiger King must be the ones who can make such fluctuations. Han Feng chuckled, City Lord Sun, just go and see for himself, we'll go first. After saying that, Han Feng didn't say much and turned to leave. City Lord Sun had too many questions in his heart. Why did he want him to see it? Is it the order of the original adult? After Han Feng and others left, City Lord Sun immediately ran out of the city. The other warriors knew that the Wind Demon Tiger King was dead, and they all dispersed. As for Yuan Yixing, who cares about that arrogant imperial powerhouse? It is best to die with the Wind Demon Tiger King. They don't have the slightest affection for Yuan Yixing. City Lord Sun came under the mountain and was immediately stunned. Half a mountain range, this is half a mountain range, almost completely destroyed. What level of combat is this to cause such destructive power? The Earth rank definitely doesn't have that ability. City Lord Sun's family itself has masters on the ground. Although the level is not high, it is only the early and middle stages of the Earth level, but the same level, the gap is not to the extent of heaven and earth. Since the Earth steps cannot cause such destructive power, it can only be. City Lord Sun took a deep breath, his eyes were full of shock, and the words Tianjia appeared in City Lord Sun's heart. Honey, could it be that there is a heaven-rank powerhouse behind young Master Feng? Thinking of this, City Lord Sun's understanding of Han Feng has been raised to a new level. Wait. Where is the original adult? City Lord's son secretly thought that it was not good, and immediately ran away. Sure enough, he found Yuan Yixing in a place with obvious signs of battle. However, at this time, Yuan Yixing had the same scenery as before. City Lord's son was shocked, and immediately stepped forward and stretched his fingers to Yuan Yixing's nose. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not die, but he must also be treated, otherwise there will be sequelae. Judging from the fact that Han Feng is guarded by a powerhouse in the sky, Han Feng's status in the Lei family is higher than I imagined. If the original adult left some untreatable wounds, he can't help Han Feng, but he can express his anger. It's not impossible for me and my family. City Lord's son carefully picked up Yuan Yixing and immediately returned to Renchongqing. People in the city, the Han family. Han Yu and others were indignant when they talked about Yuan Yixing's bad behavior. Yuan Yixing thought of the Lei family again. How could some people in the Lei family be better, and worried about Han Feng's situation in the Lei family. Han Feng listened quietly, without much anger. No matter what, he had already taught Yuan Yixing a lesson. Regarding the concerns of relatives, Han Feng smiled slightly, only saying that his situation was very good, and gave a few examples, which made Han Yu and others slightly relieved. As for the matter of Yuan Yixing, Han Feng believes that this is not a bad thing, and it is just a matter of this kind to open the eyes of the young children of the family. The more he knows the power of the strong outsiders, and the more he is bullied, the stronger his will to improve. Han Feng has already left behind some top-level human-level exercises and martial arts, and there are also some profound-level exercises and martial arts. This was all found in the Lin family. With the spirit of improvement, coupled with these exercises and martial arts, the Han family will sooner or later produce many more mysterious powerhouses. It is of great benefit to the development of the Han family. When Han Feng said this, Han Yu was stunned for a moment. The original resentment slowly disappeared, and he was very emotional. Fenger, you are right, you are old. Fenger, you have contributed to the development of the Han family. I will not talk about those top-level exercises and martial arts. Those Xian-level exercises and martial arts, if there is no Han style, according to the development momentum of the Han family, it will take at least 20 or 30 years to have it. The development of a family is through a long accumulation. Han Feng smiled and said, as a member of the Han family, grandson naturally has to do his best for the Han family. Grandpa, arrange a secret room for me. I'm going to break through the secret room these days. Han Yui was delighted. Fenger, your strength has improved again. Ha ha ha, good, my grandson's talent, even the bullshit genius of those big families can't keep up. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and he wiped away a cold sweat. If those geniuses knew that they were called shit by their grandfather, I wonder if they would unite and destroy the Han family. In the days that followed, Han Feng practiced in the secret room. The breakthrough in cultivation between Xuanjia is far from what the human ranks can compare. Even if Han Feng has the help of Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, the time of retreat will not be short. This is why the higher the martial artist level, the longer the retreat time. When you reach the sanctuary level, your lifespan increases greatly, and it happens from time to time that you are in retreat for several years. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 days passed. Yuan Yixing was healed in the city lord's mansion, and his injuries recovered 7 to 88. He left instantly without saying hello with a cold face. City lord's son didn't care either. If it wasn't for the sake of not angering his family, he wouldn't be willing to take care of people like Yuan Yixing. Yuan Yi and Xing Yi left, and City Lord's son thought about his family's affairs again, and finally decided to ask Han Feng for help. Unfortunately, Han Feng had already retreated and practiced, which disappointed City Lord Sunday. He had no choice but to ask Han Yu. Ya notify him immediately. Although the Han family is supported by Han Feng now, but after all, they are still in the city of people, and City Lord's son is the city owner of the City of People. Han Yu naturally wants to give Yuan Yixing face, and quickly agrees. In the secret room, Han Feng didn't know that City Lord's son was waiting anxiously for him. At this moment, Han Feng has reached a critical moment. A large amount of fire spirit source liquid has allowed Han Feng to cultivate to the peak of the 2-star Xuanjia in these 7 or 8 days, and he is only one step away from the 3-star Xuanjia. However, it seems that it is only one step away, but in fact there is a big gap. Han Feng has not reached the peak limit of the 2-star Xian rank. Only when the limit is reached, can there be capital to attack the 3-star realm of the mysterious order. Han Feng continued to absorb the fire spirit source liquid, and the whole body was wrapped in rich fire spirit power. Suddenly, Han Feng retracted his abdomen, and Han Feng directly spit out a flame. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he stretched out his arms, making a crackling sound. Finally reached the peak of the 2-star limit, take a break, and then hit the bottleneck of 2-star to 3-star. The 14-year-old Xuanjia was already amazing. The 14-year-old Xuanjia 3-star, I am afraid that there are few in the entire Jin Kingdom can match. Han Feng is excited. Breaking through to the profound rank 3 stars, his combat power will be raised to another level. A large amount of fire spirit source liquid was swallowed into the abdomen, and Han Feng's abdomen was on fire, as if his entire abdomen was about to explode. Bro papa! Han Feng roared in his heart, his face was blood red, and his forehead was blue veins. The whole face is full of hideous. Click. Boom. The raging flame swept out, completely submerging Han Feng, and vaguely, a breath gradually came out, and became stronger and stronger, until a day or two later, the breath gradually calmed down. The flames gradually dissipated, and Han Feng sat naked and cross-legged. After a long time, Han Feng exhaled, Xuanjia Samsung. My physical fitness, strength, and true essence have greatly increased. And maybe I swallowed too much. Now I have directly reached the limit of the early stage of the 3-star Xuanjia. If I continue to practice, I will be able to break through to the mid-3-star stage in 3 or 4 days. Since he has to make a breakthrough again, Han Feng naturally sinks his heart to practice. 3 days later, Han Feng successfully broke through to the middle stage of the 3-star Xuanjia. At this time, the absorption of the fire spirit source liquid has been extremely slow. After all, the part of the fire spirit power that was leaked at the beginning has been consumed by the monsters, and the rest is only a very small part of it. Han Feng handed over all the remaining fire spirit source liquid to Xuanhuan. These fire spirit source liquids were enough for Xuanhuan to break through to the late 9th level in a short period of time. Han Feng got up and was about to leave when his eyes suddenly turned red, and a turbulent aura emerged. Han Feng was shocked. Oops, this irritable fire spirit has begun to affect me. I'm not a monster after all, and my resistance is not as good as a monster. I thought it would not have much impact just from 2-star midterm to 3-star midterm, but now it seems that I am very wrong. Han Feng immediately ran the 9 flames and different fire art, and it took a lot of effort to suppress the irritable emotions. In order to solve the negative impact, Han Feng immediately came to the Lingquan space on the 2nd floor and jumped into the Lingquan. With the nourishment of Lingquan, Han Feng obviously felt that his mind was gradually clear, and the irritable energy that might affect him was gradually purified. Han Feng, who came over, was slightly surprised when he saw the situation in the Lingquan. The original blue Lingquan had disappeared, but with some light red color. Han Feng pondered, the energy of the source fluid is exhausted, it should be transparent pool water, this should be the irritable energy that was expelled. Leaving the 2nd floor, Han Feng appeared directly in the secret room, but a fire cloud fruit appeared in his hand. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to 3-star Xian rank, it's time to upgrade the 4 major inheritance martial arts. Han Feng said in a low voice. The second level of the planting space contains 4 pieces of spiritual soil. In other words, 4 fire cloud fruits can be planted at one time. There are a large number of secondary source liquids, and a lot of fire cloud fruits have been produced these days. The second one is delivered. This chapter is 3,000 words, 500 words more than other chapters. Alas, looking at this situation, I have to stay up until 2 in the morning. Han Feng swallowed Huyanguo in one bite. Huyanguo deserves to be the spiritual fruit of heaven and earth. As soon as he swallowed it, it turned into pure energy and entered Han Feng's abdomen. Han Feng closed his eyes calmly, silently running the 4th level of the Skyfire battle body. Time passed by unwittingly. Whenever the energy of Huyanguo is exhausted, Han Feng will find another one from the Xuanhuan Tower and continue to swallow it. After 4 days like this, the 4 major inheritance martial arts have all been upgraded to the 4th stage. If the 4 inherited martial arts in the early stage of the 4th stage were only equivalent to ordinary mid-level Shen rank martial arts, then the 4 major inherited martial arts in the later stage of the 4th stage were no weaker than the top mid-level profound level martial arts. Once it merges with Xuanhuan Jade Fire, its power is estimated to be no less than that of a top-level Xuanjia martial skill. This is still the late stage of the 4th stage, reaching the peak of the 4th stage. The power of the 4 inherited martial arts will surpass the level of the middle-grade Shen rank martial arts, and it will be between the middle-grade Shen rank and the high-grade Shen rank. After the fusion of Xuanhuan Jade Fire, the power will naturally only be stronger. Han Feng smiled, my current comprehensive strength is really skyrocketing. With my current strength, when I faced the elder Lin Taisheng who held the blood-drinking red dragon knife, it was enough to kill him. It's been about 20 days since I retreated. It's the end of this month. We must return to Lei's house as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we want to go to the Thunder training camp, we have to wait until the end of next month. At the end of each month in the Lei family, elites who have broken through to the Shen rank under the age of 20 will be led to the Thunder training camp. Thinking of this, Han Feng went out immediately. After saying hello to Han Yu, Han Feng was about to leave, but at this moment, Han Yu hesitated and said, Fenger, City Lord Sun has been coming to my Han family to ask about your situation these days. Do you want to see me? Meet him? City Lord Sun is probably in trouble and needs your help. Han Feng frowned. He was in a hurry to get back to the Lei family, but he thought that City Lord Sun was the City Lord of Renshongking, and the Han family was still in Renshongking. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng nodded, then I'll wait for City Lord Sunday. With Han Feng's current status as a cultivator, only City Lord Sun took the initiative to come to the door. Furthermore, it was City Lord Sun who asked Han Feng for something, and it wasn't that Han Feng asked City Lord Sun for something. If Han Feng took the initiative to go to the City Lord's mansion, if this matter spread out, the entire Zhongqing would look down on Han Feng. Look, they are already strong in the mysterious rank, and they have to flatter the City Lord. Coincidentally, Han Feng was just about to wait for a while when City Lord Sun came. Master Feng, congratulations on your progress. As soon as they met, City Lord Sun congratulated first. Han Feng chuckled, it's not that City Lord Sun's strength has also greatly increased. Depending on the situation, it will take less than a year for City Lord Sun to break through to the Shen rank. Although Qingzhu Sun was surprised by Han Feng's keenness, he was also very calm. Human level and Shen level are 2 levels. Although his half-step Shen level infuriating fluctuations are secretive, other people's levels cannot perceive it, but they cannot hide it from Shen level. City Lord Sun also showed a smile. Even if you break through to the Shen rank, you can't compare to young Master Feng. Young Master Feng has a bright future. City Lord Sun knew that he was already in his 30s, and that he had reached the late stage or peak of the Shen rank in his lifetime, and the Earth rank was an unattainable dream for him. What about Han Feng? As long as you maintain such a rapid breakthrough, you will be able to break through the ground level for at most 2 or 3 years. This is still the slowest, and if it is fast, God knows when it will break through. Han Feng laughed and said solemnly, City Lord Sun is looking for me in such a hurry, I don't know why. Speaking of this, City Lord Sun's face became bitter. Master Feng, I beg you to save my daughter. City Lord Sun knelt down directly. Han Feng was shocked, although his cultivation level far surpassed City Lord Sun, but City Lord Sun was the City Lord after all, so Han Feng quickly lifted City Lord Sun up. Why is City Lord Sun doing this? You have the kindness of taking care of the Han family, and please invite City Lord Sunday tell me about the situation of my beloved daughter, and I will do my best. Han Feng did not give a 100% guarantee. City Lord Sun didn't care about this either. If he encounters this kind of thing, he won't give a full guarantee. If he can't help it that time, he will only disappoint the other party in vain. The other party might be resentful. City Lord Sun stood up, calmed down a bit, and told the story slowly. Our Sun family is a family in Tianqian City. You must have known Feng. That's right, Tianqian City is one of the 4 heaven-level cities alongside Tianlin City. The Xian family in Tianqian City is one of the 5 major families that are tied with the Lei family. Han Feng nodded. The 5 major families were the Xian family, the Lei family, the Tibetan family, the Yu family, and the royal family. Since Xingjin City, where the royal family is located, is a holy level city, although the 5 major families are the most powerful families in the Great Jin Kingdom, they are actually headed by the Pu family of the royal family. City Lord Sun continued, hundreds of years ago, my Sun family in Tianqian City was one of the 4 first-class families except the Xian family, and there were 2 to 3 heavenly rank powerhouses in the clan. It's a pity that our descendants have lived up to the honor of our ancestors. Since our ancestors returned, the powerhouse level of our Sun family has been decreasing year by year. Up to now, there are only 2 powerhouses in my Sun family, one with 4 stars and one with 2 stars. With such strength, in Tianqian City, you can only barely enter the ranks of second-rate families. City Lord Sun looked guilty. The foundation established by the ancestors had been ruined to such a degree that they had no face to see the ancestors. The strength has dropped greatly, but my Sun family is a family that has been a strong family, and naturally, there are treasures left by our ancestors. This treasure is the Fire Spirit Orb. Fire Orb. Han Feng's body trembled, and his heart thumped. This Fire Spirit Orb is not simple. It is rarer than Fire Crystal. Fire Spirit Orbs are also divided into 4 grades, low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Even the weakest low-grade Fire Spirit Orbs can be refined at least by a heavenly rank powerhouse. If it was him Han Feng, a Fire Spirit Orb would be able to raise the 9 flames and different fire art from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. At the worst, it can also be promoted from the early stage of the 4th floor to the peak. If it is used for cultivation, it can also improve the cultivation of the heavenly rank powerhouse by a large amount. Of course, the premise is that the fire attribute is a heaven-level powerhouse. City Lord Sun's Sun family actually has such a treasure. It is also fortunate that the Sun family has not been born since the ancestors returned, otherwise the fire spirit beads would have been used long ago. Han Feng quickly calmed down and said after a long time, this fire spirit orb has existed in your son's family for hundreds of years, why is there a problem until now? Han Feng determined that the crisis of City Lord Sun's daughter was most likely related to the fire spirit pearl. City Lord Sun sighed and looked sad, it's all to blame for our Sun family, for having traitors. Young Master Feng, to be honest, I only broke through to the Xian rank in my 30s. This kind of aptitude is really hard to say, but it is the best in my grandson's current generation. Once the 2 seniors of the Earth rank have passed away, the strongest of my Sun family will be able to reach the late stage of the Xian rank, and the age is even more than 70, and there is no further possibility. As a result, my Sun family immediately fell from a barely second-rate to a third-rate, and even among the third-rate, it was barely able to rank in the middle or top. The position of the third-rate family in Tianqian City is like those in Renshongqing, where there are only 2 or 3 strong people in a family. It is really low and can't be the master of anything. Some people naturally can't stand this. For a better future, they betrayed their family and spread the news of the fire spirit orb. The Xian family is generally of the water attribute and ice attribute. This is especially true for the sky-level powerhouses. There are almost no sky-level powerhouses with other attributes. But the other 4 first-class families in Tianqian City have become interested in my Sun family's fire spirit orb. There are currently 2 heavenly ranks in the family, one heavenly rank 1 star, and the other heavenly rank 3 star. Once the heavenly rank 3 star powerhouse absorbs and refines my Sun family's fire spirit orb, he will definitely enter the middle heavenly rank. At that time, the 4 first-class families will be headed by a family, and a family will become the strongest force under the Xian family in Tianqian City. Han Feng nodded clearly, that is to say, at present, the married family wants to occupy your Sun family's fire spirit pearl, but the other 3 first-class families should hinder it. That's right, that's true, so when we got married, we used another method to conspire with my Sun family fire spirit pearl, that is, marriage. My generation, my strength is the strongest, and the position of the head of the family has fallen to me 100%. When I break through to the Xian rank, I will resign as the city head of the city of people. In the next generation, my daughter's qualifications are better, and there is a possibility of breaking through the ground level. 9 times out of 10 my daughter will inherit the position of the next head of the family. Han Feng exclaimed, can a woman also sit on the position of the head of the family? In the Lei family, this is simply impossible. Han Feng did not underestimate women, but it was the habit of this continent that only the descendants of men could be considered to have continued the family blood. City Lord Sun sighed in a low voice again, under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible for my daughter to inherit the position of the head of the family. But in my daughter's generation, there really aren't many outstanding people, with poor aptitude and no courage. If one of those people inherits the position of the head of the family that was already in decline will only be worse, maybe even a third-rate family in 100 years. Can't be ranked. So the 2 land-level elders discussed for a long time and decided that once I inherit the position of the head of the family, my daughter will also be one of the heirs. It's just that my daughter is not allowed to marry. Speaking of this, Sun Qingzhu's words are full of pain. A woman can't marry or have children, which is really a torment for a woman. Of course, if this woman is devoted to cultivation and wants to become a powerful warrior, and is a cultivator, it is estimated that there is no big problem. Han Feng frowned, so, if you marry your daughter, there will always be a way to take away the fire spirit orb when your daughter becomes the next head of the family. As for the fact that a married person can no longer inherit the head of the family, it is difficult not to inherit the head of the family if there is an act behind the marriage. City Lord Sun nodded, young Master Feng is right. In order to prevent the marriage, the 2 elders of the land level plan to hold a competition. The first person in the younger generation to win the competition can marry my daughter, as long as my daughter does not have children. The purpose of holding the competition is to allow the other 3 first-class patriarchs to intervene in this matter, justifiably. Prevent starting a family. The other 3 first-class families of the heavenly rank powerhouse have no fire attribute, and the fire spirit orb can be retained for the time being. But we never expected that the wife of the current head of the family would be related to the current head of the Xian family. She was the daughter of the current head of the Xian family. The Xian family intervened, and the other 3 first-class families did not dare to resist. You are the only one who can save my daughter now, young Master Feng. That kid who got married likes men. How can my daughter have a good life when she gets married? Puff. Just as Han Feng was about to take a sip of tea, he immediately spit it out. Cough cough, hi, like men? Han Feng's eyes widened. This other world also has Brokeback Mountain? City Lord's son looked embarrassed. Han Feng wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth and said lightly, City Lord's son means that the younger generation of other families in Tianxian City are not planning to take action because they take care of the Xian family. Only I have the Lei family, and the Xian family behind me. In the Great Jin Kingdom, if I make a move, the Xian family can't stand me. Why? City Lord's son nodded shyly. Yes, Xian Shentong, the first member of the younger generation under the age of 20 in the Xian family, has already said that anyone who goes against Qing Tianbai will have a hard time with him. After all day, he was the genius who wanted to marry the daughter of City Lord's son. Han Feng frowned slightly. Obviously, this Xian Shentong is equivalent to the existence of Lei Jiali Ruan. Such existence is bound to be highly valued by the Xian family, and even the elders of the Xian family will consider what they say. Xian Shentong said, but the elders of the Xian family did not say a word, which meant that they had acknowledged what Xian Shentong had said, and the families of Tiangshuanqing did not dare to provoke such a behemoth as the Xian family. But Han Feng is also highly valued by the Lei family. If he intervenes, the Xian family can't say anything afterwards, unless the Xian family and the Lei family plan to tear their faces and start a family battle. Once the family war starts, it will be a huge blow to both families, and it is very likely that they will never recover. Han Feng thought about it. If he chooses to help City Lord's son, then he will not be able to return to Lei's house at the end of the month, and he can only go to the Thunder training camp at the end of next month. Seeing Han Feng thinking, City Lord's son felt uneasy in his heart, and became more and more anxious. City Lord's son immediately gritted his teeth and said, as long as young Master Feng helps, I am willing to give the Fire Spirit Pearl to young Master Feng. Han Feng's heart moved. He was thinking before, if he helped City Lord's son to plan the Fire Spirit Orb, he didn't expect City Lord's son to say it himself. City Lord's son, the Fire Spirit Pearl is something left by the ancestors of your Sun family. It means a lot to your Sun family. You don't even want to give it to your family. Is it too much for me? What Han Feng wanted to say was whether this was an empty promise. City Lord's son said quickly, indeed, if it was before, even young Master Feng, we would not be willing to hand over the Fire Spirit Orb. But since the news of Hu Lingzhu came out, the pressure on our Sun family has been increasing, and the pressure from the married family has also increased. The Fire Spirit Orb is meaningful, but our Sun family has no strength to protect the Fire Spirit Orb, so it's better to hand it over. Before starting a family, there were too many people, and so many families in Tianxian City were on the sidelines. No matter how our Sun family pleaded, no one was willing to intervene. Even if we handed over the Fire Spirit Orb, we absolutely do not want to hand it over to the married family and Tianxian Xuanqing's family. I see. City Lord's son coughed and said ambiguous, if young Master Feng does not object, my daughter can also be young Master Feng's concubine. Han Feng squinted at City Lord's son. This was a good calculation, knowing that he was highly valued by the Lei family, he would have a relationship with him. Han Feng waved his hand, forget it, doesn't your daughter have to inherit the position of the head of the Sun family? It's a pity to be my concubine. I haven't even seen a face, what if it's a dinosaur? City Lord's son looked regretful. After a moment of contemplation, the temptation of the Fire Spirit Pearl finally prevailed. Han Feng licked his lips, I promise to help, and tell me the situation of that person who has been through all day. Yes, I have completed my cultivation all day long. City Lord's son told Han Feng a series of information, and Han Feng stood up, it's not too late, let's go. City Lord's son was overjoyed. After saying goodbye to Han Yu, Han Feng flew to Tianxian City on City Lord's son's level 7 monster mount. The 7th level of Warcraft just can't compare with Xiaoyan and Xiaolei. A few days later, the two arrived at Tianqian City. Han Feng patted his head and sighed in a low voice. Today was the day when the Lei family Chao Lei Ting training camp sent people away, and it was indeed delayed. Then use the fire spirit orb as compensation. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Tianqian City, Sun family. In a hall, a slightly interesting voice sounded, "Elder son, leave your mother-in-law and mother, let Linger marry Ben Shao," and Ben Shao promises that as long as Linger inherits the position of the head of the family in the future, the fire Ling Zhu will be handed over to him. We start a family, and our marriage will definitely help you become a top second-class family. The old voice said, "Young Master Qing, needless to say, our Sun family will not hand over the fire spirit pearl." Grand Elder Sun was full of anger. In fact, there is another reason for the Sun family's reluctance to hand over the fire spirit pearl to the married family. Hundreds of years ago, when the Sun family was still one of the 4 first-class families in Tianqian City, the marriage was only comparable to a second-class family. To be precise, it should be somewhere between a third-class family and a second-class family. At that time, the married family took refuge in the Sun family, and it was with the help of the Sun family that they were promoted to a second-rate top family step by step. New first-class family. Now the married family is high, and the Sun family can't even guarantee the status of the second-class family at any time. For the Sun family, getting married is a betrayal. Although Elder Sun is old, he is not a pedantic person. Between Ling Zhu and the survival of the Sun family, Grand Elder Sun would undoubtedly choose the Sun family, but the grudge against the married family made it impossible for Elder Sun to give the Ling Zhu to the married family anyway. Grand Elder Sun took all kinds of means, hoping that the other 3 first-class families in Tianqian City and other families would take action, but Grand Elder Sun did not believe that they would not have any coveted heart for the fire spirit orb. But Elder Sun did not expect that the wife of the current head of the married family was actually the daughter of the current head of the Xian family. With this relationship, a group of families who had coveted the fire spirit orb all withdrew their hands, leaving only the married couple. The fire spirit pearl is eyeing the tiger. In the hall, there were 5 people sitting. On the left are an elder who had completed the day and a family, and a young man of 18 or 19 who was closing his eyes at the moment, as if he was indifferent to everything. This young man with his eyes closed is the first person in the younger generation before the Xian family turns 20, Xian Shentong. On the right are the elders of the Sun family and a 16 or 17-year-old woman. This woman is Sun Ling, the daughter of City Lord Sun. After being rejected one after another, Tianbi's face was very ugly, and his tone became cold. "Elder Sun, we got married, but we were treated so politely because of our relationship hundreds of years ago, but you don't want to toast or eat. Punishment of drinking. With the strength and status of our family, it is still possible to make a mere ordinary second-class family disappear in Tianqian City." You. Elder Sun's eyes were even more angry. Sun Ling tugged at Grand Elder Sun, turned his head to Chi Bai, and said lightly, "Young Master Qing looks down on a little girl so much. Let's get married, but I have no plans to inherit the position of the head of the family, and also ask the great elder grandfather to seriously cultivate a next family master heir." The former sentence is for Chi Bai, and the latter sentence is for the great elder. Grand Elder Sun's eyes are complicated. Indeed, even if it is a marriage, it will be quite difficult for the other party to capture the fire spirit orb. However, apart from Sun Ling's generation has almost no one who can be cultivated. Even if he can break through the mysterious, there are very few rank, and those who can break through, with their aptitude, will only be 2 or 3 stars of the mysterious rank in their lifetime. No matter how you cultivate such a person, it is difficult for him to be the head of the Sun family. In a family, the head of the family represents the face of a family. A patriarch who is less than Xuanjia, or a patriarch with only 1 or 2 stars in Xuanjia at the age of 40 or 50, will not only fail to show respect to the grandparents of the grandson, but will greatly lose the reputation of son Jiawei. Grand elder son hesitated, and really didn't know how to make a choice. At this time, Qing Tianbi sneered, "Sun Ling, do you think you are a fairy? If you are not the head of the family, what does this young master want you to do? You are not qualified to be a concubine for this young master. Anyway, we have decided to marry the fire spirit pearl. Elder son, this is the final announcement. You can decide. Whether the Sun family can continue to survive in Tianqian City depends on your choice." Sun Lingqi's face turned pale. It is true that compared with the talented beauty, her son Ling is not enough to look at, but she is also beautiful, so she is despised all day long. Rao is that Sun Ling is much more mature than her peers, and her fists are clenched in anger. "All day long," Bai coldly snorted, "you can't even compare to my cousin's finger." Having said that, he even looked at Xian Shentong beside him all day long. Xian Shentong still closed his eyes tightly, no one saw him, the corners of Xian Shentong's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Xian Shentong's heart is helplessly tight. He doesn't care much about his cousin's hobbies. In this world, the strong are respected and the strength is strong. No one cares whether you like women or men, just like humans and beasts. Heavy taste, and no one will trouble you if they are out of their minds. But if he uses his mind on him, he has to care. Xian Shentong had goosebumps all over his body when he was seen by Tian Bai, and he made up his mind that he would go into retreat as soon as the fire spirit orb incident was over, and then participate in the Qingyun ranking competition, and he would never have any anxiety with Tian Bai again. The thought of his chrysanthemum being cared about by a man made Xian Shentong feel uneasy. If it wasn't for his cousin all the time, he would definitely slap him down and smash his perverted mind into scum. "Master Qing, it is impossible for our Sun family to give you the fire spirit pearl. The fire spirit pearl belongs to someone else." A deep voice sounded from outside the hall, and Xuanjia City Lord Sun and Han Feng walked into the hall. Sun Ling was pleasantly surprised. "Father, you are back." Grand Elder Sun shouted in a deep voice, "Why don't you stay in Renshongking and come back?" As the city lord, but slacking off the position of the city lord, the kingdom of Jin will definitely be blamed. City Lord Sun laughed, and the aura of half a step of the profound rank rippled out, and Elder Sun's eyes widened with joy. "Qianhe, you are going to break through." Modest, it was the name of City Lord Sun. Sun Qianhe respectfully said to the first elder, "Yes, Qianhe is about to break through the profound rank, and he is ready to resign as the city lord." Grand Elder Sun laughed, "Okay, when you officially break through the profound rank, I will hold a grand ceremony for you to inherit the patriarchy." An angry voice resounded all day long, "Sun Qianhe, why do you say that the fire spirit orb belongs to someone else?" All day long, he was a little furious, and clearly his cousin Xian Shentong had already spoken out, who was the one who didn't have a long eye to oppose him. Grand Elder Sun looked at Qing Tianbai with puzzled eyes. This was what Grand Elder Sun wanted to ask before, but he was suppressed by the news that Sun Qianhe was about to break through. "It's this young master." Han Feng smiled lightly, took a step forward, and looked at Qing Tianbi with awe. "This is?" Elder Sun asked cautiously. Han Feng raised his hand slightly, "Senior, don't be too polite." Since he wanted to get the fire spirit orb, he naturally had to make the Sun family feel good about him. Junior Han Feng, a member of the Lei family. Rei's house. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Grand Elder Sun and Sun Ling both gasped. All day long Bai's face froze immediately. Xian Shentong suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Han Feng with a burning gaze, and an incomprehensible light flashed in his eyes. Han Feng also looked at Xian Shentong. Xian Shentong's eyes were definitely not simple just now, so Han Feng was a little puzzled. The four major families are fighting each other. As the children of the two families, shouldn't Xian Shintong's eyes be full of hostility? Of course, this is not because Xian Shintong has no hostility towards Han Feng, but there are other things mixed in with the hostility. Qing Tianbi noticed Xian Shintong's gaze, and looked at Han Feng's eyes more and more badly. It's not that the face is a little paler, what's there to see, hateful little white face. Han Feng didn't know that he was inexplicably regarded as a rival in love all day long. All day long, Bai looked suspicious and found fault. Boy, you said that you are from the Lei family, but I remember you just said that you were called Han Feng, right? As a member of the Lei family, why don't you have the surname Lei? Even if you want to pretend to be people of the Lei family, you should also be professional. The second one is delivered. I'm not going to stay up late today, the biological clock is completely destroyed, and I can't get up in the morning at all. This morning, after barely finishing a chapter, I was terribly sleepy. I took a nap and slept until 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, so I was not mentally strong enough. If it goes on like this, the number of words in the code will only become less and less every day. Han? You are the son of Senior Lei Yuanjia, right? Xian Shintong spoke at this time. Han Feng frowned slightly, although the incident more than 10 years ago was not a secret thing, but when he heard his surname, it was not normal to think of what happened more than 10 years ago. It was the original Yuan Yixing who didn't expect Lei Yuanjia when he heard the surname Han for the first time. What? It's this kid. Qing Tianbi first exclaimed, looking at Han Feng with a very strange look. Elder son opened his mouth, glanced at Han Feng, and immediately shut up. Is there a problem? Han Feng raised his eyebrows, thinking that there was a secret. Xian Shintong didn't answer Han Feng's words, but turned his head to Qing Tianbai and said lightly, Tianbai, since he is the son of Senior Lei Yuanjia, you can fight him. If you win the Fire Spirit Pearl, you will lose. Get the Fire Spirit Orb and return it to him. All day long complaining, I'm older than you want to call me cousin. The corners of Xian Shintong's mouth twitched a few times, but he didn't answer for a long time. Han Feng looked at Changshenbai strangely, and then looked at Xian Shintong. If he remembered correctly, Sun Qianhe said that Changshenbai likes men, could it be? Han Feng looked at Xian Shintong even more strangely. But all day long, he was annoyed. Han boy, put away your eyes. I want to challenge this young master. Okay, I'll have to see. Did the son born to the famous Senior Lei Yuanjia inherit a share of her popularity? Looking at Han Feng provocatively all day long, he is only 14 or 15 years old, how could he be his opponent? Han Feng smiled slightly, City Lord's son, please lead the way. It's not good to compete in the hall. Although the impact of the battle of the Xian level powerhouse is not as big as that of the Earth level, it is not small. All high-end forces have a field specially built for the mysterious powerhouse to fight. This field not only has a barrier, but the materials used in the construction of the field are also of extraordinary quality. If it was outside, if a profound rank powerhouse could shatter the Earth several hundred meters with one punch, in such a special competition venue, it would only take more than 10 meters to die. Under the leadership of Sun Qianhe, the group came to the Xuanhuan battlefield of the Sun family. After all, the Sun family used to be one of the 4 first-class families in Tianjin City, but now the family might not be too strong, and it was only inferior among the second-class families in Tianjin City, but in terms of background, it was no worse than some top second-class families. This is also the reason why the Sun family has been repeatedly suppressed. The reason for starting a family is to worry that the Sun family will return to the first-class family based on these backgrounds. Kid Han, you go first. All day long, Bai nostrils snorted, extremely disdainful. At the age of 14 or 15, how strong can you cultivate? The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and a trace of ill will flashed in his pupils. You can't regret it, Master Qing. On the way, Han Feng had already learned the information of Qing Tianbi from Sun Qianhe's mouth. Qing Tianbi's talent is first class in the marriage, but in the Xian family, it is only the first class, and it can't compare with a top genius like Xian Shentong. He is now 21 years old, and he has broken through to the Xuanjia at the age of 19. Now, in 2 years, he is only the peak of the 3-star Xuanjia. And what about Xian Shentong? Now he is only 18 years old and nearly 19 years old, but Xian Shentong stepped into the Xuanjia at the age of 16. Now he is a master of the late Xuanjia, but whether it is a 7-star, 8-star, or 9-star in the Xuanjia is not known. No. All day long, Bai pouted, joke, will this young master regret it? Immediately, he waved his hand impatiently all day long, Han boy, if you want to fight, fight quickly, don't waste your time. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a very strong breath swept out from Han Feng's body. The face that had been impatient all day long froze in an instant. Grand Elder Sun and others also looked horrified. Xian rank 3 stars. In the eyes of Grand Elder Sun, 3-star Xuanjia is nothing, but it depends on who it is. Han Feng is only 14 years old, and the 14th 3-star Xuanjia is even better than Lei Yuanjia at the beginning. Fist of Overlord. Han Feng threw a punch, with fierce domineering, and the radius of hundreds of meters was shrouded in this domineering. The Fist of the Overlord, a low-grade martial skill of the Xuanjia, was obtained from the 5th elder of the Lin family. When he was at the human level, Han Feng was still unable to practice such martial arts, but he could break through to the Xian level. Such martial skills were already a piece of cake for Han Feng. In the middle of the Xuanjia 3-star stage, combined with the Xuanjia low-grade martial arts, even the ordinary Xuanjia 4-star martial artist is enough to compete. Qing Bai is worthy of being the first person in the younger generation to get married, and his response is not slow. Exploding flames. As soon as he waved his hand all day long, a burst of fire was shot out, and the fire exploded in an instant. Rumbling. The fiery fire spirit power wave bombarded all around. The strong family members and Grand Elder Sun waved their hands and resisted these fluctuations. Xian Shentong's brows didn't wrinkle in the slightest, he just stretched out his finger a little, and a pure ice wall appeared in front of him. These fire energy waves bombarded the ice wall, not only did not break the ice wall, but was bounced back by the ice wall. Sun Qianhe and Sun Ling were weak, their faces were pale, and they retreated again and again. Han Feng glanced at it and nodded secretly. As expected, it was a place for the mysterious powerhouses to fight, but only some cracks appeared. Han Feng still had time to look around, but he couldn't do it all day long. Han Feng was the first to shoot. Rao Shibi responded quickly and didn't show the full power of his martial arts. A deep scratch. All day long Bai's face became serious. This kid is more perverted than Senior Lei Yuanjia. The stern look on his face disappeared in a flash, and he never dared to underestimate Han Feng all day long, and his body was surging with true energy, Yen Lion Claw. A ferocious flame lion appeared behind Qing Bai, and along with the flame lion swung out a paw. Qing Bai's palms condensed into claws and grabbed towards Han Feng. Flame Lion Claw, a top-notch, low-grade martial skill. All day long, it seems that he has cultivated this Flame Lion Claw to the perfect state, and its power cannot be underestimated. Han Feng's body quickly retreated. As expected of a family genius, he can display the top profound martial arts with such ease. For ordinary warriors, reaching 4 or 5 stars of the profound rank can so easily display the perfect state of the top profound rank low-grade martial arts. Mysterious Flame Chain. Xianyan Explosive Drill. 81 mysterious flame chains fused together and swept away like a ferocious beast. Boom. The flame lion claws and the mysterious flame chain suddenly collided, making a harsh and unpleasant sound. Before long, the mysterious flame chain has a tendency to collapse. It is true that Han Feng's cultivation base is in the middle stage of the 3-star Xian rank, and the solidity of the true essence in his body is comparable to the 4-star profound rank. But as a genius of starting a family all day long, the true essence in the body is naturally not bad, even if it can't compare to Han Feng, at most it is slightly inferior. Coupled with the 3-star peak cultivation of Bai Xuanjia all day long, it is actually slightly better than Han Feng. Both Yanchi Claw and Xianyan Chain are top-level low-grade martial arts, and both Changshanbai and Han Feng have cultivated to the state of perfection. This time, Han Feng's attack will inevitably fall into the disadvantage. A smile appeared on Bai's face all day long. Boy Han, go home and practice for a few more years. Elder son immediately became nervous. However, Sun Qian's expression remained the same. The strength Han Feng showed at the moment was not as good as the strength he showed when he killed monsters outside the city of people. This is not Han Feng's full strength. Han Feng smiled strangely. Qinghuan Yuhua, fusion. The originally pale red chains burst into thick, cyan flames in the blink of an eye. 81 chains swelled up quickly, like a dragon. With a flick of Han Feng's palm, the 81 black flame chains quickly changed their attack methods, with flexible bullets. From above, it crashed down from above, breaking the lion's claws instantly. Immediately, the chain's attack continued unabated. Damn it! It turned out to be a different fire. With the status of a married family, Qing Tianbai naturally recognized the characteristics of the cyan flame easily. Only the different fire has such a powerful attack ability. Desperate for days. A ray of light flashed in Xian Shintong's eyes. Isn't it a different fire? It's fine. Defeating you like this can give my father and mother a breath. All day long, he stepped back again and again. His true essence was running fast, and when he gritted his teeth, he struggled all day long. Although I haven't fully grasped it yet, this is the end of the matter, and I can only fight. Spiral Flame Lion Drill. Qing Tianbai roared, and raging flames rose from his body, completely submerging him in a moment. First delivery. Spiral Flame Lion Drill, top profound level mid-grade martial skill. As a person who has completed every day, to cultivate is naturally the top of a certain grade, but at the same time, cultivation is also quite difficult. Only a mid-level profound level martial artist of the top profound level can cultivate it to a perfect state. This shows the difficulty of cultivating a top-level profound level mid-level martial arts technique. No matter how talented he is just cultivating the Spiral Flame Lion Drill to the realm of small success. The surging flames swirled into the sky, forming a spiral tornado. Vaguely, a lion roar came out, and behind the spiral tornado, a huge phantom of a flaming lion was vaguely visible. Han Feng smiled slightly, and more Xuanhuan jade fire and Xianyan chain merged. If it was said that the fusion of a small part of Xuanhuan jade fire and Xianyan chain was only equivalent to a mid-level Xian rank martial skill, it is now comparable to a high-grade Xian rank martial skill. Bang! 81 mysterious flame chains gathered together, spinning continuously, penetrating all the spiral tornadoes that had been completed every day. Puff puff. Suddenly, the spiral tornado dissipated, and he vomited blood all day long and flew backwards. Master! The strong man of the married family was extremely nervous, and immediately jumped up and hugged Tiantianbi, not letting Tiantianbi fall to the hard ground. Putting down Qing Tianbai carefully, the strong family was furious. Stinky boy, who are you from the Lei family? If you hurt my young master, just die for me. Xian Shintong's face changed slightly, but he immediately felt relieved. The powerful man of the family said that he wanted to kill Han Feng, but in fact, he also grasped the proportions, and hurt Han Feng at the most. Life. 14 or 15-year-old Xuanjia knew that he must be taken seriously in the Lei family. Although he wanted to kill Han Feng, he still had to consider the consequences of killing Han Feng. The ground-level powerhouse shot, and the Xian level field suddenly couldn't support it, and the cobweb-like cracks spread densely. Elder Son has the real crystal and real energy in his body, and he has already planned to intervene. Han Feng is here to help their Sun family. How could Han Feng be hit hard in their Sun family? It's a pity that the powerhouse of the married family is already a late-stage powerhouse with 9 stars on the ground. Elder Son is only barely 4 stars on the ground. The elder shook his head. Although this kind of shock can only last for 2 or 3 seconds, but 2 or 3 seconds is enough for a strong family to inflict heavy damage on Han Feng. Kong Yuan blast palm. The rich spiritual power of heaven and earth in the air condensed and turned into a huge palm of wind spiritual power. Hands of dozens of meters in size fell from the sky. Han Feng's face did not change, and the rosary beads were activated immediately. Boom boom boom. The coercion of the heaven-level powerhouse swept out, and the palms of dozens of meters were cracked in an instant. Idea beads. Xian Shintong gasped and looked at Han Feng in shock. The Xian family naturally also has the rosary beads, but even so, Xian Shintong did not get one, and this person from the Lei family actually got it. This Han Feng, what did he do to make the Lei family attach so much importance? Grand Elder Son was at a loss. With their status, they couldn't know the existence of the Mind Rosary. Sun Qian has swallowed and spit. What the hell is this? Could it be that the one who defeated Yuan Yixing was not the master who guarded Han Feng in the dark, but this illusory figure? Han Feng looked at Xian Shintong with a smile. Xian Xiao, you must know the function of the rosary beads. Do you want to continue playing? Xian Shintong looked back indifferently. The fire spirit pearl belongs to you. This young master will not go back on it. Since you are the son of Senior Lei Yuanjia, I hope you can participate in the Qingyun ranking competition in 4 months' time. When the time comes, I will discuss with Your Excellency. Of course, if Your Excellency is afraid to participate, then forget it. Seeing that Han Feng intends to have rosary beads, Xian Shintong's thought of trying to teach Han Feng a lesson faded, and he had other ideas instead. In the Qingyun ranking competition, you can't use things like rosary beads, you can only rely on your own real strength. Qingyun Bang competition? Han Feng frowned slightly. What game is this? But no matter what the competition is, Han Feng is not afraid. Listening to Xian Shintong's meaning, there are still 4 months before the Qingyun ranking competition. In 4 months, his cultivation will not be able to reach the level of Xian Shintong. The rosary beads can still defeat Xian Shintong. Thinking of this, Han Feng smiled indifferently. Then I will play against Xian Xiao in the Qingyun ranking competition. I hope Xian Xiao will not let me down. Zuan Shintong Gujing Wubua's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Don't worry, this young master will never let you down, but you must practice hard. With only 3 stars in Xuanjia, this young master still doesn't take it seriously. After speaking, Xian Shintong ignored the Sun family and left with the powerful family. Thank you Master Feng for your help. Sun Qian sighed with deep joy. Sun Ling glanced at Han Feng from time to time, his face was a little red, and Sun Qian sighed silently. Although he didn't know what the rosary beads were, it was definitely not easy to make Xian Shintong's face change greatly. The fact that the Lei family can hand over such things to Han Feng is enough to show that the Lei family attaches great importance to Han Feng, and it is no wonder that Han Feng looks down on his daughter. Han Feng shook his head. City Lord Sun, I'm just coveting the fire spirit orb, and it's not worth it for City Lord Sunday. Without the fire spirit orb, the possibility of him helping is less than half. Sun Qian has smiled bitterly. No matter what, it's true that young Master Feng solved the embarrassing situation of my Sun family. Anyway, our Sun family would like to thank you. Elder Sun interjected. Master Feng, please come with me, it's time to hand over the fire spirit pearl to Master Feng. Han Feng nodded and followed Elder Sun. Half a day later, outside Tianqian City, a tall beast carrying a young man soared into the sky. On Fei Tianyenshi's back, Han Feng took out the square jade box, opened the jade box, and a red breath rushed towards him. Inside the jade box, a round bead with a red color on the outside and a red gold color in the center of the bead appeared in front of Han Feng. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the real essence in his body became restless. Han Feng was full of admiration, as expected, of the fire spirit pearl. When I break through the heavenly rank and refine it, at the early stage of the heavenly rank, I can raise at least 1 star or even 2 stars. It is also a good choice to break through the 4th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. After looking at the Huolingzhu for a while, Han Feng suppressed the restlessness of his inner essence, and put the Huolingzhu with the jade box into the Jianshan fire tower. As if thinking of something, Han Feng shrank his neck. It's too late to go back to the appointed time, the 3rd elder won't scold me. Tianxian City, Xian family. Xian Shentong knelt outside a bamboo house, and Xian Shentong looked solemn. Father, I met Lei Yuanjia's son today. On the day of the Qingyun Bang competition, the boy will definitely defeat Han Feng in return for Lei Yuanjia's humiliation to his father. Squeak. The bamboo house slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a pale face walked out. His expression was quite moving. Tonger, have you met Yuanjia's son? How is the child? Can you have Yuanjia's heroism back then? Xian Shentong smiled bitterly. From the child's point of view, the victory is not inferior. The middle-aged man looked bewildered. Is that so? So. Yuanjia's choice, that day, was the right one? Xian Shentong couldn't bear it. Father, then Lei Yuanjia doesn't like your father at all. Why should father care about her for so many years? In the Sun family, the reason why Xian Shentong didn't really take action was that, in addition to the rosary beads, he was also worried about his father. In the entire Xian family, who did not know that his father liked Lei Yuanjia, even to the extent that he was willing to accept Han Feng, but unfortunately he was rejected in the end. The middle-aged man sighed and smiled bitterly. If I could forget it, my father would have forgotten it long ago. Tonger, I know you have a grudge against Yuanjia, but I still hope you don't take too much on that Han Feng. I know Yuanjia's temper too well. If you move Han Feng, Yuanjia won't care if you are a junior. It's going to work. By the time Xian Shentong understood what his father said behind, if he really moved Han Feng, then his father would inevitably confront Lei Yuanjia. Xian Shentong only sighed for his father. His father had love for Lei Yuanjia, and he would inevitably be tied down in the battle, but Lei Yuanjia was different and would never show mercy. One is restrained, the other is ruthless, and the final result is known without thinking. Xian Shentong didn't want his father to be in such an embarrassing situation, so no matter how he wanted to target Han Feng at that time, he had to endure it and only prepare a small lesson, but unfortunately he gave up because of the rosary beads. The middle-aged man's complicated eyes fell on Xian Shentong, and in the end there was only one sentence left. Xian Shentong clenched his fists, and at some point the middle-aged man entered the bamboo house again. Xian Shentong knelt down and left until the night. Looking indifferently in the direction of Tianlin City, Xian Shentong swore in his heart, Lei Yuanjia, because of you, my father lost his youthful spirit, but because of you, I was born. I will abide by my father's prayer and not hate your mother and son, but in the Qingyun Bang contest, I will definitely defeat your son in a dignified manner. I want to let the 4 major families know that I am stronger than your son. Xian Shentong, through his sleeve robe fiercely, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Tianlin City, Lei family. In the house of the 3rd elder was furious. Stinky boy, I have told you thousands of times that you must come back at the end of the month. Do you know that at the end of the month? Look, when you came back, it's too late to know. You have to wait until the end of this month to enter the Thunder training camp. Lei Tingsu entered the Thunder training camp a month earlier than you, and you are a month later. don't underestimate this month. Just because this month, when you go in at the end of the month this time, you are likely to be beaten by Lei Tingsu. On the ground. Han Feng didn't believe it. No way, in just 1 month, can Lei Tingsu be promoted to 4 or 5 stars in the profound rank? The third elder was stagnant, his mental power was swept away, and he was stunned. Mid-profound rank 3-star? How did you cultivate? Can't you take the anti-sky pill? It is a top-grade aptitude. It takes at least 1 or 2 months to increase a star after reaching the profound rank, and it is normal that it takes 3 or 4 months to increase a star after reaching the late stage of the profound rank and even the peak. Han Feng shrugged and didn't speak. In fact, without Lin Qingshan's dedication and the fire spirit power leaked from the demon core of the earth rank, it would be impossible for Han Feng to reach such a level from the mysterious rank 1 star in just 1 month. The third elder frowned and said, I don't know what realm your current physical strength has reached. If it is comparable to the physical strength of a 4-star powerhouse of the profound rank, even if it takes a month, it will not be worse than Lei Tingsu. Han Feng was a little confused and didn't understand what the third elder meant. Seeing Han Feng's puzzlement, the third elder said lightly, in the Thunder training camp, it is not allowed to attack each other with real energy. The Thunder training camp was built by the ancestors and is shrouded in a special barrier. Inside, cultivation improves the cultivation level, but you cannot use the true essence, you can only fight with physical strength. It turned out to be like this. Han Feng was shocked, and immediately frowned. What's the benefit of this? The third elder rolled his eyes. If you had an earth spirit fruit in front of you now, what would you do? Of course, put it away and wait until you reach the ground level, before taking it. Han Feng touched his nose. Earth spirit fruit, which is a spiritual fruit that can improve the cultivation of the powerhouses on the ground. For the Xuanjia, the energy is too huge. If the powerhouses of the Xuanjia take the spirit fruit, the body and meridians will definitely burst. Wait, the body. Could it be? The third elder hummed, you can guess it now. The ability of the body and meridians to withstand it is very important to cultivation. If your physical strength and meridian endurance are comparable to those of the earth rank, what if you are of the profound rank? You can still take the earth spirit fruit. Think about it, an earth spirit fruit can increase the powerhouse at the early stage by 1 star, and the powerhouse at the middle stage by half a star. If it is used on Xuanjia, how much will it improve? If you are in the early and middle stages of Xuanjia, you can at least be able to upgrade to a 3-star level, or even a 4-star level. Even if you are in the late stage of the profound stage or the peak stage of the profound stage, you can still improve your 2-star cultivation base. This kind of improvement can be much faster than slowly cultivating and absorbing spirit stones. Using the profound spirit fruit that is comparable to the profound rank only increases the profound rank by 1 star at the beginning. Han Feng thought for a while and said, since the Thunder training camp does not allow the use of real energy, there should be a place to improve physical fitness and meridian endurance, otherwise, it is only possible to slowly improve the body by relying on the cultivation of real energy, which can also be done outside. There's not much difference at all. The third elder gave Han Feng an admiring look. Yes, why is the Thunder training camp called the Thunder training camp? That's because the Thunder training camp has the Thunder Cave. The Thunder Cave is full of thunder power. As long as you continue to experience the tempering of these thunder powers, you can improve your physical fitness and meridian endurance. Han Feng's face changed. In this case, is it more helpful to the lightning attribute martial artist than my fire attribute? As a thunder-type martial artist, if you can absorb some thunder power, then whether it is cultivation or physical fitness, the improvement is far beyond that of other type martial artists. If this is the case, then Lei Tingsu is delayed by a month, and it is hard to say what the result will be after a month. The third elder rolled his eyes. How is it possible? This power of thunder is the same for any warrior, even for a warrior of the thunder attribute. it is only a little bit resistant to death. The power of thunder is very violent. Even a thunder-type martial artist, if he dares to absorb it, can only die by exploding his body, and his meridians will burst. Otherwise, why would our elders support you to go to the thunder training camp? After all, Lei Tingsu and Lei Ruwen are not easy to mess with, aren't sheep into the tiger's mouth? In the thunder training camp, there is also a spirit gathering formation suitable for the profound rank. As the strength of the body and the ability to withstand the meridians increase, it will be able to withstand more spiritual power of heaven and earth, and the strength will be greatly increased. As far as I know, Lei Ruwen's physical strength and meridian endurance have reached the 8th level of body quenching, and Lei Zhenyan has also been upgraded to the 7th level, which is only one step away from the 8th level. When they reach the 10th level of physical strength before the age of 20, they will be able to step into the ground level before long. Is there a level for the quenched body? Han Feng was greatly surprised. Of course, there are 10 levels of body quenching. The first level is comparable to the physical strength and endurance of a 4-star Shen rank warrior. The 9th level corresponds to the 12 stars of the mysterious rank, and the 10th level corresponds to the earth rank. The 3 elders talked eloquently. Actually, except for Lei Yuanjia, few of the Lei family's children have reached the 10th level in Thunder Cave. That's why so far only your mother stepped into the earth steps before the age of 20, and the others were all after the age of 20. Han Feng thought about it for a while, and said a little confused, why are all the young children before the age of 20 entering the Thunder Cave? Isn't it better if more young children enter the Thunder Cave? In that case, the younger generation of the Lei family will be stronger. Be stronger. The third elder sighed slightly. Do you think the power of thunder in the Thunder Cave is unlimited? The power of thunder in Thunder Cave also needs some kind of energy to activate. The more people there are, the less energy is distributed to each person. In the end, it will only drag down the level of the young children of the entire Lei family. It is better to choose some top-notch ones. As for why it is needed before the age of 20, it is because after the age of 20, the bones have basically been finalized, the power of thunder in the Thunder Cave is too violent, and the bones that have been finalized lack the ability to repair themselves, which will affect them for a long time. So only the younger generation under the age of 20 is allowed to enter the Thunder Cave. Of course, other powerful forces naturally have higher body tempering methods than Lei Ting Cave, and those can naturally allow martial artists over 20 years old to enter. But unfortunately that kind of secret realm is not something that my Lei family can have. Han Feng nodded clearly. After learning about the situation of Thunder Cave, Han Feng didn't care too much, although he felt a sense of crisis. The 9 flames and different fire art makes his true Yuan strength far exceed that of the profound rank 3 stars. If Han Feng guesses correctly, his current physical strength and meridian endurance must have reached the 1st level, 1 month later than Lei Tingsu, and also not necessarily worse than Lei Tingsu. Suddenly, Han Feng sounded Xian Shintong's strange gaze, and immediately asked. The third elder looked strange. My God, you actually met that kid, hee, that kid's father, but your father's rival in love. The third one is delivered. Love, a rival in love? Han Feng opened his mouth wide, looking stunned, never expected that his father still has a rival in love. But thinking about the excellence of his mother, it seems that it is not impossible to have a rival in love. Thinking that Xian Shintong's father liked his mother, Han Feng's face also became strange. No wonder Xian Shintong's eyes were extremely complicated at that time. The third elder smiled abruptly. Hey, your father didn't know there was such a rival in love. It was also Xian Shintong's father who was arrogant at the time and disdained to attack your father, otherwise your father is now. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly. If he dares to deal with my father, I will never let him go. The third elder was startled by Han Feng's killing intent, and waved his hands helplessly. Put away your murderous intent, I just said that. Xian Shintong's father is still a very good junior. Actually, you almost became Xian Shentong's brother back then. A big greeting flashed across Han Feng's head. The third elder beckoned. Come on, let's all sit down, I'll tell you a good deal. Xian Shentong's father was also the top genius of the Xian family when he was young. He was highly valued by the Xian family. Although he was a little worse than your mother, Lei Yuanjia, he wasn't too far behind. When your mother was 15 or 16 years old, she liked to go out to practice. She accidentally met Xian Shentong's father and the daughter of another small and medium-sized family head. The three of them practiced together without knowing each other's identities. During this period, the daughter of the head of the small and medium-sized family fell in love with Xian Shentong's father, and Xian Shentong's father fell in love with your mother Lei Yuanjia. But Xian Shentong's father was an elite of the Xian family at that time, and he had his own arrogance. Likewise, so did your mother. If you collide with each other, you will be hurt. Your mother is not a woman who is willing to marry and teach children at home, so she rejected Xian Shentong's father's proposal. Your mother has a very good relationship with the daughter of the head of the small and medium-sized family. Knowing that the latter likes Xian Shentong's father, she helped out. Boy Han, do you know how your mother helped? Speaking of this, the three elders were full of weird smiles. Han Feng rubbed his face, looking at the expression of the third elder. He knew that what his mother did was definitely not an authentic thing. After thinking for a while, Han Feng still shook his head. It's an aphrodisiac. Your mother fed Xian Shentong's father an aphrodisiac, you know. The third elder winked at Han Feng. Puff. Han Feng was about to spit out a mouthful of saliva. He couldn't help laughing. His mother gave Xian Shentong's father an aphrodisiac. This is really. But thinking about her mother's character, she can really do it. The third elder smiled. This is how Xian Shentong was born. After that, Xian Shentong's father didn't give up and still pursued your mother. Naturally, your mother refused every time, which greatly dampened Xian Shentong's father's arrogance. I have to say, Xian Shentong's father was very infatuated with your mother. When the news that your mother was pregnant with you came out, the Lei family was really furious. To be honest, including Elder Ben, all hoped that your mother would drop you. Being born out of wedlock has a great impact on the reputation of the Lei family, and thanks to your mother's extraordinary talent, she is the #1 member of the Lei family for hundreds of years, and it is the most promising existence of the Lei family in the sanctuary for hundreds of years. Otherwise, not only you, but also your mother's life is not safe. The third elder shook his head and sighed, then continued, but Xian Shentong's father doesn't mind this. He is still willing to accept your mother, and even treat you as his own son. But even so, your mother refused. Originally at that time, Xian Shentong's father was quite hit, and Xian Shentong's mother died of serious illness when he was a child. It even made Xian Shentong's father a big blow, and from then on, he was completely helpless and lost his previous arrogance. With his aptitude, even if he can't reach the celestial rank now, he can at least reach the 12-star peak of the earth rank or even half a step of the celestial rank, but now, I'm afraid he hasn't even reached the peak of the earth rank. The third elder's tone was full of emotion. Han Feng opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. He sighed and fell silent. If these are true, then Xian Shentong's father really cares deeply for his mother. That is his father, and that's it, but unfortunately his father's strength and status are not high, and there is no other way but to miss him. The third elder said quietly, speaking of which, your mother is the benefactor of Xian Shentong's father and mother. If it weren't for your mother, Xian Shentong's mother would not have achieved her wish to marry Xian Shentong's father. But it's also because your mother, Xian Shentong's mother, died of depression in addition to being seriously ill. From this aspect, that kid Xian Shentong should hate your mother and son. But this kid's father hasn't forgotten your mother, so the kid is probably very entangled. I heard that this kid was bullied a lot when he was a child because of his mother's low background. He didn't get better until he showed great talent and was valued by the family. Thinking of Xian Shintong's eyes at that time, isn't it just very tangled? Han Feng couldn't help nodding. And it is precisely because of those complicated eyes that he has been regarded as a rival in love all day long. Every time he thinks of this, the corner of Han Feng's mouth can't help twitching. Thinking of Xian Shintong, Han Feng thought of the Qingyun Bang contest. 3 elders, what is the Qingyun Bang contest? Qingyun Bang contest? Where did you hear it? The third elder's eyelids jumped. Han Feng immediately sold Xian Shintong. The third elder couldn't help but be a little annoyed. This Xian Shintong is really inauthentic. There are only 4 months left until the Qingyun ranking competition. How much can you improve? Kid Han, you didn't agree to come down, did you? Han Feng laughed and said nothing. Seeing this, the 3 elders knew the answer. The third elder couldn't help but say, "You kid, it's really. I don't even know what to say to you. According to the plan of our elders, you should have participated in 3 years." 3 years later. Han Feng pouted, with the help of Zhouyan Tianhua Pagoda, which will be on the ground 3 years later. Since Han Feng had already agreed to participate, the third elder had to tell the story of the Qingyun Bang contest in advance. The Qingyun Bang contest is a grand event for all the younger generation before the age of 20 in the Great Jin Kingdom. Actually, the reason why such a competition is held is to select 10 people to participate in the selection of Baidu University. Before participating in the selection of the Baidu Academy, these 10 people will be sent to the secret realm of spirits by the guardian to improve their strength, and then they will be taught by the guardian for a month. Northern Capital Academy? Spiritual Secret Realm? What is that? Han Feng asked immediately. The guardian's teaching Han Feng understands, and his face can't help but look forward to it. Lord Guardian, that is the pinnacle of the great sanctuary, the existence of the 18th heaven of the sanctuary. The 3 elders said with a longing look, the Baidu Academy is the most powerful institution in the entire Beizhou continent. Except for a small number of families with special bloodlines, the Baidu Academy is basically the most powerful force in the Beizhou continent. In addition to Beizhou continent, there are actually Dongdu University, Shidu University, Nandu University, and Zhongdu University. The 5 palaces are together, and they belong to the top forces in the entire continent. As long as you can be selected into the Baidu University, and you can go through all the difficulties and struggle in the Baidu University, you will be able to step into the sanctuary in all likelihood. It has been hundreds of years since our country of Great Jin has been selected for the Baidu Academy. Your mother is the last possibility, but unfortunately, because she is pregnant with you, it is impossible to participate in the selection. Kid Han, your talent is very rare in the Great Jin Kingdom. Except for the disciple accepted by Lord Guardian, almost no one can compare with you, but if you go to Baidu Academy, you will find that people like you there are not many geniuses like this in the entire Beizhou continent, and there are even geniuses stronger than you in the Baidu Academy. But your kid has only been practicing for nearly a year. As long as you keep this power unchanged, I believe that those geniuses who temporarily surpass you will be surpassed by you sooner or later. For more 10,000 characters delivered. Ask for flowers. Sure enough, it's better to go to bed early. If you stay up late until 2 o'clock in the morning, the biological clock is really messed up, and you'll be sleepy all day long. I didn't stay up too late yesterday, but today I just checked it out with ease. The 3 elders looked at Han Feng frantically. Han Feng's scalp was numb, and it took a long time for the third elder to calm down. Actually, I don't recommend you to participate in the Qingyun ranking now. With your talent, you will be able to pass the selection of Baidu Academy in 3 years. At that time, with your talent and the training of Baidu Academy, you may step into the sanctuary before the age of 30. But if you participate in the Qingyun ranking now, and participate in the selection of Baidu Academy, you are very likely to be eliminated. Although you can still participate in 3 years, there are many geniuses who have been knocked down. That's what I worry about. Of course, if you don't get the top 10 in the Qingyun ranking competition, then everything is in vain. But as Lei Yuanjia's son, once you participate in the Qingyun ranking competition, you will definitely attract attention. If you can't make it into the top 10, no matter how young you are, some people who are jealous of you and your mother will defeat you. Hyped. Han Feng's heart trembled greatly. Han Feng didn't expect that there were forces like Baidu Academy in Beizhou continent, and he didn't expect that the entry threshold of Baidu Academy was so high that even his own mother could meet the entry threshold. Immediately, Han Feng's pupils burst out with fiery temperature. Isn't this what he expected? Fight with stronger powerhouses, and face off against stronger geniuses. The cultivation base has reached 3 stars of the mysterious order, and the actual real combat power is enough to hit the peak of the ordinary 7 stars of the mysterious order. Xian Shintong and Lei Ruwen are indeed geniuses, and they are also geniuses in Han Feng's eyesight, but how old are Xian Shintong and Lei Ruwen? They are all about 18, and Lei Ruwen is almost 20. Several years older than Han Feng. Han Feng believes that within half a year, he will be able to surpass them. The only thing that the younger generation can really take seriously by Han Feng is the personal disciple of Lord Guardian, Meng Yaqing. But in Baidu Academy, most of the geniuses from the entire Beizhou continent are gathered. How far are those geniuses? Han Feng is extremely eager to know, and even more eager to meet these geniuses. Han Feng has a feeling that Baidu Academy is where he really shows his talents. The 3 elders knew Han Feng's determination when he saw Han Feng's eyes. Sure enough, Han Feng said next, 3rd elders, rest assured, there are still 4 months before the Qingyun ranking competition. In these 4 months, I will definitely not disappoint the elders. The 3rd elder sighed, well, 3 years in advance, 3 years in advance. If you are selected by Baidu University at the age of 14, not only Baidu University will value you more, but if the news spreads to the surrounding countries, it will be even more for our great Jin kingdom. Fear. After all, those who can graduate from the Baidu Academy are in all likelihood the sanctuary powerhouse. Once there is an additional sanctuary in our great Jin kingdom, it is still a sanctuary with great potential and is valued by the Northern Capital University, and our great Jin kingdom will have a much better life. Han Feng is speechless. He has not even entered the top 10 of the Qingyun ranking competition. These 3 elders are already thinking about entering the Baidu Academy. They were still saying that the selection of the Baidu Academy is extremely strict. Kid Han, you go to practice. Don't run around this month, do you hear? The 3rd elder stared. Han Feng smiled embarrassedly, I know, kid, I must practice well in Dingwu Academy this month. What kind of Dingwu Academy? It is already Xuanjia, how can you still go there? Xuanjia warriors have the area of Xuanjia warriors, I'll let someone take you there later. The area where Xuanjia warriors live, the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Although it is not as good as the spirit gathering array, it is much stronger than any 4 martial academy. The 3rd elder waved his hand and said a new residence for Han Feng. The residence of Xuanjia warriors. Han Feng gathered the 4 of his friends readily here, and they dispersed after a good meeting. Just when Han Feng was about to retreat, Lei Yanjia and Lei Shiming also came to the door. Han Feng, you didn't call us after coming back for so long, did you forget us? Lei Yanjia pinched her waist with an angry look on her face. Han Feng hurriedly smiled, what did the cousin say? How could it be? I'm not going to entertain the 2 sisters tomorrow. Pfft, why didn't you find out before? When your kid was slick, he was already preparing to retreat. Who did he lie to? Lei Shiming burst out laughing. Han Feng rolled his eyes, and sure enough, only women and villains are difficult to support. Well, anyway, these two women will always find fault if they tell the truth or lie, and they still don't say anything. Lei Yan pursed his lips. Okay, we're here to see if you're injured or not. Now that you're not injured, just practice hard, Lei Tingsu said arrogantly when he left yesterday. Wait a month later. You have to be careful when you go to the Thunder training camp, and you must lay a good place for the two of us sisters, and the two of us will break through the profound rank within half a year at most. Han Feng touched his nose and smiled dryly. Haha, I remembered it. In the end, he still didn't tell the story of the Qingyunbang contest, lest Lei Yanjie get angry again. As for Lei Tingsu's arrogant speech, Han Feng didn't take it to heart at all. After the two women left, Han Feng officially retreated. In this retreat, Han Feng did not come out again. Time flies by. It was not until the end of the month that Han Feng stepped out of this residence for the first time. After a month of practice, Han Feng's cultivation base has become significantly more refined. With the sufficient spiritual stones distributed by the Lei family, Han Feng's cultivation can be said to be without the slightest resource troubles. However, in the absence of adventures, the strength of the ascetic cultivation is really not very good. It is because Han Feng has the help of the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda. That's it. If you let others know that Han Feng is very dissatisfied with this speed, they will definitely want to tear Han Feng apart. Rao is the existence of Lei Ru Wenshuan Shintong and Lei Yuanjia. If they want to step from the 3-star Xuanjia to the 4-star Xuanjia, it is impossible to do it within a month. It is normal to be stuck for 2 or 3 months, or even 3 or 4 months. The 3-star Xuanjia is in the early stage, and the 4-star Xuanjia has entered the middle stage of the Xuanjia. The two are obviously already in 2 grades, which is completely different from the gap between 1 star and 2 stars, and between 2 stars and 3 stars. If the early and mid stages are so easy to break through, Lei Ruwen and other geniuses have stayed in the Thunder training camp for 2 or 3 years, and they will not only be in the late stage of Xuanjia. These geniuses spent a lot of time on the peak of the 3-star Xuanjia and the 6-star peak of the Xuanjia. Brother Han. Han Feng has just left the customs, and a young man of 17 or 18 years old is walking towards Han Feng with a smile. You are. Han Feng looked at the other party hesitantly, and there was no memory of the other party in his mind. The young man gave a wry smile. In Xiao Lei Yuru, I broke into the 9-story pagoda with Brother Han a month ago. But Brother Han had already reached the 8th floor at the time, so it's normal to not remember me. When Lei Yuru said this, Han Feng remembered. Ah, you are the one who broke into the 6th floor with Lei Tingsu. Although Han Feng had never seen it before, he heard from Lei Deli's group of 4. I heard it, but I didn't expect that the young man in front of me was actually the late bloomer Lei Yuru. Lei Yuru is also well known in the 4 Martial Arts Academy. Before the age of 15 or 16, Lei Yuyu's strength was not high, and he could only be regarded as medium in the 4 Military Academy, but after the age of 15 or 16, it seemed that he suddenly opened up. The strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and it didn't take long for it to enter the top dozens of terms. In the previous month, that is, last month, he and Lei Tingsu broke into the 7th floor together, and became more famous. Lei Yuru was very pleasantly surprised. Brother Han knows me. It is not surprising that Lei Yurua is not surprised. Han Feng is currently the only existence in the Lei family who has broken into the 9th floor of the 9-storied pagoda. For the younger generation of the Lei family, Han Feng is a legend. Han Feng laughed. You don't need to call me Han Feng, just call me Han Feng. By the way, why are you here? Lei Yuru twitched the corners of his eyes and said, this is the area where Xuanjia lives. Naturally, I have broken through to Xuanjia. Han Feng touched his head and knew that he asked a nonsense. It's just that he has been in retreat for a long time this time, and his head is closed a little bit slower. Haha, I'm sorry, let's go together. Since Lei Yuru broke through the Xian rank, it goes without saying that he is going to the Thunder training camp. Han Feng immediately invited him. First delivery. Ask for flowers. The two talked together and walked to the residence of the third elder. Han Feng found that the two of them were quite compatible. This Lei Yuyu seemed to be from a collateral line, but some knowledge was more profound than that of the direct line. Even in cultivation, Lei Yurui also has his own opinion, and Han Feng himself has benefited a lot. Han Feng was a little puzzled. As a collateral line, this situation is a bit strange. The education of the collateral line should not be comparable to that of the direct line, and the knowledge should not be as profound as the direct line. But Han Feng didn't ask too much. He has his own fate, maybe Lei Yuhan has his own adventure. I already have the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, so there is no need to meddle in other people's things. As everyone knows, Lei Yuzhen has also been observing Han Feng's expression, and seeing Han Feng's unchanged face, he can't help but nodded secretly, and sent a voice transmission to an old man in his body. Fu Lao, this Han Feng is indeed a good person. Friends. That is, don't look at who I am, Fu Lao. Our family has a special secret method to watch a person's blessing cloud. Your boy's blessing cloud is even deeper. That boy called Han Feng, blessing cloud even me, I can't even count how many. TSK, and the girl, named Lei Yuanjia. I heard that the Lei family has been in decline for hundreds of years. I see, with the three of you, the Lei family is about to rise. I don't know what Han Feng got in the 9-story pagoda last time. Since then, the luck and blessings of the Lei family have been slowly increasing. If it goes on like this, within a few decades, the Lei family will have a few more sanctuary powerhouses. Lei Yuyu snorted coldly. How the Lei family has nothing to do with me. When I break through to the earth or heaven, I will naturally leave the Lei family to travel around to improve my strength, and one day, I will let you Fu Lao you. To have his own body again, and to avenge the old man. Fu Lao was relieved in his heart, but sighed in his mouth. Reshaping the body, how is it so simple? You must at least reach the realm of small perfection in the sanctuary. As for the Lei family, that has nothing to do with you, you should take it back. Lei Yuru said unconvinced. Why? In the Lei family for so many years, my mother and I have been bullied by those direct descendants. In the depths of Lei Yuru, there is resentment towards the Lei family. Old Fu said in the tone of someone who came here. Humans always have their own roots and their own belonging, so no matter where you go in the future, how far you go, you will feel that you have a home to return to. Once the Lei family is gone, you will feel like a dead leaf on the sea. You don't know where you're going, and you're full of confusion. In terms of Xinqing, it is inevitable that there will be some defects. Sooner or later in the future, this defect will have some fatal effects on you. Unless you cut through all your emotions, is that kind of life what you want? Lei Yuru was silent. Fu Lao said again, as for the matter of the Lei family's direct line humiliating you, there are too many in this continent, and a family like the Lei family can't be at the same level, and good resources will naturally serve better geniuses. There are many Lei family members, and there are many people. Naturally, they are uneven. Some things that use their status to bully people naturally happen from time to time. And to prevent this phenomenon, that is to improve strength. Only when your strength is enhanced can you not be bullied and valued by the family. Isn't the Lei family already taking you seriously at this moment? Those direct descendants who used to bully you now dare to take action at will? Don't talk about you, let's just say that boy Han Feng is Lei Yuanjia's son. He was not bullied when he first came here, but Han Feng's strength is abnormal. He bullied him back and let Lei Tingsu eat it. Depressed. Lei Yuru's mind moved. When Fu Lao saw this, he smiled with relief. Now you are still young, and your feelings are not deep. When you step into the sanctuary in the future, you will have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years old, thousands of years old. When you have survived for hundreds of years and thousands of years, when you think about yourself and the Lei family, you can feel a different feeling. Lei Yuru was thoughtful, a little enlightened and a little confused. Fu Lao, although I don't quite understand it, but I will listen to you, and I will not easily cut off the relationship between the Lei family and me. Han Feng also discovered the changes of Lei Yuru along the way. From the beginning with a trace of dissatisfaction to the last confusion and enlightenment, his temperament is also changing. What happened to this Lei Yuyu? Wouldn't you just have a few words with me to realize some philosophy of life? Han Feng thought rather narcissistically. Lei Yuru cut off the sound transmission with Fu Lao, and immediately noticed Han Feng's inquiring gaze. His heart tightened, and he asked, "Brother Han, what's the matter?" In this rush, he changed from Han Feng to Brother Han again. Han Feng shook his head and did not speak. Seeing this, Lei Yuru understood what Han Feng meant, and would not hold him accountable for what happened. Lei Yuru immediately relaxed a lot. When he arrived at the residence of the third elder, Han Feng found that there were two other young people of about 19 years old waiting here, each of them fluctuating and in the early stage of Xuanjia. Obviously, these two people just broke through not long ago, and the realm has not stabilized. Lei Yuru said in a low voice, "These two are the top 10 of the 4 martial academy strength rankings. They have been trapped in the peak of the 12 stars of the Xuanjia for more than half a year. They just broke through 3 days ago and 5 days ago." Han Feng nodded clearly. And the 2 disciples of the Lei family, who had just broken through, also bowed respectfully to Han Feng. Who does not know that Han Feng is not only the only one who has broken into the 4th floor of the 9-storied pagoda for hundreds of years, but also a super genius. He has already broken through to the profound level at the age of 14, and his future achievements are limitless. Is very likely to achieve sanctuary. Unless there is a deep hatred, it is better to try not to sin and make friends. Well, yes, they're all here. The figure of the third elder appeared in front of everyone at an unknown time. He looked at the 4 with satisfaction, and immediately said, "Okay, don't talk nonsense, come with me." The 4 of them followed closely behind the third elder. The third elder led the 3 to a vast place. The third elder whistled, and a huge turbulent fluttered its wings and rolled up gusts of wind. Earth-level monster. The 4 of them widened their eyes. For the 4 of them, the strength of the earth is still an unattainable existence. There are so many warriors in the Lei family, and the masters of the earth are only more than 2,000. Compared with more than 100,000 clansmen, more than 2,000 land steps are too few. Han Feng quickly retracted his shocking gaze. The third elder is a master of the heavens, and he has an earth-level beast that is normal, but he doesn't know whether the mount is forced to sign a contract in some way, or the eagle and the earth-level beast voluntarily. The 3 elders flew directly to the eagle and said to the 4, "Come up quickly, we will arrive at the Thunder training camp this afternoon, the time is urgent." The 4 did not dare to neglect, and jumped up one after another, jumping onto the eagle beast. The 4 of them are a little cautious. This is a monster of the ground level. Even if the breath is restrained, there will still be a few traces of coercion passing out. Han Feng, the most powerful of the 4, is only in the early stage of the 4-star Xuanjia, followed by Lei Yuyu's 2-star Xuanjia, and then the first 2 stars of the Xuanjia. But for them, it is a heavy pressure. The third elder didn't notice this, or he didn't care if he knew it. He couldn't even bear the slightest coercion. What kind of elite Lei family? The 4 of Han Feng simply sat cross-legged and practiced, which made them feel much better. The eyes of the 3 elders were full of relief. Yes, not to mention Lei Yuru and Han Feng, the other 2 are also good. Over time, the Lei family will have 4 more powerful people, and Lei Yuru is even more promising. Han Feng is even expected to be a sanctuary. Soon, in the afternoon, the group of people flew to a relatively desolate place riding on the eagle ground-level demon beast. The third elder asked the eagle to descend. "For little guys, hurry up, Thunder Training Camp, no, Thunder Base is here. The second one is delivered. Cabbage doesn't want Pig's feet to be too lonely in the future, and he doesn't have a brother, so he has the character of Lei Yuru. In the future, when Pig's feet go to a wider plane, he will definitely have his own brothers. This Lei Yuru is just one of them, and there will be a few more in the future. Several brothers do not necessarily have to go out together, they can be separated, but if there is danger, they can gather together immediately. Arrive? The four of them came back to their senses from the practice. Han Feng saw the desolation around him and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Third elder, you won't bring the wrong place, right? There's nothing here? The three of Lei Yuru nodded in succession. The third elder laughed and scolded. Thunder Training Camp is where our Lei family trains elites, whereas it's so easy to be discovered. All right. After saying that, the third elder took out a wooden sign. Suddenly, the third elder patted the wooden sign with his palm, and the sign was photographed in the sky. Immediately, the third elder made a handprint on his hands, and several rays of light shot out and merged into the wooden sign. Inside. The next moment, something that surprised the four of Han Feng appeared. I saw the wooden sign shining in the sky with a burst of colorful light, and then the space in front of the group seemed to be watered. The desolate place is still the same desolate place, but not far ahead, there is a grand canyon with a width of more than 20 meters. The four little guys were amazed. The third elder smiled proudly. This barrier was built before the ancestors disappeared. Unless the spiritual power of the sanctuary powerhouse swept through, it would be impossible to find the abnormality here, and there is a small psychedelic array inside the barrier. The warriors who broke in by mistake seem to have wandered around in a big circle, but in fact they are just spinning in place. After they leave, they will not notice anything strange. Han Feng smacked his lips. I didn't expect the so-called Thunder Training Camp to be under the canyon. I really didn't expect it. When the three of Lei Yuru heard the words, they nodded, but the surprise on their faces did not fade away. The third elder waved his hand. Jump down with this elder. Jump down. The two Xuanhuan one-star Lei family disciples were terrified. This canyon is very deep at first glance. Looking from above, you can only see a thick white fog. If you jump down, you will definitely fall to pieces. Although the heavenly rank powerhouse can fly, its height is also limited, and it is far from being comparable to the sanctuary powerhouse. Lei Yuru pondered, since the third elder wanted them to jump, there must be something in this canyon. As the elites of the Lei family, how could the third elder let them die? Han Feng walked to the canyon, looked down slightly, and immediately dizzy, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The third elder mocked, you four small characters should not be afraid, right? This is still the elite of the Lei family? Han Feng rolled his eyes, the three elders were obviously provoking them. Thinking of this, Han Feng took a few steps forward and jumped down. Just as Lei Yuru thought, Han Feng also believed that there must be some secrets under this canyon, and the three elders would not let them die. Of course, if there are no secrets, Han Feng is not afraid. Both Xiaoyan and Xiaolei are flying monsters. Flying monsters can fly higher than the sky-level powerhouses. No matter what, he will not fall to death. The third elder didn't know that Han Feng also had trump cards such as Faitian Yanshi and Phantom Leopard. He immediately stroked his beard and smiled, this guy Han really has the courage of Yuanjia girl. Lei Yuru followed closely and jumped down. Only the last two Xuanjia one-star Lei family disciples' faces changed for a while, and they moved with difficulty. The third elder snorted coldly, it's really a shame for the Lei family. It's a loss that the two of you are still direct descendants. You might as well have a collateral descendant and a foreign surname Han Feng. A flash of shame flashed across the faces of the two Lei family disciples. As soon as they gritted their teeth, they closed their eyes and rushed towards the canyon, then jumped down. The third elder laughed loudly. Not bad, not bad, I have the style of my Lei family. Immediately, the third elder also jumped down, but compared to Han Feng and the four, the third elder seemed to be walking in the clouds. His face was extremely flat. The speed of the fall is getting faster and faster, the wind blows on Han Feng's face, and Han Feng's face is distorted for a while. At this moment, the speed of Han Feng's fall has reached nearly 100 meters per second. No matter how calm Han Feng was, he couldn't help but cry out slightly. Lei Yuru didn't get much better either, his whole body waving with claws and claws. The last two disciples of the Lei family even screamed, and they were extremely miserable. The three elders laughed with hatred. If other people in the 4th Martial Academy see your current situation, I don't know how they will gloat in misfortune. Han Feng gritted his teeth. The three elders kept sarcastic all the way. Although they guessed that they were trying to test their temperament, they were still very unhappy. If it wasn't for the three elders who were already masters of the sky, maybe Han Feng would have kicked it with a single kick. Huh? Han Feng's face changed, and he felt something was wrong at first. From the depths of the canyon, gentle winds flew up, and their falling bodies seemed to be dragged by something, and their falling speed slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Han Feng was surprised. Lei Yuru also noticed something was wrong. He no longer fluttered his teeth and claws, but was curiously feeling the wind blowing from the depths of the Grand Canyon. The two elite disciples of the Lei family stopped howling, and Chi breathed a sigh of relief. The three elders smiled slightly. This is the peculiarity of this canyon. From the depths of the canyon, there will be a gentle wind blowing up. No matter who it is, it will fall from the top and finally fall to the ground safely, not at all dead. Hee, the four of you are doing well. In the past, many people were directly scared to pee in the process, and even worse, the excrement and urine flowed together. Perhaps it was the end of the test, and the third elder did not ridicule Han Feng and the others. At this time, the two disciples of the Lei family showed a look of joy. Compared with Han Feng and Lei Yuru, they were indeed unbearable, and they were indeed inferior before. But at this time, the two children felt proud. At least they were not scared to pee, right? Before long, under the gentle wind, the three elders and Han Feng landed steadily. When they stepped on the ground, the four of Han Feng exhaled in unison. Even if there is a strong wind in the sky, there is no feeling of being down to earth. See the three elders. Before Han Feng and the four looked around, a voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the voice, it was a middle-aged man in black. The man's face was dark, and his face was also pitted, which was quite hideous. A fierce aura permeated out. The ruthlessness of his eyes, as long as he glanced at each other, a chill would spontaneously rise in his heart. This person is not easy to mess with. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. The third elder hurriedly helped the middle-aged man. Jiayu, you are already in the heavenly rank, and you have the same status as the old man, so you don't need to salute like this. This middle-aged man's salute was exactly what the younger generation of the Lei family gave to the elder. Although this is also true, the middle-aged man is obviously not as old as the third elder. In all likelihood, he is a junior, but it is also a heaven-ranked cultivation base. He belongs to the same rank as the third elder, so there is no need to salute like this. The middle-aged man said solemnly, even if the junior is a strong person in the sky, it is also a junior. The third elder is even more kind to the junior. The third elder can afford the salute of the junior. Even in terms of position, the junior is just a guardian, but you are the elder, the third elder. The third elder shook his head helplessly. It's really pedantic. Forget it, you can do whatever you want. Which one? The middle-aged man showed a smile. The younger generation is not pedantic, and the younger generation is only polite to you, the first elder and the third elder. The third elder rolled his eyes and said, the family is ready to promote you as an elder. Come back and find a time to return to the family to hold the elder ceremony. Yes. The middle-aged man regained his respectful expression. The four of Han Feng didn't say a word. This middle-aged man was a strong man in the sky, and the pressure revealed by his gestures made the four of them very uncomfortable. This senior should have just broken through. In terms of the level of heaven, it will take half a year to stabilize the realm of the early stage of heaven and 1 star. Judging from the fluctuations in this senior, it should be less than 4 months. The middle-aged man raised his head and finally focused his eyes on the four of Han Feng. When he saw Han Feng, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Obviously, Han Feng's 4-star initial limit of cultivation was exposed in the eyes of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man showed a faint smile. Third elder, this batch of disciples is not bad. The third one is delivered. The middle-aged man showed a faint smile. Third elder, this batch of disciples is not bad. In the early stage of a 4-star mysterious rank, and a 2nd star on the mysterious rank, in terms of cultivation base, the former is considered to be middle and inferior in the thunder base, while the latter is at the bottom. It may have been a 2nd star of the mysterious rank when it first arrived, and it will not be long in the future. Can improve a lot. It's a pity that the thunder base is prohibited from activating energy attacks, and can only rely on the flesh body. I just don't know how physical these two little guys are. The third elder was very proud, that's it. The four of Han Feng still looked respectful, and did not show the slightest complacency. Han Feng and Lei Yuyu both aim at the sanctuary, and their vision is wide, so they don't pay much attention to their current achievements, although they are calm. This kind of heart sex made the middle-aged man secretly nod again. As for the other 2 disciples of the Lei family, they are not idiots. Naturally, they know that what the middle-aged man said is true to Han Feng and Lei Yuyu. The 2 of them have not even stabilized their realm in the early stage of Xuanjia and 1 star. The Lei family's children are no different. Where will this heaven-rank powerhouse be treated differently? The 3 elders said to Han Feng and the 4 at this time, this is Lei Jiao. You can call him Guardian Jiayu. Currently, he is in charge of the thunder base. In the future, Guardian Jia, you will be in charge of your affairs at the thunder base. Okay, this elder's mission is over, so I'll leave. Jiayu, we will talk about it when we return to the family in the future. The last sentence was what the third elder said to Lei Jiao. After Lei Jiao nodded, the third elder suddenly flew into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 4 little guys didn't dare to move at will. Who knows what chance this Lei Jiao would have. Judging from Lei Jiao's serious face, no matter how you look at it, he is a person who values the rules. Lei Jiao looked at the 4 of them seriously. I don't care what your names are. No matter what your background is, since you came to this Thunder training camp, you are an ordinary member of the Thunder training camp. Don't think I will treat you differently because of who you are. Everything in the Thunder training camp depends on your own hard work. If you don't work hard, you are bullied, you can only blame your own poor strength, and you can't blame others. Similarly, if you are stronger and bully others, this guardian will still not care. But the Thunder training camp also has its own rules. Fighting with each other is never allowed in the living area, the Thunder's hole, and the spirit gathering array. If you want to fight, you should be in the ring area, or in the Thunder Beast's hole. If I find out that you violate the rules, no matter how good your talent is, no matter how strong your strength is in the Thunder training camp, don't be soft. Finally, even if it's a fight, no murder is allowed. If it is found that someone is plotting to attack and kill members of the Thunder training camp, this guardian will definitely kill them. In the last sentence, Lei Jiao's voice was full of coldness. The faces of the 4 Han Feng changed, and their bodies became cold. The heavenly rank powerhouse showed a little bit of killing intent, and the 4 of them were like falling into an ice cellar. Han Feng rolled his eyes a little in his heart. and said to Lei Jiao that he couldn't kill people, he just thought it was nonsense. What is this place? It's Thunder Camp. It's the location of the Lei family's elite. Losing either of them would be a huge loss to the Lei family. Almost 100% of the elites here will be able to become powerhouses in the future, and they are the mainstay of the Lei family. It is estimated that the entire Thunder training camp does not exceed 200 people. If they could kill each other, how many would end up going out? Suddenly, Lei Jiao changed his tone and became gentle. I have finished what this protector has to say. Next, you will ask your questions, and each person can only ask one question. Of course, one person can also ask 4 questions. Anyway, there are 4 questions in total. The 4 of them all looked at Han Feng, and it was self-evident that they handed over all their problems to Han Feng. Han Feng thought for a moment and said, Lord Protector, what is this Thunder Beast hole? From the mouth of the 3 elders, Han Feng has only heard of the Thunderbolt hole and the Gathering Spirit Array. As for what is the Thunder Beast hole? But it is unknown. Lei Jiao smiled slightly. Very good question. It's stronger than those who ask me about my hobby and want to please me. Boy, what's your name? Han Feng clasped his fist. Kid Han Feng. The last name is Han? Lei Jiao's face condensed. Is Lei Yuanjia your mother? It's the kid's mother. Han Feng replied calmly. Lei Jiao sighed. It turned out to be Yuanjia's son. Lei Jiao raised his head slightly, his face was complicated, as if he was missing something, and said for a long time, when Yuanjia came here, I was already at the top of the Thunder training camp. After so many years, I can only break through the heavenly rank. Yuanjia is already on the heavenly rank, far surpassing me. Han Feng's heart is tight. This Lei Jiao doesn't have any grudge with his mother. Seeing Han Feng's expression, Lei Jiao smiled slightly. Don't worry, although I have some disputes with your mother, it is also a normal thing in the Thunder training camp, and this protector will not target you for this. This protector has said before, no matter who is behind you, here is just a member of the Thunder training camp, and this protector will never be biased. When it comes to the dispute with Lei Yuanjia, Lei Jiao's face is strange, obviously he was slumped. Han Feng sweats profusely. His mother was really a powerful being at the time, but now he can find someone in Lei's family who occupies a high position, who is the same generation as his mother, who was bullied by his mother in those days. Lei Jiao looked at Han Feng and sighed with emotion. Yuanjia was already a very perverted existence at the beginning, but I didn't expect you to be more perverted than your mother, and you were already a 4-star Xuanjia. With your cultivation base, I'm afraid that the physical strength has barely reached the 1st level. Lei Yuyu and the others still didn't know Han Feng's cultivation, and when they heard this, they were all shocked. Profound rank 4 stars? Han Feng obviously only broke through to the profound rank 2 months ago, and is now a 4-star profound rank? This is too evil. At the same time, the 3 of Lei Yuru also showed and bewildered, wondering what the 1st level of the body is. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that the 3 of Lei Yuyu should not know the power of Thunder's Hole and the division of the 10th level of body quenching. He made up his mind to ask about the 3 of them later. At this time, Lei Jiao had already begun to explain the issue of the Thunder Beast's hole. Han Feng saw that Lei Yurue and the 3 were becoming more and more confused, so he had to interrupt Lei Jiao's words and said embarrassingly, Lord Dharma Protector, let's talk about Lei Ting's cave first. Lei Jiao laughed in his heart. He knew it would be like this, but if he didn't know the function of the Thunderbolt hole, how could he possibly know what the Thunder Beast hole was for? Lei Jiao didn't know. In fact, Han Feng had already known about Lei Ting's hole, and he just asked for the 3 of Lei Yuru. When Lei Jiao told the whole story of Lei Ting's hole, all 3 of Lei Yuru's eyes were shining, only Han Feng was a little calm. Lei Jiao nodded with satisfaction, and then went on to talk about the Thunder Beast's hole. As I said before, the power of thunder in the Thunder's hole requires energy, and it can be performed in the Thunder Beast's hole. I don't know how this thunder beast hole was formed. I don't know. It is estimated that our ancestors of the Lei family are involved. Our ancestors were strong in the sanctuary. Maybe one of you will break through to the sanctuary someday. Learn about the mystery of the formation of the thunder beast's hole. In the hole of thunder beasts, some thunder beasts will form continuously. After these thunder beasts die, they will drop a ball. This ball is called thunder ball, and put the ball into the thunder hole. In a thunder pool, the power of thunder will be formed. Without the thunder ball as energy, the power of thunder will slowly dissipate. You don't have to worry about the absence of thunder orbs. Countless thunder beasts are born every day, and there is no end to it. If it weren't for the thunder beast's hole that does not allow the entry of powerhouses above the profound level, some powerhouses such as this protector would have been early every day. Wait in the thunder beast's hole and annihilate all the newly born thunder beasts. In the thunder training camp, the family will give you a certain amount of spirit stones, but if you want more, you need thunder balls in exchange. Similarly, if you want to take more pills, the same is true. You remember, in thunder training camp, thunder balls are equivalent to the currency outside. Without thunderball, you can only be reduced to the bottom of the thunder training camp. The four of Han Feng were completely serious about Lei Zhu. They didn't expect that Lei Zhu would be so important in Lei Ting training camp. One of the two disciples of the Lei family hesitated, looking at Han Feng, who nodded slightly to him. The disciple breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately asked, Lord Dharma Protector, can this Lei Zhu be absorbed? As soon as these words came out, except for Han Feng, the expressions of the three of Lei Yuyu changed. The three of them are all thunder attributes, if they can absorb it. Lei Jiao spread his hands with regret. I'm sorry to tell you, no. Thunderball and the power of thunder are both extremely violent thunder attributes, not to mention your little Xuanhuan. Even if this protector is a powerhouse of the sky, it takes a lot of money to suppress the power of thunder and the madness in the bead. A lot of power, but not much cultivation. The three of them sighed, feeling depressed. Lei Jiao smiled in his heart. Wasn't it the same when he was young? Han Feng was thinking secretly, if I refine the thunder ball into the source liquid, and then use the spiritual spring to eliminate the negative effects, I wonder if it can be done? But then Han Feng dismissed the idea. First of all, Han Feng is a fire attribute. Even if these thunder orbs are refined as the source liquid, it is not good for Han Feng, and it cannot be used to improve his strength. Secondly, these thunder powers and thunder beads are so violent that it is difficult for even Lei Jiao, a guardian of the heavens, to suppress them. Who knows if he can refine them into source liquid now? Lei Jiao looked at the four. What other questions do you have? Only the last two questions remain. The disciple of the Lei family asked a useless question. He was quite disappointed and stopped asking questions. Lei Yuru and another disciple of the Lei family still gave the right to ask questions to Han Feng. Han Feng asked directly, Lord Protector, if we are going to the Thunder Cave to practice, should we hand in the Thunder Ball? How much should we hand in? The three of Lei Yuyu were stunned for a moment, and immediately remembered that the Dharma Protector had said before that everything in the Thunder training camp needs thunder beads. So it is natural to need thunder beads to enter the Thunder Cave for training. It is possible to enter at will. Lei Jiao chuckled, you kid can always ask for ideas. Indeed, this Thunder Cave is not one that can be entered at will, but one that can be entered and exited at will. There are only the Ring Area, Living Area, and Thunder Beast Cave in the Thunder Training Camp. The Thunder Cave is divided into 4 areas. The edge, the periphery, the inner periphery, and the core. The closer it is, the greater the strength of the thunder's power, and the better it is to improve the strength of the body. Similarly, the higher the energy value required. Cultivation at the edge of the Thunder Cave requires only 1 energy point per day. For cultivation in the outer area, 10 energy points are needed per day. For inner cultivation, 100 energy points per day are required. Cultivation in the core area requires 1,000 energy points a day. In the Thunder Beast Cave, the Thunder Beasts are divided into 4 levels, namely the Lower Thunder Beast, the Intermediate Thunder Beast, the Superior Thunder Beast and the Top Thunder Beast. Leiju is naturally divided into Lower, Intermediate, Upper and Top. Lower-level Thunderballs are only equivalent to 1 energy point, intermediate-level Thunderballs are equivalent to 5 energy points, upper-level Thunderballs are equivalent to 10 energy points, and top-level Thunderballs are equivalent to 50 energy points. Han Feng was speechless. The top Thunder Orb is only 50 points of energy, which means that if you cultivate in the core area, you need to hunt 20 top Thunder Beasts to cultivate in the core area for a day. The corners of Lei Yu's mouth twitched. The top-level Thunder Beasts are not easy to deal with. They are only 1 or 2 stars in the Xian rank. It is estimated that it is quite difficult to hunt the lower-level Thunder Beasts. Does this mean that they can only cultivate in the marginal areas for the time being? Lei Jiao saw the expressions of Han Feng and others, and played with his taste. It seems that you are under a lot of pressure. Suddenly, Lei Jiao's face became serious. Little guys, there is a reason for the family to set such a reason. In the Thunder Cave, although the power of thunder on the edge, periphery and inner periphery is gradually increasing, there is no limit to the martial artist. Even if you are at the first level of body quenching, as long as you have enough energy value, you can also cultivate in the inner periphery. Inside, the cultivation is naturally faster. But at the core, you must have a physical strength of level 7 to enter. If you enter below level 7, there will be death and no life. The power of thunder at the core far exceeds the previous 3 areas, which is why the core area needs so much energy. In the past, there were some elite disciples who didn't give up and wanted to enter the core area, only to be smashed into scum by the power of thunder. The first 3 areas, even the inner area, can only cause serious injuries to the first level of body quenching, but they will not die, and there is no chance for the warriors to escape. Until the quenching level reaches level 7, you don't even need to consider entering the core area for quenching. In this case, are the first 3 areas too difficult for you? The 4 of Han Feng were silent. The inner area was only 100 points a day, which was indeed not much. As long as the strength improved, it would be enough to hunt 2 top Thunder Beasts a day. But I don't know the specific cultivation base of the Thunder Beasts, and Han Feng doesn't know what level of Thunder Beasts they can currently compete with. Lei Jiao gave the 4 of them a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, hunting Thunder Beasts is not difficult. The lower-level Thunder Beasts are only equivalent to 1-star cultivation of the mysterious rank. The intermediate-level Thunder Beasts are only equivalent to the 4-star cultivation of the mysterious rank. The upper-level Thunder Beasts are equivalent to the cultivation of 7 stars of the mysterious rank, and the top-level Thunder Beasts are equivalent to the cultivation of 10 stars of the mysterious rank. At the first level of body quenching, you can already fight against intermediate-level Thunder Beasts, and at the 7th level of body quenching, you can already hunt top-level Thunder Beasts. And in the Thunder Beast Cave, there is no prohibition prohibiting you from urging the real energy in your body to fight against the enemy. In other words, in the Thunder Beast Cave, you can rely on the real energy in your body and the strength of your body to hunt the Thunder Beast together. As the elites of the Lei family, you must have the ability to fight beyond the star level, and coupled with the tempered physical strength, do you still think that the top Thunder Beasts are difficult to hunt? The crowd was immediately amazed. In the Thunder Beast Cave, they can still use martial arts. In this way, it is indeed much easier to hunt Thunder Beasts, except that the core area is difficult to cultivate. The other 3 areas are not too difficult. Lei Jiao looked at Han Feng with a strange look. Actually, in the Thunder Cave, there is a thunder pond in the center, where the power of thunder is really domineering. Only those who have stepped into the 10th level of body tempering can cultivate in it, and they can't persist for too long. If you can't break through to the 10th level of body quenching within the specified time, you will surely die. No one has entered this thunder pond for hundreds of years. Even the original Lei Yuanjia couldn't guarantee that he would be able to break through to the 10th level of body tempering within the stipulated time in the thunder pond. Kid Han, I heard that you have broken many records in the 9-storied pagoda. In this thunder cave, I hope you can do the same. Han Feng didn't expect Lei Jiao to expect so much from him, scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Senior is joking. How can a record that hasn't been broken for hundreds of years be broken so easily? If you're not careful, the kid will lose his life. Lei Jiao came back to his senses, and sighed, you're right, I'm impatient. Then there is one last question, please ask. Han Feng said, how much energy does the spirit gathering array need? Lei Jiao shrugged, there are not so many requirements for the spirit gathering array. The energy value is 10 points every day, which is stable and unchanged. When your physical strength is high and you endure a lot of spiritual power, go to the depths of the spirit gathering array. When your physical strength is low, go to the edge of the spirit gathering array. The Thunder Cave is different from the spirit gathering array. The Quartet spirit gathering array provided by the Thunder Training Camp only needs mid-grade spirit stones. For a force like the Lei family, mid-grade spirit stones are nothing, but high-grade spirit stones are precious. Lei Jiao stood up, okay, the 4 questions have been asked, let me enter the real Thunder Base. A group of 5 people entered a cave and walked about 100 meters when suddenly a bright spot appeared in front of everyone. After walking for nearly 1,000 meters, the bright spot has formed an exit with a height of 3 meters and a width of nearly 2 meters. Walking out of the exit, Han Feng suddenly felt a dozen bad eyes gathered on him, one of which Han Feng was very familiar with, and following this gaze, it was indeed Lei Tingsu. Lei Tingsu found Han Feng looking over and grinned grimly, Han Feng, it's finally time for you. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Han Feng's eyes focused on Lei Tingsu, and he was surprised to find that Lei Tingsu's aura fluctuated violently, reaching the level of the middle and late stages of the 3-star Xuanjia. Han Feng was secretly surprised, it has improved so much. Lei Tingsu broke through to the Xuanjia almost half a month earlier than Han Feng. Han Feng remembered that when he left the Lei family, Lei Tingsu should have been in the middle stage of the Xuanjia. After more than a month and a half, Lei Tingsu, it has been upgraded by 2 stars. It is true that this is related to Lei Tingsu's own high-quality aptitude, but he also has to admit that the role played by the Thunder Cave should also be quite big. Immediately, Han Feng's expression became strange, and there was no comparison, but with comparison, Lei Yuru reached the 2nd star of the Xian rank in just 1 month after his breakthrough, which was a bit abnormal. Lei Jiao swept over these people lightly, if you don't go to practice, what are you doing here? On Lei Tingsu's side, the man headed by him was arrogant, with bright eyes and eyebrows, and his demeanor was leisurely and content. I saw this slight smile, Lord Protector, isn't this a new member joining the Thunder Base? We are curious to take a look. The man put his eyes on Han Feng and smiled deeply, after all, I heard that the one who came here this time is the genius who broke the record of the 9-story pagoda. For a while, many people's eyes swept towards Han Feng with hostility. Everyone is a genius, no one agrees with another. How can they be convinced of Han Feng just because of a record? This is also related to the fact that these people did not witness with their own eyes. The feeling of Han Feng is completely different from personal witness and hearsay. Especially those who witnessed it with their own eyes also saw that the senior members of the family paid so much attention to it, so they naturally respected and worshipped Han Feng. For example, the 2 children of the Lei family who came with Han Feng were already convinced by Han Feng. The people from the Thunder Base did not witness it with their own eyes, so they were more provocative and dissatisfied with Han Feng. Of course, there are also those who are full of goodwill towards Han Feng. Han Feng followed his eyes of goodwill. The man is wearing a blue shirt, and the whole person is like a scholar, with a white and tender face. The temperament of the whole person makes people feel gentle and refined. Han Feng nodded at him, and the other party responded with a smile. Han Feng made a conclusion in his heart: the man who was arrogant before should be Lei Ruwen, and the one who has good intentions for me should be Lei Zhenyan. Lei Jiao snorted in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't really take Lei Ruwen's words seriously. Rather than being curious, he came to trouble Han Feng. However, as a Dharma protector, Lei Jiao also said before that he would not be biased against any party, so he did not take action. Han Feng was really bullied, and he could only say that Han Feng was not strong enough. Moreover, being bullied at the first arrival just happens to inspire upward self-motivation. Lei Jiao simply rapped his chest to watch the show. As if thinking of something, Lei Jiao suddenly turned his head to Han Feng and said, "Every new member has 3 days of free time to enter the Thunder Cave to practice and gather the spirit array. From tomorrow, you will go to the Thunder Cave to practice." Bar. Then he said to Lei Ruwen, "Since you want to welcome new members, welcome them well." After saying that, Lei Jiao moved his body and disappeared directly in front of everyone. Lei Ruwen saluted with a smile on his face, and after Lei Jiao disappeared completely, Lei Ruwen smiled and said, "Cousin Han Feng, I have heard of your name for a long time. I wonder if you would like to discuss with me, or let me know how to break the 9-story pagoda. What is the level of recorded genius? Cousin Han Feng still doesn't know how to fight at the Thunder Base. It just so happens that I have time today, so I can guide you." Lei Ruwen immediately booed. Lei Zhenyan said warmly, Cousin Han Feng is new here. You are already at the 8th level of body quenching, so you must be a bit bullying." Lei Ruwen raised his eyebrows. "How can you say that, as a cousin? I should have personally instructed Han Feng's cousin. How could it be called bullying?" Lei Zhenyan's expression was still mild. "I am also Han Feng's cousin's cousin. How about I do things that guide Han Feng?" Both of them were smiling, but in reality, they smelled of gunpowder. Who does not know that Lei Ruwen is vicious and guides the entire Thunder Base? I'm afraid that it will take half a month to stop cooking for one time to guide Han Feng. The Lei Ting Base is filled with the elites of the Lei family and the geniuses of the Lei family. 1 month is enough to fall behind a lot. At this moment, it is obvious that Lei Ruwen is looking for trouble with Han Feng, but Lei Zhenyan wants to keep Han Feng. Lei Tingsu interjected at this time, "Two cousins, leave the guidance to my cousin." Lei Ruwen was stunned for a moment, smiled, and said to Lei Zhenyan, "This proposal is good. Tingsu has just arrived a month, not much earlier than Han Feng, so let them learn from these newcomers. We have deep experience." "Yes, don't interfere at will." Lei Zhenyan frowned slightly. He could compete with Lei Ruwen, because both of them were considered the top figures of the Thunder Base, but Lei Tingsu had just arrived a month ago, and his body tempering reached the 1st level, and he was considered the bottom of the Thunder Base. If he were to fight with Lei Tingsu, he would be a bit bullying. Looking at the people behind him, Lei Zhenyan sighed in his heart. There are nearly 200 people in the entire Thunder Base. Except for a few dozens of neutral people, most of them are attached to Lei Ruwen, and all the elites he gathered are elites. There are not many people, but they are enough to compete with Lei Ruwen. Since they are elites, none of them are below the 4th level of body quenching, and they are much more than Lei Tingsu. Lei Zhenyan was worried. What should he do now? Lei Yuyu said in a low voice, "Han Feng, to be honest, my physical strength is far beyond my cultivation, and it is enough to be on par with the 4 stars of the Xuanjia. Using the tempering body here at the Thunder Base, I should be able to barely count the upper tempering body level. They are all newbies anyway. How about I fight for you?" Lei Yuruwei is willing to help Han Feng, but also to meet Han Feng. Han Feng shook his head slightly. "Lei Tingsu came here specifically to trouble me. If he doesn't succeed, he will not give up. Even if you are willing to help, Lei Tingsu will find other excuses to fight me. It's better for me to fight Lei Tingsu directly." But Lei Yuruwei wanted to say something, but Lei Tingsu said arrogantly, Han Feng, don't you dare? Lei Tingsu's arrogance made both Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan frown. Lei Zhenyan didn't look down on people like Lei Tingsu at all, and Lei Ruwen also secretly scolded Lei Tingsu for not being able to restrain himself. When they reached their realm, once they left the Thunder Base and joined the family affairs, they would definitely occupy the middle level. If he breaks through the ground level, even if he is a high-level person in the Lei family, at that time, he must be a snake. How can he show his emotions so much? No matter how tit-for-tat Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen were, they seemed to be chatting and laughing. Han Feng stared straight at Lei Tingsu. Lei Tingsu was already a 3-star Xuanjia, and he felt uneasy for a while, and insisted, it seems that the person who broke the record of the 9-story pagoda is just like that. Han Feng said lightly, I'm really not that good, my cultivation base is even lower than the people present, but I don't understand, I have lost twice in a row, I can't break through the 9-story tower, and I'm even more at the Xuanjia. What qualifications do you have to say this to someone who was defeated by me with human-level cultivation? Lei Tingsu's face was flushed. These things are simply a shame for Lei Tingsu. Since he came to the Thunder Base, he basically didn't mention it much. He only mentioned it a few times, but he kept it secret and didn't tell the truth at all. When Han Feng said it at this moment, Lei Tingsu hated Han Feng to death. A group of warriors stared at Lei Tingsu with strange expressions. No wonder they kept secretive when they asked before, but they thought that Han Feng won by some despicable means, which caused Lei Tingsu to hate Han Feng so much, and dare to love. In particular, Han Feng, who was still a human at the time, was defeated by Xuanjia Shouwei, which was simply too useless. Without waiting for Lei Tingsu to speak, Han Feng said directly, you want to compete with me, I agreed, but I want to see how much my defeated generals have improved in the past month or so. Han Feng looked down at Lei Tingsu proudly. Lei Tingsu repeatedly asked for trouble, and Han Feng was already impatient with Lei Tingsu. Lei Tingsu clenched his fists, and said in a cold tone, I will let you know that I have already surpassed you now. Lei Zhenyan sighed, since Han Feng had already agreed, there was nothing he could do to stop it. A group of Riken rushed to the ring area. The ring area is the area where the Thunder Base resolves battles. There are 8 arenas in the arena area, and each arena has restrictions, and you can only fight with your body. The second one is delivered. In the arena area, Lei Tingsu said with a cold smile, you can choose any one of the 8 arenas. Han Feng casually stretched out his hand and pointed to the arena on the far left. Lei Tingsu jumped up and hooked his fingers towards Han Feng, not paying any attention to Han Feng. It should be noted that in the past month and 2 months, his body tempering level has reached the 1st level. In terms of physical strength, it is not weaker than the body of a Xian level 4-star warrior. In just over a month and nearly 2 months, no matter how talented Han Feng is, can he reach your 4-star Xuanjia? It was Lei Ruwen, who was trapped at the peak of the mysterious rank Samsung for 3 months, before he was able to break through. Lei Zhenyan came to Han Feng's side and whispered, in the Thunder Base, it is the right way to take all the time to cultivate. You don't need to pay too much attention to a fight like this. If you find that you can't beat it, you should quickly admit defeat, otherwise you will be severely injured and let go. You lie down for more than half a month, and the gap between you and Lei Tingsu will only get bigger and bigger. Hearing this, Han Feng's heart moved, and he understood the plans of Lei Ruwen and others. I'm afraid that they rushed to target him in such a hurry. It is estimated that it is not only because of the grievance between Lei Tingsu and him, but more because he was injured, so that he wasted most of his time in the Thunder Base on the treatment of physical injuries. Han Feng pondered in his heart, even if I win against Lei Tingsu today, it is estimated that Lei Ruwen's subordinates will use various excuses to target me in the future, and then demand that everything be resolved in the arena area. The role of the ring area, Han Feng has already understood very clearly from Lei Zhenyan on the way here, that is, it is specially to resolve some disputes between the warriors of the Thunder Base. For example, in the Thunder Beast cave, the two of them dealt with the Thunder Beast together, and they will compete in the ring area for the ownership of Lei Zhu, and the winner will get the Lei Orb. After thinking about everything, Han Feng cursed Lei Ruin in his heart, and made up his mind to be very careful in the future. Thank you, cousin, for telling me that if I lose, I will raise my hand and surrender. Once surrendered, the opponent can no longer shoot. Han Feng clenched his fists and thanked Lei Zhenyan. Lei Zhenyan waved his hand. You are the son of Aunt Yuanjia. I want to protect you, but unfortunately I am short of staff, and Lei Tingsu is a novice, so I can't bully the small, and I can only let you and one of them war. There was a hint of guilt in his voice. Han Feng smiled slightly. In the future, my younger brother will have to ask my cousin to take care of him. Lei Zhenyan smiled heartily. Definitely. After all, the two smiled at each other. Han Feng didn't waste any more time and jumped to the ring. Lei Ruin walked over with a smile. Cousin Zhenyan, who do you think has a better chance of winning, Tingsu or Han Feng? Lei Zhenyan snorted lightly. Lei Tingsu has reached the first level of body quenching. Obviously Lei Tingsu has the advantage. This Lei Ruin came here to ask hypocritically, who doesn't know Lei Ruin's purpose, not just to see a joke what? Lei Zhenyan didn't say a word, and Lei Ruin didn't care. He came here to ask questions on purpose, just to discourage Lei Zhenyan. Lei Ruin didn't leave. He is thinking about it now. After Han Feng is defeated, what will Lei Zhenyan look like? Above the ring, Lei Tingsu stretched his body and made a crackling sound. Suddenly, Lei Tingsu threw a fist into the air and made a whirring sound. Han Feng stood opposite Lei Tingsu, without moving at all, looking at Lei Tingsu lightly. It looked like he was frightened by Lei Tingsu's actions. Lei Tingsu sneered. Go to hell. Lei Tingsu roared, stepped on the ground, and blasted away. The violent fist came to Han Feng in the blink of an eye and slammed it down. If this punch goes down, Han Feng will be hit hard. Lei Tingsu smiled grimly. Seeing that Han Feng was so frightened that he couldn't move, the anger that was suppressed by Han Feng in the past was suddenly released, and you have today too. Lei Tingsu had already imagined the tragic situation that Han Feng was seriously injured by his own punch and lay in bed for a miserable month. But the next moment, Lei Tingsu's eyes widened with disbelief, and even everyone in the ring was in an uproar. One palm. With just one palm, Han Feng easily blocked Lei Tingsu's punch. Han Feng's body didn't even take a step back. It was as if Lei Tingsu's previous punch came from cotton, without the slightest bit of force. How is this possible? Lei Tingsu swallowed and spit, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Han Feng snorted softly. It seems that your practice this month is not very good. Even with such a soft fist, you dare to show it off. Han Feng's palm grabbed Lei Tingsu's fist in an instant, making it impossible for him to escape. What? Lei Tingsu screamed, and the gallbladder was about to spit out. Han Feng's punch, but condensed a body of strength. At the early stage of the cultivation base reaching the 4-star Xian rank, the real essence in the body is comparable to the 5-star Xian rank. Even if the physical quality does not reach the second level of the quenching body, it is at least in the high level of the first quenching body. Class guys can compare. Lei Tingsu fell heavily to the ground, covering his stomach and crying. The expressions of Lei Ruin and the others instantly turned embarrassed. In any case, they didn't expect Lei Tingsu to be so useless, and they were defeated with just one punch. On the contrary, Lei Zhenyan was full of surprises. Ha ha ha, Cousin Ruin, I forgot to say just now, I always thought that Cousin Han Feng had a good chance of winning, as expected. Han Feng's performance made Lei Zhenyan unable to calm down no matter what. At the beginning, there was a physical quality close to the second level of body quenching, so in the future, I'm afraid it won't take much time for Han Feng to be on an equal footing with him and become a top existence in the Thunder Base. Lei Zhenyan knew that Han Feng was a foreign surname and could not become the head of the Lei family anyway, so Han Feng stood on his side, and the stronger Han Feng was, the more confident his father would be in competing for the head of the family. Lei Ruwen obviously knew this, and the gentleness on his face was torn apart, revealing a gloomy face. Behind Lei Zhenyan, some of the people who followed Lei Zhenyan twitched at the corners of their mouths. They clearly thought that Han Feng had a low chance of winning, so he would not open his mouth. Now that Han Feng has the upper hand, he immediately changed his mouth, which is too cheeky. On the ring, Han Feng looked at Lei Tingsu strangely. "I'm sorry, I'm tired of being entangled by you, so please lie on the bed for a while longer." After saying that, Han Feng kicked out fiercely and hit the middle, between Lei Tingsu's legs. Only to hear Lei Tingsu let out a scream that made everyone present feel horrified and incomparably painful. All male warriors subconsciously clamped their legs. Lei Yuyu's eyebrows trembled. Okay, what a perverted kick. Fortunately, he has already made up his mind to befriend Han Feng and become Han Feng's enemy. Too bad for Nima. Han Feng calmly retracted his feet. Lei Tingsu had already fainted, so his body twitched from time to time, foaming at the mouth. Han Feng thought proudly, if it's just a physical injury, as long as Lei Ruwen wants to save him, he should be able to exchange a lot of medicinal pills to heal Lei Tingsu, and Lei Tingsu will come to me to trouble me again soon. However, Lei Ruwen can't do anything about the injured part. I don't have the strength to restrain my foot. I have to lie down for at least a month. At least this month, I don't have to be entangled by Lei Tingsu. Han Feng was right. In the battle between warriors, in fact, few people would kick in that kind of place like Han Feng, that is, people without martial arts would do it. It is a pity that Han Feng has memories of his previous life. This so-called martial arts has no effect on Han Feng. Second, the so-called martial arts can only exist in relatively large forces. When the status is high, it will be more particular and remote. But it doesn't matter. Some beggars can do it all by pinching their eyes, nose, and hair in order to earn money and food. The city of people is precisely the backcountry. Han Feng still doesn't know about the so-called martial arts. Han Feng yelled at Lei Ruwen, "I have already won, who else wants to guide me?" The people who were swept by Han Feng took a step back subconsciously. They didn't want to be reduced to the level of Lei Tingsu. Lei Ruwen has a lot of people, but there are few elites. Fewer does not mean no. A tall figure stepped out and was about to go to the ring when Lei Zhenyan said coldly, "Lei Nanxiu, you have been in the Thunder Base for half a year. If you want to discuss, I have a more suitable one here." Gestures? The third one. Thanks to Younghao 123 for the big flowers, cabbage, thanks. Oh. Lei Nanxiu's step froze immediately. He was only able to reach the fourth level of body quenching. Among the few elites on Lei Zhenyan's side, he belonged to the bottom of the bottom. Lei Ruwen scolded, "Come back." After all, Lei Nanxiu was also a veteran of the Thunder Base, so it was really unreasonable to deal with Han Feng. Sweeping through a group of second and third level quenching fighters, Lei Ruwen was suffocated in his heart. These people were afraid that they would have been shocked by Han Feng's perverted kick and did not dare to fight at all. Lei Ruwen said before that he wanted to personally guide Han Feng, but that was just talk. As a veteran, he was the top existence of the Thunder Base, and he directly bullied newcomers. If this spread, his reputation would be ruined. It will take at least a month or two before we can take action against Han Feng, so if it spreads out, it will have little impact on Lei Ruwen. The reason why Lei Ruwen said he would personally guide Han Feng was to attract Lei Tingsu, but Lei Ruwen never expected that Lei Tingsu would be so useless. Lei Ruwen's face returned to a smile, and he clenched his fists towards Han Feng. Cousin Han Feng is indeed the one who broke the record of the 9-story pagoda. Cousin is waiting for the day when you become the top powerhouse of Thunder Base. Han Feng's heart froze. Lei Ruwen was so forbearing. She had a gloomy face before, but now she is smiling again. The more forbearance Lei Ruwen is, the stronger Han Feng's vigilance towards Lei Ruwen becomes. Han Feng replied lightly, "Cousin looks at me too much." Lei Ruwen smiled slightly, then turned to Lei Zhenyan and said, "I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he led his people away without waiting for Lei Zhenyan to react. Lei Nanxiu was so weak at this time. Lei Ruwen, then, what about Lei Tingsu? Lei Ruwen stopped his body and held back his breath. "You bring 2 people to take him back. I'll find some medicinal herbs to treat him." However, in his heart, Lei Ruwen did not expect much. Which healing elixir, is it specially used to treat there? The alchemist was simply idle and had nothing to do. Lei Nanxiu brought the 2 of them to the arena and looked at Lei Tingsu, who was still twitching and foaming at the mouth. Lei Nanxiu pinched his nose. "It's so miserable. Hurry up and take him away, it smells bad." Han Feng's kick actually kicked Lei Tingsu to pee. The 2 children of the Lei family endured their disgust and carried Lei Tingsu away. Puff. Puff. Well, haha. As soon as Lei Ruwen's party left, Lei Zhenyan's party burst into laughter in an instant, and some even covered their stomachs and laughed until they couldn't stand up. Lei Zhenyan walked towards Han Feng with a strange expression on his face. "This is the first time I have seen Lei Ruwen deflated. Han Feng, in a certain way, you are also very powerful." Lei Zhenyan was referring to Han Feng's kick. Han Feng froze. He just wanted to let Lei Tingsu lie down for a while, but he almost forgot that his behavior was no different from a pervert in Lei Zhenyan and others. Han Feng said embarrassingly, "Misunderstanding, it's purely a misunderstanding." Lei Zhenyan said with the expression of you lying, "Don't pretend, we know, people, how can you not have some hobbies, but your hobbies are a little special. Don't worry, we will keep it a secret for you." Lei Ruwen can't afford to lose face, and he shouldn't take the initiative to mention it. But in the future, it will be more secretive. Fortunately, it is in our Lei family thunder base. If it is outside, if such a matter of no martial arts is seen by some powerhouses with excessive sense of justice, they will have to intervene and teach them a lesson. Han Feng, you are. Han Feng's face was stiff. Han Feng regretted it. He knew that his image would be ruined because of this, and he would rather let Lei Tingsu continue to trouble him than kick that kick. Han Feng immediately changed the subject. "Cousin. I don't know my temporary residence yet. My cousin will take us there." Lei Zhenyan stopped the topic. "Yes, you 4 come with me." After all the group left, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty ring. It was Lei Jiao. Lei Jiao sighed. As expected of Yuan Jia's son, he has a physical strength comparable to the 2nd level in the early stage of the 4-star Xuanjia. Even if you don't use martial arts, just relying on true essence is enough to resist the middle and late stages of ordinary 4-star profound rank. Even the style of this foot is exactly the same as Yuan Jia. Speaking of this, Lei Jiao's face was tangled, and he didn't know what to think, showing a pained expression. Han Feng and Lei Yuru, this is where you 2 live. Lei Zhenyan led the 2 to the 2 adjacent stone houses and courtyards. Han Feng looked at it for a long time and was amazed. "Stone house, this is the first time I live in such a house." Lei Zhenyan chuckled. After all, this place was dug out of a cave in the depths of the canyon, so naturally, there will be no pavilions. "Okay, you 2 rest here. Tomorrow, the 4 of you will enter the Thunder Cave. Prepare well. By the way, there are surprises in this stone house?" Lei Zhenyan blinked and smiled deeply. "Surprise?" Han Feng and Lei Yuru looked at each other, wondering what the so-called surprise was. Lei Zhenyan left without waiting for Han Feng to ask. The 2 had no choice but to enter their stone house, but they wanted to see what this so-called surprise was. As for the other 2 children of the Lei family, they did not live here. Both are elites of the Lei family, and they live in different places. As the son of Lei Yuanjia, Han Feng is supposed to be a direct descendant, but after all, he is a foreign surname, and in the end, he naturally lives in the collateral line's residence with Lei Yuyu, the collateral line. This is not to underestimate the collateral lineage. In fact, they are the elites of the Lei family who can enter the Thunder base. For this reason, the division of the direct line and collateral lineage is not so important. However, there is a long history of grievances between the collateral line and the direct line, and very few of the collateral line can become elites and enter the Thunder base. The family is worried that the collateral line and the direct line will be bullied by the direct line, so they specially built a residence for the collateral line. Looking at the large stone house here, only Han Feng and Lei Yuru know how rare the collateral lineage can become an elite. Pushing open the stone gate, Han Feng entered the stone house. Crystal lamps are placed in the stone house, which are as bright as day. Han Feng glanced at it, and when he glanced at the stone bed, he choked. I saw on the stone bed, two twin loli, about 15 years old, wearing very few clothes, almost showing the exposed place. The two lowly teenagers looked at Han Feng shyly, as if waiting for Han wind picking. Han Feng looked at the towering peak of the two women and the jungle below, swallowing hard and spitting water. It has to be said that these two lowly are very capital. Not only are their faces beautiful, but their bodies are enough to make most women feel inferior. Han Fengjia is indeed not young in his previous life, but he was a rooster in his previous life. Although this life is not a rooster, it was when his blood was strong, and his blood immediately rose, his face was thick red, and at the same time, there was a hot blood pouring into his lower abdomen. Han Feng stood up immediately. Han Feng took a deep breath and wanted to reduce the blood pressure, but one of the two lowly on the stone bed coquettishly said in a sweet voice, "Young master, come on." Puff. Han Feng was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. The two lowly were also stunned. They couldn't understand what happened to their young master. They were only mediocre ordinary warriors, and their strength was low. Han Feng whispered in his heart, "I am not a Lulacon, I am not a Lulacon, I am not a Lulacon." I don't know how many times I talked about it, but I finally suppressed the surging blood, and Xiao Han Feng returned to his original state. Han Feng looked at the two lowly with a wry smile. "Is this the surprise Lei Zhenyan said?" The two lowly couldn't help but panic when they saw Han Feng's return to the original state, and one of them was about to cry, "Young master, are you dissatisfied with us?" Han Feng rubbed his head with a headache. "Don't cry first, tell me what's going on first." The other remained calm and asked in doubt, "Young master doesn't know?" Han Feng rolled his eyes, "Why would I ask you if I knew?" The calm lowly stood up shyly and said slowly, "Our brothers and sisters are female slaves given to the girl by the Dharma protector, and I am my sister Mo Xiaowei. For more 10,000 characters completed. Ask for flowers. The chase is so tight, I'm going to be blasted. I'm my sister Mo Xiaoxiao." Another lowly, who was about to cry also hurriedly said, for fear of causing Han Feng's dissatisfaction. "Slave." Han Feng opened his mouth wide, co-authoring these two lolitas has become his slave girl. Han Feng looked helplessly at the two lowly girls and asked, curiously, "Do all the people here have female slaves?" Mo Xiaowei gave an and whispered, "Basically all the young masters have it. The existence of our female slaves is to purify the fire for the young masters." Han Feng nodded clearly. Here are a group of 18 or 19-year-old young men. It was when the blood was strong, and they couldn't get out of this thunder base. If they held it for a long time, it would inevitably cause problems. I didn't expect that the Dharma protector thought very thoughtfully, but are these female slaves voluntary? Han Feng frowned slightly. He was not willing to do that kind of thing with a woman who was unwilling. Furthermore, he is only 14 years old and nearly 15 years old, and he is still a little young. It is not good to do too much of that kind of thing. Mo Xiaowei probably saw that Han Feng was not willing to do that kind of thing, and said timidly, "Does the young master not like us?" Han Feng coughed lightly, "I'm not as old as you." As an older sister, Mo Xiaowei knows much better than Mo Xiaoxiao. Listening to Han Feng's words, you can tell that Han Feng doesn't dislike their tender sisters now, but she is too young to do that kind of thing. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief. Only Mo Xiaoxiao was still puzzled. Han Feng looked around, there was no other place to rest. Looking at the stone bed, Han Feng was tangled. Mo Xiaowei blushed slightly, "Master, come up, even if you don't do that kind of thing, you can sleep together." Han Feng looked embarrassed, but if he wanted a good rest in this stone house, he really had to go to the stone bed. Taking off his shoes, Han Feng was lying in the center, and Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaowei were lying on both sides of Han Feng. Han Feng wondered, "Don't you two have another place to live?" Before Mo Xiaowei spoke, Mo Xiaoxiao looked like she was about to cry again. "Master wants to drive us away? Please don't." Han Feng's heart sank, and his tone became unkind. "Could it be that you were forced?" Mo Xiaowei was taken aback by Han Feng's tone, and immediately scolded her sister, "Xiao, put away your tears." Mo Xiaowei knew that these young masters had noble status, but they didn't have the patience to coax a female slave. Mo Xiaoxiao then forcibly held back her tears, but she still looked at Han Feng with red eyes, pitiful. Han Feng touched his nose and knew that his tone had frightened this little girl. She has lived in 2 lifetimes. On the surface, she was less than 15, but she was already over 30 in her heart, but this Mo Xiaoxiao was a real 15. The old loli seems to be well protected by her sister, and her heart is very innocent and immature, which is far worse than her twin sister Mo Xiaowei. Han Feng coaxed Mo Xiaoxiao helplessly, "It's the young master's fault, you shouldn't use that tone, the young master didn't want to drive you away, just wanted to know if you were forced." Facing the pitiful, lowly boy, Han Feng's heart could not be hardened. Mo Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, and the happy Korean style snuggled up, "Master, we are all voluntary, no one is forcing us, the Dharma protector is a good person, without the Dharma protector, Xiaoxiao is now starved to death." Han Feng's body froze, and a fragrance floated from the girl's body, which made Han Feng feel a little ready to move. Mo Xiaowei explained at this time, "We were all rescued by the Dharma protector from outside. At that time, Xiaoxiao and I were being chased and killed. If it wasn't for the Dharma protector, Xiaoxiao and I would have been afraid." Mo Xiaowei's tone was filled with respect for Lei Jiao and a hint of grief. Han Feng sighed, "Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaowei look so beautiful. Obviously, his background is not low, and he can be hunted and killed, which can only mean that his relatives have passed away." Then Han Feng wondered, "Although you are voluntary, there is no need to do that kind of thing with me, right?" Mo Xiaowei explained, "There is really no need to do that kind of thing. In fact, there is a special residence for my sister and I outside, but today's meaning is different. We have just been sent to you, young master. If we are kicked out, then the other sisters." Mo Xiaowei didn't finish speaking, but Han Feng understood the rest of the meaning. Co-authoring not only competes with the elites of the Lei family, but also among these female slaves. And the status of female slaves should be related to the children of the Lei family who follow. If the 2 sisters were driven out today, it would be difficult to live among a group of female slaves. Understanding this truth, Han Feng said lightly, "Forget it today, starting from tomorrow, don't enter and leave my room at will without my order." If the 2 sisters are allowed to enter and exit, it is difficult to guarantee that the secret of the Jianshan Fire Tower will be discovered. Although the possibility is very small, Han Feng is not willing to take the risk. "Yes." Mo Xiaowei froze and said respectfully. Mo Xiaoxiao was dissatisfied, and said coquettishly, "Master, why don't we do it?" Listening to other sisters and young masters, it is very happy to do that kind of thing. Mo Xiaowei looked embarrassed. Obviously Mo Xiaowei knew the truth of doing that kind of thing, but Mo Xiaoxiao didn't know. Others thought they were happy when they said they were happy. Han Feng smiled and joked, "Do you know how to do that kind of thing?" Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head stupidly. Mo Xiaowei's mouth twitched at the moment, knowing that the young master was going to molest her sister, but Mo Xiaowei didn't say anything. It was a good thing that her sister was valued. Mo Xiaowei has a mature heart, and she knew from a few words that the young master she followed didn't like female slaves who were too smart, and liked naive female slaves, and her younger sister was just right for this young master's appetite. As for yourself, as long as you obey the etiquette, you don't need to be so smart. Even if you want to be smart, you can't use it on the young master. Mo Xiaoxiao shook Han Feng's arm. "Master, what should I do with that kind of thing? Tell me." Han Feng pointed to Mo Xiaoxiao's jungle. "I need to insert something into you." Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. "Want to do that place? Wouldn't it be enough to just kiss?" After speaking, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly covered her mouth with a look of embarrassment. Han Feng looked at Mo Xiaoxiao speechlessly. This little girl could not have peeped at the closeness of a certain lay family child and female slave. And at first glance, he only peeped at the front part, and did not peep at the whole process, otherwise he would not have said such a sentence. Mo Xiaoxiao whispered shyly, "Last time I saw an elder sister kissed by a young master pressed against a bush. When the young master found me, I was scared away." Han Feng rolled his eyes. In the grass, the man was really open, and the most speechless was to Mo Xiaoxiao. Fortunately, this little girl ran away early, otherwise she would have fallen into someone's clutches. It was also the first time that Mo Xiaowei heard such a thing. Her face changed and she was afraid. She couldn't help but said angrily, "Why don't I know about this? In the future, you are not allowed to peep at random." Mo Xiaoxiao shrank his neck, and looked at Han Feng pitifully again. "Master, I won't dare in the future. Don't let my sister talk about me again." Mo Xiaowei was so angry that she knew she was looking for the backstage. Han Feng laughed and was in a happy mood. At this moment, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly said, "What are you going to use to poke me there? What if you get hurt in such a small place? Could it be that those older sisters have bigger holes than me?" Han Feng's face was stiff. "Big mouth." These three words kept echoing in Han Feng's mind. Grinning, if it was really big, it would have been kicked away by the children of the Lei family. Mo Xiaoxiao is still coquettish, what is it for? While acting coquettishly, Mo Xiaoxiao Xuanhuan kept rubbing against Han Feng. Han Feng couldn't help, but his blood rushed towards a certain part below, and quickly set up a tent. Mo Xiaoxiao let out a snort and felt something hot against her. She grabbed it curiously, and Han Feng took a deep breath. Mo Xiaoxiao was still pinching, with a curious look on his face. "Master, what is this thing of yours? It's so soft and elastic, have fun." Mo Xiaowei's shoulders trembled, she couldn't bear to laugh. Han Feng had a black line on his face. Mo Xiaoxiao rubbed it carefully, and soon the thing in her hand became one size bigger, and Mo Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. As expected of the young master, "I don't have such a fun thing, sister, do you know what it is?" "The first. Thanks to the 2 big rewards of Purple Eye's reincarnation and I'm Little Ma, thanks cabbage." "Oh. I went out for something today, but I didn't expect to come back so late." Mo Xiaowei was tangled. Of course she knew what it was, but what if it disturbed the young master's nature? What if the young master is fine with this? Han Feng couldn't bear it any longer. If things went on like this, he had to get rid of this Mo Xiaoxiao. He helplessly patted Mo Xiaoxiao's jade hand away, and said, "This thing is used to poke you there." Mo Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, and immediately pulled back his hand. "How is it possible? How can you poke in?" Han Feng smiled wickedly. "Would you like to try it?" Mo Xiaoxiao looked under him, then looked at Han Feng's thing, and immediately shook his head, joking, "It's not equal at all, it would definitely hurt to insert it." Mo Xiaoxiao said pitifully, Master, I don't do that kind of thing anymore, Master, please let me go. Han Feng smiled again, saying it as if he was some heinous pervert. Han Feng patted Mo Xiaoxiao's head, didn't I say it before, don't do that kind of thing today, go to sleep, Mo Xiaowei, you too. By the way, if I leave the Thunder Base in the future, what will you do? Mo Xiaowei blinked, of course I'm following the young master. Han Feng nodded and decided to leave the Thunder Base and send the two to his mother, and let the mother teach them when she was free, which was considered to have taken care of him completely. After lying down for a long time, Mo Xiaoxiao's tangled voice sounded, how can those sisters feel happy? Does it not hurt? Han Feng was about to say something when he saw Mo Xiaoxiao make a sudden realization, I know, it must be that those young masters are too young, like toothpicks, so it doesn't hurt. Han Feng was almost out of breath, thinking silently, if these words spread out, how could the children of the Lei family find Mo Xiaoxiao in trouble? Men have always been very concerned about this kind of thing. Don't look at Lei Zhenyan being very friendly to Han Feng, but if Han Feng really pointed at Lei Zhenyan and said that Lei Zhenyan's thing was too small and not good in public, Lei Zhenyan would definitely fight for Han Feng. Han Feng pressed Mo Xiaoxiao, sleep well. That night, that's it. The next morning, when Han Feng just woke up, Mo Xiaowei stepped forward and said, Master, I have prepared a delicious meal for you. After saying that, Mo Xiaowei took Han Feng's clothes and dressed Han Feng. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched. If he was taken care of like this for a long time, he would probably become a life idiot. Mo Xiaowei's attitude was a little tough, Master, as a female slave, the young master has already refused what I should do. Don't refuse this matter, otherwise, what kind of female slaves are our sisters? Hearing this, Han Feng will no longer refuse, which is also good for Mo Xiaowei. As a female slave, there is naturally a circle of female slaves. If you don't want Mo Xiaowei to do anything, once the matter is known to other female slaves, Mo Xiaowei's life can be imagined. He is only close to the second level of body tempering now, and his cultivation base is only 4 stars in the mysterious order. If something happens to his female slave, he really has no ability to protect it for the time being. It's just that Han Feng was puzzled. Yesterday, Mo Xiaowei still respected and feared him, so why is his attitude tough today? Does he look bullied? How does Han Feng know that Mo Xiaowei can protect the twin sisters so well among this group of female slaves? How could there be no means? This means his eyesight. Mo Xiaowei's eyesight is very strong. After observing for a few days, and then saying a few words, she can figure out the character of this person. Mo Xiaowei knew yesterday that Han Feng was different from other Lei family disciples, and that's why he had this morning's attitude. At the dinner table, Han Feng swept away quickly, touched his stomach for a long time, and said with emotion, Xiaowei, your craftsmanship is really good. I've eaten up, and I still feel unfulfilled. Mo Xiaowei said with a smile, I learned this from my slave's mother. My mother came from a culinary family. I heard that the current ancestors are the chefs of the royal family. Oh? It seems that I really got a baby. Han Feng laughed. Without breaking through to the sanctuary, it cannot be regarded as a real bigu, but the cultivation base is different, and the time of support is also different. Mo Xiaoxiao pouted, Master, slaves can also cook. Really? In the future, you can let me taste it. Han Feng smiled. Mo Xiaowei glanced at Mo Xiaoxiao with a smile, and then said to Han Feng, Young master, don't really listen to her, it's good that this little girl doesn't cook rice. After being exposed, Mo Xiaoxiao turned red and dared not look at Han Feng. Han Feng shook his head slightly and stood up suddenly, You two stay here, I won't be back for 3 days. Mo Xiaowei nodded, the newcomers have the right to practice for free for 3 days in the Thunder Cave, which is known as a slave girl. On the other hand, Mo Xiaoxiao was a little reluctant, but it did not delay Han Feng. Walking out of the stone courtyard, it happened that Lei Yuru also came out. The two of them looked at each other with tacit smiles. Along the way, Lei Yuru walked with some soft feet. Han Feng smacked his tongue secretly. How crazy was Lei Yuru yesterday? Lei Yuyu looked at Han Feng enviously. Han Feng, you are so capable. Lei Yuru didn't believe that Han Feng would face the stunner and lose Xuanhuan. Han Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't do that kind of thing at all, but Han Feng didn't explain it, and it was estimated that the other party would not believe it. On the way, the two met Lei Zhenyan, who came. Lei Zhenyan smiled ambiguous. How did you two feel yesterday? Lei Yuru said with a bitter face, it's a little crazy. He has already said no, and the other party is still pulling him to ask for it again, otherwise he wouldn't be so humiliated today. Lei Zhenyan glanced at Lei Yuru's crotch and Microsoft's legs, and sighed, Brother Yuru still needs to exercise. After a few more times, his ability will improve. Looking at Han Feng again, Lei Zhenyan was a little surprised. Cousin is not bad, he is so heroic at a young age. Lei Zhenyan didn't even believe that Han Feng would not make a move. As a top figure in the Thunder Base, Lei Zhenyan naturally knew that Han Feng's two female slaves were the top tier among the female slaves in the entire Thunder Base. That beauty, even he was eager to move, but unfortunately these two female slaves have something to do with the Guardian, not to mention him, even Lei Ruin can't get it. Unexpectedly, it was given to Han Feng by the protector yesterday. Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth and said nothing. Lei Zhenyan didn't care. He led the two to the Thunder Cave, and even said things to pay attention to. The Thunder Cave is a little different from what you imagined. In the Thunder Cave, unless you are a master above the Xian rank, entering below the Earth rank will be teleported at will. The Thunder Cave is very large. In other words, even if they belong to the marginal area, it is unlikely to meet each other. You have 3 days for free. During these 3 days, you can choose the area you want to temper your body at will, from the edge area, the outer area, or even the inner area. With the abilities of Han Feng's cousin, Yu and Yu, it would be a waste to go to the edge area. I suggest you go to the outer area, to temper your body. Han Feng and Lei Yuru nodded after listening to Lei Zhenyan's suggestion. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Soon, a group of people came to the Thunder Cave, including 2 other disciples of the Lei family. The warriors from Lei Zhenyan's side also gathered here, and they wanted to see what the newcomers would do this time. The original Lei Yuanjia, but 3 days later stepped into the first-level high-level body quenching. This Han Feng is more perverted than Lei Yuanjia. He has the physical quality of the first level and high-level body quenching at the beginning. What level will it reach after 3 days? Everyone was looking forward to the answer. To Han Feng's surprise, Lei Ruin's party also came here. At the entrance of Thunder Cave, a middle-aged man swept over the 4 of Han Feng expressionlessly. What area do you choose to go to? This middle-aged man is a law enforcement officer of the Thunder Base, and he has the strength of the Earth rank. The 2 children of the Lei family undoubtedly chose the marginal area. Lei Yuru replied, Junior chooses the peripheral area. Han Feng said lightly, Junior chooses the inner area. What? Inner area. The middle-aged man couldn't calm down and looked surprised. Lei Zhenyan was even more shocked, and hurriedly persuaded, Cousin, although I asked you to choose a more inner area, there is no need to choose an inner area. If you enter the inner area at the first and second level, you will easily be seriously injured. If you are excluded, then the 3-day free ride will be wasted. The second one is delivered. Congratulations to 8960211544 for being promoted to the position of elder. Oh. Everyone was shocked by Han Feng's choice. Even the original Lei Yuanjia also chose the outer area, and did not choose the inner area. It's really arrogant, but after winning Lei Tingsu, I don't know who I am. Lei Ruwen sighed, Lei Nanxiu pouted and said coldly. Not to mention Lei Ruwen's side, even Lei Zhenyan's side, there are also many warriors who think that Han Feng is a little crazy. In the inner area, even when they enter, they should be very careful. Facing Lei Zhenyan's persuasion, Han Feng smiled lightly, cousin, don't worry, since I chose the inner area, I naturally have a certain degree of certainty. Lei Yuru said with a smile, I believe in Han Feng. The middle-aged male deacon has recovered, looking at Han Feng with coldness in his eyes. He has been in charge of Thunder Cave for so many years. The middle-aged male deacon knows better than anyone the terrible power of thunder in the inner area. He feels confident about Han Feng. Scoffed. Wait until you can't help coming out, but I want to see if you can still be so confident. Thinking like this, the middle-aged male deacon became impatient, and gave each of the four a jade card. The jade pendants of the four are not the same. The jade pendants of the two children of the Lei family are exactly the same, and they are all gray. Lei Yu's is green. Korean style is purple. Han Feng pondered, it seems that the difference in the jade pendant means that the area being teleported is different. The gray jade card is obviously the edge area. The green jade card transmits the outer area. The purple jade pendant transmits the inner area. I just don't know what color the jade card sent to the core area is. Presumably the entire thunder base can enter the core area to quench the body, and there are not many, and it is even possible that there are only two. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen. The four entered the cave. The jade card in his hand burst out with 4 rays of light, and the rays of light enveloped the 4 of them, and the 4 of them disappeared in an instant. Lei Zhenyan sighed, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't make any suggestions. Obviously, Lei Zhenyan was not very optimistic about Han Feng's cultivation in the core area. Inside the Thunder Cave, the crackling sound was incessant. The purple lightning, with the thickness of the fist, continuously bombarded the surrounding walls, and I didn't know what the material of the mountain walls in these caves was. These lightning bombardments did not have any effect on the mountain walls at all, but were bounced back. The endless power of thunder spreads, and the entire area is full of purple light. Suddenly, in this area, a faint purple light flashed, and a figure appeared here. Clap la la. The figure just appeared, and many thunder powers have already bombarded down. Boom boom boom. The figure was instantly smashed and flew out. Han Feng spit out a mouthful of blood, and couldn't help but touch the painful part of his body. As expected of the inner area, the power of thunder here seems to be, fortunately, I was prepared. With a flick of his sleeves, a huge figure suddenly appeared. It is the phantom thunder leopard Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei was surprised for a while. Boss, this is the Thunder Cave? Such a strong power of thunder, it was born for me. At this moment, the sky above the cave was bombarded with the power of countless thunderbolts. Xiao Lei roared and took it down directly. Wow, it hurts. Xiao Lei's own cultivation base is not enough, he is only at the peak of the 9th level, and he has not stepped into the 10th level. Even with his innate advantages, he is still in pain. The crackling arc flickered constantly on Xiao Lei's body, and was slowly inhaled by Xiao Lei for a long time. Xiao Lei exhaled, I was almost hit hard. If I break through to level 10 now, the influence of these thunder powers on me will be greatly weakened. Boss, this is the power of thunder after I absorbed the rage, and it should be useful to the boss. Having said that, Xiao Lei threw the power of thunder that had absorbed the violent nature into Han Feng. Not only that, because most of the energy was absorbed, the power of thunder had weakened a lot, which was just right for Han Feng. Han Feng believes that even so, it is much better than the power of thunder in the outer area. Before coming, Han Feng told Xiao Lei about Thunder Cave, and Xiao Lei volunteered, and it was because Han Feng had full trust in Xiao Lei, otherwise Han Feng would not rashly come to the inner area to temper his body. The weakened power of thunder dissipated, Han Feng moved his body, and his eyes flashed with joy. it really has improved, it is indeed the inner area. Xiao Lei smiled, and once again carried the power of countless thunders. Han Feng leaned directly beside Xiao Lei and began to temper. Outside, half a day has passed, and everyone still hasn't waited for Han Feng to come out. Lei Zhenyan was a little surprised. Could it be that Han Feng can really last for 3 days? How is that possible? Look at it, you will be unable to hold on to it later. Lei Nanxiu continued sarcastically. At this time, the middle-aged male deacon retracted his contempt for Han Feng, and said to himself, I can persist in the inner area for 3 days when I first arrived. Even if I can't help it later, this result is not bad. The new Lei family elites have a 3-day free period. Most of them are in the marginal area, but even so, not many can really last for 3 days. Most can only persist for 1 day, and it is rare to persist for 2 days. After all, the first-timers are basically 1-star Xuanjia cultivation, and in terms of physical strength, they are far worse than 4-star Xuanjia. And the first level of body quenching is already equivalent to the physical strength of the 4-star Xian rank. In an instant, plus the previous half-day, a day and a half passed. 2 plops came, and 2 figures fell out of the entrance of Thunder Cave. Everyone immediately stared at them and found that there were only 2 children of the Lei family, and there was no Han Feng. Lei Zhenyan and the others were ecstatic. The longer Han Feng stayed, the greater the potential of Han Feng in the future. How could Lei Zhenyan not be happy? On the other hand, Lei Ruwen's face was ugly. Humph. If you wait for a long time, then Han Feng will definitely not be able to support it. Lei Nanxiu was still despising Han Feng, but his tone had lost confidence, and he was very guilty. The middle-aged male deacon thought of Han Feng's previous self-confidence, and couldn't help but doubt, can it really last for 3 days? Thinking of this, the middle-aged male deacon's heart thumped. If Han Feng can really stay in the inner area of Thunder Cave for 3 days when he first arrives, he might be able to set a record in the future, becoming the Lei family for thousands of years, from the youngest high-ranking powerhouse ever created. Witnessing the birth of a miracle, Rao is a middle-aged man who is a strong man on the ground, but also a deacon, and felt a burst of excitement. However, the middle-aged male deacon also noticed Lei Yuru, and nodded in his heart, 1.5 days, and 1.5 days in the peripheral area. Such a result is also an extremely good result in the past years, and this Lei Yuru is also hopeful to break through in the future. The existence of heaven. Not only the middle-aged man, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen also noticed Lei Yuru. To be honest, Lei Yuru's performance is already good, and he is among the top among the newcomers over the years. If there is no Han Feng, Lei Yuru will be the most dazzling existence among the newcomers this time. Han Feng's performance was too eye-catching before, or in other words, everyone subconsciously focused on Han Feng, causing everyone to ignore Lei Yuru. At this moment, it was discovered that Lei Yuru, a person they had neglected before, had persisted in the outer area for a day and a half, and everyone was stunned. This kind of achievement is already comparable to the original Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen. Once more than 2 days have passed, this result will be slightly better than Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen. Lei Zhenyan was overjoyed in his heart. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that besides Han Feng, I also dug up the treasure of Lei Yuru. Even if Lei Yuru's record surpassed that of Lei Zhenyan didn't care. Lei Yuheng is only a collateral line, and he will be an elder at most in the future, which will definitely not affect his father's succession as the head of the family. On the other hand, Lei Ruwen's face turned black, and Lei Ruwen remembered that when he was still in the 4 martial arts academy, his subordinates could bully Lei Yuru. Lei Ruwen couldn't think of how the waste from the beginning had grown to this level. Is it really a late bloomer? Not to mention the expressions and thoughts of the people outside. In the inner area of Thunder Cave, Han Feng gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead, and the sky above his head was bombarded with the power of thunder. Finally, Han Feng suddenly exhaled, and his hideous face eased, the strength of my body has suddenly increased a lot. Could it be that I have reached the second level of body tempering? The strength of my body has suddenly increased a lot. Could it be that I have reached the second level of body quenching? Han Feng jumped up suddenly, waved his fist, and then excitedly said, "Sure enough, it has reached the second level of body quenching." Han Feng's cultivation base is only in the early stage of Xuanjia 4-star, even if his body's true essence is comparable to Xuanjia's 5-star, his physical quality is not comparable to Xuanjia's 5-star, but it is only close. In terms of body quenching grade, it is the first level high section of quenching body. But now it has broken through to the second level of body quenching, that is, it is truly comparable to the 5 stars of the mysterious order. Han Feng can't wait to know how much more source fluid he can withstand after his physical fitness has made a breakthrough, but Han Feng quickly suppressed this idea. 3 days of free time can't be wasted like this, or hurry up to improve. The quenched body grade is better. At this moment, Xiaolei's breath became unstable. Han Feng laughed, "Looks like you're going to break through too." Xiaolei moved his body, and the voice came, as expected of the boss, "You can see that I am going to break through so soon." There was an unconcealed happiness in the words. Of course, the happiness was also mixed with flattering to Han Feng. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and flattery is not like that. With such obvious fluctuations in spiritual power, even a warrior knows that he will break through. Han Feng stepped back again and again, so as not to be affected by the fluctuations when Xiaolei broke through. Leaving Xiaolei's protection area, the dense power of thunder bombarded down again. Fortunately, Han Feng's body quenching level has reached the second level, and it is a lot easier to deal with these thunder powers. Bang bang. Xiaolei's aura fluctuated stronger and stronger, and suddenly, with Xiaolei as the center, the power of thunder and lightning shot out in all directions, and collided with the power of thunder. A roar erupted throughout the area. The rich purple-blue color enveloped Xiaolei, and after a long while, Xiaolei's breath stabilized. At this moment, Xiaolei is already a 10th level monster. 10th level monster. It is equivalent to a 4-star profound rank warrior of human beings. However, with more energy in the beast than humans and the innate physical quality of the beast, even if he has just broken through, facing some ordinary 4-star middle and late-stage warriors, Xiaolei is not afraid. When the realm stabilizes, ordinary 4-star peak warriors of the profound rank can fight against it. As soon as Xiaolei's breath stabilized, Han Feng immediately ran into the area, guarded by Xiaolei. With Xiaolei against the power of thunder, Han Feng immediately relaxed a lot. Xiaolei broke through to the 10th level, and his strength increased greatly. If the previous thunder force bombarded Xiaolei, Xiaolei would still scream from time to time, and now he would at most snort. Han Feng believes that when Xiaolei breaks through again, even if it is only in the middle 10th level, when these thunder powers come down, Xiaolei's brows will not wrinkle. "Boss, you can also find such a place for me in the future." Xiaoyan's pitiful voice came from the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda's beast breeding space. You must know that Xiaoyan was born before Xiaolei, but now Xiaolei's strength is gradually surpassing Xiaoyan, and the strength gap is still widening. Han Feng is also helpless, who called Thunder Cave is full of thunder power. Immediately, Han Feng promised, "Don't worry, I am a fire attribute anyway, and most of the encounters in the future will be of the fire attribute, and your strength will be able to improve at that time." Now Xiaoyan is only able to reach the peak of the 9th level, and there is still a big gap between the 10th level. This gap, even if Xiaoyan is swallowed by a spirit stone, it will take at least half a month to break through. And half a month, God knows how much Xiaolei will improve. The power of thunder in Thunder Cave is a complete complement to Xiaolei. One person and one beast sank into cultivation. When one person and one beast wake up again, the 3-day deadline has come. Han Feng smiled lightly. "Okay, the time is up, we should go out." Xiaolei got up reluctantly. "Boss, you have to hurry up and come back." "Don't worry, sure. After saying that, Han Feng took Xiaolei to the animal breeding space. Outside world. The group is still waiting. Now more than 2 days have passed, and it is not long before 3 days. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from the entrance of Thunder Cave. The eager or shocking or respectful or hostile gazes of everyone gathered away in an instant. Lei Yuru. Seeing the person coming, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, but also a little relieved. After all, Lei Yuru couldn't compare to Han Feng. The middle-aged male deacon patted Lei Yuru's shoulder with relief. Boy, not bad, your achievements have surpassed those of Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruan. I'm optimistic about you, kid. Come on, let this deacon see what level of physical strength your kid has reached. Facing the middle-aged man's deacon, Lei Yuru was neither humble nor arrogant. The middle-aged man deacon saw this performance and couldn't help but nodded. Body tempering level 1 high section. After the middle-aged deacon finished investigating, he couldn't help but be shocked. It took only 2.5 days to reach the first level high-level body quenching. Rao was quenched by the power of thunder in the outer area. This speed is a bit terrifying, and it is comparable to the original Lei Yuanjia. In addition to Han Feng, a pervert that surpassed Lei Yuanjia, does the Lei family want another existence comparable to Lei Yuanjia? The middle-aged deacon does not care about Lei Zhenyan's surprise and Lei Ruan's black face. The middle-aged deacon only knows that the Lei family will have another heaven-level powerhouse in the future, or a heaven-level powerhouse who is expected to exist in the sanctuary. Thinking of the growing power of the Lei family, the middle-aged deacon's attitude towards Lei Yuru became more and more gentle. Lei Yuru walked up to Lei Zhenyan and probed his brain. Where's Han Feng? Lei Zhenyan took a deep look at Lei Yuru and said with a smile, it's still in the Thunder Cave. Lei Yurua clearly felt the change in Lei Zhenyan's attitude. If Lei Zhenyan's friendship with Lei Yurue was just because of Han Feng's face, now he really regards Lei Yuruan as the same level. Lei Yuru couldn't help but secretly rejoiced because of Lei Zhenyan's attitude. His mother's wish was to be recognized by the top of the family. Now he is getting closer and closer to his mother's goal. But at the same time, Lei Yuyu was also shocked that Han Feng stayed in the inner area of Thunder Cave for nearly 3 days and hadn't come out. His family knew about his own affairs. If it weren't for the existence of Fu Lao, he would never have stayed in the peripheral area for such a long time, and his strength and physical strength had been greatly improved. Others can't use the power of thunder to improve their strength, but he can. Thinking of this, Lei Yuru couldn't help but get excited. This thunder hole is a shortcut for him to improve his strength. Step into the late stage of Xuanjia. 3 days have finally come. Under the expectation of everyone, Han Feng appeared in everyone's sight. The middle-aged deacon said eagerly, Han Feng, tell me to see your physical strength. Everyone also stared at the middle-aged deacon. He was already at the first level high-level body quenching when he first started, and it has been tempered for 3 days in the inner area. Come on. After the middle-aged deacon completed the investigation, his face was dull, quenching. Tempering the second-level high-level body. Hiss. Everyone's breathing stagnated, and then the sound of gasping for breath came out one after another. The second-level high section of the quenching body, that is the third-level quenching body. At the third level of body quenching, it is already the physical strength of the 6 stars of the profound level. How old is Han Feng? How long did it take to come to the Thunder Base? In 3 days, it is about to break through to the third level of body quenching. What about 3 months later? What about half a year later? What about a year? Could it be that the Lei family will have another level less than 20? There are not many such honors in the entire Jin dynasty. Han Feng looked at the excited blushing deacon with a thick neck, and couldn't help interrupting the deacon's excitement. Lord Deacon, this junior already feels that his cultivation is about to break through, and he will go to the spirit gathering array to practice for a while. So just let go. The middle-aged deacon came to his senses, and it took a long time to calm down. Go, go. Lei Zhenyan stepped forward and said, Han Feng, I'll take you there. As a newcomer, you also have 3 days of free time in the spirit gathering array. Han Feng nodded, and with a glance, he saw Lei Ruwen and his party leave in a daze. Lei Zhenyan said to Lei Yuyu, do you want to go? Naturally, I also feel that my cultivation base is about to break through. For more and 10,000 words delivered. Ask for flowers, you will be blown away. The spirit gathering array in the Thunder Base is a large-scale, square spirit gathering array, capable of accommodating at least 50 profound practitioners at one time. Inside the spirit gathering array. Without even thinking about it, Han Feng walked towards the depths of the spirit gathering array. The body strength is at least the 3rd level of body quenching, and the body of a 6-star martial artist close to the Xuanjia can be cultivated in the early stage of the Xuanjia 4-star. Han Feng believes that he can withstand the spiritual power in the depths of the Quartet Spirit Gathering Array. Although the Quartet Spirit Gathering Array is for the cultivation of the profound rank powerhouse, the spiritual power in the depths is indeed rich, but it can still be richer than the 2nd-level source liquid. Sitting cross-legged somewhere in the depths of the spirit gathering array, Han Feng calmed down, exhaled and inhaled the spiritual power from the depths of the Quartet Spirit Gathering Array into his abdomen, and the 9 flames and different fire artwork silently worked. With Han Feng as the center, a small spiritual power storm was formed. A steady stream of spiritual power is injected into Han Feng's body. It has to be said that when Han Feng's physical fitness far exceeds that of his cultivation, the improvement in strength far exceeds that of ordinary conditions. The bearing capacity of the meridians has been greatly increased, and Han Feng does not have to worry about the excessive spiritual power causing the meridians to reach the bearing limit. Outside, except for Lei Zhenyan, most of the warriors left. They also have their own cultivation. How can they keep wasting time watching Han Feng? Lei Zhenyan himself was already at the high level of the 7th level of body quenching, and it was quite difficult to reach the 8th level of body quenching. Wasting 3 days was only a drop of the time to break through to the 8th level. For hundreds of years in the Lei family, only Lei Yuanjia was able to reach the 9th level of body quenching before leaving the Thunder Base. Lei Zhenyan didn't have such big ambitions, and he was very satisfied to be able to reach the 8th level of body quenching before leaving the Thunder Base. And Lei Zhenyan could stay at the Thunder Base for at least a year. It took more than a year to break through, and it is not impossible to reach the 8th level of body quenching. Under such a wait, 3 days passed by. The first to come out was Lei Yuru. Brother Yu, congratulations on your great strength. Lei Zhenyan felt the fluctuation of Lei Yuyu's breath, raised his eyebrows, and congratulated him. Lei Yuru shook his head slightly. It's only the late stage of Xuanjia 2 stars, how can it compare to Han Feng? Lei Zhenyan rolled his eyes. Okay, you've only been here for a few days, and you've already reached the late stage of the 2nd stage of the mysterious rank. It is estimated that after this month, you will be able to enter the 3rd star of the mysterious rank. Lei Yuru smiled and didn't say a word. His goal was not just 3-star Xuanjia, but 4-star Xuanjia. At the very least, it must be the peak of the profound rank Samsung. There are thunder holes, and it's not impossible. When I came, I was in the early stage of Xuanjia 2-star. I broke through to the middle stage of 2-star in Thunder Cave, and broke through again in this gathering array to reach the late 2-star. At this time, the sound of footsteps came, and Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yuru followed the sound, and it was Han Feng who came out. Lei Zhenyan laughed. Han Feng, have you made a breakthrough yet? Han Feng's breath is stable. Lei Zhenyan can't see Han Feng's cultivation base, and because of the stable breath, Lei Zhenyan is not sure whether Han Feng has broken through. If it breaks through, the realm will be stabilized in just 3 days, which is too perverted. And it will definitely take time to break through within 3 days, in other words, it will definitely take less than 3 days to stabilize the realm. Han Feng clenched his fists. Breakthrough by chance. It's the middle stage of the 4-star Xuanjia. In fact, it is not just that the realm is stable, it has reached the midterm limit of the 4-star Xian rank, which Han Feng did not say. 1 or 2 stars breaking through a small realm and being stable is a bit perverted, let alone 4 stars. 4-star is already in the middle stage of Xuanjia, not as early as the beginning of Xuanjia. Lei Zhenyan opened his mouth, looked at Lei Yuru and then at Han Feng, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's all a bunch of perverts. Alright, I'm going to practice. That's the same thing as practicing at the Thunder Base, you too. It is estimated that you are familiar with it, and how to cultivate in the future is up to you. Han Feng and Lei Yuru quickly clasped their fists. Lei Zhenyan shook his head and left. Han Feng smiled and said, I want to go back and continue to practice. I don't know if you are Yurue. Lei Yuru also said, the same. Immediately, the two returned to the stone house together. Xiaowei, Xiao, don't enter my stone house these few days, just put the food outside the stone gate, I will eat it naturally when I'm hungry. Back in the stone house, Han Feng ordered. Mo Xiaowei knew that Han Feng was going to retreat and practice, and nodded slowly. After Han Feng explained everything, he immediately entered the stone house, and then entered the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. If it was before, Han Feng would take a small sip of the secondary source liquid. This time, Han Feng swallowed a bottle of source liquid in a few big mouthfuls. Then Han Feng was not satisfied and continued to absorb the second bottle. Han Feng only felt that his body was screaming, like a thirsty beast, very hungry. The 2 bottles of source fluid were just full. 4 days later. Han Feng calmed down slowly, opened his eyes suddenly, and the light flickered. The peak of the 4-star profound level is only 1 step away from the 5-star profound level. The cultivation base has reached the peak limit of the 4-star Xian rank, and the real essence in the body has exceeded the 5-star Xian rank. Even my physical strength has also broken through in one fell swoop, reaching the 3rd level of quenching. I don't know if Lei Zhenyan and the others will lose their eyes when released at this speed. How many seniors have been mixed for so long to reach the 3rd level of body quenching, but Han Feng reached it 10 days after arriving at the Thunder Base. Lei Nanshou has been here for half a year, and he is considered a senior, and he is only at the 4th level of body quenching, which is only 1 level higher than Han Feng. Han Feng suddenly sighed, at the 3rd level of body tempering, I can't improve quickly. It's time to go to the Thunder Beast cave to hunt thunder beasts and continue to temper my body. When I reach the 4th level of body quenching, I should be able to easily break through to the 5-star profound level. Don't underestimate the cultivation base of 5 stars of the mysterious rank. How many of the late stage of the mysterious rank have reached 7 or more stars of the mysterious rank in the entire Thunder Base? Estimated less than 20. And the existence of 8 or even 9 stars of the profound rank is even rarer. Profound rank 5-star, at least in the top 100, belongs to the middle level. If you reach the peak of the 5-star Xian rank, you will be able to rank in the top 60 or 70. Breaking through to the 6-star Xuanjia, except for a small number of elite characters in the late Xuanjia, they are already high-end existences in the Thunder Base. Before going to the Thunder Beast cave, improve your martial skills. I don't know if it's because of the increase in physical strength, but Han Feng's cultivation of the 4 inheritance martial arts is very easy, and with the help of Hu Yongguo, in just a few days, the 4 inheritance martial arts have been promoted to the peak of the 4th level, is only 1 step away from the 5th layer. But it was such a short distance that Han Feng stopped. From the 4th level to the 5th level, the fire cloud fruit required is not as few as 2 or 3. Han Feng whispered to himself, when the fire cloud fruit matures next time, it will be enough to raise one of the 4 great inheritance martial arts to the 5th level. The Qingyun ranking competition in more than 3 months will be enough for me to upgrade to the 5th realm. There is also the advanced martial art of the purgatory blade, the prison-breaking blade, which is enough for me to cultivate to the realm of perfection. The advanced version of Infernal Blade was given to Han Feng by the third elder before Han Feng left the Lei family. The third elder is in charge of the martial arts pavilion. This matter is completely trivial to the third elder. Let's not say that no one knows about this matter, but if someone knows, who will care about this business? In addition to the prison-breaking blade, Han Feng also obtained the last advanced version of the heavenly prison blade. However, the Blade of Heaven is a low-grade martial skill, which is far from what the current Han Feng can cultivate and control. Pushing open the stone door, Han Feng took care of all the food on the ground, and licked his lips. It's so delicious. If this goes on, other foods will be as tasteless as dry steamed buns in the end. Master, are you out? Mo Xiaowei ran out of nowhere and was surprised when she saw Han Feng. Han Feng nodded. Well, I'm out of the customs. How is you over there? The stone courtyard and stone house of the two are next to each other, and the female slaves on both sides naturally know each other. Mo Xiaowei said respectfully, Master Yu has been hunting thunder beasts these days. Now, depending on the situation, he is about to go out. Yeah, I'll go take a look. Han Feng stood up and walked out of the stone courtyard. Coincidentally, Lei Yuru also came out. Lei Yuha chuckled, Han Feng, you must have improved your strength a lot. You actually closed for 4 days, and I only closed for 2 days. In 2 days, Lei Yurua broke through from the later stage to the peak, but the realm has not stabilized, so Han Feng knew at a glance the realm of Lei Yurui's strength. The peak of the 2 stars of the mysterious order. The first. Han Feng was moved, Xuanjia 2-star peak. Yuru, if you let the outside world know about your cultivation speed, I'm afraid it will cause a shock. It has only been half a month since I came to the Thunder Base. At this speed, the remaining half a month will be able to easily break through to the 3-star Xuanjia, and looking at this situation, it is estimated that it will be able to reach the late stage of the 3-star Xuanjia or even the peak. From the early stage of the 2-star Xuanjia to the peak of the 3-star Xuanjia, it has already increased by 2 stars. Although Lei Tingsu's promotion from 1 star of the profound rank to 3 stars of the profound rank in just 1 month is shocking. But Han Feng knew from Lei Zhenyan that Lei Tingsu could improve so much, because Lei Ruwen exchanged many medicinal pills for Lei Tingsu, and Lei Tingsu's father Lei Dio gave it to Lei Tingsu before he left. Many mid-grade spirit stones. Without these medicinal pills and spirit stones, Lei Zhenyan would have reached the early and middle stages of the 2-star profound rank at most, not the current 3-star profound rank. Judging from the fluctuation of Lei Yuru's breath, Han Feng obviously did not take medicine pills to improve. Taking medicine pills improves, because the effect of medicine cannot be fully absorbed, and taking too many medicines always has side effects. Martial artists who take medicine pills to break through have obviously weaker breath fluctuations than those who break through normally. Moreover, the fluctuating true essence solidification degree is not very solid. To be able to break through to a higher level, a warrior who takes the pill to break through will always take a period of time to stabilize and condense his true essence. Lei Tingsu obviously did not do this. Now Lei Tingsu seems to be fine, that's because Lei Tingsu's aptitude is already top-notch. If Lei Tingsu never changed to taking medicine pills to practice, and when Lei Tingsu reaches the peak of the earth rank in the future, today's various things will definitely cause Lei Tingsu's breakthrough difficulties. Even if you break through to the heavenly rank, you are very likely to be trapped in the early heavenly rank for the rest of your life, unable to go any further. Being praised by Han Feng, Lei Yuruan's face was filled with joy. Immediately, Lei Yuru smiled, Han Feng, you have been in seclusion for 4 days, and you must have gained a lot. Han Feng he said, it's only the peak of the 4-star Xuanjia. Lei Yuyu's face was stunned for a while, and his expression was strange. You are already at the peak of the 4-star Xian rank. 4 days ago, it was still in the mid 4-star stage, and 4 days later, it was already at the peak of 4-star status. This speed. Lei Yuru was speechless. And basically there is no aura fluctuation, obviously the realm has stabilized. Lei Yuru was speechless, breaking through quickly, and stabilizing quickly. Lei Yuru was still complacent about his breakthrough, but now he was hit again. It is also from the initial breakthrough to the peak state, but he broke through from the early stage of 2 stars to the peak, while Han Feng broke through from the early stage of 4 stars to the peak. The 2-star is still in the early stage of the Xuanjia, and the 4-star is already in the middle of the Xuanjia. Which level is easier to break through? Which level breaks through the difficulty? At a glance. Lei Yuru smiled bitterly and said, I thought I would be able to get closer to you, but now it seems. By the way, you have made such a big breakthrough, have you improved your body quenching level? It's already the 3rd level of body quenching. Han Feng touched his nose and said with a smile. The relationship between the two is already a friend, and Han Feng has no plans to hide it. Lei Yuzhu rolled his eyes, perverted, I won't compare with you, it will hurt my self-esteem. He is still the 1st-level high-ranking body-tempering body. Han Feng scratched his head and invited, how about going hunting thunder beasts together? Lei Yuru waved his hand, I hunted a lot of thunder beasts in the past 2 days, enough to practice in the outer area for a few days, I won't go today, I have to practice hard and shorten the gap with you. Seeing this, Han Feng looked helpless, it seems that I have to go alone. Even if we go together, the teleportation will not be in the same place. Lei Yuru said about the Thunder Beast Cave. It's actually like this? It seems that the Thunder Beast Cave is similar to the Thunder Cave. Han Feng touched his chin and said thoughtfully. The two parted ways halfway, Lei Yuru went to Thunder Cave, while Han Feng went to Thunder Beast Cave. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave obviously knew the existence of Han Feng from the middle-aged deacon in Thunder Cave, and said with a smile, so you are Han Feng, I hope you are lucky enough to be teleported to the lower-level Thunder Beast for comparison. Many places. When you come out, I want to record your energy value. Han Feng asked, curiously, where is it being sent to, can the deacon be out of control? The deacon in Thunder Cave can use jade cards to teleport to different areas. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave chuckled, Thunder Cave and Thunder Beast Cave are different. The area in Thunder Beast Cave is constantly changing, and the level of Thunder Beast in each area is also constantly changing. Today this area may be just some lower-level Thunder Beasts, and tomorrow the same area may be a large number of top-level Thunder Beasts. The division of Thunder Power in Thunder Cave has remained unchanged. Han Feng nodded, so it is. Stop talking nonsense, little guy, I wish you good results. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave stopped talking nonsense and sent Han Feng into the Thunder Beast Cave. Being in the Thunder Beast Cave is like being in a world of thunder. The thunder in the sky rumbled and flashed continuously, but it did not fall. On the ground around, purple arcs are constantly surging, and it is strange that there is no feeling of being paralyzed by the arcs when stepping on these purple arcs. Looking at some rocks, they are all purple, which are condensed by the power of thunder and lightning. What a strange world, is this really created by the ancestors of the sanctuary? Is the sanctuary really so strong? Han Feng looked suspicious. The gap between heavenly rank and sanctuary is too big. It is estimated that only the extremely high-level existences in the sanctuary have this ability. When I break through to the sanctuary, I must go to the ancestors to ask questions. Suddenly, a thunder and lightning lasing came. Han Feng moved slightly and then dodged. Han Feng stared at him, and saw a thunder beast more than 1 meter tall roaring at him not far away. Han Feng grinned, lower thunder beast? You don't need to rely on real yuan, just relying on physical strength is enough to kill it. Immediately, Han Feng stepped on the ground and blasted away like a cannonball. Thunder beasts have no wisdom, at least the lower-level thunder beasts have no wisdom. Seeing Han Feng running, this thunder beast also roared away. Go to hell! Han Feng shouted angrily and swung his fist down, instantly penetrating the entire body of this lower-level thunder beast. The body of the lower-level thunder beast froze, as if ice cubes shattered, turning into thunder fragments, and at the same time a purple ball fell into Han Feng's hands. A slight numbness came from the palm of his hand. Han Feng looked at the ball in his palm, curiously. This is the lower-level thunder ball. With a flick of the wrist, the lower-level Leizhu was taken into the storage space by Han Feng. Along the way, I encountered a lot of thunder beasts intermittently, and I don't know if it was Han Feng's luck or Han Feng's bad luck. Basically, they encountered some low-level thunder beasts, and only one intermediate thunder beast. The lower-level thunder beasts and the intermediate-level thunder beasts are not a threat to Han Feng. It is true that the safety of these low-level thunder beasts is much higher, but at the same time, the energy value obtained is also much less. If there is also a ban on the output of true essence in the Thunder Beast Cave, then Han Feng may be more satisfied with this situation. After all, the third level of body quenching is only equivalent to the strength of the 6-star Shen level body, and the advanced Thunder Beasts are already comparable to the 7-star Shen level martial artist. But in this Thunder Beast Cave, it is possible to motivate true Yuan to fight. In this case, let alone a high-level Thunder Beast, it is a top-level Thunder Beast, and Han Feng is not without the power of a battle. In this way, how could Han Feng be satisfied with only low-level Thunder Beasts and intermediate-level Thunder Beasts? After half a day passed, Han Feng sighed in the sky. No, can't we have a superior Thunder Beast? There are only 33 low-level Thunder Orbs and 8 intermediate-level Thunder Beads, with only 73 energy points, connected to the inner area of Thunder Cave. One day of practice is not enough. At this moment, a bird Thunder Beast flew in the sky, and its wings were 5 or 6 meters long. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised. Come on, haha, 10 energy points. Birds and Thunder Beasts flew in the sky, and the destructive power of coercion and thunder rushed towards him. Without urging Jin Yuan, Han Feng felt a strong sense of threat. To be able to create such a feeling, this bird Thunder Beast is undoubtedly a superior Thunder Beast. The bird Thunder Beast apparently also found Han Feng, and immediately screamed. The sound was extremely destructive, and the surrounding rocks condensed by the power of thunder collapsed in an instant. The second one is delivered. Han Feng immediately covered his ears. Rao was Han Feng, and his head was dizzy. At this moment, the bird Thunder Beast opened its mouth, and a purple lightning with a little yellow in it bombarded down. Oops! Han Feng quickly stepped back. But the speed of the lightning was too fast, and it fell in front of Han Feng in an instant. Fortunately, Han Feng avoided in time. Only a small part of the lightning struck Han Feng. Even so, Han Feng was blasted out. Wiping the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Han Feng's face became solemn, as expected of a superior Thunder Beast. Thanks to my body tempering reaching the first level, otherwise it would not be as simple as spitting out a mouthful of blood. The fourth level of the Skyfire battle physique, condensation. Han Feng gave a low drink, and the real Yuan in his body soared rapidly, and his body also soared to nearly 3 meters. The fourth layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. The red armor is worn on Han Feng's body, like a god of war descending to earth. The Skyfire fighting body has reached the 4th peak, and its rank has surpassed the middle rank Shen rank martial arts, and it is between the middle rank Shen rank and the high rank Shen rank. The use of the Skyfire battle body directly made Han Feng's cultivation level soar from the peak of the 4-star Xuanjie to the 5-star Xuanjie, which was between the 5-star Xuanjie and the 6-star Xuanjie. To deal with the superior Thunder Beast, Han Feng did not use all his cards. Taking the Skyfire battle body as an example, Han Feng did not integrate the Xuanhuan Jade Fire into it, otherwise the Skyfire battle body with the Xuanhuan Jade Fire would be able to catch up with the top-grade martial arts of the Profound Order, and the soaring cultivation would be enough to enter the Profound Realm. Late-stage ranks. Scarlet flame swept out, and the violent coercion waved in all directions. Unfortunately, the superior thunder beasts still have no wisdom. The bird thunder beasts in the sky did not feel any changes at all, and the purple and yellow lightning in their mouths continued to bombard them. Down. However, this time the thunder and lightning hit Han Feng. Although the thunder and lightning were entangled, Han Feng seemed to be bathed in thunder and lightning, but these thunder and lightning could not affect Han Feng at all. The fourth layer of the Skyfire armor would have greatly increased Han Feng's defensive power. Coupled with his own physical qualities, under the double stack, the ordinary early-stage 7-star attack of the Profound rank would really not be able to cause much damage to Han Feng. They are both advanced thunder beasts, and their strength is also high and low. The strength is high, and their strength is comparable to that of ordinary Xian rank 7-star peak warriors, while the weaker ones can only be compared with Xian rank 7-star early-stage warriors, just like the bird thunder at this moment. Beast. Han Feng grinned, "It's my turn to attack." Skyfire Fighting Fist. A huge crimson flame fist attacked like a comet. Boom. The earth-shattering bombing sound rang out. Today, Han Feng's cultivation base is close to the 6-star Xian rank, and the power of a blow from the Skyfire Fighting Fist has officially reached the attack power of the 7-star Xian rank. A bead fell from the sky and fell into Han Feng's hands. Han Feng clearly felt the terrifying power of thunder contained in the thunder beads. With these 10 energy points, there are more than 80 energy points in total. We still need to work harder. If it really doesn't work, just stay in this thunder beast cave for a few more days. As a Xuanhuan martial artist, his need for food is far less than that of ordinary people. If you don't eat food for more than 10 days, you won't starve to death. Even if you are practicing for more than 10 days, not only will you not be hungry, but you will feel full and full of energy. Returning to normal, Han Feng took out the clothes from the storage space and put them on. Han Feng moved his ears and heard footsteps. Someone is here? Can you meet people in this Thunder Beast cave? Han Feng was really surprised. According to Lei Yuru, this Thunder Beast cave was teleported randomly, and the probability of encountering it was less than 1/10. With such a small probability, he was called to meet. Thunderball represents energy value and represents battle. Soon, a figure appeared in Han Feng's sight. This person Han Feng was familiar with was Lei Nanxiu. Back then, this Lei Nanxiu almost went to the ring to meet him. It's you. Lei Nanxiu was also surprised when he saw Han Feng, and then saw the superior Leizhu in Han Feng's hands. His eyes became hot. Of course, he can deal with the superior thunder beasts, but it is also quite difficult. Basically, if you hunt 2 or 3 superior thunder beasts, you will be injured and exit the Thunder Beast cave. But the preciousness of the superior thunder beads is not only that, the key is that the superior thunder beasts are hard to come across. Even if you can deal with higher level thunder beasts, it's useless if you can't touch them. Lei Nanxiu smiled savagely. Han Feng, the boss told us early in the morning that he will teach you a profound lesson when we meet you. You are really unlucky. There is Lei Zhenyan protecting you outside, but in this Thunder Beast cave. If you know each other, hand over the Leizhu, otherwise. Han Feng pouted, Dream, I got this Leizhu by hunting, why should I give it to you? Lei Nanxiu laughed abruptly, Boy, you are telling the truth if you lie, but the superior Thunder Beast is equivalent to the cultivation of the 7 stars of the mysterious order. What kind of cultivation is yours? I remember that you are the 4-star profound rank. Even if the body is tempered, it is only the 2nd level, which is equivalent to the physical strength of the 5-star profound rank. You can deal with the 6-star profound rank. The Xuanjia 7 stars already belong to the late Xuanjia, and the Xuanjie 6 stars were two completely different levels. Even when Lei Nanqiu died, he didn't believe that Han Feng would have the ability to kill the superior thunder beast. Since your kid is so ignorant, don't blame me for making a move. Lei Nanqiu immediately grabbed his palm towards Han Feng. Han Feng's body flickered and turned in the other direction, instantly dodging Lei Nanqiu's grab. Lei Nanqiu was stunned for a moment. With his physical strength at the 4th level of body tempering, his cultivation reached the peak of the 5-star Xian rank. Lei Nanqiu did not expect Han Feng to escape. The 4th level of body quenching is 2 levels higher than the 2nd level of body quenching, and the peak of the 5-star mysterious rank is nearly 2 stars higher than the initial stage of the 4-star mysterious rank. No matter how you look at it, it is a huge gap. And just when Lei Nanqiu was stunned, Han Feng swept over in an instant. Not good. Lei Nanqiu quickly regained his senses and immediately raised his arms to resist. A huge force bombarded Lei Nanqiu's arm. Lei Nanqing suddenly let out a pained cry, and his whole body was kicked out. Staggering to stand firm, Lei Nanqiu's face changed, and he was extremely shocked. The 3rd level of body tempering, you have reached the 3rd level of body tempering. Jealousy is burning. Lei Nanqiu himself had worked hard for half a year to reach the 4th level of body tempering. And what about Han Feng? It's less than half a month since I came to the Thunder Base. Boom. The quenching level is exposed, and Han Feng's cultivation is no longer hidden. The breath of the 4-star peak of the profound rank swept out. The real essence in Han Feng's body has already exceeded the 5-star Xian rank. It can be said that Han Feng's real essence is released, and the pressure that fluctuates out is difficult to support in the middle and late stages of ordinary 5-star Xian rank. Lei Nanqiu couldn't help but step back again and again, bombarding his true essence to resist. If Lei Nanqiu was shocked and jealous before, he is now terrified. Also a mid-level powerhouse of the Xuanjie, Lei Nanqiu understood the difficulty of training a 4-star Xuanjie. It reached its peak from the initial stage in just half a month, and even Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen couldn't match the speed. Offending such a character, Lei Nanqiu suddenly regretted that he should not be greedy for the generous conditions given by Lei Ruwen and go to Han Feng's trouble. Gritting his teeth, Lei Nanqiu said angrily, "No matter how fast your cultivation level rises, it's still less than 5 stars in the profound rank. Watch me defeat you." At this time it is no longer the battle of Leizhou, but for their own dignity. For Lei Nanqiu, it was an absolute shame to lose to someone whose cultivation base was 1 star lower than him. Although there are many people who can beat him in the Thunder Base, at least these people are either at a higher level of cultivation than him, or have a higher level of body tempering than him, and there is always something better than him. But Han Feng's cultivation base and body quenching level are all lower than him. Angry Thunder Claw. Lei Nanqiu poured his true essence into his right hand, and a dazzling purple light burst out. Suddenly, a crackling claws of thunder and lightning suddenly condensed, with a size of 4 or 5 meters. Go to hell! Lei Nanqiu roared, and thunder claws fell from the sky. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Han Feng threw a punch without hesitation. Bang bang. Purple and red collided, and ripples of energy swept out. Puff puff. Lei Nanqiu vomited blood again and again, like a broken kite flying upside down, and fell to the ground in an embarrassment. The third one is delivered. Lei Nanqiu's last mouthful of blood was actually angered. Losing one move was something that Lei Nanqiu could not accept no matter what. Lei Nanqiu couldn't understand why Han Feng was only 4 stars in the Xian rank. How could he have such a strong strength? As a disciple of the Lei family, which one does not possess the ability to fight beyond the star level, Lei Nanqiu himself is enough to compete with the ordinary 6-star powerhouse. Han Feng had expected such a result. Although his cultivation level is only the peak of the 4-star Xuanjie, The solidity of the real essence in his body exceeds the 5-star Xuanjia, which is between the 5-star Xuanjia and the 6-star Xuanjia. Without any martial skills, it is enough to compete with ordinary profound rank 5-star mid to late powerhouses. The heavenly fire fighting fist had already surpassed the mid-level of the profound rank, and with such a heavenly fire fighting fist, the ordinary 6-star peak powerhouses of the profound rank would be difficult to contend against. And Lei Nanshuo's angry thunder claws were only of the middle rank of the profound rank, and did not exceed the level of the middle rank of the profound rank. Even Lei Nanshuo hadn't cultivated the anger thunder claws to the state of perfection, only the state of great achievement. All of this made Lei Nanshuo's true combat power only able to compete with ordinary 6-star mid to late powerhouses. Han Feng didn't do anything poisonous. Anyone who killed someone in the Thunder Beast Cave would not be known to outsiders, but all the elites of the Lei family who entered the Thunder Beast Cave were given a special jade token by the Thunder Beast Cave Deacon. This jade card is made by the Lei family after studying the Thunder Beast Cave for so many years. Once the Thunder Beast Cave is seriously injured and feels incompetent, this special jade card can be activated and sent to the outside of the Thunder Beast Cave. Or if you want to go out after staying in the Thunder Beast Cave, you must also activate this special jade card. Han Feng knew that once he had a real murderous intention, this Lei Nanshuo would immediately trigger a special jade card and teleport it outside. Han Feng was about to leave, but his face suddenly changed. I saw the power of thunder on the ground surge, and the densely packed thunder beasts broke out. How come there are so many superior thunder beasts? Han Feng was stunned. The thunder beasts surrounded by the dense mahjong, each of them exudes strong aura fluctuations, they are all high-level thunder beasts. Han Feng wanted to hunt high-level thunder beasts, but he never thought of facing so many heads at once. There are at least hundreds of these superior thunder beasts. How could? Lei Nanshuo struggled to get up, and was also shocked by this phenomenon. As if thinking of something, Lei Nanshuo's pupils shrank. Could it be? Could it be that there are top thunder beasts around here? Han Feng's face became solemn. Thunder beasts do not have wisdom when they are at the lower, intermediate and upper levels, but once they reach the top level, they will have a certain amount of wisdom. This wisdom is enough to make the top thunder beast the king of thunder beasts, the king of thunder beasts, and control many lower, middle and upper level thunder beasts. Han Feng suddenly remembered the previous bird thunder beast, and couldn't help but be surprised. Is the previous superior thunder beast a bait? If this is the case, the wisdom of this top thunder beast is no less than that of human children. With such wisdom, he must be a top-level existence, which is comparable to an ordinary 10-star peak martial artist. With such strength, the entire thunder base, I am afraid that only Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruan can compete. Surrounded by so many superior thunder beasts, Han Feng also felt a burst of pressure. Lei Nanshuo even inspired a special jade card, and his body flashed and disappeared. Han Feng hesitated. So many high-level thunder beasts are definitely a big opportunity for me, but the top-level thunder beasts behind them don't know where they are hiding. In case of a sneak attack, they will definitely hit me hard. The 10-star peak of the profound rank. It's not something I can contend with right now. Once the body has been seriously injured, it is necessary to heal for at least a few days or even half a month. More than 3 months later, the Qingyun Bang contest will be held. Han Feng's time is pressing, and he can't waste a little bit. Gritting his teeth, I've done it. As long as these superior thunder beasts are killed, so many superior thunder beads are enough for me to practice in the core area for several days, and my body tempering level will definitely improve a lot. The ability of my body and meridians to withstand greatly increases, so I can improve my cultivation faster. Thinking of this, Han Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. Outside world. At the entrance of Thunder Beast Cave, light flashed past, and Lei Nanshuo's embarrassed figure fell to the ground. The middle-aged deacon snorted, "Why did you get hurt so badly?" This Lei Nanshuo, the middle-aged deacon also remembers, except for top-level thunder beasts, almost no thunder beasts can threaten him. Could it be that he encountered a rare top-level thunder beast? Lei Nanxiu held his breath, but in the end he didn't say that he was injured by Han Feng. The middle-aged deacon was shocked. The superior thunder beasts, more than 100 superior thunder beasts. It must be the top thunder beasts that have generated wisdom to control them. The weaker top thunder beasts are intelligent, but they only show a lot of flexibility. To control the thunder beasts, they must be relatively high-end top thunder beasts. Lei Nanxiu glanced around, but did not find Han Feng's figure, and his heart jumped. Impossible. With Han Feng's strength, it is impossible to compete with more than 100 superior thunder beasts, but why hasn't it been teleported? Could it be that kid covets the superior Leizhu? Thinking of this, Lei Nanxiu couldn't stop sneering. There are so many superior thunder beasts, how could he be able to deal with them, really greedy? Suddenly, Lei Nanxiu's face condensed. It can't be because that kid is unlucky. There is something wrong with the teleportation jade card in his hand. There are not many such things, but the Lei family has not had it for thousands of years. Lei Nanxiu's heart thumped, and he couldn't hide the ecstasy in his heart. Looking at the deacon, Lei Nanxiu didn't tell Han Feng after all. Whether Han Feng wanted to deal with more than 100 high-level thunder beasts because of greed, or something went wrong with a special jade card, it is very likely that he was buried in the Thunder Beast cave, but if he told the deacon, everything would be different. In order to verify the conjecture, Lei Nanxiu did not leave immediately, but sat cross-legged on the spot to recover from the injury. The deacon of Lei Beast cave frowned slightly and did not speak. He only thought that Lei Nanxiu was too seriously injured and had to recover immediately on the spot. In the Thunder Beast cave, Han Feng can be described as killing the quartet. The tall body is wearing a mighty blue armor, as if entering a no-man's land. Every time he punches, 1 or 2 superior thunder beasts must be killed. The superior Leizhu fell into the hands of Han Feng. In the face of so many thunder beasts, Han Feng had to integrate Xuanhuan jade fire with several inherited martial arts. After the fusion, the Skyfire battle physique has surpassed the high-grade Xian rank, and is close to the top of the mysterious rank. It directly led to Han Feng's cultivation level soaring to the point where he could reach the early stage of the 7 stars of the profound rank. The Skyfire fighting fist also made Han Feng burst into an attack power comparable to the 9 stars of the Xuanjia. This is the first time that Han Feng has used his trump card with all his strength since he came to the Thunder Base. Even Han Feng did not expect that powerful attack power. One by one, the superior thunder beasts were killed by Han Feng with one punch, and half of them were quickly killed. The gap between the profound rank 7 stars and the profound rank 9 stars can be seen from this. Suddenly, somewhere, the ground composed of the power of thunder rumbled, cracking a huge hole, and a huge figure with a height of 3 meters and a length of 6 or 7 meters appeared in front of Han Feng. This huge figure resembles a cat, but its body is purple mixed with red and yellow. 2 slender tails stretched out behind the buttocks, and the ends of the tails were like lightning balls, and there was a constant sound of thunder and lightning colliding with each other. A palpitating aura swept out from this huge figure. Under the pressure of such a breath, Han Feng felt that he could not breathe well. So strong. This is the top thunder beast. Han Feng was shocked. The top-level thunder beasts are comparable to the existence of the 10 stars of the mysterious order, and they belong to the peak masters of the mysterious order. Han Feng's eyes are fiery. Only with such strength can he hope to win the top 10 in the Qingyun ranking competition. Roar. The 2-tailed cat thunder beast looked up to the sky and let out a roar that shocked the space, and the remaining superior thunder beasts attacked more and more fiercely. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are crazy. Under the oppression of the 2-tailed cat thunder beast, Han Feng's movements slowed down slightly. No, it's not good for me to continue like this. With the current situation, I have to. Blood-drinking red dragon broken. Han Feng took the blood-drinking red dragon sword and slashed it down. For more 10,000 characters are completed, ask for flowers. A loud roar sounded deafening. The huge scarlet blood dragon swept towards a group of superior thunder beasts with contempt, and then its huge body slammed into a group of superior thunder beasts. Boom! All the superior thunder beasts were blown away by this violent explosion, and some of the weaker superior thunder beasts were immediately wiped out, leaving only a large number of superior thunder beads in the hands of Han Feng. And some of the surviving superior thunder beasts were torn apart by the scarlet blood blade that the scarlet blood dragon turned into, and not long after, all the superior thunder beads were left behind. The current level of the blood-drinking red dragon knife is already a high-grade mid-grade spiritual tool, and it is only one step away from the top middle-grade spiritual tool. Then there are the three major moves of breaking, killing, and destroying the blood-drinking red dragon. The real strength is actually enough to fight against the ordinary 10-star martial artist. Killing a group of high-level thunder beasts in seconds is completely out of the question. The top thunder beast already had some wisdom. The moment Han Feng took out the blood and drank the red dragon's saber, the two-tailed cat thunder beast had sensed a slight threat and jumped away immediately. The blood-drinking Chalongpo didn't do much damage to the two-tailed cat thunder beast. The two-tailed cat thunder beast kept barking teeth and growling towards Han Feng, and the thunder and lightning all over his body became more and more dense, and then they all fell. One person and one beast, separated by at least tens of meters, confronted each other and did not rashly attack. In the end, the two-tailed cat thunder beast couldn't help it, and immediately rushed towards Han Feng, swung its paw, and countless thunder and lightning blasted out. Blood-drinking red dragon broken. Bang! The red blood dragon just appeared, but the surging power of thunder and lightning turned into huge thunder claws, tearing the red blood dragon to pieces in an instant. Han Feng was shocked for a moment. Knowing that this two-tailed cat thunder beast is not an ordinary top-level thunder beast, it is somewhat beyond Han Feng's expectations that it is so powerful. Time was too late, and Han Feng had no choice but to block the blood-drinking red dragon knife in front of him. The next moment, the claw of thunder and lightning has clawed to the blood-drinking red dragon knife. The blood-drinking red dragon knife trembled, violent fluctuations accompanied by lightning, and the blood-drinking red dragon knife flowed to Han Feng. Puff! Han Feng spewed out a mouthful of blood, and stepped back again and again, the electric arcs running around his body, making a crackling sound. After finally stopping the body's retreat, the two-tailed cat thunder beast has already rushed forward again, and the two slender and extremely destructive tails slammed wildly. Boom! Click! The huge force directly caused Han Feng's body's Skyfire armor to crack countless cracks, and in some places, the body under the armor was even exposed. So strong! Han Feng gasped. Han Feng had to admit that he despised the strength of the peak Xuanjia powerhouse too much. The powerhouse at the peak of the Xuanjia is two big realms from the early days of the Xuanjia. Counting it as a small realm, it is a gap of 6 stars. Han Feng secretly rejoiced that fortunately, the heavenly fire armor and the blood-drinking red dragon sword could offset part of the impact, otherwise he would have to die now. At this time, Han Feng extinguished the idea of getting the top thunder ball. At present, he does not have the ability to hunt a top-level thunder beast like the two-tailed cat thunder beast. Thinking of this, Han Feng sternly shouted, "Blood drinks the red dragon." The last move broke out, and Han Feng immediately stimulated the transmission of the jade card. When the huge bombing sound gradually disappeared, the two-tailed cat thunder beast jumped out from a rather embarrassed figure and roared up to the sky. A thunderous destructive force and murderous intent rose into the sky. It's a pity that Han Feng has already teleported away, and the two-tailed cat lay beast did not find Han Feng's figure. Outside world. Han Feng's embarrassed figure fell out. The deacon of Lei Beast Cave immediately panicked. The value of Han Feng, the deacon of Lei Beast Cave, was very clear. If something happened to Han Feng, he would be to blame for his death. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave hurriedly helped Han Feng up, and the real crystals and real yuan in his body entered Han Feng's body to investigate, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not a fatal injury, just rest for a few days. At this time, the deacon did not notice Lei Nanxiu's stiff face. Lei Nanxiu roared in his heart, how is it possible? Since the teleportation jade card is not broken, could it be that he really persevered under the siege of more than 100 superior thunder beasts? How can there be such a strong strength? For the first time, Lei Nanxiu had a trace of fear towards Han Feng. Even in the face of Lei Ruan, Lei Nanxiu did not have such fear. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Lei Nanxiu left quietly, already made up his mind. Even if he wanted to leave Lei Ruan, he couldn't fight with this pervert again, otherwise. Lei Nanxiu suddenly shuddered violently. You kid, you're really not lucky. The deacon made a good-natured mockery. From the Thunder Cave deacon's mouth, the Thunder Beast Cave deacon already knew that Han Feng's strength was no less than the 4-star Xuanhuan. With the second-level body-quenching and martial skills, even if he encountered a superior Thunder Beast, he should be able to fight. Advanced Thunder Beasts can't be said to be rare in Thunder Beast Cave, but it can't be said to be common. Some people stay in Thunder Beast Cave for 2 or 3 days, and may not be able to encounter superior Thunder Beast. The new elites of the Lei family generally hunted low-level Thunder Beasts, and hunted very few high-level Thunder Beasts. Han Feng was good, and he encountered the superior Thunder Beast all of a sudden. Han Feng recovered from his injury and got up quickly. Hearing this, he just rolled his eyes. I wonder what this deacon would look like when he knew that he had received more than 100 superior Lei Zhu. Okay, first record the energy value, you can go to recover the injury. Han Feng said with a smile, Lord Deacon, you have to open your eyes and take a good look. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave squinted, listen to your tone, the harvest is very good, I want to see, what kind of results can you come up with? Han Feng chuckled, flung his sleeve robe, and with the sound of clattering, more than 100 high-level thunder beads and some lower-level thunder beads appeared in the middle of the two, all piled up into a hill. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave's eyes are about to pop out. This. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave listened to Han Feng's tone and thought that he had obtained a lot of low-level and intermediate-level thunder beads, but where did he expect that there were a lot of high-level thunder beads that appeared here? Senior Thunder Orb, it is not surprising that there are at least 100 people in the entire Thunder Base who are capable of hunting superior Thunder Beasts. It may be a completely different concept to be able to hunt high-level Thunder Beasts and get more than 100 high-level Thunder Beads. Obtaining more than 100 high-level Thunder Orbs in just one day has never happened before. First of all, in terms of strength, only Lei Zhenyan and Lei Tingsu, including Lei Zhenyan and Lei Tingsu, were able to achieve such an elite with no more than 10 people. These people's cultivation base has broken through to the late stage of the Xian rank, and the body tempering level is at least the 6th rank. Secondly, the superior Thunder Beasts are rare, and it is possible to encounter more than 100 Thunder Beasts, which is not everyone's luck. And many more. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave suddenly remembered something. Han Feng, you must have met a Thunder Beast with wisdom and strength. Han Feng nodded. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave took a deep breath, being able to escape from the mouth of the top Thunder Beast. Your overall strength can already be ranked at the top, what a monster. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave looked at Han Feng with a strange expression. Fortunately, in addition to the Thunder Beast Cave, the Thunder Base relies on physical strength to decide the outcome, and this kid is still growing. Otherwise, in less than a month after arriving at the top of the Thunder Base, so many elites could die. Immediately, the deacon of Lei Beast Cave said with a gloomy face, Han Feng, have you seen Lei Nanxiu? Lei Nanxiu also encountered a group of superior thunder beasts, and the deacon of the Thunder Beast Cave could not allow the two to be linked together. Han Feng didn't care, and told the whole story. Deacon Thunder Beast Cave's face became more and more gloomy, and when he turned his head, Lei Nanxiu had indeed left. Boom! The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave couldn't help but stomped a deep pit on the ground. This damn boy actually hid you. Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave and Han Feng were both smart people, so they naturally guessed Lei Nanxiu's intention. Han Feng said with a smile, "Deacon, calm down, didn't I come out well?" Han Feng sighed in his heart, this is strength. If he doesn't have enough talent and strength, the seniors of the Lei family, except for his mother, who will value him, even if he is really killed by people like Lei Nanxiu, they will turn a blind eye. But now that he has shown extraordinary talent, the one who was angered became Lei Nanxiu. One more flower. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave snorted coldly, fortunately you are all right, otherwise. Han Feng pouted, what else could he do, and could he still kill Lei Nanxiu? The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave returned to normal. Kid Han, let me calculate the energy value for you. So many superior thunder beads are enough for your kid to practice for a long time. Looks like I won't see you kid for a while. Lei Nanxiu has lied to me now. It is estimated that at least half a month to a month will not have the courage to show up in front of me. 1 month is enough to make Lei Nanxiu's ranking in the entire base drop. This can be regarded as a lesson for Lei Nanxiu. Han Feng, if you want to teach him a lesson, you can duel with him in the ring area. Han Feng shook his head, it's not necessary. The mere 5-star Xuanhuan is worthy of the 4th level of body quenching, which is nothing to Han Feng. When he uses the energy value to enter the Thunder Cave to practice, he will probably reach the 4th level of body quenching when he comes out. Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave, as a strong man on the ground, naturally saw that Han Feng didn't care about Lei Nanxiu, and sighed in his heart, this Lei Nanxiu is really looking for no fun. I don't know what Lei Nanxiu would look like when he knew that in Han Feng's eyes, he was just a clown jumping on the beam. Thinking about it no more, Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave began to calculate the energy value of Han Feng. 156 high-level thunder orbs, 33 low-level thunder orbs, and 8 intermediate-level thunder orbs, for a total of 1,633 energy points. The Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave exclaimed, oh my god, if you train in the marginal area, your kid can train for 1,633 days, a full 4.5 years. Han Feng rolled his eyes, he is not uncommon to temper in the edge area. 1,633 days is enough for me to practice in the core area for a day. Han Feng thought thoughtfully, with a faint expectation in his heart. But in the end, Han Feng gave up. Xiao Lei can currently absorb the power of thunder in the inner area, but not necessarily in the core area. According to Han Feng's estimation, at least Xiao Lei has to wait for Xiao Lei to break through to the peak of the 10th level, or even the 11th level of Warcraft, before it is possible to withstand the power of thunder in the core area. It should be noted that the power of thunder in the core area is quite difficult to withstand even at the 7th level of quenching. And the physical strength of the 7th level of body tempering is comparable to the 10 stars of the mysterious order. The Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave saw Han Feng rolled his eyes and smiled, I know you don't like the edge area of Thunder Cave, you were able to stay in the core area for 3 days when you first came, but now your strength has greatly increased, and your body quenching level has reached 2. Class. Speaking of this, the Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave suddenly stopped speaking, but instead looked at Han Feng in surprise. Being able to hunt down so many superior thunder beasts and escape from the claws of top thunder beasts can't be 2nd level, you kid. Won't. Han Feng nodded, when the cultivation base breaks through, the physical strength will naturally increase. The corners of Deacon's mouth twitched, the 3rd level of body quenching. Mother, I only reached the 3rd level of body quenching in 3 months. Knowing the abnormal speed at which Han Feng's body level was raised, the Thunder Beast cave deacon couldn't help but swear. After a long time, the deacon of Thunder Beast Cave said in a bad mood, "You kid just want to temper in the inner area. With your current energy value, it is enough to temper for 16 days. In 16 days, maybe you can directly break through the 3rd level of body quenching and reach the 4th level. Let's go, don't stay here and let Lao Tzu get hit." The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave suddenly lost his good temper with Han Feng, and it is conceivable how much he was hit. Han Feng touched his nose and left. Han Feng did not go to Thunder Cave immediately, but returned to his residence to heal his injuries first. It was not until the next day that Han Feng went to Thunder Cave for tempering. The middle-aged deacon of Thunder Cave saw Han Feng and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 days, boy. Thought something happened to you?" Han Feng handed the sign representing the energy value to the middle-aged deacon. The middle-aged deacon saw the energy value on the energy sign, and the corner of his mouth twitched. 1,633 points. "Did you kidnap?" The middle-aged deacon looked at Han Feng with incredible eyes. Han Feng was helpless, so he had to pick out some things about the Thunder Beast Cave. The middle-aged deacon suddenly realized, "So it is, okay, this is the end of the matter. Tell me, which area are you going to train in?" "The inner area?" Han Feng nodded. "How many days?" 16 days. Han Feng blurted out. The middle-aged deacon trembled. 16 days. "Forget it, as long as you can persevere, 16 days should be 16 days. The entire Thunder Base is qualified to be tempered in the inner area and can withstand a lot. It can be said that except for the novice, most of them can withstand the inner area for a day or two. But 16 days. Except for a small number of top existences, there are really few people who can persist for such a long time. And those who can persevere may not have so much energy to practice for 16 days at a time." Teleported to the inner area of Thunder Base, Han Feng immediately released Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei roared excitedly as soon as he came out, as if he was a prisoner who had been trapped for more than 10 years. Han Feng slapped Xiao Lei on the head. "Shut up, do you want to be heard by others?" Although in these areas, everyone is far away from each other, but Xiao Lei's roar is too penetrating, who knows if it will be heard by some people. After all, the distance is very far, and it is only theoretical. For more than 1,000 years, just like a few small probability events where the teleportation jade card failed in the Thunder Beast Cave, there have also been small probability events in the Thunder Cave that were teleported together or even very close. Although the probability is small, it should not be taken lightly. Xiao Lei rubbed his head aggrievedly and remained silent. Suddenly, the power of thunder slammed in from all directions. Xiao Lei's expression changed. The previous grievances disappeared immediately, and turned into solemnity. With a low growl from Xiao Lei, he abruptly held on. After absorbing the violent energy in thunder, the power of thunder that has been eased was thrown to Han Feng by Xiao Lei. Han Feng was immediately surrounded by purple thunder. One person and one beast, extremely tacit cultivation. In an instant, 3 days passed. On this day, Xiao Lei suddenly became irritable. Han Feng opened his eyes, and the quenching level has reached the level of the middle level of the 3rd level and close to the high level. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to practice. In 3 days, he had previously cultivated from a comparable level 2 to a high level 2. At the same time at this moment, it is only close to the 3rd level high level from the 3rd level early stage. Han Feng knew that Xiao Lei's unstable breath was the reason for the breakthrough, and he continued to retreat without hesitation. At the same time, a powerful force burst out, and some of the thunder force that came down was changed direction. After a long time, Xiao Lei said with a relaxed expression, "I broke through again, hee, boss, I am now in the middle 10th level. This is my paradise." Han Feng rolled his eyes. "I know it's your paradise, don't show it off, waste time, hurry up and practice. Yes. Xiaolei responded, still excited. In the middle 10th level, it is comparable to the 5-star Xuanjia, and in terms of cultivation, it has surpassed Han Feng. 3 days later, Han Feng rushed to the 4th level as he wished. And Xiaolei showed no signs of breaking through. So, 10 days later in the blink of an eye. With the previous 6 days, the deadline has now reached. Han Feng stretched his body and made a crackling sound. Han Feng clenched his fist and could feel the enormous power contained in his whole body. 5-level quenching body. Hey, it takes me more than I thought. Han Feng was satisfied for a while. It should be noted that Han Feng's previous goal was only the middle and high level of the 4th level of body quenching. The 5th level of body quenching was something that Han Feng had never expected before. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it is also related to the improvement of Xiaolei's strength. Today Xiaolei has broken through again and became a late-level 10th level monster, and he is only 1 step away from the 10th level peak. Late 10th level monsters, their cultivation base is comparable to the 6-star profound rank of human beings, and their true combat power far exceeds the 6-star profound rank. Once it breaks through to the peak of the 10th level, it will also have the power to fight against the ordinary mysterious 7-star warrior. The 5th level of body quenching is equivalent to the physical strength of 8 stars of the mysterious rank, and my cultivation is only 4 stars of the mysterious rank. When I leave the customs, I don't know how much it will hit all of a sudden. Han Feng looked expectantly. Second more. The chrysanthemum was exploded. Please ask for flowers. Thank you for the great rewards from the Star Saint Peak and 12. Congrats to Peak of Star Saints for being promoted to the head of the sect and becoming the master of a sect. Boy, you can really do it, and you really insisted on it for 16 days. As soon as Han Feng came out, the middle-aged deacon slammed Han Feng with a punch, and his face was full of surprise, as if he saw the beautiful girl undressing. Han Feng felt that he was a bit wretched. How could he think of the deacon's eyes like this? However, even if the middle-aged deacon's eyes were not looking at the beautiful girl undressing, it was actually not much different. Come on, tell me to see how strong your body is? The middle-aged deacon reached out to Han Feng. After a long time, the middle-aged deacon was petrified, and he couldn't speak quickly. 5. God, when I first came a month ago, it was only worthy of the 2nd grade. After coming out, it is only a 2nd level high section. But now a month has passed, and it is already level 5. This made those Lei family's elites who stayed at the Thunder base for the first half of the year, or even a year, to reach the 5th level. The two sides are not at the same level at all, the gap is too great. Han Feng coughed lightly, and finally made the middle-aged deacon come back to his senses, and then said, Lord Deacon, I hope you can hide my physical level. The middle-aged deacon waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone who asks me except the Dharma protector. Han Feng was relieved to leave. After leaving, Han Feng did not go to the Quartet Spirit Gathering Array. Now there are only 33 energy points left, and he can only stay for 3 days after going to the Spirit Gathering Array. In 3 days, it is impossible for him to break through to the 5-star Shen rank. Furthermore, although the spiritual energy in the Spirit Gathering Array is rich, it is far from the 2nd level source liquid. Han Feng went to the place where he received the Spirit Stone. With the 4-star cultivation of the Xuanjia, Han Feng received the first-class mid-grade Spirit Stone. For the Lei family, because the cultivation techniques are all good, the absorption efficiency of Spirit Stones is far higher than that of ordinary warriors, so the Spirit Stones used in practice are generally 1 grade higher than that of cultivation. For example, in the early stage of Xuanjia, in some small places, if it is because of poverty, it may only absorb low-grade mid-grade Spirit Stones. Among the normal forces, it will absorb the middle-grade Spirit Stones. And a force like the Lei family can absorb the high-quality mid-grade spirit stones in the early stage of the Xuanjie. There may be some waste, but definitely not much. Now Han Feng is a 4-star Xuanjie, which is the middle stage of Xuanjie. If he can break through to the late stage of the Xian rank in the future, he will receive the top mid-grade spirit stone. After Han Feng received the spirit stone, he shook his head regretfully. With my current Xuanhuan jade fire, in fact, even the top mid-grade spirit stones can be easily refined into source liquid. If there is a top-level mid-grade spirit stone for me to refine into a top-level secondary source liquid, the time to improve my strength will be greatly shortened, but the increase in strength will be greatly improved. In the stone house, after Han Feng instructed Mo Xiaowei and Mo Xiaoxiao, he dodged and entered the Tianhuo Tower and began to retreat. 3 days in the Thunder Cave, 3 days in the Spirit Gathering Array, and then it took a lot of time to break through to the 4-star peak of the Profound rank. In addition to the day of the Thunder Beast's hole and the previous 16 days, it took me more than a month to come to the Thunder Base. Time flies so fast. Han Feng couldn't help sighing. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng's eyes were firm. There are still more than 2 months and nearly 3 months left, and we must try our best to break through to the late stage of Xuanjie. It took Han Feng a day to refine all the remaining spirit stones and the spirit stones he received this time into source liquid. Just 3 days. Han Feng felt that the real essence in the meridians in his body was about to move. Not waiting for Han Feng to prepare to hit the bottleneck. With a bang, a small vortex swept out with Han Feng as the center. The waves of the real essence that hit and opened were all obvious, and Han Feng's breakthrough was successful. The current Han Feng is already a 5-star powerhouse of the profound rank. It's really easy to break through. Han Feng's mouth twitched a little. Thinking about the previous star breakthrough, which one is not complete preparation, but also condensing the whole body to attack the bottleneck. But this time, sure enough, the higher the level of body quenching, the better my strength will be improved. This thunder base is not in vain. A day later, Han Feng completely stabilized his realm at the early stage of the 5-star stage. Half a month later, Han Feng's breath has reached a certain level. At this time, Han Feng had already hit the peak of the 5-star Xuanjie realm. But it is still some distance away from the peak limit of the 5 stars of the mysterious order. It has been 19 days since Han Feng retreated. It took 19 days to reach this step, and releasing it at such a speed will surely cause shock to many of the elite in the Thunder Base. Profound rank 5-star peak cultivation base, in the Thunder Base, really belongs to the upper class, and if you go further, it will not be a problem to enter the top 30. Han Feng took a deep breath, restored the state of his whole body to the most perfect state, and began to hit the limit of the 5-star peak of the mysterious order. 2 days later, it broke through to the peak of the 5-star limit. The next step is to hit the profound rank 6 stars. The 6 stars of the profound rank can already be said to be the top tier in the middle of the profound rank. This time, it took Han Feng 6 days to break through. The breath of the 6-star Xuanjie waves came out. Fortunately, it was in the Tianhuo Tower. If it was in the stone house, the stone bed would collapse. It was still 1 day. Han Feng stabilized the realm at the early stage of the 6-star Xuanjie, and after that, Han Feng found that the feeling of rapid progress gradually disappeared. And if you continue to practice, the spirit stones will probably not be enough. Han Feng whispered to himself, 28 days, this retreat is 28 days. In 28 days, from the peak of the 4-star Xuanjie to the early stage of the 6-star Xuanjie, this speed is enough to make anyone proud. It doesn't look like a breakthrough. But after all, it is the middle stage of the Xuanjie, and the 6-star Xuanjie is the upper layer of the middle stage of the Xuanjie. The energy of breaking through from the peak of the 4-star Xuanjie to the 6-star Xuanjie is enough to raise the 1st star of the Xuanjie to the peak of the 4-star Xuanjie. Think about how long it took for Han Feng to break through from the Xuanjia 1-star to the Xuanjia 4-star peak. It was more than 2 months, and it was still quite a fortuitous situation. Among them, the breakthrough from the initial 4-star to the peak of the 4-star was originally in the Thunder Base. If there is no Thunder Base, if Han Feng wants to reach the peak of the 4-star limit, it is estimated that it will take another month to retreat. A comparison shows a metamorphosis with a high level of quenching. Now I'm a 6-star Xian rank. Because of the breakthrough, even my body tempering level has reached the high rank of the 5th rank. The 4 major inheritance martial arts will definitely break through, otherwise, if it does not integrate with Xuanhuan Jade Fire, the 4 major inheritance martial arts will not increase my attack power so much. Without the fusion of Xuanhuan Jade Fire, the current 4th level peak state of the 4 major inheritance martial arts, that is, between the mid-level Xian level martial arts and the high-level Xian level martial arts. As the elite of the Lei family, most of them have reached the stage of the 6-star Xian rank or even the peak of the 6th star, and they are generally practicing top-level Xian rank mid-rank martial arts, and they may even have cultivated to perfection. Compared with these warriors, Han Feng's current advantage has been reduced. Even some of the top Lei family's elites, such as Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen's first-class talents, are very likely to have mastered a door high-grade martial skill when they were at the peak of the 6-star profound rank. Han Feng wants to continue to maintain a greater level of star-level combat, and the 4 major inherited martial arts must at least reach the 5th level. Even when Han Feng breaks through to the late stage of Xuanjia one day, the 4 major inheritance martial arts must remain at the peak of at least the 5th level in order for Han Feng to have a greater advantage. Thinking about it this way, Han Feng felt that time was running out. It's no wonder that the 3 elders want me to participate in the Qingyun ranking competition 3 years later. After 3 years, I have a 100% chance of easily winning the 1st place, but now. Han Feng smiled bitterly, but I have already reached an agreement with Xian Shintong. If I don't go, my mother may be rumored to make irresponsible remarks, and I will never allow it. The core area is dangerous, but in order to improve his strength as soon as possible, no matter how dangerous it is, we have to fight hard. Xiao Lei is only 1 step away from entering the 10th peak, maybe he can survive. Taking out the fire cloud fruit, in 28 days, the fire cloud fruit has matured a lot, enough for a door inheritance martial skill to break through to the 5th realm. Han Feng's first choice was still the Skyfire battle body. 5 days later, Han Feng was able to break through to the 5th level of the Skyfire battle body. Hoo! Can broke through to the 5th realm of the Skyfire battle body. Han Feng couldn't help roaring, and the samurai uniform was broken and torn in an instant. Han Feng's entire body suddenly increased in size. But compared with the 4th level of the Skyfire battle body, its size is a little smaller. The peak of the 4th level of the Skyfire battle body has made Han Feng's body soar to 3 meters, and the current 5th level of the Skyfire battle body has only made Han Feng Xian rise to 2.5 meters. Han Feng knows that this is the concentration of the essence, even though the body has shrunk, but the strength is stronger. When he reaches the 5th peak, his body size is bound to exceed 3 meters. And when it breaks through to the 6th level, it will shrink again. In less than a day, Han Feng completely adapted to the 5th realm of the Skyfire battle body, and went a step further. It has been nearly 34 days since the retreat. Breaking through the level of martial arts needs to be on the 1st floor, but if you have to adapt and use martial arts, you can be in the House of Time. Han Feng sometimes couldn't help but be jealous. It would be great if he could cultivate in the House of Time if he could improve his cultivation. If you can really cultivate and improve your cultivation in the House of Time, you can at least break through to the peak of the profound rank, not to mention the Earth rank. And it is not the 10 stars of the mysterious rank, but the level of 11 stars of the mysterious rank or even 12 stars of the mysterious rank. After so long in seclusion, Han Feng still did not leave the seclusion, but practiced the prison-breaking blade. Cultivating in the House of Time, the mind is empty, and everything is used in martial arts cultivation, and the mastery of martial arts is improving at an indescribable speed. In short, when Han Feng felt that he had cultivated the prison-breaking blade to the perfect state, it was only 2 days after he left the House of Time and went outside. The current House of Time is the second level, and the maximum flow rate is 1 day outside and 10 days inside, which is 10 times the difference. When cultivating in the House of Time, all the mind is subconsciously placed on the mastery of martial arts, which is more than 500% more efficient than outside. In all, these 2 days are equivalent to the time that an ordinary martial artist has practiced martial arts for at least 3 months. With Han Feng's comprehension and his current 6-star cultivation, it is normal to cultivate high-grade Xuanhuan martial arts to a perfect state in 3 months. I'm finally going out of the customs. After eating a delicious meal, I went to the Thunder Beast Cave for hunting. 36 days, plus the early 1 month before, now it has been nearly 2.5 months since Han Feng arrived at the Thunder Base. There is only 1.5 months left until the Qingyunbang contest. Han Feng didn't know that Mo Xiaoxiao was facing her crisis when she was outside at the moment. Slave area. When Mo Xiaowei was not careful, she let Mo Xiao the thief slip out. As a female slave, Mo Xiaoxiao was well protected by Mo Xiaowei. She was so innocent that she didn't know that she was also a female slave, and her personality was also good and bad. Mo Xiaoxiao jumped happily outside. This scene made a certain female slave's eyes red with jealousy. Become female slave, who can be as well protected by her sister as Mo Xiaoxiao, and even follow a good master. Now in the entire female slave area, which female slave does not know that Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaowei have had great luck, the young master who serves is kind and close, and this young master never abuses them. As a female slave, her status is low, and she is also the target of the young masters. How can these young masters take female slaves in their eyes, and they are happy to tease you and play, and if they are unhappy, they will not care if they kill you? Why is this little girl so naive when she becomes a slave girl? Why can this little girl get the help of the Dharma protector? Why can this little girl be taken care of by a good young master? This jealous little slave girl. Her face was distorted. Looking at the red marks on her body, the slave girl's eyes were full of resentment. As if thinking of something, the female slave's eyes were full of gloomy coldness. A sneer appeared on her face, and she left without a trace. The Lei family is in the Shiwu district. In a certain stone house, the enchanting slave girl used her mouth to help her young master to vent her anger, and said softly, "Master Tianheng, you are so outstanding, only me as a slave girl is too unsuitable for your identity. I heard that Han Feng has 2 female slaves." Humph, who said that Han Feng is Yuan Jia's son, and broke the record of the 9-story pagoda? Lei Tianheng looked jealous. The enchanting slave girl rolled her eyes and said with a smile, that Han Feng has been in retreat for a month. Shouldn't there be any problem with such a long retreat? As a Xian-level martial artist, the time for each retreat is naturally longer than that of the human level, but there is no 1-month retreat. How did Lei Tianheng know that these warriors did not stay closed for a long time? Because the level of quenching was slow to increase, and the gap between physical strength and cultivation was not so different. But Han Feng is the same, relying on phantom leopard Xiaolei. Han Feng's body quenching level is not an exaggeration to say soaring. The gap between physical strength and cultivation base is too large, resulting in greatly enhanced endurance. Before reaching the limit, where will it be easy to exit the border? Hearing what the enchanting slave girl said, Lei Tianheng's heart moved. Could it be that he was severely injured in Thunder Cave? Lei Tianheng also knew how powerful the power of thunder in the inner area was. With his body tempering level, he couldn't hold on for 3 or 4 days. But according to others, Han Feng persisted for more than 10 days a month ago. For more than 10 days, if I had to hold on to it, I might have really suffered unspeakable trauma. Seeing Lei Tianheng's heartbeat, the enchanting female slave became more humble. Master, those two female slaves are the most beautiful among all female slaves. In your capacity, young master, these two female slaves are worthy of you. Think about it. Mo Xiao and Mo Xiaowei are two female slaves lying under you. The enchanting slave girl didn't say the following words, letting Lei Tianheng imagine it automatically. Lei Tianheng couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of spit, his throat was itchy. Who does not know that Lei Tianheng actually has a sadistic desire in the entire Thunder Base? So far, 2 female slaves assigned to Lei Tianheng have died, and the current enchanting female slave is the 3rd female slave assigned. But no one would say Lei Tianheng. Lei Tianheng is the elite of the Lei family. How could it be compared with a few female slaves? Lei Tianheng had also seen Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaowei's 2 female slaves. Lei Tianheng was moved by the beauty. In the past, he was worried about the law protector, and Lei Tianheng did not dare to shoot at the 2 female slaves. These 2 female slaves were saved by the law protector. Who knows if they were the female slaves that the law protector found for him? But it's different now. Now the 2 female slaves are following Han Feng. Lei Tianheng admitted that Han Feng's strength is strong, and he has such strength at a young age, but Lei Tianheng is not afraid of Han Feng. No matter how powerful he is too young, and he is now close to the middle stage of the 5th stage of body quenching. Such a level of quenching ranks in the top 10s of the entire Thunder Base. In the entire Thunder Base, only Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen were above the 6th level of body tempering. The 6th level body quenching is only about 20 people, and the rest are the 5th level body quenching. What's more, now that he knew that Han Feng was likely to be seriously injured or had problems with his cultivation, Lei Tianheng even more ignored Han Feng. The enchanting slave girl smiled when she saw the inevitable victory in Lei Tianheng's eyes. The enchanting slave girl knew that Lei Tianheng had already taken the bait. Touching the scars on her private parts without a trace, the enchanting female slave concealed the jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Mo Xiaowei, Mo Xiaoxiao, as female slaves, you should be like me, right? The enchanting female slave opened her mouth involuntarily with a hideous expression on her face. Mo Xiaoxiao bounced outside for a long time, finally vented the suffocated breath in the past few days, and returned to her residence. When Mo Xiaowei saw that Mo Xiaoxiao had come back safely, she was relieved at first, and then she couldn't help but said angrily, "Didn't I tell you to stay here? Why did you run outside again?" Mo Xiaoxiao looked aggrieved. "Sister, it's so boring to stay here." Mo Xiaowei sighed, "I know that you are impatient to stay here, but our young master is at a critical moment of cultivation. We must not cause trouble for the young master." Mo Xiaowei knew that becoming Han Feng's slave girl, the elites of the Lei family who used to be afraid of Dharma protectors and did not dare to do anything to them, are now different. If something happened to them, it would definitely affect the cultivation of the young master. "Little, remember, we are not the same as before. Now we rely on the young master. Even the guardian of the law will not defy discipline and help us." Mo Xiaowei looked serious. "The first one is completed, ask for flowers." "Xiao, what we have to do now is to keep a low profile and not attract the attention of other young masters. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that some young masters of the Lei family will use us to deal with our young masters." Mo Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand. Why won't Uncle Protector protect us? Mo Xiaowei was very distressed. For a long time Mo Xiaowei had carried everything on her shoulders, and only hoped that her sister would live a carefree life. But now Mo Xiaowei found out that she was actually very naive. "I just wanted to protect Xiao, but I forgot that this world is a world where the strong are respected, and if this naivety continues, it will only hurt Xiao." Mo Xiaowei frowned slightly. Did she really let her sister touch the darkness of this world? Mo Xiaowei couldn't bear it, but she finally made up her mind that it was time to teach Mo Xiao. In this way, even if something happens to her, Xiao can survive. Little, remember, our female slaves have a low status, and we can only rely on our young master. Lord Law Protector did not protect us before. The Law Protector is the most disciplined. How could it be possible to openly violate discipline and protect us female slaves? It's just that other people thought we were saved by the Dharma Protector, and mistakenly thought that we had something to do with the Dharma Protector. That's why it creates the illusion that the Dharma Protector is protecting us. Now that we are the young masters, the other young masters of the lay family will naturally not have any scruples. Although the young master is a genius, he is still young, and he has only been at the Thunder Base for more than 2 months. He can't compare with those senior lay family elites. Until the young master has the strength to support us, we must never cause trouble for the young master. Mo Xiaowei and Mo Xiaoxiao were brought here 2 years ago. Mo Xiaowei clearly remembered that a year ago, a female slave of the young master of the lay family was snatched away by another elite of the lay family, which directly caused a duel between the 2 elites of the lay family. The female slave is indeed of low status and is not worth mentioning, but if the female slave is robbed, the owner of the female slave will lose face. They are all the elites of the lay family, who will easily subdue whom. Mo Xiaowei knew that Han Feng's body-quenching level was not high in the entire Thunder Base. If their sisters were really robbed, unless Master Han Feng ignored them, the duel would definitely be Master Han Feng. Although the contact was not long, Mo Xiaowei felt that Master Han Feng would never be such a person. Because of this, they should keep a low profile. The 2 sisters are enough to make a group of female slaves in the Thunder Base jealous. Mo Xiaoxiao frowned tightly, but Uncle Protector once played games with me secretly. What? Mo Xiaowei was really shocked now. She really didn't know about this. Could it be that the Dharma Protector is really protecting us in the dark? Although we were indeed rescued by the Dharma Protector, we are only female slaves. Mo Xiaowei was a little confused. Since she couldn't figure it out, Mo Xiaowei didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, we'd better be careful. Mo Xiaoxiao now also knows that a group of female slaves and sisters don't all like her, and they are sad, but Mo Xiaoxiao still listens to Mo Xiaowei's words. Sister, those older sisters obviously took good care of me in the past. Mo Xiaoxiao didn't understand why they were friendly to their sisters, but now secretly jealous of them. Mo Xiaowei sighed and hugged Mo Xiaoxiao in her arms. People will change, we have been living a good life, and we are lucky to follow a good young master like Han Feng. Of course those people will be jealous. The life of female slaves was not easy. Many female slaves eventually died tragically, and some female slaves were exchanged by the elites of the lay family. The female slaves who can be treated well by the young master of the lay family and follow the young master of the lay family to leave the Thunder Base are in the minority. These female slaves are all enviable. Just when Mo Xiaowei was comforting Mo Xiaoxiao. Under the leadership of the enchanting female slave, Lei Tianheng has come to the female slave area. Boom! Lei Tianheng punched the Sherman, and the Sherman tore open. Who? Mo Xiaowei shouted loudly and subconsciously stopped in front of Mo Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Lei Tianheng appeared, Mo Xiaowei's complexion suddenly changed. Lei Tianheng's reputation among female slaves was not good at all. Seeing the enchanting female slave beside Lei Tianheng, Mo Xiaowei gritted her teeth. Suiwei, it's you. Suiwei was the name of the enchanting female slave. Cui Wei smiled coldly. The 3 of us are good sisters, and we came to this slave girl area together. Now my sister and I are already from Master Tianheng. Why don't we 3 sisters get together to serve Master Tianheng? It can be regarded as fulfilling the 3 of us sisterhood. Lei Tianheng smiled and said, yes, Suiwei is right. Your young master Han Feng hasn't appeared in retreat for so long. Maybe something went wrong. It's better to follow this young master. Wouldn't it be beautiful for you 3 sisters to be together? Mo Xiaowei snorted coldly. The 3 sisters, they just happened to be female slaves at the same time. And from the very beginning, this Xuanhuan has been excluding the two brothers and sisters. It's all bullshit to say that sisters are in love now. Mo Xiaowei knew all too well about Xuanhuan's thoughts. She couldn't see them living well, and encouraged Lei Tianheng to trouble their sisters. Mo Xiaoxiao hid behind Mo Xiaowei and saw Xuanhuan's face clearly for the first time. Mo Xiaoxiao was still wondering why this sister Xuanhuan could talk to her with a smile on her face, despite her cold eyes. The smile on the surface is fake, the coldness in the eyes is real. The arrival of Lei Tianheng and Xuanhuan female slaves also made many female slaves who had nothing to do with them watch the show, and surrounded them in circles. Don't worry if you are friends with Mo Xiaowei. And those who are jealous of sister Mo Xiaowei are gloating. No one noticed that among the group of female slaves, one of the female slaves left quietly. Halfway through the journey, the slave girl looked overjoyed. "Master, I finally met you, Sister Mo Xiaowei, and the others are in trouble." This slave girl was on good terms with Sister Mo Xiaowei, but facing Lei Tianheng, this slave girl knew she couldn't help at all, so she could only go to her young master for help. The female slave was in a queasy mood. Even if she knew that her young master and Han Feng were on good terms, she probably wouldn't sit back and ignore it, but she was still worried. After all, Lei Tianheng was already a level 5 body-quenching expert. The young master in this slave girl's mouth was none other than Lei Yuru. Lei Yuyu's face changed. "Green pepper, what's going on?" Green pepper is the name of this slave girl. Qingjiao anxiously told the whole story, and looked at Lei Yuru anxiously. Lei Yuyu said solemnly, "I'll help first. You go to the stone house to find Han Feng. After all, Mo Xiaowei is Han Feng's slave girl. I can help for a while, but I can't help to the end. The reason is untenable. According to the rules of the Thunder Base, whoever is the female slave will be guarded, and no one can interfere indiscriminately. Remember, you must be careful to call, and don't panic, otherwise, if Han Feng is at a critical moment, if you panic, it is very likely that Han Feng's practice will be ruined." Lei Yuru instructed again. Then Lei Yuru walked away quickly. The green pepper continued to rush to the stone house. Qingjiao didn't know that it was precisely because of today's action that she would ascend to the top of the Lei family as a slave girl decades later, and was respected by the audience. Because standing behind her are the 3 ancestors of the sanctuary. In the slave girl area, Lei Tianheng became impatient. "Little girls, I want you to follow this young master to give you face, don't make a toast, don't eat or punish me, and make this young man angry. I will call a group of people together." "You." Mo Xiaowei's face suddenly turned pale. Lei Tianheng had already grabbed it with one hand. But at this moment, Mo Xiaoxiao flashed out from behind Mo Xiaowei, and by surprise, bit Lei Tianheng's wrist. Lei Tianheng cried out in pain. Lei Tianheng never imagined that Mo Xiaoxiao, a humble female slave, would dare to bite him. It was like eating an ambitious leopard. Court death. Lei Tianheng slapped Mo Xiaoxiao with a slap. Mo Xiaowei's face changed greatly, and she was about to stop it, even though it was an act beyond her own power. A slap at the 5th level of body quenching is something that Mo Xiaoxiao can bear. Fortunately, Lei Tianheng's slap did not go down. "Second more. Thank you for the big flowers of woman, you are charming. Congratulations to I'm Little Ma for being promoted to the position of Hall Master." I can't remember. I remember that I forgot to congratulate Guili. Congratulations to Guili for being promoted to the position of Dharma Protector. This big brother is also a veteran. It was Lei Yuru who intercepted Lei Tianheng's slap. Lei Tianheng moved his arm, but he didn't break free. A flash of surprise flashed in Lei Tianheng's eyes, and then he glared at the nosy man. "Boy, I remember your name is Lei Yuyu. Why, your slave girl didn't satisfy you. If you want to date Mo Xiaowei, why don't we go together?" Lei Tianheng sneered and made a proposal. Lei Yuruan remembered the first night with Qingjiao, and blushed a little, but when he heard Lei Tianheng's second sentence, he became annoyed, and said angrily, "Don't compare me to you. Mo Xiaowei's 2 sisters are Han Feng's female slaves, and you are not able to interfere." Lei Tianheng said disdainfully, "The Thunder Base has long established regulations, even if it's not your own slave girl, you can grab it. If you want to blame it, blame Han Feng for not being able to protect his slave girl. Furthermore, there is no news about Han Feng's retreat for so long. Who knows what happened? Maybe there is a problem with the practice, so why should I be afraid?" Hearing this, Lei Yuru couldn't help showing a trace of worry on his face. Han Feng had been in retreat for too long, and Lei Yuru, who was full of confidence in Han Feng, also felt a drum in his heart. Mo Xiaoxiao had been impulsive before, but at this moment the qi blew out, and immediately became panic and retreated back. Lei Tianheng looked gloomy looking at the clear tooth marks and blood stains on his wrist. Being bitten like this by a female slave, the word went out and she lost her face. Mo Xiaoxiao all retreated. Lei Yurui also released his palm. Lei Tianheng immediately took a few steps back, secretly surprised. "I'm already at the 5th level of body quenching. This kid actually grabbed my arm and made me unable to move. Quenching the body level is at least 3. It only took 2 months to reach this point. If there is no record of Han Feng, this kid's reputation will not be weaker than the current Han Feng. What's wrong with the Lei family now? First it was a foreign surname Han Feng, and now it's a collateral line Lei Yuru. Each of them is even better than the direct line." The more he thought about it, the more jealous Lei Tianheng felt in his heart. Why? Lei Tianheng looked at Lei Yuru with a gloomy face, and the anger in his heart was burning more and more vigorously. Thinking of this, Lei Tianheng was even more embarrassed to Lei Yuru. "These 2 female slaves are not yours. You are not qualified to intervene in this matter, unless Han Feng appears here. Of course, if you also want to snatch these 2 female slaves, you can have a snatch battle with this young master." Lei Yu frowned. Lei Tianheng said so, if he intervened, it would be equivalent to robbing Mo Xiaowei sisters like Lei Tianheng. If he wins, the Mo Xiaowei sisters will be his. This is not in line with his original intention. Seeing Lei Yuru's frowning more and more tightly, Mo Xiaowei gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Yuru, don't meddle in this matter anymore. It's a big deal if our sisters die. Anyway, we 2 sisters absolutely do not want to be attacked by this thunder." Tianheng violated. "I just ask young Master Yu to wait for our young master to go out and tell our young master about this matter, so that our young master can avenge our 2 sisters." Lei Tianheng was sarcastic. "Joke, mere slave girl, even if he died, Han Feng would dare to kill Ben Xiao?" Lei Yuru thought so too. No matter what happened to Lei Tianheng, he was still the elite of the Lei family. Gritting his teeth, Lei Yuru blocked in front of Mo Xiaowei and looked directly at Lei Tianheng. "I want to have a challenge match with you." Challenge? Everyone was shocked. Lei Tianheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you serious? You know, if it's just me and these female slaves, I can't hit you hard, but if it's a challenge match, it's different. I was the one who severely wounded you. Even breaking your leg is not a violation of discipline. For the sake of the mere female slave, it would be shameful to say it out. But if it is a challenge match, it means that one of the warriors has provoked another warrior, and the provoked warrior can make a serious effort. With the background of the Lei family, as long as the arms and legs are not completely separated from the body, even if the bones in the body are broken, it can still be cured, but it will take a lot of time, ranging from months to years. The age of a teenager is the stage of rapid improvement in strength. If you are lying on the bed at this stage, it will have a great impact on your future development." The old Fu's voice sounded in Lei Yuru's head. "Go and fight that kid, just in time to try the body training method I taught you. You are now the 4th level high-ranking body quenching body, although you are just beginning the body refining art, but under the dual effect, you may not be able to fight that kid." Lei Yuru pouted. "Old Fu, you can't use real yuan here. Except in the Thunder Beast Cave, other areas are prohibited from using real yuan. Fu Lao scolded, the body refinement formula I gave you is not an ordinary body refinement formula. It stimulates the mysterious power generated between the flesh, and it has nothing to do with the real essence. This ban can prohibit the output of the real essence, but you can't stop the output of your physical energy. If I wasn't worried about exposing the existence of the old man could abolish these restrictions. Lei Yuru was startled. Old Fu, are you that strong? Lei Yuru knew that Fu Lao was a strong man in the sanctuary, but it was unclear which level he was. In the eyes of Lei Yuru, a master at the great sanctuary level, like the guardian of the great Jin kingdom, is already an unattainable existence. Old Fu said disdainfully, it's just a ban at the level of the great sanctuary, you don't even think about it. The old man has already said that if you want to rebuild the old man's body, you must at least reach the realm of small perfection in the sanctuary. Can you be weaker? Lei Yuru was startled, swallowed, and spit. Old Fu. Could it be that you are sanctuary Xuanhuan? Fu Lao hummed and said nothing. Lei Yuru asked again, the great perfection of the sanctuary? Old Fu still hummed and remained silent. Lei Yuru had a black line on his face, it won't be beyond the sanctuary. Old Fu was triumphant. Bragging. Lei Yuru didn't believe it at all. Boy, have you made up your mind? Lei Tianheng asked impatiently as he watched Lei Yuru's face change. Suiwei giggled, I'm afraid, the young master is so powerful, who doesn't know about the entire Thunder Base? Suiwei slapped her ass fiercely. A smug smile appeared on the corner of Lei Tianheng's mouth. At this moment, Lei Yuru's voice came out, I confirm that I want to have a challenge match with you. Master Yu. Mo Xiaowei's face suddenly changed. Arena area. Lei Tianheng and Lei Yuru both stood on it. Lei Yuru looked solemn, but Lei Tianheng was disdainful. The Thunder Base is so big, and soon the matter of the two people spread, especially Han Feng was involved. Now the Thunder Base knows that Han Feng has been in retreat for more than a month. Can Han Feng show up at this time? After more than a month of retreat, what results have you achieved? Is the strength advancing? Or really seriously injured? Not to mention Han Feng, even Lei Yuru's reputation is not weak. Whether it was directed at Lei Yuru or Han Feng, dozens of warriors gathered in the arena area before long. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen were among them. Lei Ruwen said with an inexplicable smile, the recent newcomers are very arrogant, Han Feng is one, and this Lei Yuru is another, but only a few months ago, he dared to have sex with the old man for half a year or even a year. Challenge. When they are maimed, they will know that the old man is not so easy to surpass. Lei Zhenyan snorted coldly, don't forget, Han Feng won the last time, and this time it may be Lei Yuru who won. Lei Ruwen smiled in a low voice, then don't forget, Han Feng defeated also a newcomer, but Lei Tingsu's trash. Today's Lei Tianheng is a one-year veteran, and his body tempering level is as high as 5. Don't you think that in 2 months, Lei Yuru has the strength to compete against the 5th level of body quenching? Lei Zhenyan froze for a while, his face gloomy, but looked at Lei Yuru worriedly. On the ring, Lei Tianheng moved first. With a kick to the ground, Lei Tianheng charged into the sky like a cannonball, and then slammed down with a punch. With the power of falling from the sky and the 5th level of quenching, Lei Tianheng showed a cruel smile. On the ring, Lei Yurue looked solemn and took a deep breath, the body of flashing thunder. There was no change in Lei Yu's surface, but the cells between the flesh suddenly triggered yellow lightning flashes. The body quenching level is still level 4, and the power that can be erupted is comparable to level 5. The third one is delivered. When Lei Tianheng and Lei Yuru were fighting, Qingjiao had already arrived outside the stone house, and Qingjiao did not dare to make too much noise for fear of disturbing Han Feng. Just when Qingjiao was thinking about how to wake Han Feng in a gentle way, Han Feng had already left the customs and pushed open the Sherman. Master Han Feng, you're out of the customs, that's great. You are. Han Feng looked at the female slave in the stone courtyard suspiciously, feeling a little familiar. Qingjiao quickly said, this slave is the female slave of young Master Lei Yuru. Han Feng suddenly realized, it turned out to be you. How did I say you look familiar? By the way, what about Xiao Xiao and Xiao Wei? His slave girl was not there, but Lei Yuyu's slave girl was there. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed abnormal. Did something happen? Han Feng's expression turned cold. It's been a long time in retreat for more than a month, and it is inevitable that some people will ride on it. Green Pepper did not dare to be careless, and immediately told the ins and outs of the matter. Han Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. What a Lei Tianheng, he is really courting death. After a moment of silence, Han Feng said, who is Lei Tianheng? Green Pepper let out an ah and looked at Han Feng incredulously. After all, Lei Tianheng is also a level 5 body-quenching expert, and he is quite famous in the entire Thunder Base, but Han Feng doesn't even know it. Han Feng coughed lightly, I've been in retreat for most of the past 2 months, so. Qingjiao nodded understandingly. At this time, Qingjiao remembered how talented Han Feng was from outside, but now it seems that it is not only by talent, but also by hard work. Sitting in seclusion for more than a month seems simple, but if it were done, most people would not be able to bear it. It was a kind of spiritual loneliness. Humans are social animals after all. Who can be in retreat for so long? Which one is not a warrior who is old or has experienced a lot of things? The more you experience, the easier your mind will calm down. Qingjiao didn't know that there were Shaoyan and Xiaolei in the animal breeding space of Han Feng Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. It was really unbearable. A few words with the two big guys could also alleviate some of the loneliness in retreat. On the way, Qingjiao and Han Feng learned about the challenge between Lei Yuru and Lei Tianheng. For Lei Yuru, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a little more grateful, but Green Pepper became anxious. Looking at the Green Pepper, Han Feng comforted, don't underestimate your young master, he is not a simple person. On the surface, it seems that Lei Tianheng has a big advantage, and Lei Yuru has a big disadvantage, but the actual situation is not necessarily so. Lei Yuru's various performances made Han Feng believe that Lei Yurue is a person with secrets. Such a person, unless he is sure, would not rashly agree to challenge the existence of the 5th-level body tempering. On the ring. Lei Tianheng's punch fell from the sky, and everyone thought that Lei Yuru was finished. What is shocking is that Lei Yuru crossed his arms and resisted. Even Lei Tianheng also showed an impossible look. Drink! Lei Yurua suddenly shouted in a low voice, the muscles in his arms surging, and when outsiders could not see, mysterious physical power poured into his arms. The strength of the arms is greatly increased. An invisible force waved out, and Lei Yuruan suddenly opened his arms and threw Lei Tianheng out. Lei Tianheng's face was ugly. Damn, I'm sure this kid's physical quality is at the 4th level of body quenching, but why is there such power in the mere 4th level of body quenching? Could it be that it motivated the true essence? Impossible. Let's not say that I didn't feel the fluctuation of real essence at all. Just the restriction of real essence around this arena area can prohibit the output of real essence. How did Lei Yuru do this? Outside the ring. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen also showed incredible expressions. The strength of the body is not the fluctuation of real essence, it can be seen if you can see it. Therefore, the two of them directly mistakenly thought that Lei Yurue was a 5th-level body-quenching master. Shocked for a while, Lei Zhenyan smiled bitterly, everyone is perverted, Han Feng was already perverted enough before, I didn't expect. This Lei Yuru, I'm afraid that it will catch up later. It is estimated that even Han Feng can't compare to this Lei Yuru. Other warriors also talked about it. At this moment, everyone completely lifted Lei Yurua to the same height as Han Feng, and even surpassed Han Feng. If Lei Yuru heard these people, he would definitely sneer. Nearly 2 months ago, Han Feng was already at the 3rd level of body quenching, and now God knows how far it has reached. At least it will be level with him. Even stronger than him. Among Lei Yulua's secrets, there is one kind of directness, and the latter one is the most likely. Time passed by, and Lei Yuru and Lei Tianheng were evenly divided. Both were out of breath, and neither could defeat the other. On the surface, the two would end up tied this time, but in fact, everyone knew that this challenge should be said to be Lei Tianheng's loss. Lei Tianheng was older than Lei Yuru, and he spent a year in Lei Ting base. And Lei Yurui has only been around for more than 2 months, and after a year, it is no suspense to surpass Lei Tianheng. He even surpassed the 6th level of body quenching to reach the 7th level, becoming the 3rd master of the Thunder base who had the 6th level of body quenching. Lei Tianheng looked at Lei Yuyu angrily. "Stinky boy, I admit to underestimating you, but I want to see, how long can you protect Sister Imo Xiaowei?" Lei Yuru's face also darkened. "You can't challenge Lei Tianheng every day. I want to see who the trash dares to covet me." A faint voice came, and everyone followed the voice to see that it was Han Feng, who had not shown up for a long time. It really came. It seems that these 2 female slaves are very valued by Han Feng. "Hey, such a beautiful slave girl, even I can't put it down." "Humph, don't forget that this kid has been in retreat for more than a month. Either his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, or he is injured and needs a lot of time for treatment. It is not yet known how things will end." Listening to the discussion of the crowd, one of the warriors was not angry. This warrior was obviously from Lei Ruin's side, and some warriors around him suddenly booed. This Han Feng is not inferior to Lei Yuru's genius. Lei Yuru is so powerful, not to mention Han Feng. After the battle between Lei Yuru and Lei Tianheng, most warriors did not believe that Han Feng was healing. A group of Lei family elites are looking forward to it. They want to know how far Han Feng has reached. "You said it was trash?" Lei Tianheng shouted angrily. Han Feng chuckled. "Whoever wins, will say who?" "You." Lei Tianheng gritted his teeth. Han Feng's face changed instantly, and a thick, suffocating aura filled the air. The Lei family elites who were still discussing before all silenced and looked at Han Feng in shock. Such a strong evil spirit, how many people must be killed? Han Feng's enhanced tone sounded, "Those who dare to covet me don't even look at your virtue." If it was normal, Lei Tianheng would have been angry long ago, but now he was shocked by Han Feng's suffocating energy, and Lei Tianheng was stunned for a while. In the presence, only Imo Xiaoxiao had no scruples and rushed into Han Feng's arms at once. "Master, they bullied me." Imo Xiaoxiao choked and told her grievances. All right, young master, I'm going to avenge you." Imo Xiaoxiao was naive, so that Han Feng regarded Imo Xiaoxiao as a little sister. Since she's a little sister, she naturally wants to love her, and her sister has been wronged, so what if she doesn't get it back? The elites of the Lei family saw that Han Feng treated the female slaves like this, either unmoved or disdainful, with various expressions. However, some female slaves who followed the elite of the Lei family looked at Imo Xiaoxiao with envious eyes. If they were wronged, they would never have been treated like this. "Why can't I be that young master's slave girl?" It's not just a female slave that thinks like this. Among the female slaves, Cui Wei's jealous eyes turned red. "Han Feng, business matters." Lei Zhenyan coughed lightly, and had to interrupt Han Feng's comfort to Imo Xiaoxiao. Imo Xiaowei immediately stepped forward and pulled Imo Xiaoxiao out. Han Feng said softly, "Take care of Xiaoxiao, and I will vent my anger for you." Lei Ruin snorted coldly. "Wait a minute, Lei Tianheng has been fighting for so long, and his physical strength has already been consumed. If you play now, it will be unfair to Lei Tianheng. Hearing this, Lei Zhenyan felt disdain in his heart. When you used this trick to deal with others, why didn't you say that? But Lei Zhenyan didn't say much. This time Han Feng should be the one to call the shots. Lei Zhenyan's eyes focused on Han Feng. For more 10,000 characters completed. Ask for flowers. Han Feng indifferently spread his hands, then let Lei Tianheng have a good rest. How about 2 hours? Han Feng stretched out 2 fingers. Lei Ruwen frowned, thinking that Han Feng would take advantage of this opportunity to fight against Lei Tianheng, but the result was quite different. Why? Could it be that Han Feng is really strong enough not to take Lei Tianheng in his eyes? 1 hour is enough. Lei Tianheng heard Han Feng's words and knew that Han Feng looked down on him so much, and immediately cut his teeth by half. Han Feng said indifferently, "This is what you said yourself, don't blame me for not recovering to the peak by then." Lei Ruwen nodded clearly. It turned out to be to stimulate Lei Tianheng himself, to shorten the time. The physical strength of the 5th level of body quenching is not so easy to restore completely. In an hour, with Lei Tianheng's current state, Ding Tian recovered to about 80 to 90%. Lei Tianheng and Lei Yuru both came from the ring. Han Feng smiled and said, "It really opened my eyes." Han Feng was indeed shocked. He was able to achieve the body-tempering martial skill in a short period of time because of the existence of Xiaolei. All the violent power of the thunder power was absorbed by Xiaolei. Although the remaining thunder power was powerful, it was gentle, and the tempering effect was excellent. Others are different. In the face of the violent thunder power, they not only endured it for a short time, but also because the thunder power is too violent, and each thunder power is only a few tenths of the effect is used for quenched body. Lei Yuru was able to break through to the 5th level of body quenching in a short period of time. How did he achieve this? Lei Yuru let out a wry smile, and his muscles are aching all over now. Although the body of lightning can improve the explosive power of the body, it also has sequelae. If Lei Tianheng could fully recover his body in 2 hours, then Lei Yuru would need at least 6 hours. Lei Yuru shook his head and said, "I'm not at the 5th level of body quenching, but only at the 4th level." What? The crowd was once again shocked. The 4th level of body quenching is equal to the 5th level of body quenching. Are you kidding me? Lei Zhenyan dodged, came to Lei Yuru, stretched out his hand, and said dumbly, "It really is the 4th level of body quenching, but it's just the middle of the 4th level of body quenching." Lei Ruwen and the others looked ugly. Lei Tianheng had long known that Lei Yuru was only at the 4th level of body quenching in the process of fighting against Lei Yuru, but he was not very shocked, but he was embarrassed in his heart. The 5th level of body quenching can't even win the 4th level of body quenching. It's like an adult and a few-year-old brat fighting to a tie. Han Feng looked at Lei Tianheng with a sneer, "It's really a waste." Since Lei Tianheng dared to covet his female slave, don't blame him Han Feng for hitting him every time. Lei Tianheng's blood nearly spurted out. How did you do it?" Lei Zhenyan stammered when he spoke. How could Lei Yuyu say something about the body of lightning? He just touched his head and smiled and said, "My body is special, and the energy contained in my body is stronger than that of the same level." Lei Zhenyan nodded in understanding. "I see. The cultivation of a warrior, in addition to aptitude, is a special body. Those with high aptitude will practice fast. If you have a special physique, as long as you find the right way to cultivate, the speed is not lower than the best aptitude, or even stronger." Lei Zhenyan looked at Han Feng strangely again. "I heard that your physique is also special." When Han Feng heard the words, he just smiled and did not speak. His family knows his own affairs. He is not a martial artist with a special physique, but his cultivation speed is so fast. Han Feng can only make people misunderstood like this. It is better to misunderstand that his body is special than to suspect that he is carrying a treasure. An hour passed quickly. Han Feng stood up and stretched his body, and a faint voice came out, "Lei Tianheng, are you ready?" Lei Tianheng snorted coldly, "Of course." But he secretly cried out in his heart, and he has only recovered 80% now. In his heyday, he was close to the middle stage of the 5th stage of body quenching. But now, it doesn't have the slightest advantage over the first stage of ordinary body quenching level 5. Lei Tianheng frowned secretly. This Han Feng will never have a body tempering level higher than that of Lei Yulu. Lei Yuyu's body is special in the explosive power of the body, so he can be on an equal footing with me. I heard that this kid's physical quality is in the speed of cultivation. The last time he played against Lei Tingsu, he was indeed a high-level body tempering rank, and there is no explosive force. Pretending, trying to scare me, bah. The two jumped into the ring one after the other. Han Feng put his hands around his chest. "For the sake of your incomplete recovery, let you attack first." Lei Tianheng's face flushed with anger, clearly not taking him seriously. "Boy, you will regret it." Lei Tianheng clenched his fists and made a creaking sound. The back of the fist is full of blue veins. "Go to hell." Lei Tianheng roared, approaching Han Feng as fast as lightning, and slammed down with a punch. With this punch, Lei Tianheng's eyes widened as big as ox pupils, and the whole momentum made everyone secretly startled. Lei Tianheng's punch turned out to be super level. Han Feng's expression also flashed a hint of surprise. This Lei Tianheng was mocked several times, and he actually played a super level blow. It's a pity that he only had 80% of his strength in the heyday, and his super level performance was nothing more than an all-out blow that was equivalent to the heyday. Even if it exceeds, it will not be too much. If you get closer to the middle of the 5th level of body quenching, it is only close, not really reaching the body quenching martial arts. And he is a genuine 5th level high-ranking body quenching. Boom! An invisible wave of air fluctuated out, which was purely a fluctuation caused by the collision of physical forces. Everyone stared blankly at everything in the ring. Han Feng still had his hands around his chest, and Lei Tianheng's punch hit Han Feng's chest. But Han Feng not only did not take a step back, but his face remained unchanged and extremely dull. It was as if the fist that hit his chest was made of cotton. Impossible, what the hell is going on? Lei Tianheng's complexion changed greatly. Lei Tianheng was extremely satisfied with this punch, and Lei Tianheng believed that if he faced Lei Yuru again, it would be impossible for Lei Yuru to follow this super-level punch easily. But such a punch was like a drizzle to Han Feng, neither painful nor itchy, which made Lei Tianheng accept it. Lei Tianheng was shocked, and the people in the ring were even more shocked. Lei Zhenyan murmured, unless Han Feng's body quenching level far exceeds that of Lei Tianheng, this situation will not happen. Lei Tianheng is not in his heyday now, but his previous super-level performance is comparable to the middle of the 5th level of ordinary body tempering. This kid Han Feng is at least the 5th level high-ranking body quencher. Lei Yu rubbed his nose and smiled wryly, as expected. Even so, I'm still a little lost. Can't I catch up with Han Feng anyway? Old Fu's voice reminded Lei Yurue in his heart, idiot, don't always compare yourself to this kid. The talent shown by this kid is really rare. Didn't you say that this kid got rid of his physical defects at the age of 13 and saved his inner strength? It only took a year or so to reach this point. This kind of speed is considered a genius in the entire continent. This kind of person, it will be a matter of time to break through the sanctuary in the future, and even in the 33rd heaven of the sanctuary, he will not be weak. Compared with this kind of person, you have to correct your mentality. Compared with other people, you are also a super genius. In addition to the help of the old man, I can't guarantee that you will surpass that boy Han Feng, but it is no problem to guarantee that you will follow closely. One day, the two of you may be able to Having said that, Mr. Fu stopped talking, which made Lei Yuru look confused. What could it be? Since Mr. Fu didn't say anything, Lei Yuru had no choice but to keep his eyes on the ring. Old Fu murmured to himself in his heart, this is the first time the old man has seen such a huge fuyun in his life. Even an old man like me doesn't know the scope of fuyun. Perhaps this little Xuanjia Han Feng will be able to lead this continent into that place in the future. This continent is, after all, a continent forgotten by the gods. Only the continent where the gods are located is the true paradise for warriors. Lei Ruwen's expression was calm, but those who were familiar with Lei Ruwen knew that Lei Ruwen's expression was not calm at the moment, but tense. Lei Ruwen's eyes drooped, and a strong killing intent flashed past. It has reached such a level in just 2 months, and I can't tolerate it any longer. We must find an opportunity to abolish him. I don't believe it. When I really ruin Han Feng, the family can still turn against me for a waste. First delivery. On the ring. Lei Tianheng punched Han Feng, but Han Feng stood still. These fists did not cause any damage to Han Feng at all. The previous super-level punch can be said to have consumed a lot of Lei Tianheng's strength and energy. At this moment, every punch of Lei Tianheng was comparable to the first stage of ordinary body-quenching martial arts. Whoosh! He threw a few punches, but it didn't hurt Han Feng, but made Lei Tianheng gasp for himself. Damn! It's really nasty. Lei Tianheng's heart was full of unwillingness. Under the gaze of so many elites of the Lei family, he first could not do anything to Lei Yuru, who was at the 4th level of body quenching, and then faced Han Feng so unbearably. Lei Tianheng was so embarrassed. In fact, this is what Lei Tianheng thought a lot about. Everything that Lei Yuru and Han Feng showed made everyone cry out for pervertedness. Fighting with perverts and losing is a normal thing. It's a pity that Lei Tianheng didn't think so. Obviously everyone's eyes were nothing, but Lei Tianheng felt that everyone's eyes were full of ridicule and banter. In this way, Lei Tianheng resented Lei Yuru and Han Feng even more in his heart. Lei Tianheng did not reflect in the slightest, and directly ignored the reason why he caused the incident. Death to me! Lei Tianheng roared again and again. However, this time, Han Feng finally made his move. I saw Han Feng slowly stretched out his palm, obviously giving the impression that it was so slow, but it was accurate and timely to hold Lei Tianheng's fist in his hand. Lei Tianheng wanted to withdraw his fist, but he couldn't do it anyway. Han Feng grinned, you punched so many punches, it's my turn. Suddenly, Han Feng kicked out and hit Lei Tianheng's abdomen. Wow! Lei Tianheng cried out in pain, his face was pale, and he spit out the dregs of the morning meal. Han Feng immediately dodged in disgust. Lei Tianheng fell heavily to the ground, clutching his stomach and howling. The crowd swallowed. Even if Lei Tianheng wasn't in his heyday, it was a genuine body-quenching martial skill, and he couldn't even stand it. This power, even if it is less than the 6th level of body quenching, is extremely close. The crowd cursed inwardly, as expected of a pervert. How many people in the entire Thunder Base have reached the 6th level of body quenching? Which one did not reach this point after cultivating hard for more than a year, and some even took as long as 2 years? And Han Feng, in just over 2 months, has reached the 6th level of body quenching. The Lei family elite who was watching, a body-tempered 6th level covered his face. How can this make us live? These words are a bit exaggerated, but they do indeed express the aspirations of most of the Lei family elites. Master, well done. Just when everyone was shocked by the power of Han Feng's kick, Mo Xiaoxiao clenched his fists and applauded. Everyone looked at Mo Xiaoxiao with strange eyes. This female slave is really bold. It's a pity that with Han Feng as the backing, everyone really can't say anything. Even some long-sighted eyes nodded friendly towards Sister Mo Xiaowei. If his Japanese and Korean style can really achieve the sanctuary, just relying on the fact that Han Feng's female slave is no lower than the powerhouse of the sky. Even the powerhouse of the sky sees these two sisters, maybe they will respectfully call Miss Mo. Lei Tianheng spit out the dregs of rice, and finally felt better. Just as he was about to get up, Han Feng kicked Lei Tianheng directly to the ground, unable to get up. On weekdays, Han Feng would have already stopped. But Lei Tianheng's coveting of Mo Xiaowei's sisters made Han Feng angry. Not to mention that he has regarded Mo Xiaoxiao as his younger sister. Just talking about Mo Xiaowei's 3 unstoppable meals a day made Han Feng treat Mo Xiaowei as his own. Although it was because of cultivation, it was possible for him to find time to eat for a few days or even 10 days. Han Feng stepped on Lei Tianheng and said to Mo Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, how do you want to get revenge on this guy?" It's not that Mo Xiaoxiao was not angry with Lei Tianheng, but Mo Xiaoxiao couldn't say what she wanted to punish Lei Tianheng. "Screw this bastard. Please also ask Master Han Feng to abolish this scum." Mo Xiaoxiao didn't say anything yet, but Xuanhuan on the other side had already run over, knelt on the ground and gritted her teeth and roared. You bitch." Lei Tianheng was shocked and angry, never expecting his slave girl would come out and say such a thing. Han Feng's icy eyes focused on Xuanhuan. "If I remember correctly, today's incident was caused by your woman." Lei Tianheng was trampled under his feet by Han Feng, unable to move. Hearing this, he immediately roared, "Yes, this bitch encouraged this young master, Han Feng. If you want to find her, you should also find her." A group of Lei family elites could not help frowning. Although the female slave's status is low, you can't attribute the source of everything to the female slave. If you don't want to make a move, you already have an idea and your will is not firm, no matter how much the female slave instigates it is useless. Before, everyone had no idea about Lei Tianheng, but now Lei Tianheng put all the responsibility on the female slave, which made a group of Lei family elites look down. Now that things have been done, they should admit it happily, and the consequences should naturally be borne. Just got beat up. This is the quality that a Lei family elite should have. Feeling everyone's gaze, Lei Tianheng gritted his teeth in hatred. Some people also looked at Lei Ruwen strangely. This Lei Tianheng was Lei Ruwen's subordinate. Although he was not that close, his relationship was not bad. Could Lei Ruwen know about Lei Tianheng's virtue? Even the elites who lost the face of the Lei family were accepted, so this Lei Ruwen should be the same. Thinking like this, some elites who had planned to rely on Lei Ruwen's ideas all flinched. Xuanhuan raised her head and looked at Han Feng without fear. Yes, this matter was instigated by the female slave. Because the maid is jealous. Why should the maid live in pain under the torture of this scumbag Lei Tianheng day and night, while sister Mo Xiaowei can live so happily? Why? Xuanhuan roared frantically, and her delicate face looked rather hideous. Mo Xiaoxiao hid behind Mo Xiaowei in fear. Mo Xiaowei just frowned and looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled coldly. The maid has long wanted to live, and there is nothing to hide now. In public, Xuanhuan took off her clothes, including her underwear. Some Lei family elites turned their heads in embarrassment, but after inadvertently glanced at them, they were suddenly shocked. I saw that Xuanhuan was centered on her private parts, whether there were ugly scars everywhere, and some of the scars were obviously made recently. The private part was even more red and swollen, and it could be vaguely seen that he was lying on it. Always, how miserable it is, cannot be described in words. Xuanhuan looked at Lei Tianheng at Han Feng's feet with hatred. Our female slaves are of low status, but this scum. Xuanhuan couldn't utter the words behind, and had already started to cry in a low voice. Many elites of the Lei family looked unnatural. Originally, they didn't care about such a thing, but they don't know why. When Xuanhuan exposed this matter in public and they saw Xuanhuan's injury, they unconsciously felt a tinge of guilt in their hearts. Thinking about it carefully, the female slaves take care of their food, take care of their clothes, and even give them a fire when they are on fire, which is indeed a lot. The mentality of some Lei family elites who were not very good to female slaves on weekdays suddenly changed. This directly led to the improvement of the female slaves' living standard in the future. This does not mean that the female slave status is higher, but that the elites of the Lei family no longer beat and scold the female slave at every turn. For female slaves, this is already the greatest respect for them. On the ground, Xuanhuan burst into tears, choked up, suddenly raised her head. Xuanhuan begged, "Master Han Feng, this matter is wrong with the maid is willing to apologize with death. I just hope that the young Master Han Feng will not let Lei Tian easily. Hang that scumbag." After saying that, Xuanhuan directly pulled out a dagger and committed suicide amidst the exclamations of Sister Emo Xiaowei. Emo Xiaowei's face was complicated, and after a long sigh, everyone died, and all the grievances naturally dissipated. Looking at Xuanhuan's body, everyone fell silent for a while. Lei Tianheng looked at Han Feng, whose face became more and more gloomy, and the bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Han Feng's icy eyes and Lei Tianheng's eyes collided, only to hear Han Feng coldly say, "Lei Tianheng, you can't live, because of your own sins, and make atonement for what you have done today." Han Feng raised his foot and stepped on it, only to hear Lei Tianheng let out an earth-shattering scream, foaming at the mouth and fainting. With Han Feng's kick, Lei Tianheng was abolished. The second one is delivered. Han Feng's kick is different from Lei Tingsu's kick. For Lei Tingsu's kick, Han Feng withdrew his strength, but it only caused Lei Tingsu to inflict heavy damage, and would not cause any irreparable trouble to Lei Tingsu in the future. But Lei Tianheng was really abolished. The two balls were stepped on and exploded, completely inhumane. Everyone had no objection to Lei Tianheng's fate, but sighed in secret. Lei Zhenyan even shouted hello. This was a punishment for Lei Tianheng's constant humiliation and torture of female slaves, and it had nothing to do with martial arts. Lei Ruwen's face was ashen. When Han Feng stepped down from the ring, Lei Ruwen gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "You actually play so hard." Lei Tianheng is Lei Ruwen's person, and no one can interfere in the competition in the arena. This is the rule. No matter how anxious Lei Ruwen is, there is nothing to say. But now that Han Feng has stepped down from the ring, if he doesn't say anything, his subordinates will be chilled. Sometimes Lei Ruwen also regrets it. The initial strategy was wrong. If he knew, he would only choose elites like Lei Zhenyan. Perform elite strategy. Furthermore, Han Feng's performance greatly increased Lei Ruwen's killing intent. With such a rapid improvement, the future achievements are limitless. And Han Feng was on the side of his opponent Lei Zhenyan. Since it is antagonistic, it is natural to kill Han Feng before he fully grows, and even if it fails, Han Feng will be severely damaged, so that Han Feng's achievements in life will be limited. Or simply become a waste all your life. Even so, his reputation will plummet. At this time it is not a good time to find Han Feng trouble for Lei Tianheng. But Lei Ruwen's excuse was just that. Let Han Feng grow up again, God knows how far he will grow. Lei Zhenyan was surprised at first, then he understood Lei Ruwen's plan, his face sank. Damn it, Lei Ruwen is in a hurry, Han Feng's strength has already made Lei Ruwen feel threatened. Never let Lei Ruwen ruin Han Feng. Thinking of this, Lei Zhenyan stood up directly and stopped in front of Han Feng. Lei Ruwen, Lei Tianheng is to blame himself. You have seen this. Do you think what Lei Tianheng did is correct? Lei Zhenyan said solemnly. The eyes of the elites of the Lei family all focused on Lei Ruwen. Except for the subordinates belonging to Lei Ruwen, most of them were a little dissatisfied. Concerned about Lei Ruwen's 8th-level tempered body, he was the first person in the entire Thunder Base. Even if they were dissatisfied, these people didn't say anything. Lei Ruwen had already made up his mind to deal with Han Feng, regardless of what Lei Zhenyan said. it's just a mere female slave. It goes without saying that everyone understands the importance of the elites of the Lei family and female slaves. For the sake of a mere female slave, Han Feng abolished an elite of the Lei family. Could it be that in Han Feng's eyes, our Lei family elites are not comparable to mere female slaves? In the ring, there are rules where I can't stop it, but now that I'm out of the ring, I have to seek justice for my men. Han Feng, do you dare to fight with me? At the end of the day, Lei Ruwen looked directly at Han Feng, and the Xuanhuan in his eyes, no matter how he concealed it, was still seen by Han Feng at this moment. Han Feng froze in his heart, knowing that the strength he showed had completely stepped into Lei Ruwen's bottom line. Lei Ruwen's roar caused many people to be shaken. Regarding Xuanhuan's situation, when they saw Xuanhuan's body covered in scars, they were indeed touched, but that was all. No slave girl is more important than them. Han Feng is not a fool. It is impossible to say the phrase in my heart, female slaves and your Lei family's elites have equal status. This world is strictly hierarchical. If he really said that, it would not only be Lei Ruwen who offended him. I'm afraid that all the Lei family elites will be hostile in the entire Thunder Base, and even Lei Zhenyan may not be on good terms with him. Not to mention the elites of the Lei family, even in the female slave's own thoughts, they would not consider them nobler than the elites of the Lei family. What is equality of status, female slaves themselves will not understand. After all, this world is where the strong are respected after all. If Han Feng had not shown his perverted strength today, even if Xuanhuan revealed Lei Tianheng's scumbag level, the Lei family elite would not be moved in the slightest. In the face of Lei Ruwen's challenge, Han Feng has not spoken yet. Lei Zhenyan has already choked back. Lei Ruwen, you have practiced in Lei Ting base for more than 2 years. To challenge this newcomer Han Feng, is it a bit too much? Stop talking nonsense, don't teach Han Feng a lesson today. How can I give an explanation to my subordinates? Han Feng's progress in the past 2 months can be seen in everyone's eyes, and it is the 6th level of body tempering. Judging from his strength, he is no longer a newcomer. If you insist on blocking, I don't mind competing with you first. Han Feng, if you apologize to Lei Tianheng, I will naturally not fight you today. If you meet someone like Lei Ruwen in the future, you should also take a detour. Lei Ruwen's face was icy cold. Lei Zhenyan was completely dignified. It seems that you are unwilling to let Han Feng go no matter what. In that case, let me compete with you. Lei Zhenyan was about to take a step towards the ring, but was stopped by Han Feng. Cousin, I will handle this matter myself. Han Feng said lightly. As the second person in the Thunder Base, Lei Zhenyan is still at the 7th level of body quenching and close to the 8th level of body quenching. It will take at least a month to break through to the 8th level of body quenching. The 7th level of body quenching and the 8th level of body quenching seem to be only 1 level apart, but if they really want to fight, Lei Zhenyan can't be Lei Ruwen's opponent anyway. Han Feng is not a person who is willing to trouble others too much, so how could he be willing to let Lei Zhenyan be hit hard? Lei Ruwen is missing an excuse to hurt Lei Zhenyan. Oh? You promised? Is it a challenge to this young master? Or to kowtow to Lei Tianheng and admit defeat? Lei Ruwen stared at Han Feng coldly. Han Feng said indifferently, I am only the 5th level high-level quenching body now. No matter how close to the 6th level quenching, it is not the 6th level quenching. I'm not your opponent. Lei Ruwen smiled disdainfully, thinking that Han Feng was going to choose the second way. Which Han Feng said next, but in just 1 month, I will be able to surpass you. Lei Ruwen laughed angrily, overtake me in a month? Han Feng, do you look down on me too much, and look down on you too much? Many elites of the Lei family also looked at Han Feng in astonishment. No matter how genius, the gap in time cannot be erased. The gap between the 5th stage of body quenching and the 1st stage of the 8th stage of quenching is really too big. Lei Zhenyan frowned and looked at Han Feng. Based on his knowledge of Han Feng, he should not be someone who can only talk big, unless Han Feng is really sure. But this is too incredible. Han Feng looked directly at Lei Ruwen. 1 month, only 1 month, do you dare to fight with me in a month? Lei Ruwen snorted coldly, it turned out to be procrastination, but I want to see how far you will reach in a month. 1 month later, your ending will still not change. Lei Ruwen already thought that Han Feng was procrastinating for himself, and he didn't take Han Feng seriously. It is not so easy to upgrade from the 5th level of quenching to the 8th level of quenching. With a flick of his hand, Lei Ruwen left the ring area. A group of warriors saw that there was nothing to see, and they all left. In the end, only Lei Zhenyan, Lei Yuru, Han Feng, and Sister Emo Xiaowei were the only ones who stayed here. Master, we have caused you trouble. Emo Xiaowei looked guilty. No matter how naive Emo Xiaoxiao was, Lei Ruwen's name was piercing through his ears. At this moment, he looked at Han Feng with an uneasy look, for fear that Han Feng would not want them if he became angry. Looking at Emo Xiaoxiao's pitiful expression, Han Feng was helpless. Don't worry, the things you worry about won't happen. Xiaowei, take Xiaoxiao back. Emo Xiaowei knew that Han Feng and the others had something to talk about, and immediately left with Emo Xiaoxiao. After the two sisters Emo Xiaowei left, Lei Zhenyan immediately said, Han Feng, are you really sure that you will surpass Lei Ruwen within a month? Han Feng smiled wryly and shook his head, I'm not sure. Lei Zhenyan and others were waiting to hear Han Feng say, no problem, but they thought that Han Feng would say the word unsure, and his face was dull. Lei Yuru and others twitched at the corners of their mouths, not sure that you still have a month's appointment. Han Feng smiled lightly, although I'm not sure, it's better than fighting Lei Ruwen now. When Lei Zhenyan and others thought about it, their hearts became heavy. Body quenching level 8, this is a heavy pressure. The third one. Author, Love to Eat Cabbage Update, March 7, 2016, 1551 words, 3389. Han Feng, what are your plans? Since he wasn't sure, but seeing Han Feng's expression, it didn't seem like he was powerless, Lei Zhenyan couldn't help but be curious. Han Feng spread his hands, I plan to go to the Thunder Beast Cave to hunt down a large number of Thunder Beasts, and then go to the core area to practice. What? Core area? You don't want to die? Lei Zhenyan's face changed greatly. As a master of the 7th level of body quenching, Lei Zhenyan has naturally entered the core area to practice, and because of this, Lei Zhenyan understands how terrifying the power of thunder in the core area is. Rouse him, and he can't stay in the core area for a day. Even though Lei Ruwen was at the 8th level of body quenching, it would be good to be able to practice in the core area for more than a day. As masters of the 6th level or above, it is not difficult for Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan to hunt for 1,000 energy points. Han Feng looked firm, cousin, you don't have to persuade me. If you want to surpass Lei Ruwen in just 1 month, this is the only way. Otherwise, what's the difference between me fighting Lei Ruwen now and a month later? When Han Feng said this, Lei Zhenyan had to swallow the words of persuasion. He couldn't hold back a word for a long time, so he had to pat Han Feng on the shoulder, I hope you can succeed. This is the only encouragement that Lei Zhenyan can do at present. When are you going to go? Unable to bear, Lei Zhenyan asked again. Just tomorrow. Han Feng looked at the sky and let out a faint sigh. Immediately, everyone said goodbye to each other and left. After everyone left, a figure suddenly appeared in this place. Impressively, it is Lei Jiao's protector. Lei Jiao looked relieved, my decision to hand over Sister Emo Xiaowei to Han Feng is indeed correct. When Han Feng grows up in the future, Sister Emo Xiaowei will be better. And Hui, I will let your 2 daughters spend this life peacefully. I just hope that you don't blame me for making your 2 daughters slave girls for 2 years. Lei Jiao missed for a while and sighed bitterly. On the way back, Lei Yuru seemed to be struggling with something. Han Feng patted Lei Yuyu and smiled, "Don't worry about me, anything can happen in a month. Although the hope is slim, it is not easy to surpass. Also, it's all thanks to you this time, otherwise Sister Xiaowei will definitely suffer some grievances." Lei Yuru smiled, "What is this? We are friends, aren't we?" Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and smiled. This smile was much more sincere than before. There are many kinds of friends. There are ordinary friends, and there are real friends. If Han Feng and Lei Yurui were just ordinary friends before, now the two have taken a big step towards becoming close friends. Lei Yuru hesitated for a moment and said, "Han Feng, I don't know if I should tell you something." "What's the matter?" Han Feng looked at Lei Yuru in surprise. Lei Yu said, "I have a way to attract a large number of thunder beasts in the Thunder Beast Cave." "Real?" Han Feng was overjoyed. "If you want to cultivate in the core area, you need 1,000 energy points. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." It is true that the last time he hunted more than 1,000 energy points in less than a day, but that was because he encountered a top thunder beast, or had more than 100 superior thunder beasts as subordinate top thunder beasts. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to hunt 1,000 energy points in one day. A month is already short, and it takes a lot of time to hunt for energy points. This is why Han Feng said that he is not sure to surpass Lei Ruan. But if there is a way to attract thunder beasts and get a lot of energy quickly, everything will be different. Lei Yuru nodded, "Of course it's true, but unfortunately my own strength is limited. Even if I attract a large number of thunder beasts, I can't solve it. But if the two of us join forces, it will be different." Han Feng frowned slightly, thinking that anyone could use this method, but hearing Lei Yuru's meaning, there is a high possibility that only Lei Yuru can use it. Seeing Han Feng's doubts, Lei Yuru touched his nose. "It's true that only I can do it. If the two of us join forces, we will get a lot of energy in a short period of time. But the teleportation of the Thunder Beast Cave is random, how can we gather together?" Lei Yuyu smiled mysteriously, "I'll keep this a secret, but I promise that as long as we enter the Thunder Beast Cave together, we will definitely be teleported to a place." Hearing this, Han Feng knew that this was related to Lei Yuyu's secret, so he didn't ask any more, but he was very shocked. Even the teleportation of the Thunder Beast Cave can interfere. This secret is really a bit big. Lei Yuzhen was able to tell this to his face, obviously he trusted him very much. Thinking of this, Han Feng was a little moved, but also a little ashamed. In fact, Lei Yuzhen was also watching Han Feng carefully at the moment, seeing that Han Feng's expression changed, and soon returned to normal, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sharing the secret, the relationship between the two will go further. They agreed to set off together on the second day, and the two returned to their respective stone houses. Han Feng and Sister Imo Xiaoxiao had a delicious meal, not to mention for the time being. After Lei Yuru returned to the stone house, he immediately asked, "Old Fu, how is it?" Fu Lao nodded in satisfaction. That guy named Han Feng really didn't disappoint the old man, and he didn't have any greed. Lei Yuyu completely relaxed and smiled slightly. "In this way, I can feel at ease and Han Feng unite against the Thunder Beast." From 3-star Xuanjia to 4-star Xuanjia is a huge hurdle, and now Lei Yuru is only able to break through to 4-star Xuanjia. With such strength, it is really difficult to hunt a lot of energy. Old Fu stroked his beard. "With your 4-star Xian rank cultivation base and 4-level body quenching strength, as long as you can absorb a large amount of thunder power, your strength will increase rapidly. The outer area is no longer suitable for you, and it is time to go to the inner area. If your body quenching level is further improved in the inner area, I am confident that you will reach the 6-star profound rank within a month, or at least the peak of the 5-star profound rank." Gollum. Hearing this, Lei Yuru swallowed a mouthful of spit. His eyes glowed. The next day, Han Feng and Lei Yuru went out together, smiled at each other, and rushed towards the Thunder Beast cave. The deacon of Thunder Beast Cave obviously already knew about the fight between Han Feng and Lei Ruan, and encouraged him, "Hunt well and try to get the energy value that you have cultivated in Thunder Cave this month." Han Feng smiled and stepped into the Thunder Beast Cave with Lei Yulu. Somewhere in Thunder Beast Cave, two lightning flashes flashed, and the figures of Han Feng and Lei Yulu appeared together. Han Feng was amazed. "We are really teleported together." Lei Yuru smiled and said secretly, "Fu Lao's shot, it couldn't be easier." "Yu, you said that you can attract thunder beasts, how to attract them?" Han Feng was curious. Lei Yuru jumped onto a purple boulder, composed of huge thunder and lightning. Lei Yuru sat cross-legged, and suddenly, Lei Yuruan swelled up with the power of thunder. This power of thunder, so strange. The power of this thunder is completely different from the thunder and lightning issued by the thunder attribute martial artist. And many more. Han Feng's eyes widened, and Lei Yuyu's breath changed in an instant. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that the person who exuded such a near-top thunder beast aura would actually be a human being. The breath of approaching the top thunder beast is not the approach of strength, but the approach of the whole temperament. Those thunder beasts have no wisdom, so how can they tell the difference between Lei Yuru and the top thunder beasts? Han Feng understood, and finally understood the reason why Lei Yuru attracted Lei Beast. The next moment, Lei Yuru really made a roar similar to that of a top thunder beast. The roar spread far and far, mixed with the power of thunder. Han Feng simply sat down and also waited for the thunder beast to arrive. After waiting for half an hour, Han Feng's lazy expression suddenly changed. From the roar from a distance, Han Feng had already discovered the aura of thunder beasts. The first to arrive was an intermediate thunder beast. This intermediate thunder beast looked at Lei Yuru frantically. At this moment, Lei Yuzhu moved, the body of flashing thunder. Lightning thunder palm. Bang. The intermediate thunder beast died instantly. Han Feng clapped his palms, amazing. Lei Yuru said embarrassedly, "I can only deal with intermediate thunder beasts, and I can't deal with higher-level thunder beasts. I can't handle it if there are too many intermediate thunder beasts. Intermediate thunder beasts only have 5 energy points. If you want to obtain 1,000 energy points by hunting intermediate thunder beasts, you need to hunt for 200. And at this moment, Lei Yuru can deal with at most 20 or 30 intermediate thunder beasts at one time, no more. There is another thunder beast." Lei Yuru still had a look of embarrassment for a second, but now his face was cold, and he took action and ended the several intermediate thunder beasts that came. With the passage of time, more and more thunder beasts came, and in the blink of an eye there were dozens of intermediate thunder beasts, including one high-level thunder beast. Lei Yuru's face changed greatly. Han Feng. Han Feng laughed, "Leave the superior thunder beast to me." Han Feng did not ask how Lei Yuru knew that he could deal with the superior thunder beast, as long as he had no bad intentions towards him. "Just in time to try my newly cultivated martial arts." Blade of prison breaking. Endless flame spread out, and the sea of fire split from the center. Along with Han Feng's arm, a flaming blade with a length of nearly 100 meters suddenly fell. The prison-breaking blade was originally a top-level Xianrank martial arts skill, and Han Feng's own cultivation had reached the peak of the Xianrank 6-star peak. The destructive power of this move goes straight to the middle and late stages of the Xuanjia 7 stars. A mere thunder beast that was comparable to the early stage of the 7 stars of the Xuanjia was immediately split into 2 halves, without even a trace of struggle. The superior Lei Zhu fell into the hands of Han Feng. Lei Yuyu opened his mouth wide, knowing that Han Feng can fight against the superior thunder beast is completely different from seeing the superior thunder beast being killed in seconds. Because of the shock, Lei Yuru was almost scratched by the claw of the intermediate thunder beast. "Idiot, don't hurry up and concentrate on hunting thunder beasts." Han Feng was originally a 6-star Xuanjia cultivation base, and he practiced top-level Xuanjia high-grade martial arts. He also cultivated to the realm of perfection. It is not surprising that he has such power. Old Fu scolded loudly. If he was a little bit closer, he would be hit hard. I can also be distracted when fighting, but I really haven't trained enough. But the old man can understand. When Han Feng came to Thunder Base, he only had 4 stars in the Xian rank. It is reasonable to say that it would be difficult to cultivate a mid-rank martial skill of the Xian rank. But now 2 months have passed, not only has the cultivation base soared, but also the martial arts have been controlled to the high-grade Xian rank, which is still complete. Ordinary profound rank 10-star powerhouses are not necessarily able to master the top profound rank high-grade martial arts to perfection. As an experienced person, Fu Lao understands that high-grade martial arts of the Xian level are still difficult to cultivate at the top level. Even if it took only 2 months since he first arrived at the Thunder Base, he had cultivated to consummation. This time was too short, and it was so short that people felt that it was unbelievable. Not to mention that this martial skill must be cultivated in the middle of the journey, and it is absolutely impossible to cultivate it when you first arrived. In other words, it has been less than 2 months since the cultivation of the top profound martial art. Lei Yuru was dealing with the intermediate level Thunder Beast, and shook his head sadly. I have only just completed the mid-level Xian level martial arts that I have cultivated. Lightning Thunder Palm. Ben Lei Legs. Flashing Thunder Fingers. Lei Yurue made a move, and gradually fell into the disadvantage. There were at least 20 more intermediate Thunder Beasts, almost 50 in total. During this period, a few more superior Thunder Beasts came, all of which were easily killed by Han Feng. Turning his head, Han Feng laughed loudly. You, do you need help? Lei Yuru rolled his eyes. What do I need to say? I'm about to die of exhaustion. Han Feng laughed and entered the circle of intermediate Thunder Beasts, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. These intermediate Thunder Beasts are really vulnerable to Han Feng. Soon it was all over. The corners of Lei Yu's mouth twitched. This gap is too shocking. It's a pity that Han Feng is still there. With 1 point from Lei Zhu, he only got 80 or 90 energy points. Han Feng rolled his eyes. You, how long can you last in that state? Maintaining that state doesn't consume much real energy. If you really want to maintain it all the time, it will not be a problem to maintain it for a month. Lei Yurue was quite proud. If Han Feng realized something, he suddenly said, in this case, you can be a bait with peace of mind. Next, the lower middle-level Thunder Beasts, even the top-level Thunder Beasts, will be handed over to me to solve. The Thunderball we are half-pointed. Lei Yuyu shook his head. If it weren't for you, I would have hunted a dozen intermediate Thunder Beasts and ran away, and at most I could get 100 energy points. Working with you now, you will get dozens of energy points in only half an hour. In the end, you are the most productive, and it is not suitable for half points. Let's go, 7 or 3 points, you 7 and me 3. It's not good. If you don't have the bait, and if you're not lucky enough to meet the Thunder Beast, I'll be useless no matter how strong I am. Han Feng still insisted on half points. Lei Yu sighed and said, my goal is the inner area, only 100 energy points a day, but you want to enter the core area to cultivate, you need 1,000 energy points a day, you need more than me. Hearing this, Han Feng had no choice but to nod, and then said, I will come with you again in a month, when the time comes, it will be divided into half. Okay. This time, Lei Yuru didn't refuse. With a clear division of labor, Lei Yuru simply sat on the boulder to attract Thunder Beasts. Before Han Feng intercepted the boulder, he came to a Thunder Beast to solve it. 1 day passed, and among the Thunder Beasts that died in the hands of Han Feng, there were more than 1,000 low-level Thunder Beasts, hundreds of intermediate-level Thunder Beasts, and 50 or 60 high-level Thunder Beasts. In just one day, he got 4,110 energy points. According to 73 points, Han Feng got 2,870 points by himself. Lei Yuru also scored 1,230 points. 3 days passed, and Han Feng's own energy value was nearly 9,000, enough to practice in the core area of Thunder Cave for 9 days. But Han Feng was not satisfied. On this day, Han Feng suddenly stood up and looked into the distance with a solemn expression. An aura that was far more powerful than the superior Thunder Beast struck. Han Feng, who has fought with the top Thunder Beast, is very clear that this is the top Thunder Beast. Han Feng looked at Lei Yuru, who closed his eyes and pretended to be abate with admiration. This ability is too powerful. The top-level Thunder Beasts are different from the upper-level Thunder Beasts. If the top Thunder Beast is attracted, it will inevitably lead a group of subordinates. Unless this top-level Thunder Beast has just been promoted, it has not produced much wisdom. However, judging from the violently fluctuating aura of the thunder, the opponent is obviously an extremely powerful top-level Thunder Beast, perhaps reaching the top of the top-level Thunder Beast, comparable to the ordinary 10-star peak master of the profound rank of human beings. Lei Yuru obviously also felt this powerful aura, and opened his eyes a little uneasy, frowning. Han Feng, this top-level Thunder Beast is a little too strong. I think we might as well flee first and change place? Han Feng shook his head. The top Thunder Beast is different from the ordinary Thunder Beast. This top Thunder Beast has locked us in. No matter where we escape, we will catch up. Unless we escape faster than the top Thunder Beasts. Lei Yu froze for a while, then shook his head with a wry smile. The speed of the top Thunder Beast is no less than that of a 10-star powerhouse of the profound rank. Lei Yu estimated that Han Feng might be able to escape, and he absolutely had no possibility of that. Lei Yuru hesitated and said, Han Feng, can you handle it? Why don't we send it out first, and come back tomorrow as well? Facing the top Thunder Beast, Lei Yuru was a little worried. Han Feng said with a smile, don't worry, I was able to fight the top Thunder Beast more than a month ago. Now I am stronger, and killing the top Thunder Beast is no problem. Lei Yuru exposed the secret that could attract Thunder Beasts to him, and Han Feng didn't mind telling Lei Yuru something about his true combat power. Yu, this Han Feng is serious, let's see how this kid solves the top Thunder Beast. Mother, if this kid really solves the top Thunder Beast, I have to admit, the old man, I was still underestimated before. He is. Old Fu's voice sounded in Lei Yuru's mind. Elder Fu said so, and Lei Yuru also settled down. Soon, a huge Thunder Beast led countless younger brothers to run wildly. Han Feng's eyes widened and his mouth opened. Okay. It's fate. The top Thunder Beast that appeared in front of Han Feng was the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast that severely injured Han Feng more than a month ago. The two-tailed cat Lei Beast has the wisdom of a human child, and obviously still remembers Han Feng. The enemy is particularly jealous when he meets the enemy, and the two-tailed cat Lei Beast immediately roars. The whole space trembled. Rumbling. Before the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast arrived, a series of thunder pillars of the size of a human head had already slammed one after another. The 5th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. The 4th layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. The red flame is like a blooming lotus, wrapping Han Feng from beginning to end. With the passing of the red flame, a huge figure more than 2 meters high stepped out. One more flower. Okay, such a powerful breath. Lei Yuru stared blankly at Han Feng with a dull expression on his face. Old Fu exclaimed, such a secret technique for improving is really rare. With my eyesight, I can't see any side effects of this secret technique. This kid's adventure is no worse than yours. Most of the secret techniques for improving strength actually have various flaws. Take the lightning body as an example. It takes a long time to use it, which puts a lot of pressure on the muscles, which can easily lead to muscle soreness, and it takes a long time to relax. This is already a relatively good secret method with sequelae, and it is considered to be a relatively outstanding existence among the secret methods. A secret technique with big sequelae, which makes people not even have the courage to practice. The existence of the fifth level of the heavenly fire fighting body, which is no less than that of the high-grade Xuanjia martial arts, directly made Han Feng's cultivation soar to the mid-stage of the Xuanjia 7 stars. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Boom boom boom. The flames and lightning collided, and the rumbling sound was endless. Flames splattered, thunder and lightning splattered everywhere. Thunder and lightning form a huge net of lightning, completely enclosing the flames. Oops. Lei Yuru secretly said that it was not good, and his strength was not bad. Naturally, he could see at a glance that Han Feng's attack fell into a disadvantage. Old Fu's voice resounded in Lei Yuru's mind again. This punch should be between the middle-grade Xuanjia and the high-grade Xuanjia martial arts, and the power that erupts is between the 7-star and 8-star Xuanjia, and it falls into downwind is inevitable. Since this kid is so confident, there must be a later move. Let's take a closer look, but we can't be careless. If that kid Han Feng is really lost, we can only be prepared to rescue and run away. Han Feng didn't panic when he saw that his punch fell into the lower wind, and said in a low voice, "Qinghuan Yuhua, fusion." A cyan flame swept out, and the red armor originally worn on the body suddenly turned into a cyan color. Even Lei Yuru could feel a strong defensive power from the armor. This is an intuition. At the same time, the breath of Han Feng soared again. The fifth level of the heavenly fire fighting body was originally considered to be an ordinary high-grade profound level martial skill, but it could be combined with Qinghuan Jade Fire, and immediately soared to the level of an ordinary profound rank top-grade martial skill. It directly made Han Feng's already soaring mid-stage cultivation of the 7 stars of the profound rank raised another level, reaching the pinnacle of the 8 stars of the profound rank. Blade of Prison Breaking. The blade of flame rumbled and condensed, and 100-meter-sized blade-shaped flame broke through the air. The prison breaking blade is a top-level Xian-rank high-grade martial skill, and it has been cultivated by Han Feng to the perfect state. The power of this move is now comparable to the combat power of the ordinary Xian-rank 9-star peak, and even slightly exceeds it. The blade of flame smashed on the net of lightning, and the fire attribute energy and the power of thunder exploded violently in an instant. The net of thunder and lightning was torn apart by a huge opening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two-tailed cat thunder beast slammed through the net of thunder and lightning, followed by more than 100 senior thunder beasts. The fierce color flashed from the eyes of the two-tailed cat thunder beast, and with a low roar, more than 100 superior thunder beasts rushed out and attacked Han Feng in unison. Han Feng suddenly formed a seal with both hands, Skyfire Seal. Heavenly Fire Seal is a group attack skill, and it is most suitable for use here. Boom! The fire seal landed, and most of the superior thunder beasts were killed in an instant. Lei Yuru's eyes were dull. Wouldn't this kind of strength be able to kill him in seconds? The entire thunder base, even Lei Ruwen, is nothing more than that. Lei Ruwen's victory is also at the 8th level of body quenching. Without the 8th level of body quenching, Lei Yurue is very sure that Lei Ruwen will have to spend a lot of money to defeat Han Feng. Just when Han Feng just released the Skyfire Seal, the two-tailed cat thunder beast has taken this opportunity to smash the two tails wildly. It was like two thunderbolts crashing down. Boom! The tail of the two-tailed cat thunder beast slapped Han Feng fiercely, and the power of thunder at the tip of the tail was extremely destructive, constantly ravaging Han Feng's Skyfire armor. The Skyfire armor cracked with dense cracks. A cyan flame flashed, and many cracks were repaired. But this didn't stop Han Feng's body from being pumped away. With a loud bang, the body that flew upside down smashed the huge lightning rock into pieces, and the purple pieces turned into scattered lightning and returned to the world. The wings of the flame dragon. The tail of the two-tailed cat thunder beast continued to attack without interruption, but Han Feng spread his flame wings and flew into the sky. The wings spread, and the meteorite-like flames descended densely. The two-tailed cat thunder beast's two tails swayed continuously, protecting the body well. Boom boom boom. The meteor-like flames fell, and bursts of shocking rumblings erupted, deafening. Skyfire Fighting Fist. The cyan flame fist seemed to be cast by a giant 100 feet tall, and it was dozens of cubic meters in size. Bang! The two-tailed cat thunder beast suddenly let out a scream, and was directly punched by Han Feng. The heavenly fire fighting fist, which incorporates Xuanhuan and jade fire, has surpassed the top-grade martial arts of the profound rank, and is chasing the top-grade profound rank. The power of this punch is no less than the middle and late stages of the ordinary 10-star. Even the two-tailed cat thunder beast cannot ignore such a powerful attack. The two-tailed cat thunder beast was completely angry, and a large amount of thunder power filled the sky. It's a pity that with the help of Yanlong Wing, Han Feng's speed is unusual, and the two-tailed cat thunder beast can't help Han Feng at all, and can't hit Han Feng at all. The two-tailed cat thunder beast is as violent as thunder. As everyone knows, Han Feng is also distressed in the sky at this moment, and he still underestimates the two-tailed cat thunder beast. If it is normal, even a medium-level top-level thunder beast, it should be killed by Han Feng now. But the two-tailed cat thunder beast is the top of the top thunder beasts. If it weren't for the help of Yanlong's wings, I'm afraid that Han Feng would be defeated, not even now. Damn, what should I do now? If it can destroy the blood-drinking red dragon's strongest ultimate move, the blood-drinking red dragon, killing this top-level thunder beast is no problem. On the other side is Lei Yuru. Han Feng already has a lot of trust in Lei Yuru, but he still has to keep some trump cards, and can't use them easily. Han Feng believed that Lei Yuru didn't reveal his real cards either. Before Han Feng could finish thinking, the two-tailed cat Lei beast made a choice for Han Feng, glared at Han Feng fiercely, his eyes were full of hatred, and he left with a long whistle. Han Feng was stunned. Run? The two-tailed cat thunder beast is the top thunder beast among the top, and its intelligence is no less than that of a human child. There were still many high-level thunder beasts roaring on the ground, and Han Feng quickly came back to his senses, and the heavenly fire seals slammed down one after another. It didn't take long for the superior thunder beasts who came to fall. More than 1,000 energy values are in hand. Han Feng landed on the ground, and Lei Yuruan looked envious. Han Feng, you are really strong. This sentence speaks the truth. To be able to play against the 10-star Xuanjia with the cultivation base of 6-star Xuanjia, this is not a lot of leaps. Han Feng exhaled. Hee, Lei Yuru, you are not bad. I believe that when you break through to the 6-star Xian rank, your combat power may not be weaker than mine. Lei Yuru touched his head and smiled. After putting away the Lei Zhu, Lei Yuru said with a dignified expression, the two-tailed cat thunder beast is not low-minded. It is estimated that it will come to seek revenge. Han Feng, do we want to withdraw first? Han Feng shook his head. No, in a few days, my strength will be able to break through, and then I will be able to kill the two-tailed cat thunder beast. Today's battle between Han Feng and the two-tailed cat Lei beast gave Lei Yuru a deep understanding of Han Feng's combat power. Hearing what Han Feng said, he stopped talking about retreating. In the next few days, the number of high-level thunder beasts attracted gradually increased, and even top-level thunder beasts appeared. However, compared with the previous two-tailed cat thunder beast, the top-level thunder beasts that came here are a lot worse. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, plus the previous 3 days, the bottleneck of the fourth peak of Han Feng Tianhua Zhanshuan has been cracked. For something like fire cloud fruit, it is not too precious to say that it is too precious for profound-level powerhouses, but if it is not precious, it still makes many profound-level powerhouses jealous. Fortunately, Lei Yurue is a thunder attribute warrior, not a fire attribute, so Han Feng is not worried that Lei Yurui will have any greed for Huyangguo. With Lei Yulua around, Han Feng is not good at taking the source liquid, so he simply takes the whole Huyangguo fruit directly. Although the effect is not as good as the Huyangguo source liquid that has been refined into the source liquid, the bottleneck has been loosened, and taking the Huyangguo is still the same. Able to break through. On this day, Han Feng was still running the Skyfire Fighting Fist route, and suddenly his body shook, and the Skyfire Fighting Fist had broken through to the 5th realm. The second one is delivered. Lei Yuyu found Han Feng's change, and he couldn't help frowning, but Lei Yuru didn't notice the fluctuation of spiritual power around Han Feng. This is not like the feeling of a breakthrough in cultivation. Fu Lao thought for a while and smiled. It seems that the breakthrough this kid said should be related to martial arts, not cultivation. Lei Yuru suddenly realized. Han Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, also had a look of joy on his face. Tianhua Zhanquan has been promoted from the 4th level to the 5th level, and the attack power will be greatly increased. Now Han Feng is really sure to keep the two-tailed cat, Thunder Beast, alive. But it's not enough. If my cultivation base can break through, it will be a lot easier. Han Feng roared in his heart. It is already the initial limit of the 6 stars of the mysterious order, and with the help of Huyangguo, it is impossible to break through. Fire cloud fruit itself can also improve cultivation. In fact, most warriors take fire cloud fruit, one is to improve their cultivation, and the other is to enhance the power of ordinary fire. There is no such thing as Han Feng to improve his martial arts. Of course, this is also because the martial arts practiced by those warriors are different from those of Han Feng. Each of the 4 major inherited martial arts relies on a large number of fire attribute spirits to break through. It is impossible to improve the slightest in a lifetime of ascetic training alone. Just when Han Feng was about to break through with fire cloud fruit, another thunder beast was attracted. Han Feng smiled slightly and stood up suddenly. Moments later, it was again a lot of energy worth handing. Han Feng began to practice again. After swallowing Huyangguo, Huyangguo instantly turned into a huge fire attribute energy scurrying in Han Feng's body. In the middle stage of Xuanjia 6 stars, it's a pity that the realm is unstable. Han Feng was overjoyed at first, then frowned a little, and sighed. In the end, it can't compare to the spiritual liquid. If it is the spiritual liquid, even if the realm is unstable, the spiritual power should not be so violent. Fluctuation. It is also fortunate that I have already reached the limit of 6 stars of the profound rank, and half of my feet have entered the middle stage of the 6 stars of the profound rank. Otherwise, it is not so easy to break through from the early stage of 6 stars to the middle stage with a single fire cloud fruit. Han Feng, congratulations, your strength has gone further. Lei Yuru was a little jealous. In the Thunder Beast Cave, the thunder around him was the source of the Thunder Beast Cave and could not be absorbed. Otherwise, he would not still be in the early stage of the 4-star Xian rank. Han Feng bowed to Lei Yurui, thank you. At the moment of the breakthrough, another Thunder Beast attacked, and it was Lei Yuru who shot and killed these Thunder Beasts. Otherwise, if you are disturbed by the Thunder Beast, the breakthrough will fail. Lei Yuru waved his hand, good luck, it's an intermediate Thunder Beast. Han Feng laughed, if I go further, I won't be able to improve in a short time, so leave it to me. For the rest of the time, Han Feng focused on hunting Thunder Beasts, and the day passed quickly. 6 days have passed since entering the Thunder Beast Cave. Hoo-hoo. On this day, 2 roars suddenly came from a distance. One of the roars Han Feng is very familiar with is the 2-tailed cat Thunder Beast. And another roar. Han Feng grinned, the 2-tailed cat Thunder Beast really found help. Sure enough, the spiritual wisdom is turned on, and the Thunder Beast is about to become a fine. Now that Han Feng's strength has improved greatly, he is just trying out the 2-tailed cat Thunder Beast, and he looks excited. The fifth level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. The fifth layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Xuanhuan Jade Fire, fusion. Before, when it was the early stage of the 6-star Xuanjia, the strength has skyrocketed to the peak of the 8-star Xuanjia. Although it is not comparable to the 9 stars of the Xuanjia, it has surpassed the 8 stars of the Xuanjia. The two-tailed cat Thunder Beast and the helper he found had already appeared in Han Feng's line of sight at this moment. It was a big mouse with yellow hair all over its body. It was hair rather than small pieces of thunder power. Han Feng was a little dumbfounded. Cats and mice should be natural enemies. Han Feng never dreamed that the helper of the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast turned out to be a mouse. Well, these thunder beasts are composed of the power of thunder and cannot be inferred by common sense. The big yellow mouse first rushed towards Han Feng, and a sharp breath rushed towards him. Han Feng snorted coldly, "Go to hell." Skyfire Fighting Fist. The power of Han Feng's punch has surpassed the normal 10-star peak level. This big yellow mouse was smashed into scum with a punch before he even struggled. Although it is the helper that the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast found, it really cannot be compared with the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast. The strength of this big yellow rat is about the middle stage of the 10-star ordinary profound rank, which is much lower than that of the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast. The two-tailed cat Thunder Beast saw that his helper was smashed with a punch, his hair stood upright, and an unprecedented sense of crisis hit. Without further ado, the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast is about to flee. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. The wisdom of this two-tailed cat Thunder Beast, I am afraid it is not just as simple as a child. These days, Han Feng has also come into contact with a lot of top Thunder Beasts, but none of the two-tailed cat Thunder Beasts are so smart. If it goes on like this, I don't know if the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast can break through the restrictions on Thunder Beasts in the Thunder Beast cave for thousands of years, break through the top Thunder Beasts, and reach a new level. Unfortunately, no matter what happens in the future, this two-tailed cat Thunder Beast is dead today anyway. The wings of the flame dragon. Han Feng spread his huge wings and quickly lifted into the air, intercepting the direction in which the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast was fleeing. Skyfire Seal. Han Feng suppressed the power of thunder, and with the wings behind his back, he flew as fast as lightning, and intercepted the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast. After so many times, the two-tailed cat Thunder Beast was completely clear that it could not escape, and no longer escaped. The cat's claws opened, as if to tear Han Feng into pieces. Han Feng grinned, "Good job." Skyfire Fighting Fist. Bang. After a long while, Han Feng returned with the top thunder ball. Lei Yulu smiled lightly, "Salt?" Han Feng nodded, "Well, let's calculate the energy value. I think the energy value is enough." Lei Yurui stayed in this Thunder Beast cave for 6 days, and he was already impatient. Hearing that, he didn't object at all. In 6 days, Han Feng had more than 2,000 energy points on the first day. This was the first day that there were not many Thunder Beasts with high levels. When there are more Thunder Beasts with higher levels in the back, the energy value they get every day exceeds 4,000. Especially when there is a top-level Thunder Beast attacking, the energy value is the most. Altogether, the energy value of the 6 days has exceeded 30,000. Han Feng took a deep breath. "I really don't know if I don't check, I'll scare people to death." Next is ecstasy. With so many energy points, the remaining 24 days are all used for cultivation in the core area, which is only 24,000 energy points. Lei Yuyu was also overjoyed. According to the 7 or 3 points, he naturally didn't get much, only 13,000 energy points. But Lei Yuru's target is only the inner area. The inner area has only 100 energy points per day, and 13,000 energy points is enough to cultivate for 130 days. 4 more months. Outside the Thunder Beast cave, Han Feng and Lei Yurui both appeared. "Huh? you two are destined to go in together and come out together. The Thunder Beast Cave Deacon said in surprise. Han Feng and Lei Yuru smiled without saying a word. Naturally, it was impossible for the two to say that they were teleported to the same place, and it was inevitable that they would be suspected. Come on, let me see the energy value you two get. When the two thunderballs handed over to Roar, the Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave looked dull. One has more than 30,000 energy points, one has more than 10,000 energy points, this is two. For thousands of years, no one has ever been able to get so much energy in the Thunder Beast Cave at one time. Deacon of Lei Beast Cave took a deep breath, and took a deep look at Han Feng and Lei Yuyu. You two are not easy. Forget it, this deacon is not interested in how you get so much energy. Han Feng, 24 days later, will be the time when you and Lei Ruin will fight. With so much energy, as long as you can persist in the core area of Thunder Cave, I believe you may not be worse than Lei Ruin. Han Feng coughed lightly. Lord Deacon also believes in the kid too much. Deacon of Thunder Beast Cave hummed, in the face of perversion, anything can happen. Han Feng was suddenly choked. The Deacon of Lei Beast Cave waved his hands and rushed the two. Let's go, hurry up and practice, I'm waiting for you to beat up that little boy Lei Ruin. The third one. Leaving the Thunder Beast Cave, Han Feng immediately went to the Thunder Cave. Now time is urgent, not a minute or a second can be wasted. On the contrary, Lei Yuru yawned, and Lei Yuru waved his hand to reject Han Feng's invitation. I won't go, I'll go to rest for a day. Lei Yuru's time was not as urgent as Han Feng's. Naturally, I don't want to be so tight. Han Feng had to go to Thunder Cave alone. Entrance to Thunder Cave. The middle-aged deacon smiled and said, Finally got enough energy? What area are you planning to go to practice this time? Core Zone. Han Feng handed the jade card that recorded the energy value to the middle-aged deacon. The middle-aged deacon heard that Han Feng was going to the core area, and his face changed greatly. Before he could say anything, his eyes were dull when he saw the 30,000 energy value on the jade card. The middle-aged deacon smiled bitterly. You can get so much energy in a few days. This deacon underestimates you. Although I don't have much contact with you, I also know that your kid is not a rash person. Since you want to go, it is estimated that you are sure to persevere in the core area. Anyway, I will not advise you. I only hope that you can achieve a good result. Han Feng curled his lips secretly. If Lei Ruin was not so tight, he would not have entered the core area so quickly. In Han Feng's original plan, he was to wait for Xiaolei to break through to level 11 and quench his body by himself. You must be at least level 6 to go. The middle-aged deacon crossed out the 24,000 energy value in the energy value jade card. Go. Han Feng took the golden jade card, and as soon as he stepped into the Thunder Cave, the golden jade card burst into a golden brilliance, sending Han Feng to the core area of the Thunder Cave. Boom. Just teleported to the core area of Thunder Cave, Han Feng has not yet reacted from the state of teleportation, and there is a rumbling sound above his head. Not good. Han Feng was taken aback and moved quickly. The power of thunder above the thunder hole has already bombarded down, and it hit the ground with a bang. I don't know what material the stone walls of Thunder Cave are made of. These powers of thunder are unbearable even for warriors whose physical fitness reaches 10 stars of the profound rank. However, when the power of thunder strikes the stone walls or the stone ground, although there will be a rumbling like an explosion the sound, but in fact, whether it is the stone wall or the stone ground, there is no damage in the slightest. The power of thunder bombarded in front of Han Feng and was torn apart. Among them, the power of thunder is chasing Han Feng. Han Feng had to cross his arms to resist. Boom. Han Feng's face turned pale, he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards in a woeful manner, and fell to the ground ruthlessly. At the same time, a strong thunder force was brewing in the sky above the thunder cave, rumbling, and it was about to fall again. Han Feng quickly brought out the phantom thunder leopard, Xiaolei. If this continues, he will be seriously injured and have to retreat from the core area of Thunder Cave. As soon as Xiaolei appeared, he immediately blocked Han Feng with his body. Bang bang. Roar. Xiaolei couldn't help but let out a scream, and the scales on the surface of his body were directly blackened by the power of the thunder. Han Feng took a breath. The power of thunder in this core area is really strong. You know, with Xiaolei's current 10th level peak strength, in the inner area, those thunder powers fall on Xiaolei's body, just like scratching a tick. After screaming, Xiaolei couldn't help shouting wildly, "It's cool! It's cool! Boss, this place is amazing!" Seeing Xiaolei's unconcealed excitement, Han Feng silently complained, "I'm going, is it possible that Xiaolei is Boss, hurry up and pose under me. I will absorb the power of the Mad Gang, and send the gentle power of thunder to you." Xiaolei's voice sounded again. Immediately, Han Feng stopped wasting time and sat cross-legged immediately. Immediately, an explosive force of thunder blasted towards Han Feng, and in an instant, Han Feng was surrounded by the force of thunder, and the force of thunder continued to temper Han Feng's body. What? This time, even Han Feng screamed. Han Feng bit his lip tightly, the veins on his forehead were straight up, and his face was hideous. Han Feng scolded wildly in his heart, "This is still the power of gentle thunder that removes the power of violence? It's a lie." This was the first time that he had endured such a terrifying power of thunder, and Han Feng almost didn't persevere. It was so painful. From the time he cultivated his inner strength to the present, even those who were seriously injured, Han Feng also felt that it was much better than now. The power of the thunder is constantly tempering the muscles and bones of the body, and it is like the whole body is reorganizing. Grit your teeth. As soon as he thought of giving up, Han Feng pressed his lips hard to make himself firm. There is pay to gain. It is true that it is very painful now, but Han Feng believes that as long as he perseveres, the results will be very gratifying. Gradually, I don't know if it was because my body became numb, or if Han Feng got used to this process, and then Han Feng's complexion gradually eased. A day has not passed, Han Feng suddenly felt a more powerful force emerging from his body. Han Feng was stunned. The 6th level of body quenching? This is the 6th level of body quenching? Just under a day. This efficiency is too perverted. Immediately, Han Feng's heart became hot, and there was still a little more than 23 days before he could break through to the 8th level of body quenching. This is not impossible. With hope, those pains are nothing more in Han Feng's eyes. In this way, Han Feng completely entered into deep cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and Han Feng's body quenching level has reached the high level of the 6th level body quenching. In just 4 days, he has been upgraded from the high-level body quenching martial arts to the 6th level high-level body quenching. If this speed is revealed, those who have not broken through to the 6th level body quenching through hard training are estimated to be jealous. Han Feng was very fortunate that the method he chose to cultivate in the core area was used correctly. If it is in the inner area, it will take at least 20 days to upgrade from the 5th level high-level quenching to the 6th level high-level quenching. Even longer. There is a reason why Han Feng has risen so fast. First of all, Han Feng has a lot of energy value and can stay in the core area for a long time. For geniuses like Lei Ruwen or Lei Zhenyan, it took almost a few days or even a dozen days to accumulate 1,000 or 2,000 energy points, practice for a day or two, and then continue to hunt. Both Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan were like this, not to mention the others. Unless you are lucky enough to encounter some thunder beasts. Secondly, Han Feng has the help of Xiaolei, and the power of thunder transmitted is gentle, which greatly increases the efficiency of Han Feng's tempering, and at the same time can prolong the time of Han Feng's persistence. On the other hand, Lei Ruwen, Lei Zhenyan and the others did not have such efficiency, nor could they persist for too long. A day or two is the limit. For various reasons, Han Feng's current body quenching level has risen rapidly. On this day, Xiao Lei's breath fluctuated violently. Han Feng woke up from the practice, and immediately knew that Xiao Lei was about to break through, and immediately ran to the distance. The power of thunder over the thunder cave began to condense again. However, Xiao Lei suddenly let out a low roar and his voice was low. All the power of thunder was repelled by Xiao Lei more than 20 meters away and could not be approached. The power of thunder, which originally wanted to bombard Han Feng, had to be restrained at this moment. Han Feng happened to be within more than 20 meters. Seeing this situation, he was overjoyed. Before, he thought he would be tortured by the power of thunder, but he did not expect such good luck. Good job. Han Feng made a fist and waved his arm for Xiao Lei. 11th level, boss, I'm already an 11th level beast. Xiao Lei was excited again and again. The 11th level monsters are already comparable to the existence of the mysterious 7 stars. Han Feng comforted Xiao Lei well before saying, the power of thunder here seems to be of great benefit to you, don't waste this hard-won opportunity, we will have the Qingyun ranking competition soon, if we can enter the top 10, we will but I have to go to Baidu Academy for selection, and I don't know if I can come here again? Hearing this, Xiao Lei also realized the preciousness of this opportunity, and immediately did not dare to waste time, absorbing the power of thunder over Thunder Cave. Han Feng leaned against Xiao Lei and continued to temper his body. 20 days later. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, his arm muscles moved, making a creaking sound, sensing the strength in the muscles in his body, Han Feng couldn't help chuckling, what a terrifying physical strength, is this the physical strength of the 8th level of quenching body? For more 10,000 characters completed. Ask for flowers. Tempered body 8th. Han Feng deeply felt the power of the 8th level of body quenching. That is comparable to the physical quality of a mysterious 11-star warrior. And his current cultivation base is only in the mid-profound rank 6-star stage. In just over 20 days, he has been upgraded from the 5th level high-level body quenching to the 8th level early stage. Han Feng can't wait to see Lei Ruwen's face falling to the ground. To be honest, even Han Feng didn't expect to reach the 8th level of body quenching at first. How could Han Feng not be clear about the gap between the 5th level of body quenching and the 8th level of body quenching? Han Feng chuckled again. Tisk tsk, Lei Ruwen is going to miscalculate now. Even though I have just reached the 8th level of body quenching, I'm not as good as Lei Ruwen's senior 8th level of body quenching, but it's hard to win even if I fight with hundreds of tricks. Today is the day of the battle, it's time to go out. Han Feng stood up, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Han Feng was bathed in the thunder and lightning without discomfort. The strength of the body has reached the 8th level of body quenching, and Han Feng can still easily withstand the power of thunder in the core area. Xiao Lei's huge body stood up, his pupils were full of reluctance. Han Feng scolded with a smile, be content, there is no warcraft like you that can be promoted from the beginning of the 11th level to the beginning of the 12th level in less than a month, which is already comparable to the 10-star powerhouse of the mysterious rank. Xiao Lei muttered, staying for another month or two, I'm sure to reach the peak of the 12th level. As for the grades, Xiao Lei didn't dare to say how sure he was. The ground level is not so easy to break through. Outside world. At the entrance of Thunder's Hole, Han Feng was sent out, and the middle-aged deacon immediately focused on Han Feng, his face full of numbness. You kid, you really persisted for 24 days. On this point, you have left Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan far behind. Today is your duel with Lei Ruwen, how sure are you? Han Feng smiled brightly, 10%. The middle-aged deacon widened his eyes, 10%. Could it be that you The middle-aged deacon looked incredulous. Han Feng chuckled and nodded. The middle-aged deacon took a sigh of relief and exhaled slowly. It's true that you are a pervert, the first stage or the middle stage? 8th level early stage. Han Feng said, his body tempering level. The middle-aged deacon couldn't help frowning. If you are only at the first stage of the 8th level of body tempering, you may not win. Han Feng laughed. It doesn't have to be a win, as long as Lei Ruwen can't help me, it's fine. With Lei Ruwen's training time, he was tied by me in such a short period of time, he has already lost. The middle-aged deacon nodded. That's true, the arena area is probably in a hurry, so hurry up and go. The appointed time was in the morning, and it was almost noon now. Han Feng was startled, raised his foot and ran towards the ring area immediately. After Han Feng left, the middle-aged deacon felt like it was tickling. Han Feng is already at the 8th level of body quenching. Just thinking about it, he knows how intense the battle with Lei Ruwen will be. It would be a pity not to take a look at such an intense battle. Frowning and thinking for a while, the middle-aged deacon gritted his teeth. The matter of Han Feng and Lei Ruwen's fight has long been rumored, and the entire Thunder Base knows that nearly 90% of the kids will watch today. I'm stunned. There's nothing to do here, it's better. Thinking of this, the middle-aged deacon coughed lightly and disappeared in place in an instant. Arena area. More than 100 warriors, nearly 200 Lei family's elite, gathered here. Everyone's eyes focused on Lei Ruwen in the ring. Lei Ruwen held his chest with both hands, and stood there quietly with his eyes closed, waiting for Han Feng's arrival. From the morning until now, Lei Ruwen has full patience. If Han Feng doesn't show up today, Han Feng's timidity can spread out in the afternoon, and Han Feng's reputation will be over. So Lei Ruwen was not worried that Han Feng would really not come. But Lei Ruwen has patience, but Lei Ruwen's subordinates have little patience. One by one, there was a low voice of disdain. If you haven't come for so long, you must be afraid to come. That's right, a mere rookie, but at the 5th level of body tempering, you dare to challenge the boss, you just don't know how to live or die. Jia, this kid hides and doesn't dare to see anyone. If he doesn't come today, he won't be able to see anyone in the future. In the crowd, Lei Nanxiu was silent. Having seen Han Feng's true strength, Lei Nanxiu suddenly felt that the companions around him who slandered Han Feng were ridiculous. Nanxiu, why don't you speak? A subordinate of Lei Ruwen, who was also considered to be Lei Nanxiu's companion warrior, was surprised. Lei Nanxiu shook his head and said lightly, wait, I don't think Han Feng will not come. I heard that Han Feng has been in the core area for more than 20 days, and it's time to come out. The faces of several warriors around were strange, and one of them was even more annoyed. Nanxiu, which side are you on? Lei Nanxiu snorted, even the boss believes that Han Feng will not come. Do you think the boss is wrong? The warrior who questioned Lei Nanxiu suddenly fainted. To shut up. Lei Zhenyan shouted angrily at this time. Lei Zhenyan couldn't bear it for a long time for these elite heroes of the Lei family who kept slandering Han Feng. Lei Zhenyan's tone was sarcastic. A person who is not even at the 4th level of body quenching is qualified to say Han Feng? After all, Han Feng was also at the 5th level of body quenching a month ago. A group of Lei Ruwen's subordinates were silent, and most of them really did not have the 5th level of body tempering. Furthermore, this month, Lei Zhenyan has broken through to the 8th level of body quenching, the same level as Lei Ruwen, and it is not something they can easily provoke. Lei Yurua said secretly, it was close to noon when Han Feng and I came out that day. In 24 days, Han Feng should have come out close to noon, and we should be here soon. Say Chow Chow is here. Here, Lei Yurui just finished muttering, and Han Feng has already rushed over. He didn't care to catch up with Lei Yuruan and Lei Zhenyan, and jumped onto the ring. The moment Han Feng stepped onto the ring, Lei Ruwen's closed eyes suddenly opened. Eyes shoot out of ruthless color, staring straight at Han Feng. Han Feng looked at Lei Ruwen fearlessly, without the slightest discomfort. On the ring, there was a young man and a young man. The young man was expressionless, and the young man was smiling all over his face. He looked extremely harmonious, but anyone with sensitive senses could detect the turbulence between Lei Ruwen and Han Feng. For a while, the voices of everyone's discussions were reduced until they disappeared. Some people who were still suspicious that Han Feng was timid and afraid to show up had already cast their doubts aside when Han Feng appeared. Lei Ruwen said indifferently, "You really came." Han Feng smiled and said, "I have practiced too much, it's a bit late, please forgive me." Lei Ruwen raised his eyebrows, without a trace, and was surprised that Han Feng was so calm so far. Could it be that there has been a huge improvement this month? However, Lei Ruwen did not think that Han Feng could reach the 8th level of body quenching in just 1 month. Thinking of this, Lei Ruwen was full of confidence. Lei Ruwen glanced at Han Feng. "Now you still have a chance to choose. You must know that since it is a challenge and you have accepted it, as long as it can't kill you, anything else can happen. It's still the 2 choices a month ago, kowtow to Lei Tianheng, or continue to fight." In the crowd on the ground, Lei Tianheng had a look of hatred on his face. If you look closely, Lei Tianheng's face has turned a lot paler, getting closer and closer to neutral. Han Feng sneered, "Then I also said, I still choose the latter." "You want to fight?" "I will fight." Han Feng suddenly shouted loudly, his eyes bright. Lei Ruwen sneered, "If that's the case, let's take it. Drink." Lei Ruwen's legs burst out with power. In the eyes of everyone, Lei Ruwen was like a teleportation, disappeared in a moment, and appeared in front of Han Feng. A punch full of explosive power slammed into Han Feng's abdomen. Boom! A dull voice sounded, and an invisible wave burst out. On the ring, 2 figures retreated in 2 directions. Lei Ruwen's face was dark and gloomy, and he felt the pain and strength in his fists. Lei Ruwen's tone was cold, "The 8th level of quenching. You actually reached the 8th level of body quenching." There was no soundproofing device on the arena. When these words came out, the entire arena area suddenly fell silent, and the sound of needles and threads falling could be clearly heard. In a moment, there was a large puff sound of gasping for breath. What? Body tempering level 8. How is this possible? Han Feng has reached the 8th level of body quenching? Is it true or false? Lei Ruwen said that, "It's definitely true, my God, it's only been a month, this improvement is too terrifying." I heard that Han Feng has been in the core area of Thunder Cave for almost a month, so it's not surprising that he has improved. Some were shocked by Han Feng's body quenching level, and some expressed understanding. Lei Zhenyan shook his head slowly towards these martial artists, who thought he understood. At present, only he and Lei Ruwen are qualified to enter the core area of Thunder Cave in the entire Thunder Base. Outsiders do not know the situation in the core area of Thunder Cave, but they know it very well. The power of thunder in the core area of Thunder Cave is indeed powerful, and if it is endured, it can indeed greatly increase the effect of body quenching. But to say that this can be achieved in just 1 month would be rubbish. It is true that the 2 of them did not train for nearly a month as soon as they entered the training like Han Feng, but their intermittent time added up to more than a month, or even a lot. Even so, they don't have such a big boost. The key lies in Han Feng. Lei Zhenyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "The 8th level of body quenching, this kid is really good." At this time, Lei Zhenyan had to express his admiration to Han Feng. Thinking of what Han Feng said a month ago, "I'm not sure," Lei Zhenyan now considers it to be modest. Is this not sure? I am not sure that I have even broken through to the 8th level of body quenching. Lei Yuyu also smiled, "The 8th level of body quenching, now Lei Ruwen can't help Han Feng." Fu Lao shook his head slowly, looking at this old man's eyesight. Han Feng's body-quenching depth is still not as good as Lei Ruwen's. Lei Ruwen is already a senior in the 8th grade of body quenching, but Han Feng has just broken through. However, in order to determine the winner, it is impossible to have hundreds of moves and thousands of moves. In the battle between Han Feng and Lei Ruwen, the biggest possibility is that both sides will suffer. From this point of view, Lei Ruwen really can't help Han Feng. Lei Yuru said lightly, "I think Han Feng is very satisfied with this ending." Fu Lao also nodded. If he had played against Lei Ruwen a month ago, then the result. In the arena, Lei Ruwen's expression became more and more embarrassed. When things reached this point, it was already a dilemma. Even if both sides suffer, the battle must go on. Lei Ruwen felt a little regretful, knowing that Han Feng would be able to improve to this level in a month. He would never agree to a 1-month appointment. At this time, Han Feng attacked first. The quenching level of the two is not much different. If you want to win, you can only continuously improve your aura, and to improve your aura, you must continue to actively attack. Looking for death. Lei Ruwen's eyes flashed fiercely, and he punched him away. The two collided with fists, and their legs crossed. The dull voice kept coming out. There is a terrifying power in their bodies, and every time they touch each other, their faces tremble. Boom boom boom. Bang. Everyone was dizzy and stared at the two people on the ring. Han Feng and Lei Ruwen come and go, sometimes Han Feng has the upper hand, and sometimes Lei Ruwen has the upper hand. Everyone below looked nervous. Bang. The two punched each other again, and they all retreated. Lei Junyan's sharp eyes found that the palms and fists of the two of them were trembling. Time passed by, and the battle between Han Feng and Lei Ruwen was still indistinguishable. The faces of the two became paler and blood was spilling from the corners of their mouths. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to lose both. Lei Ruwen roared wildly in his heart, "Bastard, bastard! If it can motivate the true essence." He is already a Xuanhuan 9-star cultivation base, and Lei Ruwen has a lot of confidence. If he can mobilize his true essence, he would have already abolished Han Feng with all his strength. The 9 stars of the Xuanjia have reached the upper stage of the late Xuanjia, and the next step is to become a master at the peak of the Xuanjia. Lei Ruwen couldn't believe how strong Han Feng was at such a young age. "It only took me 3 months to come to the Thunder Base, and it would be good to be able to break through to the 4-star Xin rank." The gap between the 4-star Xuanjia and the 9-star Xuanjia is like the gap between an adult and a child. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt in Lei Ruwen's heart. Go to hell. The unwilling anger caused Lei Ruwen to explode with unprecedented power. Han Feng was agitated in his heart, and his muscles were also tense, and all the power was mobilized on the fist. Everyone murmured and spit, and everyone knew that both of them had already fought, and this punch was likely to decide the winner. But the desperate confrontation that everyone imagined did not appear. I saw a figure appearing on the ring, with the left and right hands tightly holding the fists of Lei Ruwen and Han Feng, respectively. It is Lei Jiao. Lord Protector. Everyone was taken aback. The strict and disciplined guardian of the law, now want to break the rules and join the challenge in the arena? Lei Jiao snorted a few times. It's going to be the Green Cloud ranking competition in a month, aren't you two going to participate? Lei Ruwen suddenly came back to his senses, and his face changed greatly. If there is no protection to stop him, he and Han Feng will definitely lose both now, and the injury will not be light. If it has not recovered to the peak after a month, it is very likely that he will be eliminated outside the top 10. Han Feng also thought of this, and secretly screamed danger. Seeing that the two of them recovered from their crazy state, Lei Jiao let go of his hand, looked around for a week, and said lightly, "It will be the Qingyun Bang competition in a month. If you want to achieve good results in the Qingyun Bang competition, and win glory for the Lei family, this one moon, you should be more restrained. Everyone nodded again and again. How dare they refute? The Qingyun ranking competition and the battle in the Thunder Base were obviously more important than the former. Han Feng looked at the two of Han Feng again. This time the challenge is a tie between the two of you, how about it? Boy convinced. Han Feng immediately handed over. Han Feng could feel that this Lei Jiao protector still favored him. If the two of them really went out of their way before, the one who was seriously injured would definitely be Han Feng. Lei Ruwen is not a fool, and naturally he found that Lei Jiao is a little bit Han Feng, and he is a little dissatisfied. It's a pity that Lei Jiao is the protector, is in charge of Lei Ting Base, and is also a powerhouse of heaven. Perhaps seeing Lei Ruwen's dissatisfaction, Lei Jiao said lightly, since you are dissatisfied, let's have a showdown with Han Feng in the Qingyun Bang competition. Lei Ruwen's eyes lit up and looked at Han Feng provocatively. Han Feng smiled slightly, I will accompany you to the end. Lei Ruwen snorted coldly, I hope you will be lucky and last until the later stage. Lei Jiao swept around, who of you wants to participate in the Qingyun Bang contest? Gather outside the valley in 20 days, and I will take you back to Lei's house. Lei's own person in charge will take you to Xingjin City. Many elites of the Lei family are all looking forward to it. It would be a huge honor to win glory for the Lei family if they were able to get ahead in the Qingyun ranking competition. But there are also some Lei family elites who are hesitant, and they are still reluctant to practice the environment of Lei Ting Base. Lei Jiao smiled lightly, to participate in the Qingyun ranking competition, unless you can enter the top 10, you still have to return here. As long as you are under 20, you can still practice at the Thunder Base. Even if it is in the top 10, there are still 7 months before the selection of Baidu Academy. After 1 month, the Qingyun ranking competition will start for 7 days, and then enter the spiritual secret realm for 7 days. Finally, the guardian will teach him personally for a month, and the total time is 2.5 months. Apart from the time spent going to the Baidu Academy, there are at least 2 months of free training time. In the past 2 months, you can also practice at the Thunder Base. Of course, it's still the premise, under the age of 20. If you don't want to practice at the Thunder Base, you can. A series of words is to inform everyone that participating in the Qingyun Bang competition does not mean leaving the Thunder Base. Having said that, some who were hesitant also became firm. Only those elites of the Lei family who are really not high in strength did not have the slightest reaction. To participate in the Qingyun ranking competition, you must at least have a 4-star cultivation base in the Xuanjia, otherwise you will only embarrass your family. Han Feng's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he wanted. With at least 2 months of free training time, maybe his body tempering level can reach the 9th level. Han Feng's ambition is not small, not only the 9th level of body quenching, but also the 10th level of body quenching. Han Feng is also willing to try it. Okay, what should be said has been said, let's go. Lei Jiao flicked his sleeves, grabbed Han Feng, and disappeared in front of everyone in a flight. Han Feng was shocked. Lei Jiao smiled, relax, I'm just talking to you. Hearing this, Han Feng shut up, just curious, what exactly is Lei Jiao going to say to him? At the Dharma Protector's residence, Han Feng clasped his fists and said, I don't know what the Dharma Protector wants to ask. Lei Jiao chuckled, it's not a big deal, it's just. Speaking of this, Lei Jiao hesitated, I wonder when your kid left the Thunder Base, then Sister Imo Shaowei. Han Feng looked dazed, of course they are taken away together, isn't that the rule? Although I haven't seen Sister Imo Shaowei for a month, I have been taken care of for some time in the past. Bringing Sister Imo Shaowei to her mother can be regarded as a safe place for Sister Imo Shaowei. Lei Jiao smiled bitterly, there is no such mandatory rule. Taking away female slaves is just a potential rule. Most of them are like this. There is no explicit mandatory regulation. If you really want to keep the female slaves, it is not a violation of discipline to stay in the Thunder Base. In the eyes of the senior Lei family, what is a female slave? How can it be compared with the elite of the Lei family? Han Feng was stunned and said with a smile, so it is, but Sister Imo Xiaowei, I will not stay. How could Han Feng not know that Sister Imo Xiaowei is very jealous in the circle of female slaves? If he leaves and keeps Sister Imo Xiaowei here, Sister Imo Xiaowei's life will not be easy. Hearing this, Lei Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. The female slaves left behind, because their bodies are not perfect, often other elites of the Lei family will not want them, so all they can do is to do things for other female slaves. The management of some things in the female slave area is done by such female slaves, and their status is even lower than that of some favored female slaves. Han Feng looked at Lei Jiao suspiciously. Is it necessary to be so happy? Han Feng frowned, and he specially kidnapped himself just to ask this kind of thing. How strange it is. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Han Feng remembered that Imo Xiaowei once said that they were rescued by Lei Jiao, so it is normal for Lei Jiao to pay attention to the Imo Xiaowei sisters. Han Feng looked a little weird. According to rumors, this Lei Jiao is said to have so much interest in Sister Imo Xiaowei. Lei Jiao looked at Han Feng with a puzzled face, then suddenly, and then with a strange expression, he couldn't help but say, you don't have to guess, that's all, I'll tell you the whole story when things get to this point. It turned out that Lei Jiao was not a member of the Lei family, nor even had the blood of the Lei family. The surname Lei was given by the third elder. Strictly speaking, Lei Jiao was the adopted son of the third elder. It is precisely because he is not from the blood of the Lei family, but with the support of 3 elders behind him, Lei Jiao was sent to the Thunder Base as a protector. Looking at the noble status, the Thunder Base has a set of disciplines, and even the guardians cannot interfere too much. In this way, it is also far from the real high-level core of the Lei family. Most of the high-level people in the Lei family are only at the late stage or even the peak. How many elders are there? Lei Jiao talked about his situation in Lei's family, and continued, my background is not high. Once, I had a lover, and I loved her very much. However, her family does not allow me to contact her, and they despise my background. In order to match her, when I was only a teenager, I went out to travel, hoping to become a powerful warrior. Fortunately, my talent is outstanding. Although I am a loose cultivator, my strength is not bad. I was finally discovered by the third elder, who went out and gave me the surname Lei. With the training of the Lei family, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. I originally thought about finding my lover when my strength was high, but I didn't know that after I came out of the Thunder Base, my lover was forced by his family to marry a man of equal status. Speaking of this, Lei Jiao regretted a little. If he was not so pedantic at the beginning, if he was accepted by the third elder as the adopted son and returned with the identity of the Lei family, everything would be different today. Han Feng sighed, this is no fate. With Han Feng's understanding of Lei Jiao, he is definitely not the kind of person who would bully people based on his identity behind his back. Presumably, Lei Jiao wanted to be recognized by the other family with his own strength, but unfortunately it was a step too late. Han Feng said lightly, so, Sister Imo Xiaowei is? Lei Jiao nodded, yes, Sister Imo Xiaowei is the daughter of my lover. Ever since she got married, Anhui felt ashamed of me and refused to meet me. Even if she knew where I was, she never sent me any news. It wasn't until 2 years ago that Anhui sent me the last message, begging me to save her daughter. As for her, Lei Jiao said bitterly, she feels ashamed of me and can no longer be ashamed of her husband. She wants to advance and retreat with that man, even if they die together. It's just that I don't trust my daughter, that's why. Oh, speaking of which, if there is no Sister Imo Xiaowei, she will never contact me again in her life. This Ha is self-deprecating. Han Feng was curious, why didn't the Dharma protector directly solve the enemy of Sister Imo Xiaowei's mother? In that case, Sister Imo Xiaowei's mother doesn't have to die. Lei Jiao shook his head, that force is not weak. With my strength, I can't compete with it. Of course, now that I am a master of the sky, it is enough to solve the opponent. When you guys participate in the Qingyun ranking competition, I will decide to go and solve this matter, which can be regarded as revenge for Anhui. Hey, if I were the direct descendant of the Lei family, even if I wasn't a heavenly rank 2 years ago, that faction would have sold the Lei family's face. Han Feng nodded, fully understood the whole story, and said solemnly at the moment, don't worry, Lord Dharma Protector, the boy must take good care of Sister Imo Xiaowei. Han Feng didn't understand at this time, Lei Jiao favored him, mainly for the sake of Sister Imo Xiaowei, not his talent. Originally, Han Feng had a good impression of Sister Imo Xiaowei, but now she feels that she should take good care of her. Sister Imo Xiaowei is done, and behind her is another heavenly rank powerhouse as her backing. After talking about the Imo Xiaowei sisters, Lei Jiao had nothing to say, and Han Feng left soon after. Before leaving, Lei Jiao gave Han Feng a book of martial arts, as an expression of Han Feng's gratitude for taking care of Sister Imo Xiaowei. Returning to his residence, Han Feng looked at Lei Yuru and Lei Zhenyan in astonishment, as well as some elites of the Lei family who were friends with Lei Zhenyan. Lei Zhenyan laughed, Han Feng, you and Lei Ruwen are tied, cousin, I will bring someone to congratulate you. Han Feng immediately clasped his fists and smiled, thank you cousin, Xiaowei, go and prepare some food. Imo Xiaowei walked out of the stone courtyard and said after saluting, don't worry, young master, the maid is already ready, just waiting for the young masters to taste it. Imo Xiaowei winked, Lei Zhenyan came to celebrate, and his young master must have entertained him. At the dinner table. When Lei Yurui tasted the food, he said with admiration, this is the best meal I have ever eaten, Han Feng, you are blessed. Others were also envious. Being able to withstand hunger does not mean that they are indifferent to food. Lei Zhenyan introduced the people he was friends with to Han Feng, and Han Feng had a drink with each other one by one. If there is no accident, these people will be the mainstay of the Lei family in the future. Feng has a promising future, and they are very happy to be able to curry favor with Han Feng. Both sides have hearts, and they get to know each other very quickly. After a long time, Lei Zhenyan put down the wine glass and said solemnly, Han Feng, your body tempering level is now the same as that of Lei Ruwen. The Qingyun ranking competition is not like Lei Ting base's ban on real yuan, with Lei Ruwen's 9-star cultivation base, and having mastered the top-grade profound level martial arts, and the physical strength of the 8th level body quenching, ordinary profound level 11-star warriors would not be Lei Ruwen's opponents. If you don't have the confidence to fight against Lei Ruwen, you can absolutely refuse to participate in the Qingyun Bang competition this time. Anyway, you are young, and you will only be 17 or 18 after 3 years. This is the real purpose of Lei Zhenyan coming to Han Feng. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Yeah, Han Feng, you have a lot of time. If you are fortunate enough to break through to the ground level in 3 years, it is estimated that you will be directly recruited by Baidu University. Even if you don't break through to the Earth rank, with your talent, you are at least the 12th star of the profound rank, the proper first place. Others also persuaded. In the previous Qingyun ranking competition, the top 10 are the late Xuanjia, the Xuanjia 9-star level. Except for Lei Yuanjia who got the first place at the peak of the Xuanjia, in other Qingyun ranking competitions, there were very few strong men at the peak of the Xuanjia. Rarely seen in more than 100 years. Han Feng hadn't said a word yet, but Lei Yuyu thought about it himself. I'm only worthy of reaching the 6-star Xian rank now. I'm afraid I don't have much hope of entering the top 10. Old Fu said in Lei Yurui's mind, go ahead and try, even if you can't make it into the top 10, it's very beneficial to fight against so many strong people. Furthermore, it's still so long before the selection of the Baidu Academy. Even if you didn't make the top 10 in the Qingyun ranking competition, you can practice freely afterwards, and this old man guarantees that you can surpass those top 10. The top 10 are just sent by the Empire to the Baidu Academy for selection. The big deal is that you will go there alone. Lei Yuru finally made up his mind. Thank you, Fu Lao, I will work hard. At this moment, Lei Yuru heard Han Feng's answer, Cousin Zhenyan, thank you for your kindness. To be honest, with my current strength, I'm really not Lei Ruwen's opponent, but I'm far away from the Qingyun ranking competition. There is still 1 month left, and 1 month is enough for me to improve my strength rapidly, and it is not necessarily worse than Lei Ruwen by then. In view of Han Feng's previous statement that the body tempering level reached level 8 in a month, and the result was actually achieved a month later, this time it was another month's oath to Han Feng, and Lei Zhenyan did not dare to underestimate it. Lei Zhenyan sighed, the speed of your cultivation is really not comparable to my generation. Since you said that, I will not persuade him anymore. It's just that if you don't break through to the late stage of the profound rank after a month, you must be careful. In the Qingyun ranking competition, anything can happen. Han Feng looked solemn. Cousin, don't worry, I won't do things beyond my own power. The implication is that if he has the strength, he doesn't mind directly facing Lei Ruwen in the Qingyun ranking competition. Lei Zhenyan and the others could only say a few words of encouragement. But Lei Yuru really believed that Han Feng had that strength. In the Thunder Beast cave, Lei Yurue had personally experienced Han Feng's sturdy combat power. After a long while, everyone said goodbye and left, and Han Feng also began to retreat. This time, Han Feng's goal is the mysterious rank 7 stars. The 6-star Xuanjia is the middle stage of the Xuanjia, while the 7-star Xuanjia is the late Xuanjia, and the two are not a breakthrough between ordinary stars. On weekdays, Han Feng is not sure that he can step from the 6-star Xuanjia to the 7-star Xuanjia in just 20 days. Even an existence like Lei Zhenyan Lei Ruwen is enough to be trapped at the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia. It took 3 or 4 months to break through. 3 and 4 stars, 6 and 7 stars, 9 and 10 stars. The breakthrough of several stars is the most difficult small realm to break through in a rank. Otherwise, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen would not have been trapped in the 9 stars of the profound rank, and they would have already broken through to the 10 stars of the profound rank. But now Han Feng's body-quenching level is already 8, which is equivalent to the physical strength of a mysterious 11-star warrior, which is 5 stars higher than the cultivation level. With such a large gap, the energy that can be endured far exceeds the 6 stars of the profound order, and there is no problem in breaking through in a short period of time. Inside the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng absorbed a large amount of source fluid, and Han Feng felt the meridians in his body, and praised. In the past, the meridians couldn't bear the energy and had to stop and slowly adapt, and increase the strength of the meridians to continue absorbing. Go down. But now, Han Feng took a bottle of source liquid and swallowed it. Boom boom boom. The energy in Han Feng's body is like a turbulent sea, churning and rolling. Break! Han Feng suddenly made a sound, and his cultivation base broke through in an instant, breaking through from the mid-stage 6-star stage of the Xuanjia to the late stage of the 6-star stage. Then, Han Feng brewed for a while, and immediately drank it again. In just 2 days, Han Feng reached the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia. 2 days later, it completely reached the peak limit of the 6-star Xian rank. On the 5th day, Han Feng absorbed several bottles of source fluid at one time, and this time, Han Feng was going to hit the mysterious 7-star level. If you let outsiders know that Han Feng will hit the Xuanjia 7 stars in just 5 days, I'm afraid his eyes will stare out in surprise. 2 days later, Han Feng successfully broke through without the slightest hindrance. This is the advantage of the strength of the body and meridians far exceeding the cultivation base. Some people are born with strong bodies and meridians. Such people can be said to have made rapid progress in their practice, knowing that their cultivation can catch up with the strength level of their bodies and meridians. The Great Jin Kingdom is only a small empire in the Beizhou continent. Although it is a 7th rank, whether it is the scope of the empire or the level of the powerhouses in the empire, it is not much stronger than the 9th-rank empire, or even inferior. Being able to become a 7th-rank empire is entirely supported by the Guardian. Once the great sanctuary-level master, Lord Guardian, has passed away, it is conceivable that the foundation of the Great Jin Kingdom will be destroyed in an instant. Such an empire obviously cannot produce such geniuses. However, Baidu Academy can be said to have gathered most of the geniuses in the entire Beizhou continent. In such a place, any kind of pervert can be seen. Han Feng's cultivation speed is called perverted in the Great Jin Kingdom, but if it is placed in Baidu University, such perversions are countless. In Baidu Academy, there are many strong people, before the age of 20. Breaking through to the 7 stars of the Xuanjia, Han Feng opened his eyes. Northern Capital Academy, I must go. The kingdom of Great Jin is too small. If I want to find a spiritual object that is useful for restoring the soul and help Qing Shan to wake up, I must go to a wider place. Beijing University is my goal. There, maybe I can find spiritual objects or other useful things for restoring the soul. In the Lei family, Han Feng once asked the 3rd elder where there was a spiritual object that could restore the power of the soul. Unfortunately, the 3rd elder did not know about it. Naturally, the entire Lei family would not have such a spiritual object. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly rank only have a change in their spiritual power, and cannot directly divide their souls to form a mind clone like the powerhouses of the sanctuary. Even those who can do this step are not low in the ranks of the sanctuary powerhouses. Han Feng faintly felt that it would be quite difficult to find a soul-recovering spirit in the Baidu Academy. But no matter how difficult it is, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Han Feng can't help but go. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Han Feng's heart, but he finally settled down to practice. A day later, the initial stage of the Xuanjia 7 stars stabilized. The mysterious rank 7 stars are already at the late stage of the mysterious rank, and the corresponding martial skills that should be displayed are the top-grade mystic rank. Han Feng wants to have a greater advantage at the same level, and the 4 inheritance martial arts can no longer stay in the 4th realm. No longer practicing cultivation, Han Feng turned to improve the level of the 4 inherited martial arts. Among them, the Heavenly Fire Fighting Body and the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist are already the 5th level. The Skyfire Armor and the Skyfire Seal are only the 4th level. I don't know if it was because of the increase in Han Feng's cultivation, and it was not difficult to break through. 4 days later, Han Feng successfully raised the Heavenly Fire Armor and Heavenly Fire Seal to the 5th realm. But even so, Han Feng was still a little dissatisfied. The 5th stage of the initial stage is only comparable to the ordinary high-grade martial arts of the mysterious order. The 4 major inheritance martial arts are at this level, and it can only be said that Han Feng belongs to the upper class in the same level, but it is impossible to say that the better a few star battles are. Unless the 4 great inherited martial skills are merged with Xuanhuan Jade Fire. Han Feng touched his chin. 12 days have passed, and there are still 8 days left before leaving here. After leaving, there are 10 days of cultivation time, and the period of the Qingyun ranking competition will also last for 7 days. First raise the 9 flames and different fire art to the 3rd level, and condense the profound fire of Kanglin, so that there is a super powerful trick. Condensing Kanglin profound fire, even if it's just a trace, mixed with Qinghuan Jade Fire, the ability to refine fire cloud fruit is greatly enhanced. Perhaps during the Qingyun ranking competition, we will be able to raise the 4 major heritage martial arts to the 5th peak level together. Thinking of this, the remaining fire cloud fruit source liquid, Han Feng is no longer used to improve the 4 inheritance martial arts, but used to break through the third layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. Thinking of Kanglan Xuanhuan, Han Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation. Second more. For the strong on the ground, the liquid real essence in the body will be converted into crystal real crystal. For every 9 real crystals condensed, 1 star can be increased. A total of 108 true crystals will condense in the dantian during the entire process of cultivation. Every time a martial skill is used, more solid essence will emerge from the crystal. The true essence of the profound rank powerhouse is called liquid true essence, while the true essence in the body of the earth rank strong man is called true crystal true essence. The latter is more solid than the former, and its power is also more powerful and terrifying. Xuanhuan jade fire can devour liquid real essence, but if you want to devour real crystal real essence, it is somewhat unqualified. Even if Han Feng breaks through to the earth-level cultivation base in the future, it will not be easy for the Xuanhuan jade fire to devour the real crystal and the real essence, but if the Kanglan Xuanhua is condensed, even if it is only a Xian-level cultivation base, facing the real crystal real energy Yuan will not be without resistance. The Kanglan profound fire condensed in the late stage of the Xuanjia is still a bit small. It is a good trump card to deal with the opponents of the late stage of the Xuanjia and even the peak, but it is a bit reluctant to deal with the ground. However, if the cultivation base is raised to the peak of the Xuanjia, the capacity of the Kanglan Xuanhua will greatly increase, and the powerhouse with a 1-star cultivation base on the ground rank will suffer great disasters if it is not careful. Yuhua, the 5th elder of the Lin family's Xian-level strength, was unexpectedly and severely damaged by human-level cultivation. Han Feng quietly sat cross-legged in the flame cauldron on the first floor of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. The 9 flames and different fires are constantly running. The fire cloud fruit source liquid is continuously absorbed and used to break through the 9 flames and different fire art. 6 days later, that is, 18 days after Han Feng's retreat, Han Feng's body aura suddenly became strange. There was no change in sitting there, but the surrounding space was slightly distorted. If you look closely, a faint blue flame appears around Han Feng like a mirror. Those spaces that feel distorted are not really distorted, but are affected by this mirror-like blue fire, causing visual misunderstandings. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the blue in the pupils flashed away, as if there were blue sparks shooting out. Standing up, Han Feng stretched his body, and the whole body made a crackling sound. Spreading out his hand, with a bang, a surging blue flame swept out. It was the Xuanhuan jade fire. The Xuanhuan jade fire was suspended in Han Feng's hands, forming a lotus-shaped flame. And at the very center of the lotus-shaped flame, a small cluster of blue flames condensed. It is Kanglan Xuanhua. When it breaks through to the ground one day, the blue flame lotus will completely turn blue. Han Feng retracted his palm, and all the lotus-shaped flames dissipated. Han Feng sighed quietly, I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible. There was only a small cluster of flames. There are still 2 days. It won't improve much if you use it to improve the 4 major inheritance martial arts, and it won't improve much if you use it for cultivation. If you try to break through to the middle stage of the 7 stars of the mysterious order, your realm will not be so stable. It's best to wait until you leave the Thunder base and use the remaining 10 days to break through. What shall we do now? Han Feng held his chin in thought. Suddenly, Han Feng sounded the martial skill that Lei Jiao had given him before. Han Feng whispered to himself, this is a fortuitous encounter of the Dharma Protector, a martial skill obtained by exploring an underground palace with loose cultivators in other countries. This martial skill can be seen, and if it's good, you can practice it. Ordinary martial arts are different from the 4 major inheritance martial arts. The level is fixed. It only needs to be cultivated to the state of perfection. It can be cultivated in the House of Time. As for the 4 major inheritance martial arts, you only need to upgrade the level, and you do not need to practice at all. As long as you fully master the first level, in the future, when the level of the four inheritance martial arts is improved, you will automatically master the state of perfection, and you will be able to use the four inheritance martial arts to the fullest. The maximum power of the level. Therefore, cultivating the four great inherited martial skills in the House of Time is of no use at all. In 2 days, with the speed and efficiency of the House of Time 10 times that of the outside world, even if it is a high-grade Xian rank or even a top-grade martial arts of the mysterious rank, the cultivation will not be complete, at least it will be a great achievement, and it will be somewhere between the realm of perfection and the realm of perfection. When Protector Lei Jiao was young, he also traveled, and he was not native to the great Jin kingdom. In Lei Jiao's words, the level of domestic warriors is generally low, and coupled with the identity of the Lei family, it cannot achieve the perfect effective experience, so he went abroad. This martial skill can be said to be acquired in a lifetime. It's a pity that it is a fire attribute, and Lei Jiao can't practice it. Most of the Lei family are also lightning attribute warriors. Otherwise, the martial arts will not fall into the hands of Han Feng. Open the martial arts book. At first, Han Feng could still watch with a calm mood, but in the end, he couldn't stop. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and after a long time, he took a deep breath and closed his martial arts. This time, I owe a lot of gratitude to the protector. Han Feng rubbed his head. The name of this martial skill is not surprising, and it is also very common. It is called 5 Flame Slash. But if you underestimate Wu Yanzhan, because of this, you will suffer a big loss. The 5 Flame Slash is divided into 5 cuts, that is, 5 moves. One move is stronger than the other, and the power is also stronger than the other move. The first move, Xianyan Shattering Slash. The second move, Earth Flame Melting Slash. The third move, Heavenly Flame Demon Slash. Fourth move, Black Flame Demon Slash. The fifth move, Songyan's Extermination Slash. As can be seen from the names of these split moves, these moves are by no means simple. 5 unique moves, collectively known as the 5 Flame Slash. This slash is not the martial skill of a swordsman, but in some way, the right arm or left arm is used as a holy sword. It can be said that after practicing the 5 Flame Slash, the arm is the holy sword. Therefore, performing the 5 Flame Slash requires a lot of physical strength. If the body is weak, if the 5 Flame Slash is used several times, the entire arm will be abolished. The lowest level of Xianyan Shattering Slash requires a certain amount of physical strength. Profound flame smashing and slashing is a top-notch high-grade Xian rank martial skill, and the requirement for physical strength is at least the late Xian rank. This Korean style has already met the conditions. The 4th level of body quenching to the 6th level of body quenching is the body strength in the late stage of Xuanjia, and Han Feng is far beyond it. The second move, Earth Flame Melting Slash, is already a low-grade martial skill level, and the physical level can only be tolerated if it reaches the local grade level. The third move, Heavenly Flame Demon Breaking Slash, is a high-grade martial skill level of the Earth rank, and the physical rank must reach at least the mid-grade rank to be able to withstand it. The fourth move, the Black Flame Demon Slash, is a low-level martial skill level of the heavenly rank, and the physical level must reach the heavenly rank to be able to withstand it. The fifth move, Songyan's Lore Slash, is the most powerful move. Its rank is close to the top rank of the heavenly rank, and the body level must be at least in the middle of the heavenly rank before it can be endured. The most powerful move is already at the top level of the sky, so Han Feng said that he owes the kindness to Lei Jiao to protect the law. Some of the Lei family's thunder attribute martial skills reached the top level of the sky, but the fire attribute was different. Reading, text starter. Han Feng shook his head slightly. The guardian can really deceive people. The ordinary fire attribute martial arts, the Lei family will naturally not take it seriously, and won't get much credit. But the last 2 moves of the 5 Flame Slash, especially the last move, have reached the top rank of the heavenly rank. Even with the fire attribute, the Lei family can't turn a blind eye, and will definitely give the guardian a great credit. It seems that although the protector is grateful to the Lei family, he is not without dissatisfaction. Hey, it's cheaper for me. Han Feng smiled proudly. The reason why Han Feng values Wu Yan Slash is not only because Wu Yan Slash is powerful, but also because Wu Yan Slash can fuse with alien fire. Why is the Xuanhuan chain so important to Han Feng? Isn't it that it can be merged with the alien fire? The profound flame chain is only the low grade of the profound rank, but it can be combined with the Xuanhuan jade fire to go straight to the top grade of the profound rank. The profound flame chain is still useful for the time being, but when Han Feng breaks through to the ground level, even if the profound flame chain and the Kanglan profound fire fuse together to the death to reach the top-level martial arts level of the profound level, at that time, Han Feng is already a powerhouse on the ground level and the top-level profound level. Martial arts are almost useless. I'm worried that I don't have any good martial arts, so I'll send it now. Once it merges with Xuanhuan jade fire, it will be smashed by Xuanhuan. Even if it is not comparable to the low-level martial arts of the earth, it is extremely close, far exceeding the top-level martial arts of the profound level. Han Feng couldn't wait to enter the House of Time, and started to practice according to the first trick practice method recorded in the first chapter of Wu Yan Zhan. In 2 days, you can cultivate to any level of Xuanhuan shattering slash. Mo Xiaowei coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "Old madam, little sister has always been out of her mind, please don't blame the old madam." Mo Xiaoxiao's words, if he encounters someone who is careful, he might blame Mo Xiaoxiao. Lei Yuanjia smiled and waved, "There's nothing to blame, I think this little girl is very sincere and cute." "Of course, you're a good girl who knows the rules." Mo Xiaowei was overjoyed, she really got closer. Lei Yuanjia asked Mo Xiaoxiao to lean over, grabbed Mo Xiaoxiao's hand and asked with a smile, "Girl, how do you know that your young master is very strong?" "Mom." Han Feng grimaced and cried helplessly. How can a mother ask such a question in front of her son? Now, Han Feng finally understood why Protector Lei Jiao and others were from the same period as his mother, and his face hurt when he saw his mother. His mother is too rude *, too limitless. Mo Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, and felt that Lei Yuanjia had no malicious intentions, and was really kind. Mo Xiaoxiao's smile became more sincere, and regardless of Han Feng's wink, he told the story of the night with a crackle. Han Feng's face was stiff. Han Feng regretted it very much. She was used to it. Let's see what this girl is used to. Lei Yuanjia burst into laughter again, making fun of his son. My son usually looks very serious, but he turns out to be a sullen man. This is like a mother. We are worthy of being a mother and son. Han Feng's face turned black. Lei Yuanjia also knew that enough was enough, and if it continued like this, his son might really be annoyed, and immediately coughed lightly, his face solemn. Son, you are doing the right thing. At least you have to wait until you are 18 years old to do this kind of thing. Han Feng pouted, his first time was long gone, and he contributed it to Sister Lin. Besides, you were about the same age when you were pregnant with me. These are naturally the words of the heart. Han Feng didn't dare to say it. Lei Yuanjia raised his hand, okay, Xiaoxiao and Xiaowei will be handed over to me. They will go to Xingjin City in 5 days. You should prepare yourself these days, and adjust your body to the best condition. The 4 major families gathered in Xingjin City, and there must be some who are not smart enough to provoke before the game starts. If someone provokes you, you can't weaken your old lady's reputation. Whether it's a man or a woman, call them back. Yes. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and finally stopped talking about the embarrassing things. After slowly leaving, Han Feng heard a few more laughter coming from the house. Needless to say, it came from his mother's mouth. Han Feng smiled. Han Feng knows that her mother has been lonely all these years. With Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaowei accompanying her, Han Feng believes that her mother's life will be richer. At the very least, Mo Xiaowei's gourmet mother will be satisfied. Back at his residence, he received the 4 of Lei Dre, and the 2 daughters Li Yanjie and Lei Shiming, and Han Feng began to retreat. The first is to improve the cultivation base. In 2 days, Han Feng raised the cultivation base from the early stage of the 7 stars of the mysterious rank to the middle stage of the 7 stars of the mysterious rank, and then raised it to the limit of the middle stage of the 7 stars of the mysterious rank. The realm is extremely stable, and it is only 1 step away from the later stage of the 7 stars. Away. On the last day, Han Feng entered the House of Time to practice Xianyan shattering slash, and finally cultivated it to the state of perfection. All in all, in just 5 days, Han Feng's comprehensive combat power has been raised by another level. On the 6th day, Han Feng got up early and went to the square to meet Lei Yuru and others. In the square, several people who knew each other whispered to each other, all with excitement. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a Dharma protector came to the center of the square. Ahem, I'm not a Dharma protector. This time, this law protector will lead you to Xingjin City. As for the elders, they will only go when the Qingyanbang competition officially starts. Lei Zhenyan said in a low voice, this man is called Lei Fufu, he is over 40 years old, and now he is a 10-star cultivation base on the Earth rank. He is also well known among the guardians of the law. Han Feng nodded with a smile, and secretly said in his heart, it's more than 40 years old to get 10 stars, and it is estimated that it is at least 50 to reach 12 stars, let alone reach the limit of the peak. As you get older, your body functions will decline, and the risk of breaking through will greatly increase. The probability of breaking through the heavenly rank is less than 1/10. Even if it is a breakthrough, this lifetime is about 1 star in the sky. Well, it's far worse than my mother. Lei Fufu didn't have that much energy for everyone to set foot on a large group of 3-eyed eagles and fly to Xingjin City. Lei Bufu stood in the center of the square and read his name, Lei Ruwen, Lei Zhenyan, Lei Han Feng, Lei Yuru. The more than 20 people above will follow this guardian first, and the rest will have another guardian to lead you. The crowd was in an uproar, and they did not expect to go to Xingjin City in batches, but no one dared to speak out against it. The 20 or so people who were read were at least the middle and late stages of the 6-star Xuanjia. Obviously, the one who was brought in first was the strongest among them. Lei Bufu attracted a huge flying monster. This is a family ration. At most 25 people can sit, except for this protector. The first group to go this time are the top 24 of you in the cultivation base row. The presence. With so many people, there are only 2 of the 9-star Xuanjia, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen. There are 4 of the 8-star Xuanjia, 7 of the 7-star Xuanjia, and the remaining 7 are all 6-star Xuanjia. Most of them are the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia, and only a few are mid to late 6-star Xuanjia. When Han Feng left the customs, he was already a 7-star of the mysterious order, so naturally he couldn't hide the feeling of Lei Jiao, a heaven-level elder. After 20 days of training, Lei Yuru himself has also cultivated to the peak of the 6-star profound rank, and he may step into the 7-star profound rank at any time. The group jumped on the huge flying beast. Lei Buba chanted a few spells, and the beast reluctantly spread its wings and flew to the sky. Han Feng looked thoughtfully. It seems that this monster was forced to be caught by the family, and what kind of seal was set up, so that this monster had to surrender. In the sky, a violent wind was blowing, and everyone had to brace up to cope. This flying beast is at least the ground level, and the speed of flying is extremely fast. Han Feng smacked his tongue. At such a speed, we should be able to reach Xingjin City this evening. In terms of flying advantages, the beasts are far superior to humans. If humans want to catch up, it is estimated that they must at least break through to the sanctuary. Moreover, in the sanctuary for the first time, the flying ability is obviously likely to still be inferior to the flying monsters. If you don't protect the law, how should those people go? Lei Zhenyan asked against the strong wind. Lei Bubu smiled and said, their words should be on horseback, and they arrived almost a day before the start of the Qingyunbang competition. Han Feng frowned. In this case, they may not be able to return to their peak state. Lei Bubu laughed again. The Qingyun ranking competition has always been fierce, and I don't expect them to get a good time. The key lies in you. A group of half-sized boys got excited. However, Han Feng pouted in his heart. This Lei Bubu is true. A few words made everyone so excited. He also knew that these people immediately had a good impression of Lei Bubu. But what Lei said was true. There are nearly 100 people in their Lei family alone, and there are fewer people in other families? It is estimated that the royal family will also dispatch a lot of people. Coupled with the large and small forces of the entire Great Jin Kingdom, it is possible for the total number to exceed 1,000, maybe even more. The Qingyun ranking competition is worthy of being a major event in the Great Jin Kingdom. Lei Fubu also explained at this time, we go first, and we also have our responsibility. First of all, we have to find a good accommodation for ourselves and those who follow. Secondly, as the Lei family, it is inevitable that you will encounter some provocations. As the upper class of the Lei family elite, you should shoulder the responsibility of the Lei family, maintain the dignity of the Lei family, and strike back all the provocative people. The faces of a group of people immediately became serious. In the evening, it is actually not too late, in the previous life, that is, around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone landed near Xinjin City. Xinjin City is not only a holy city, but also an imperial city of the Great Jin Kingdom. If you dare to fly into the city, you are courting death. The royal family has received the news. When Han Feng and others came to the city gate, someone was already waiting here. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. This person was still an acquaintance, but it was Yuan Yixing, who wanted to grab the Earth rank fire attribute demon core with him in Renshongking that day. Elder? Lei Jiao raised an eyebrow. The captain of the city guard said respectfully, a month ago, the head of the family and the elders personally decided. The Lei family is the most powerful family in Tianlin City, and even the empire has no way to dispatch the city lord in Tianlin City, and directly hand over all the city lord's affairs to the Lei family. The captain of the city guard and other characters are naturally from the Lei family. As for the team members, it is the family that unites. Lei Jiao knew in his heart that no matter how he rejected him in the past, he is now a powerhouse in the sky, and the Lei family naturally wants to win over him. Heavenly rank powerhouse, the entire Great Jin Kingdom is only a few hundred, compared to the number of 7 or 8 billion people, this hundreds is too small. For the Tianjia, the royal family is also cautiously attracting, not to mention the Lei family. Lei Jiao said lightly, Ben Hu. I know that the elder, now I want to bring those little guys to the Lei family, the elder I will go first. The captain of the city guard smiled and gave way, hunched over. It wasn't until Lei Jiao and Han Feng and the others disappeared that they straightened up. The captain of the city guard let out a long sigh. All of them are above the middle stage of the Xuanjia. This momentum is too scary. In Tianlin City, the celestial rank is the top existence, and the earth rank is superior. Profound rank is the mainstream. As the captain of the city guard, he was only at the late stage of the Xuanjia. A group of elites of the Lei family in the middle and late Xuanjia gathered together. That kind of deterrence would be something that ordinary powerhouses should be afraid of. Rei's house. Patriarch Lei, the third elder and others are already waiting here. If Lei Jiao is still on the ground, even if he is the peak of the ground, he does not have this qualification. But now Lei Jiao is already a heavenly rank. It is the righteous son of the third elder, no matter which aspect you look at, you need to give a lot of face. It is not uncommon for the Lei family to be on the ground level, but it is different for the sky level. Elder Jiayu, thank you for your hard work. Patriarch Lei bowed his hands to Lei Jiao. Lei Jiao immediately returned the salute. Patriarch, this is what this elder should do, where is it worth the hard work? Immediately, Lei Jiao saluted the elders, all of them were half salutes. Everyone was an elder, so there was no need to salute the whole thing. Even for Patriarch Lei, Lei Jiao also gave half salutes. In the same way, the elders responded with half courtesy. Only the three elders, Lei Jiao, performed the full ceremony, especially the younger generation. The Lei family master and the elders were not unhappy either. The third elder was Lei Jiao's adoptive father, and Lei Jiao's salute was not wrong. Because Lei Jiao performed the ceremony for the younger generation, the third elder just lifted Lei Jiao up and regarded himself as an elder. Since it is an elder, the third elder naturally does not need to return the gift, and can endure it safely. Lei Jiao and Lei Patriarch and others finished greeting each other before it was Han Feng and others' turn. Patriarch Lei waved his hand directly, let's all go away, gather in the square in 5 days and go to Xingjin City. Han Feng, you have just notified your mother and the first elder, your mother is now grandpa, then I will go first. Han Feng led sister Mo Xiaowei to Lei Yuanjia's residence impatiently. After Han Feng left, Patriarch Lei smiled and said, this kid has good endurance. With the old guys like Patriarch Lei and the elders, there is no way to see that sister Mo Xiaowei is still a virgin. The third elder smiled and said, that's fine. Han Feng is still less than 15. It's not good to ejaculate Yuanyang too early. If you are addicted to this, it will be ruined in the future. All the elders nodded. For Han Feng, they are full of expectations, where would they allow Han Feng to lose his way halfway? The courtyard where Lei Yuanjia is located. When Han Feng entered, he was called into Lei Yuanjia's house. Mo Xiaowei knew that her identity was not enough, so she waited outside. Inside the house, Lei Yuanjia took Han Feng's hand and looked left and right, satisfied. Yes, it seems that he has not been bullied, and his strength is stronger. Han Feng smiled, how can my son be bullied, actually? Han Feng told the things about the thunder base one by one. An angry look flashed across Lei Yuanjia's face, looks like that kid Lei Ruan is still dreaming of being a young master in the future. He even does such a thing blatantly. Do you really think that he will be fine if you have an accident? If you have the slightest irreparable damage, I will abolish their father and son directly. Han Feng watched Lei Yuanjia get more and more excited, and immediately comforted him, Mom, calm down, isn't my son all right? Furthermore, Mom, you are not yet at the peak of the heavenly rank. If those elders really protect Lei Ruan, Mom, you will suffer too. Lei Yuanjia looked disdainful, don't worry, I have already merged with the Purple Court Thunder Light, and I have learned a lot from the Sanctuary Codex, and now I am 5 stars in the sky. This cultivation base is considered to be the best among all the elders of the Lei family. With the help of Ziding Leiguang, the ordinary 6-star peak is not my opponent. In the current Lei family, except for the 3 elders in front, no one is my opponent. If those elders really want to protect Lei Ruan, the old lady will definitely beat them up. Han Feng said helplessly, my son knows that you are amazing, but my son is fine now, so please hold it down, mother. Hearing this, Lei Yuanjia's anger clearly calmed down, and he suddenly smiled, forget it, since you said so Fenger, my mother, mother, I will give you face. Anyway, with the achievements you have made, son, and my 5-star rank standing behind your second uncle, the possibility of your uncle inheriting the title of the patriarch is very slim. Lei Ruan wants to be the young patriarch, and he can only dream. Already. Han Feng was stunned, other elders know your mother's strength? Otherwise, Why would you be so sure that the possibility of uncle inheriting the position of the head of the family is almost non-existent? Lei Yuanjia nodded Han Feng's head. Of course, don't forget your mother. I was in retreat with the great elder, Han Feng suddenly realized, and then sighed with emotion. When you reach the heaven level, there are many things that are rare in the past few decades. Mother, you have been promoted in just a few months. Those elders must be jealous. Of course, but it's all fate. The first elder has learned so much, and he still hasn't reached the top 10 stars. If he wants to break through to the peak, there is at least 1 year left. After a year, your mother and I may be the heavenly rank. You're a master at the later stage. Lei Yuanjia looked smug. It has to be said that with different aptitudes, even if one comprehends the sanctuary codex, the results obtained are greatly different. Lei Yuanjia clearly understands more deeply than the first elder, more. By the way, your 2 female slaves are gone, let me see. Lei Yuanjia suddenly thought of Han Feng's 2 female slaves and asked. Han Feng immediately called Sister Imo Xiaowei in. Lei Yuanjia's eyes lit up, 2 lovely sisters. Han Feng chuckled, if your mother likes it, let Xiao Xiao and Xiaowei take care of your mother. What about you? Lei Yuanjia hesitated. Han Feng said with a smile, my son is going to participate in the Qingyunbang contest, how can I bring the 2 of them with me? Lei Yuanjia understood. Han Feng said to Imo Xiaowei again, you 2 should take good care of your mother. With your mother protecting you, no one dares to bully the 2 of you. Imo Xiaowei and Imo Xiaoxiao immediately knelt down, Master, we must take good care of the old lady. Then the 2 knelt down towards Lei Yuanjia, see the old lady. Lei Yuanjia smiled and got the 2 of them up, glanced at them, looked suspiciously, and looked between Han Feng's legs. Son, could it be that you can't? Han Feng's face froze, and a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt. The corners of his mouth twitched. Why did the mother say this? You treat me as your mother, I'm blind, these 2 little girls are obviously in the same place. Lei Yuanjia rolled his eyes angrily. Imo Xiaowei blushed suddenly. It's not that Imo Xiaoxiao doesn't understand anything now, and he said in a hurry, old madam. Young master. Young master, he is very firm. Imo Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to prove Han Feng's ability and refuted Lei Yuanjia. Han Feng has a toothache, although he understands that Imo Xiaoxiao is kind, but if he says it, why is it so weird? Lei Yuanjia also looked at Imo Xiaoxiao sluggishly, and immediately laughed, leaning forward and backward with a smile. Imo Xiaoxiao looked confused. Imo Xiaowei sighed, although she understood a lot, she was still too hasty to speak. Fortunately, the old lady was not a shrewd person and would not blame her. Now the old lady is laughing happily, maybe it will be beneficial.